I spent the last 4 years mastering content, ads, funnels, and sales, and I've invested over $42,000 into courses and mentors to access the information that I'm gonna give away for free in this video that took me over 4 months to create. The information I'm gonna share in this video is what allowed me and my clients to scale our coaching businesses to multi-5 figures and even 6 figures a month. I'm going to show you every single little step you need to follow to take your business from $0 or $10 or $20,000 a month to $30, $50 or $100,000 a month in the next 6 to 12 months. Now, the reason why I can comfortably leak this video for free is because unlike all those gurus that charge you thousands of dollars for the same information I'm gonna give you, I don't sell info, I sell the implementation. And I work with a very selected group of people. In fact, I'm not gonna try and pitch you anything throughout this video. This video is just for you to get to $30, maybe $50,000 a month, and then at that stage we can perhaps work together. I actually hope that this video doesn't get deleted because I am literally about to give away information that normally is hidden behind 16K plus paywalls. And if you can't commit to spending 12 hours or whatever watching this video, then it's completely fine, because it means that you don't need it, because you don't have what it takes to build a 30K plus a month business. But if you can, I wish you good luck and I will see you on the other side. People buy onto people. They don't buy products. So if you're just creating content to provide value, you're building a commodity brand. This is the foundation, because you can post as much content as you want. You can have the best packaging, the best ideas, the best scripts, everything. You can have an amazing funnel, ads, appointment setting, everything in place. But if your personal branding is not there, right? If you don't have a personal brand, you're just building a commodity brand, you're just providing value like a robot, people are not gonna buy from you. Because again, people buy from people who they trust and they like and they wanna be like and they feel a connection with, right? So in this video, we're gonna go over personal branding, the foundations of your personal brand and how to build a strong personal brand and how to adjust your content, how to create content in a way that reflects your personal brand, right? So that you build an audience of people that actually like you as a person and don't just follow you for the value that you're providing, okay? So let's get into it. First, a couple of pointers. You need to stop focusing, like I mentioned, on value content. You're not a robot providing value. And if you're just copying other people and regurgitating the same knowledge and the same value, you are building a commodity brand. And the only way through which you can differentiate yourself from your competitors is going to be by having a cheaper price. Okay. So not a big, great long-term strategy, right? So I remember, people buy on the brand, not on the content. Okay. So you want to create this brand, these associations. You want to share more about yourself. Okay. Because again, people don't buy from entities. And I know might sound weird and not exactly what you expected at the beginning, because maybe you just want to create content, to grow your company, but that's not how it works, right? Especially in the coaching space, you want people to feel connected to your persona, to your brand, and then they're going to buy whatever you have to sell, right? And at that point, you're not going to have any competitor, right? Because when they need your service, when your followers need something that you offer, they're never gonna look at your competitor, because they just love you for who you are, right? And this is the exact same principle that I use to build my personal brand in the foiling niche, right? It's a very tiny niche, but I was 100% myself, and I wasn't just showing foiling. I was also showing other aspects of my life. And because of that, when people wanted to learn how to pump foil, how to foil in flat water, conditions, then they only came to me. There were another couple of people offering the same service, but I was the only one for them, because we built such a strong connection, such a strong bond. And that's what you need to do as well with your brand. And yes, you're going to use content to build this brand, but not value content. Another type of content that I'm going to show you in a second. All right. So once again, don't build a brand around your vehicle, build a brand around yourself. You want to make people so connected with you and with your brand that they buy regardless of the value they're providing and regardless what you are selling, right? Let's say one day you just decide to stop providing the service that you're providing and you want to get into something else, right? If you build a brand associated purely to the value that you were providing, you need to start over from scratch. If you implement what I'm going to explain in this video and you build a brand around yourself then whatever you're gonna do, whatever you're gonna sell, you're gonna still succeed. And I'm pretty sure you've heard these stories of like YouTubers, maybe they were into the gaming niche, right? And they were making money playing video games. And then they grew up and they stopped playing video games. But because they've built a audience of people that like them for who they are and not for, the entertaining value that they were providing, when they switched to another niche because they grew up and they stopped playing video games, still they still had people buying from them, right? This is how powerful a brand can be. Like if you build a solid, strong personal brand, you're never, ever, ever, ever in your life have money problems ever again. All right. That's how powerful this is. And when it comes to personal branding, a lot of people think that it's super complicated to build a brand, something super high level, but in actual fact, it's exactly like making friends in real life, right? You should see personal branding and social media in general as the reflection of your social life, okay? So how do you make friends in person? Well, it's pretty simple, right? You first have a first touch point with this person, right? And, on social media, the first touch point is going to be your videos. All right. On YouTube is going to be your title and thumbnail. That's going to be the first touch point. On Instagram is going to be one of your reels. Okay. So that's going to be, you need a first touch point. Then the second thing you need is to spend a bit more time with this person. So you make them curious, right? And you get them to spend more time with you. So what this means on social media, you make them curious with your title and thumbnail or with one of your reels or with the hook of one of your reels, and then they get to consume at least one piece of content of yours. And then maybe they go on your profile and they consume other content, right? And that's what you want. You want to spend more time with them. And then there are other things you need, because a first touch point and time are enough for a person to kind of know you, but are not enough to become friends, right? So think about it. What do you need to become friends with a person? Well, you need to spend time, yes, but you need to have something in common that goes beyond just the value that you're providing, okay? Because yes, again, one of the traits of a friendship is exchange of value. But what's really important is that you have something in common. So for example, you have same beliefs, you have same passions, right? Otherwise, like you can't be friends with someone with whom you don't have anything in common with, right? It just simply doesn't work. So in your brand, in your content, you're going to show things, values, morals, personality traits passions that go beyond just the content, just the niche that you are working in. Okay. And then there is another thing that is really powerful, and that's probably the most powerful thing within a friendship, right? And that thing is stories and vulnerability. If you think about the strongest friends you have, yes, you spend time together. Yes, you had a first touch point at the beginning somehow. Yes, there is an exchange of value. And yes, you have beliefs and passions in common. But really, what created a strong connection between you and your friend is the fact that you started sharing stories with each other, and even failure stories, right? So you became vulnerable with each other, and that's what creates connection, right? So with this, you understand that if you can do the same thing, the exact same thing that you do in real life to get friends, online, you're gonna build over time an unlimited amount of friends. Because in real life, the amount of friends you can make is limited by the people that you met, right? Is limited by the amount of first touch points you have. On social media, it's unlimited. You can literally connect with the entire world. So if you maybe have like, let's say 10, 15, 20 friends in real life, that's because you only had touch points with, 100 people. I'm making numbers up. Hopefully you have more than that. I don't know. But you get my point, right? On social media is the same, because as long as you can get in front of as many people as possible, and you do that through understanding what makes good content, which we're gonna touch on, of course, in the next modules, and by repetition, right? So volume and consistency. And you're gonna just put your true self in front of the entire world, literally. So you're gonna attract friends, but from all over the world, because you're not capped anymore. You're literally fishing in an unlimited pool of people. All right. Now, with this big premise out of the way, let's get into it and let's understand how to brand yourself, okay? So, like I said, you should create a list of personality traits, beliefs, values, stories, and vulnerabilities, right? That you're going to share in your content to build this internal law, this connection that goes beyond the value that you're providing and beyond the niche that you have in common. Then this is not the only thing, because if I tell you lumberjack, if I tell you like lumberjack shirt, beard, muscles, white vest, American, right? If I mention all these things, you're probably already thinking about Alex Hormozi, because he associated a specific visual design to his brand, right? He is, of course, a master when it comes to personal branding, you know that. But there is a reason why he always has the hat with the acquisition logo, long beard, long hair, white vest, lumberjack shirt, big muscles, right? There is a reason. The thing on his nose, there is always a reason, because he wants people to recognize him because of those traits and to think about him when they see specific things, right? I'm pretty sure that if you're really passionate about Alex Hormozi, you see someone with a lumberjack shirt and you think about him. This is how powerful a personal brand can be, right? When you enter people's life, even outside social media. So you need to understand what visual design you want people to associate you with, okay? So maybe you like wearing oversized t-shirts. Maybe you have a specific set of glasses. Maybe you have a specific haircut, right? And it goes beyond your way of, styling your hair or dressing. It's also about the color grading in your shots, the camera quality, the camera angles. Some people, right, are gonna just use their iPhone, and that's absolutely fine. You don't have to go unnecessarily crazy. Other people are always gonna have a nice camera quality with a nice lens and color grading and whatnot. Okay, even the editing style is something that people can associate you with. All right, and even camera angles. There are people who are using really weird camera angles, right? These are quite normal camera angle, but there are people who are using maybe a very wide lens and maybe they're putting it way above eye level, right? And just, again, that's just something that is very personal. And let me actually share some examples so, we can make this video a bit more interesting. But for example, this guy, right? This guy right here. You can immediately, as you see the thumbnails, see the branding. Okay, you can immediately recognize him from the super curly hair. Then, if you have a look at a bunch of videos, you're gonna recognize him for the camera angle. Right after this intro, there's gonna be a pretty unique camera angle. And there you go, very wide lens and camera way above eye level. All right, and you can see the same pattern repeating in pretty much every single video. You can see here again, wide lens, weird angles, way above eye level, and whatnot. Okay, you can also see the pattern in the colors. And again, I just took a random creator just because I remember that he's using a very unique camera angle. But there are so many examples that you can think of, and I'm pretty sure that by understanding these concepts, people are coming to your mind, and you're starting to think, oh, that's why that guy is doing that, right? And that's what you should, that's the epiphany that I'm trying to give you with this video. Okay. Then the other thing is brand outliers. That's another thing that you need to note down and make sure comes out in your content, right? Again, you want to be unique. You want to be different. You cannot just be providing the same value that everybody's providing. So ask yourself, what talents do you have? What passions do you have? Or what makes you unique? In my case, for example, I'm producing these videos now in the business niche, right? Ads, appointment setting, and whatnot, and content. But I'm also making come across in my content other outliers, right? So for example, you can already see, even though I have really few posts, you can already see my brand outliers. You can see immediately that I'm doing CrossFit, that I'm foiling, that I'm traveling, right? And then if you open, you can see even more brand outliers. I hate the gym. I like the sea. I like spending time outside. I like good food, right? You can clearly see the outliers. And this is intentional. If you click here, okay, I'm traveling, nice. Spending time with my family, that's something that I want people to associate me with. Okay, I'm running, marathon, right? Again, family, right? Everything is intentional. Even here, traveling, working, nature, sport, beautiful places, sea, people, coffee, right? Adventure, right? Traveling. These are the things that I want to associate people when they think about me. I want them to think about these things. Okay, so that's what I do in my content and what I may come across. So for example, if you're playing a sport, you're playing tennis or you're playing soccer, just share that, because there are going to be people who, yes, are going to like your value and are going to be interested in the content you're providing, but, oh, look, they also play soccer, right? And they're going to feel more connected with you just because they have this other thing in common besides whatever niche you're into, okay? Same thing with your friends. Like, the more things in common you have with your friends, the easier it's going to be and the better it's going to be the time spent together, and the more connected and closer together you're going to be, right? So make sure that your brand outliers come out in your content every single time, right? As a general rule, we're going to see that in the next modules, but as a general rule, people shouldn't, if your content is done by somebody else, it shouldn't make sense. Because if someone can replicate the exact same piece of content that you did and it makes sense for them, then you did something wrong, because it means that you didn't make your piece of content unique enough. All right. Now, just 3 action items for you. Ask yourself, what do you want to be known for? What traits and values you want people to associate your brand with? What you don't want to be associated with, right? Once you have all these things, boom, you can just make sure that you always make those traits come across in your content, okay? For example, I don't like flashy lifestyle. I don't care about watches. I don't care about crazy cars and whatnot. So I try and not use that in my content, because I don't want to be labeled as a guru, for example, okay? And I know that, some people are gonna like that and other people are not gonna like that. So other people are not gonna fuck with me because I don't have a Ferrari and I don't have a Lambo and I don't have a Rolex. That's completely fine. That's not the kind of people that I want to attract, okay? And that leads to the next point, okay? So now, how do you create, content around your brand? Now that you know all this, great, but we need to put this in practice. And this is how you do it. Now, you need to shift from simply making content to attract buyers to making content that attract friends, right? Like I said, you should see social media as real world and you want to attract as many friends as possible. So create content to attract friends, and amongst these friends, which is of course a much bigger pool than your buyers, you're gonna find your buyers. And at that point, it's gonna be much easier to sell to them, because again, yes, they need what you offer, but that's not the only reason why they follow you, right? The main reason why they follow you is you. And then they buy your product because they need it. At that stage, at that point, the buying, the selling process is going to be so much easier, right? So made content to attract friends. And then inside they're going to find buyers, all right? And the other thing is, working with them is going to be much better, right? You're never going to be in a position where you don't like your clients, because again, your clients are friends, right? Are going to be like people that you're a friend with in real life. So it's going to be much easier to work with them, much more enjoyable to fulfill them, and they're most probably even going to get better results because they enjoy more work with you and you enjoy more working with them, right? So it's not just about getting more leads and more buyers and more followers and more views. It's actually about building a business that you actually enjoy running. This is how important personal branding is, right? So how do you find, these traits? Well, the easiest way to find these traits, right, that you want to highlight in your content and create content around is simply ask your clients what made them convert, resonate, and like you besides the value that you provide, right? I asked my clients this question and they said, well, because you're disciplined, because you eat healthy, because you travel, because you look like a good guy, because you don't care about money, you're more interested in freedom and long-term success, and you care about your family, you're running, you're foiling, right? You're producing content, and all these things, right? And because I know that that's what gets people to buy from me, I just show more of that in my content, right? Great. Now, once you've done that, you are gonna understand now you understand what a good personal brand is, how to brand yourself, and what do you need to understand who you want to target with your content. Now, there are 3 types of content: authenticity content, growth content, and authority content. And you need all 3 to be able to build a strong brand. You need authenticity content to, again, create this connection with your followers. So you share stories, values, beliefs, brand outliers, and vulnerabilities, right? This is, again, the content is going to help you create a connection with your followers. You need growth content, especially if you're at the beginning and you're not relying heavily on ads, right? And here is simply going to be about finding outliers, right? So finding proven viral ideas in your niche, and even better, other, maybe more sophisticated niches. And then you just replicate them, remix them, but with your brand. So you use your brand outliers you use those proven concepts to show your brand outliers. Okay, so don't just copy and paste, still like an artist, and always put your own twist, your own personality to it. Okay, and then the last type of content you need is authority, because yes, we need to attract friends, but we also need to show these friends that we are actually knowledgeable and very good at what we do, right? So you're gonna do content that showcases your skill set, right? So this is your value content, but this is gonna be much, much less than what you think. Now, I'm not gonna give you right now a specific amount of content that you need to produce. I'm not gonna tell you, yeah, 50% of your content should be authenticity, 23% growth, and the remaining part authority. No, because that's gonna depend on where you're at with your business. And at the end of this module, I'm gonna show you how to decide which content to focus on. Because again, this is really important to fix bottlenecks in your business. Because really, yes, the funnel has many different components, but your content, especially if you're running a profile funnel, is gonna be the main component. And by fixing your content and the type of content that you produce and the quality of your content, you can fix so many other stages of the funnel indirectly without going there and changing, your closing skills or your pre-call sequence. You can do a lot just through your content, right? So you can handle objections. You can, again, make sure that you optimize your funnel just by optimizing your content. That's why this is so important. And that's why we are starting from this concept before anything else. Right. So now that you know what kind of content you need to create, how do you start the content creation process? Now we're going to go way deeper into this topic, but for now, just remember that you need pretty much really 2-3 things. Okay. The first thing is a format, right? And to find formats, you simply open Instagram or YouTube according to the platform that you're looking for formats, and you just scroll and you find formats. But I've already actually done it for you, and I'm going to show you in a moment a list of formats on Instagram and YouTube that you can use. Once you have a format, you need an idea or an angle, right? An idea is, again, something that you want to show or talk about. So could be, for example, the fact that, let's say that the idea in this case is your story. Okay, you want to tell a specific story that you know is gonna make you vulnerable and make you connect with your audience. Perfect. So the idea is gonna be this specific story, and then you choose a format to package that idea. And what you can do is you can even use the same idea and package it into different formats. So from one idea, you create multiple pieces of content. This way, you also avoid content burnout, because now you're not just constantly trying to find new ideas, you are recycling almost the same ideas in different formats. Again, this is very, very useful. I'm going to touch on that more in depth in the next modules. So, another example of an idea could be an objection that you get, very often on sales call. So that's going to be the starting point, the idea, the angle for your piece of content. So, okay, I want to handle this objection. Okay, and then you use different formats to talk about that thing that is going to help you handle that objection, right? Another really interesting place to find ideas is within yourself, right? So if you have a specific piece of information that you want to show, or your friends, right? So you can ask your friends, okay, like, why are you friends with me? And I'm going to say, because of this, this, and that. Boom, guess what you're going to do? You're going to show those things that they've mentioned in your content, so you can attract more people like your friends. Same thing with your family. What do you like about me? What do you feel like makes me special? They're going to say X, Y, Z. Boom. There you have angles for your authenticity content or growth content, for example, right? Your clients, like I said, you can ask your clients why they bought into you besides the value. Or you can ask your clients, what is the most interesting thing that I've said in my content that made you convert in terms of value, in terms of knowledge? And boom, there you have an idea for your authority content where you provide value. Right? And then you can, of course, do research, right? You can see what angles and topics are working in your niche for other creators as well. But I always like to leave it at the end, right? I always suggest to do internal research first. So within yourself, within your clients, within your skill set, within your circle. And then you go outside and you look at what your competitors are doing and even people in other niches, especially more sophisticated niches. All right. But yeah, let's dive into the formats real quick. As you can see, on Instagram, there are going to be some formats that are better for value-driven videos, and there are loads, like whiteboard breakdown, right? So someone using a whiteboard to explain something. My robot web breakdown. So someone at the top, right? Speaking, and then a my robot at the bottom. I'm pretty sure you've seen those, especially if you're in the info space. Drone talking head. So someone, instead of having just a camera and sitting down in front of the camera, there's a drone following them, right? Or 360 camera, right? So again, this is something that I was doing in my foiling channel, in my foiling profile, where I was talking to my 360 camera, and while I was doing the thing, I was holding my 360 camera and talking to the camera, right? A very unique angle, a very unique format, right? Try to go beyond the sit down talking head videos because they are boring and people are sick of them. Try to understand, again, what's working in your niche and try to go a step beyond, right? And I know that it takes effort to record a video with a 360 camera, right? It takes effort and money to create a video with a drone. But if you want to succeed and stand out in such a mature market, you need to go a step beyond. And you need to use formats that better resonate with your friends, right? With the friends that you want to attract and with your customers. If you're a running coach, nobody cares about seeing you with a suit in an office, or even with a running vest, but in an office. They don't care because they simply can't resonate. If you're giving a running tip, they want to see you outside running. So the best format in that case, I can tell you because we've scaled a client in the running niche from pretty much, couple thousand a month to 15, 20,000 a month. You need to use drone content. That's what's going to work organically. And that's also what's going to make your ads perform better. Now, behind the scenes content, I love it. Sometimes I record my one-on-one sessions, my group calls, and I just turn them into pieces of content. Some of the modules in this course are going to be behind the scenes, right? Value-driven aesthetic carousel, right? There are different formats, not just video, even pictures and sequences of picture. Selfie style, right? Where you just take your phone and you just talk to the phone. It looks very personal. And especially if you are really good at communicating, this works really well. FaceTime call style, right? It's actually really similar. The only difference is that sometimes this is on a tripod. So still using your phone, but this is with the phone in your hands, and this usually the phone is like somewhere on a tripod, or even somewhere where it's a bit more organic and natural. So like the camera angle is not perfect, and that's intentional, right? To make it feel like a FaceTime call. You know, when you're FaceTiming someone, you are either holding your phone in your hands, or you just put the phone somewhere or wherever you can, and then you just leave it there, right? Same principle. And in these formats, you could even have like some movement at the beginning where you start the video before you stop the camera, just to have a unique pattern interrupting angle at the beginning, right? Aesthetic split screen. So this is essentially kind of like a before and after, right? Let me just wait for this to load, right? This versus that. This is split screen. She's not even talking in this case, okay? So you kind of have to understand what works in your niche, and again, test different formats. And like I said, the same idea, the same angle can be turned into thousands or dozens of pieces of content, because, you know, you can explain the same principle. Let's say the right versus wrong catch. You can explain the same thing under so many lenses, right? Using so many different formats. Talking head split screen, right? This is kind of like A versus B, right? This is working pretty well right now in 2026. So like broke versus rich, or dumb creator versus smart creator, and so on and so forth. You can pretty much tailor it to every single niche. Then you get like engaging talking head, right? So where you're doing something, you're propping with your hands while you talk. In action talking head. So you are talking while, again, you're doing the thing, right? So he's explaining to people how to stretch while stretching. Really smart angle, really smart format, right? B-roll plus title in the hook, voiceover, leverage name. So here leverage someone else's name. For example, this guy in this video leveraged this neuroscientist, right? Still hook. Here you can use a hook that is proven to go viral, and you can then stitch your video after it. News reaction, where you react to a news. Reel reaction, where you react to a reel, right? And then you provide some value. See how many bloody formats there are, right? Tweet style carousel, right? So I'm pretty sure you've seen them, especially Alex Hormozy is doing them. Tutorial, aesthetic sequence, podcast clip, interview clip, so many. And these were just the value driven, because then when it comes to lifestyle, you can have a lifestyle carousel, a POV video, a POV plus black bars video, day in the life, vlog, a snippet from a vlog, vlog plus a voiceover, right? And then when it comes to authority content, again, testimonials plus testimonial plus breakdown, case study breakdown, document the journey of an athlete. So a series of videos in this case, value plus case study. There are so many. Growth content can be a before and after, a story, something relatable, a meme, right? And when it comes to YouTube, you could have a full course like this one, a framework breakdown, a tutorial, a testimonial plus breakdown, a vlog, right? You leverage someone else's name and you break down a successful famous person, or you do trend jacking, right? So you spot a trending topic and you go against it in your videos, right? Or client interview. Again, so many formats. And again, I've done the job for you, right? You don't have to look for formats anywhere else, pretty much, because you have a pretty solid library here. You can take a screenshot if you need. But yeah, always stay up to date and intentionally scroll once a week or so, just to really understand what's working right now in terms of formats. And again, even in other niches, try and find something that you can replicate in yours. So you can be the first person bringing that in your niche. And again, instead of copying people, you're the one setting trends, right? Now, after you produce content using these ideas and angles and formats, and again, don't worry, I'm going to explain later in the next modules how to create content the right way, but you always need to track content so that you can understand what angles and ideas you need to focus on, and what formats are working best for you, for yourself, for your brand, and your specific niche, okay? But don't just look at the views, look at number of genuine comments, right? If someone spends time of their day to type something meaningful below one of your posts, it means that your post was pretty bloody good, right? Follow per 1,000 views, right? You're gonna focus on this type of content to attract more followers, right? There is a reason if, let's say, 20 people out of 1,000 views, 20 people out of 1,000 that viewed follow you, right? It means that the video is actually really good and interesting. So you're gonna focus on that. Saves, right? If people save your video, it means that they want to watch it again because maybe it's useful or particularly entertaining and funny, right? Shares, it means that it's relatable. And again, maybe provides a lot of value, and these people who are sharing your video want to provide the same value to their friends, for example, okay? So look at these metrics rather than just focusing on vanity metrics like views. These are indicators of which formats and angles and ideas are working best for you, and the ones that you should double down, triple down, quadruple down on. So yeah, now, like I said at the beginning, as promised, I'm gonna tell you the percentages, right? So how much authenticity content, how much growth content, and how much authority content. Well, it depends on where your biggest bottleneck is right now in your funnel. So if you're just starting or you have a lead flow problem, you're gonna focus on growth content. If you have a solid lead flow, and maybe you're even running ads, so you don't necessarily need a huge lead flow, but prospects are cold, then you're gonna focus on authenticity and authority content so that you can, again, create that connection and make them trust you more because of how much value you're providing. And if calls are not converting, you're gonna focus on content that breaks limiting beliefs and pre-handles objections, all right? So I would say like more middle of funnel content, right? Where you don't necessarily try to attract new people, if as much as nurturing the ones that you have and priming them for the call, okay, to make the conversion on the call easier. So this was the presentation. I hope you found it valuable. Again, if there's something you don't understand, just feel free to drop a comment below or to reach out to me on Instagram in case you have any questions. I'm gonna be happy to answer everything. And like I said, this is pretty much the foundation for everything that comes next. This is crucial, all right? So nail this down and everything else is gonna be much, much easier and much more effective. So yeah, I hope this was valuable, and let's go ahead with the next module. If you're using the profile funnel, so you get followers through organic and paid, you get them in the ecosystem, you nurture them, and you convert them through appointment setting, you are going to fail in 2026 unless you implement what I'm about to show you in this video. In the last 3 years, after scaling my coaching business to multi-5 figures a month in the smallest niche you can think of, I've implemented the profile funnel for other coaches in a multitude of niches. I created hundreds, if not thousands of pieces of content and ad creatives, and placed and managed dozens of setters. And I'm starting to see trends and red flags that, if ignored, will be the biggest bottleneck for your business in 2026. So in this video, I'm gonna go over the biggest limitations of the profile funnel that most people ignore, when the profile funnel actually makes sense so that you can understand whether it's the best option for you or not, and then the final solution that you can implement if you want to make 2026 your best year yet. But first, let me quickly break down the profile funnel so that you better understand why it's faulty. So first of all, you get leads through carousels, reels, stories, and YouTube videos, whether it's organic or through paid ads, and you get leads into your ecosystem. Then once they're in, you nurture them and you warm them up through story sequences, YouTube videos, lead magnets, and reels. And you can eventually run retargeting ads to get more inbound DMs. Otherwise, you get organic inbound DMs and your setter does warm outbound on new followers. So the setter then starts the conversation, qualifies them, maybe sends some assets to nurture them further, and then hopefully the setter books the call, right? Then the call happens, and if they don't convert, they go through the follow-up sequence and maybe they convert later, or they still stay in the ecosystem. So they still get nurtured and maybe they're gonna convert at some point down the line. If they convert, they can either convert into a core offer, or if you have one, a downsell, and then eventually after they go through the downsell program, they can eventually convert into the core offer. And then they go through the onboarding call, fulfillment, they become testimonials and case studies that you can then leverage in your call and in your content, top of funnel and middle of funnel especially. And then you can eventually upsell them, resell them, create an MRR from them, or cross-sell them. Now, as you probably realized yourself from this breakdown and from using the profile funnel yourself, there is a fundamental problem with this type of funnel, which is that you never know precisely where leads are coming from. Now, there are a few workarounds that you can implement, and I'm going to show you in a moment, to kind of understand where most prospects are coming from. But still, even if you understand that, your ads won't optimize for performance, because the algorithm that is behind your ads will never know who actually converts and who doesn't. The second limitation is that it's by definition much slower than a normal VSL funnel, for example, because prospects needs to get in the ecosystem, get nurtured, the setter needs to start the conversation, they need to go through the conversation sequence and then hopefully book the call. And then still there is a time that elapses between when the call is booked and when the call is taken, right? So the conversion cycle might be anything between like a week to months and months and months on end. And because of this, it takes you ages to get accurate data on ROAS and cost per acquisition, which hopefully you know that, but these are the two metrics that you should base your ad decisions on. So in short, the profile funnel is much slower to optimize. The third limitation is that at scale, this funnel is going to break. There is a hard ceiling in the DMs. And yes, you can onboard multiple setters, but it's just going to make your funnel more chaotic. Limitation number 4, your data are always going to be blurry. You never know which piece of content a prospect consumed before converting. You never know exactly what was the first touch point. It's really blurry. And number 5, and this is probably the most important, your business is going to be entirely reliant on one single platform. Meaning, if tomorrow or next week Instagram decides to shut you down or to ban you or to suspend you or to shadow ban you, you're out. You're out of business. Now, does this mean that this funnel is complete whack and you should never use it? No, there are situations in which this funnel works pretty well. For example, when content does the heavy lifting, maybe when you're at the beginning, when you have long conversion cycles by default, when you need to build trust, when you have small to no budget. Because especially at the beginning, this is one of the cheapest funnels you can run, because you can rely mainly on your organic and maybe 10, 20, 30 bucks a day into profile visit ads. And there are a couple of workarounds that you can use to at least understand where leads are coming from and what content or what ads to focus on. The first one is to run one profile visit ad creative at a time. Now, as you can imagine, this is super inefficient because to test different things, different metrics, different targetings, and different creatives, it's going to take you so long because you run one ad, you need to get these followers, you need to start conversation with these followers, you need to take the calls with these followers, so it takes ages to test out. But at least you know that every single follower coming from ads was coming from that creative. The second workaround is to use comment plus lead magnet type of ads instead of classic follow me type of ads. So you still run traffic campaigns, but instead of redirecting people to your profile, you simply invite them to comment to get a resource. And then the ManyChat automation is going to send that resource in the DMs, and because you're going to have a different keyword in each ad creative, the setter can understand where that prospect is coming from exactly. Similarly, you can use DM ads, and your setter in both cases can track down throughout the entire journey the prospect. So you can have a spreadsheet where the setter tracks, okay, we got 2 inbounds from this ad, John and Jeff. We started a conversation with both, and both booked a call. They both showed up. John converted, Jeff didn't. At least you know that you got one conversion from that ad creative, and you can calculate ROAS and cost per acquisition from that creative. Still, it's going to take a bit of time because you need volume to have an accurate data. So in short, there are small workarounds. And yes, you can ask in the onboarding form after you convert the client, what was the first touch point? Even though that's going to be always pretty blurry. And you can ask, what was the last touch point? So what was the piece of content that made you convert? And yes, all this is insightful data, but mainly to tweak your organic, because ads and targeting won't really change with this data. So your funnel and especially your ads are never going to be as predictable and sharp as with a normal VSL funnel. So this is the solution. Looks super complicated. It is not, because you can implement a hybrid funnel and you can virtually create the combination that you prefer. So you could implement all these 5 funnels or just 2, right? The key is to don't put all your eggs in one basket. So let me go step by step. Let me show you each and every one of these 5 funnels so that you can decide which one to implement according to your offer and your level. Because especially if you are more at the beginning, you are below the 6-figure a month mark, then probably you're not going to implement them all. You're going to implement maybe 2, 3 of them. And then as you scale and your ad budget increases, you can run all of them. So the first one is a leaner version of the profile funnel so that you don't over rely on this type of funnel. You still use it, you can still benefit from it, but you don't only rely on this one. So you run carousels and reels, and you mainly rely on organic, but you also run one profile visit ad and multiple comment ads. This way you always have control over where followers and comments are coming from. The other difference is that this time you're not going to do any outbound, so that you reduce the amount of workload on the setter side, so that one setter is going to be enough. So you're going to run more story sequences, organic story sequences, and you're gonna create more bridges between Instagram and YouTube and between story sequences and DMs. You're gonna run more nurturing reels and more lead magnets. This way you increase the amount of inbounds that the setter gets. This way you still get cheap leads and all the other benefits of the profile funnel without overloading your setter. You also get to preserve the health and longevity of your account, and you still build that connection and long-term relationship with your followers. Number 2 is a YouTube funnel. Now here, instead of redirecting people from YouTube to the DMs, you get traffic on YouTube through organic, and you can redirect some of the traffic from Instagram to YouTube if you're running, for example, the lean profile funnel and this YouTube funnel. But then you don't redirect people back to Instagram. You simply redirect them to a landing page where you have a VSL with an opt-in and a call to action. This is my favorite funnel because YouTube is the long-term game. You can get to a point where you book dozens of calls every week just from a YouTube channel for free. But the downside is that it takes a little longer to build. But here's the thing, you want to diversify as much as possible so that, again, you don't put all your eggs in one basket. You can have a profile funnel, a YouTube funnel, and then a landing page funnel. This way you get the long-term benefits, the trust benefits and social proof benefits, and the quick benefits and control over data of a landing page funnel. Another funnel that works pretty well in specific info niches is the free course funnel. So you still run Reels and YouTube organically, and then you have two types of ads. One is comment ad, and then you have a call to action at the end, of course, to comment a keyword, and then the managed automation is going to send a link, and the other one is straight the link. And the link you send is for a free school community. And in the ad and in the organic content and in the YouTube content, you pitch a free course. So people access the community for free on school to get access to the free course. And they consume the free course, and they potentially even attend some group calls, and then a setter reaches out to them within school. So instead of doing appointment setting on Instagram, you do it on school. And sometimes what happens, you're gonna get inbound. So people are gonna automatically be interested in an upsell. So in paying you after they go through the free course, because your free course potentially is so good that they wanna learn more from you. This funnel is crazy good in my opinion, because again, you don't focus on one single platform, but you still get the benefits of Instagram organic and ads that are not necessarily tied to your Instagram channel. And usually the cost per acquisition is lower than a classic landing page funnel because people get to consume a ton of your value before they book the call. So the conversion is going to be much higher. It's going to be much easier to book the call once they are in the community and they get to consume the course. It goes without saying though that if you're only selling a course, giving a course for free doesn't make much sense, right? This makes sense if you're selling a high-level mentorship, a one-on-one mentorship, for example, and in that case, you can give away the information for free and then you can sell the implementation. This works especially well if you also have some done-for-you aspects. So you're not just consulting, you are consulting and doing something for them. And this is the one that I'm implementing. I have a free course and then I sell the implementation, which is ads and appointment setting. And finally, we get to the classic VSL opt-in funnel. Yes, it's quite expensive. Yes, you might think it's quite outdated, but this is the funnel with which you have more control over data and it's the one that is more scalable at high level. So you can run one-pager ads, real ads and carousel ads, all with click the link type of call to action. And then you get them on the landing page, they watch the VSL, and they fill out the opt-in form and then they book a call. Now, of course, it's got downsides because it's so simple. You need to be an absolute killer at ads. Your VSL must be a banger and also your pre-call sequence must be super optimized because usually the show up rate and the qualification rate is much lower than, for example, from the profile funnel. But in turn, you get super quick and super accurate data that you can work with and scale. And then the last funnel that you can implement alongside these ones is the webinar funnel. This works specifically well if you're selling, for example, just a course without any done for you or done with you aspect. And here you run organic reels, organic YouTube videos, and comment ads, and click the link ads with a link to a landing page, and then they get to watch a VSL. There's an opt-in, but this time it's not to book a call, it's simply to sign up for a free webinar. And then on the webinar, you can either book a call if you're selling a high ticket package, or you can sell a mid-ticket program directly in the webinar. And this is the most efficient way because it's one-to-many selling. Of course, you gotta be really good at presenting and you must provide an insane amount of value on the webinar to get people to pay you or to book a short sales call to close the deal. So yeah, the profile funnel isn't the only solution available. And if you implement even just 2 of these funnels I mentioned, you're gonna be in a better position than people only using the profile funnel. Now, if you need some help with your ads, VSLs, appointment setting, and funnels, the next step is going to be in the description below. All right, now let's put everything into practice and actually craft your offer from scratch or improve, optimize your current offer. But before we dive in and before we actually fill out the template I built for you, which is also, by the way, the same document you're going to use at the end of sales calls, before we get into that, let's just first summarize a little bit what has been covered in the previous module so that we can also then go from there when crafting your offer. So ask yourself, how can you make your offer unique, one of one? There shouldn't be any other programs or products out there from your competition like yours. That's how you can charge your prices. That's how you can charge as much as you want, because they cannot find the same thing anywhere else. A great offer doesn't need to be sold, and you don't even need to persuade people, because they see the offer and they're gonna be like, take my money. That's how we need to not only craft our offer, but also package our offer to make sure that it actually comes across. So it's not going to be about actual value, but also perceived value. So when creating an offer, make sure that it solves an extreme pain. It targets people with purchasing power, as we've seen in the niche module. It's directed towards a growing market. It's directed towards an easy to target market. Niche down. Be specific. The more specific your offer and the more specific the problem you solve, the more you can charge. Your offer and your messaging must make them feel understood. You must be able to articulate their problems better than they can. Okay? So when in your pitch, during a sales call, or really when you talk about your offer, if you can make them understand that you understand them better than they can understand themselves, they're gonna be like, okay, if this person knows so much about me and my situation, well, he also probably knows how to solve this problem, this issue. Okay, so extremely important to be specific and articulate their problems better than they can. Offer component. As we've seen, we need a dream outcome. So I help a specific group of people get a specific outcome or solve a specific problem in X time frame without sacrificing X. Also, the objections and problems they think they might have after buying your offer. List them down, and then we list the rebuttals. And we are going to make sure to handle these objections in our offer document so that they don't come up after we drop the price. Now, there are two things that you should also do that I haven't mentioned in the previous video, which are ask yourself, what would you deliver if your product cost 10 times as much? Take a piece of paper and note down all the things that you would deliver if your product costed 10 times what you're charging now, and then take some that are actually quite easy or doable to implement, and then just do that, because that's gonna, guess what, skyrocket the value of your offer, the perceived and actual value of your offer. And then also ask yourself, this is a smart one, what would you deliver if your product cost a tenth of its current price and you had to provide more value than you're currently doing? This way, you're gonna come up with a bunch of ideas that don't require more effort on your end, but are still gonna add value to your offer. For example, what deliverables can you add that you create once and you can repeat over and over? For example, might be some modules if you haven't got them yet. Might be adding a coach to your program, right? Doesn't cost you time, but it adds value. Okay. So essentially, this part is how can you add value without adding more time and complexity to your delivery. Again, list a bunch of high-level deliverables that can dramatically increase the value of your offer without needing more time on your end, and then actually implement some. Probably you can implement all of them, right? Because again, if they are easy to do, easy to create, and you do them once and it's high leverage, then why don't you just implement them right away? All right. Now, once you have all this, you can open your dashboard, okay? And you can scroll down to the content section, and there is the offer document. And this is a template with your complete program overview. So you should fill out this sheet with your exact offer. And like I said, this is also going to be what we're going to use when pitching our service in sales calls. And you've probably seen mine at this point, all right? So we're going to have the outcome at the top, a bunch of deliverables. Doesn't have to be 9, can be less, can be more. I mean, don't make it like 20 because people get lost. The coaching structure, the process A to Z that you use to take them from A to B. The bonuses, these are extremely important. Like the goal of bonuses is to make so that only the bonuses are worth the price you are charging. Because when you then drop the price, they're gonna be like, that's just the price of your bonuses. Exactly. And then a guarantee. Okay, we need a guarantee. We need a risk reversal to make them feel safe and make the investment even more of a no-brainer. Okay, so yeah, just fill this out, and here you have mine in case you want to take some inspiration or just see roughly the structure that you need to follow. You can stop this video, take screenshots, or come back and see it in case you need. Okay, might change in the future, might be different. We'll see, right? And even your offer is not static. It adapts according to how many clients you can handle, according to the feedback that your clients give, and according to the knowledge that you acquire over time. Okay, let me know if you have any questions. And once you are done with the offer document, that's when we're gonna jump on a call to revise your offer and see if we can improve it. And we're gonna also see if all the technical setup is in place, and we're also gonna see your brand sheet to see what outliers do you have, trades do you have, so that you can again start crafting from there the next steps. So ads, content, quick cash campaigns, and whatnot. Alrighty, let's go. Now you got an offer, or you revamped your old offer. Now we need to price it. The good thing is that we're in a good position because your offer is one of one, is unique. So we can pretty much make our price. However, there are a bunch of things that I want to go over and you should consider when pricing your offer. I just want to remind you that the one who charges the most always wins, because they can spend more and more aggressively in marketing. So please, I'm asking you this, please stop just being the slightly cheaper version of your competitor. Again, not just because you're not going to be able to invest as much as them potentially in marketing, but also because if you're the cheapest version, even if your product is better, you might get less client results. Let me explain. If your product is the same as somebody else's, but slightly cheaper, people are going to automatically think it's a bit less valuable because it's got a cheaper price, right? And if they think the product or the service is less valuable, they're also going to take it less seriously. Like, think about it. If you paid 10,000 for something, you're going to give it a different weight than if you paid 2,000, right? Oh yeah, it's just 2,000. Yeah, whatever. The information, if it's just 2,000. Oh, 10 grand. I paid 10 grand for this. Then the information in it must be extremely valuable, right? And because you perceive the value in a different way, because you give it a different weight, because you paid more for it, you actually, again, you just give it a different weight. So you're more likely to implement, and you're also faster at implementing it because you want to make back the initial investments, and you're just gonna act on it. As simple as that. If you bought something for 30 bucks, yeah, whatever, even if it doesn't work, it's just 30 bucks. If you paid 10 grand for something, you're gonna fucking make it work, right? Of course, the product must be good, but at the same time, it's also about how you perceive it and the amount of effort you put into it to make it actually work. Because in this program, and also in most probably your program, your product that you are selling is not just like program the progress, the result is guaranteed. There without effort. There needs to be some effort, some sort of effort on the client's end. So they are the ones that have to make it work, And if you charge more, they're going to be more likely to make it work, meaning you're going to have more case studies to leverage in your marketing, right? Besides making more money in general, and besides being able to invest more aggressively into marketing. Now, the other thing is charge upfront. Please stop charging these small retainers. And I get you. I know where you're coming from, because I was the same. I used to charge retainers because it's good. The retainer is good because it's comfortable. Because every month, the first of the month or whatever, you have a payment or a bunch of payments rolling in. Comfortable. Cool. Even if I don't acquire customers, I'm comfortable. I know I'm gonna bring bread home. And that's the problem. If you're comfortable, you're gonna stop looking for more. And that's why I plateaued for so long in my business, for like 7-8 months at the same revenue. Because I was comfortable, because I had done for you clients and I had a bunch of payment plans rolling in every month. But the exact reason why I was making money was the reason why I wasn't making more money, because I was comfortable, so I wasn't always constantly looking for more. Now think about it. If let's say that your program costs $500 a month, so it's $6,000 for a year. Now, if you get 4 customers 1 month, and you're charging the retainer, you're gonna make $2,000 a month for the rest of the year. And especially if you're used to live with $2,000 a month, what's pushing you to do more? You have your clients. Yeah, maybe you're scared to lose them, so you wanna get more, but you have your clients, you're making your $2,000 a month, and you're okay. On the other hand, imagine that you have the same price, right? But you charge 1 year upfront. So you charge 6K. Okay, now you get a customer and you get 6K. Cool. But you get 6K and you don't think, okay, now I'm comfortable for 3 months. No, that's not what you do. You keep looking, you keep seeking more, because you don't want to see your revenue. You don't want to not onboard a new client. You don't want to see no payments rolling in for 3 months. So you're always gonna constantly look for more, and you're not gonna have the comfort of payment plans. So you're always going to need to onboard new clients, new customers. So collecting cash upfront is not just an advantage because you actually make more money, but it's also gonna push you to constantly improve, and you're never gonna stagnate, essentially, because you always need more. So yeah, that's pretty much the thing. And also, we're gonna have some client acquisition costs. For example, the appointment setter, for example, the closer maybe in the future. And if you don't charge upfront, you can't pay these people. Or yes, you can pay them, but that means that the first month you don't make anything, or you barely cover your expenses. That's not good, right? Because that means that after you onboard a client, you are pretty much working for free, because what they paid you just pretty much used it to run the ads and to pay the setter and maybe the closer. So what's the point, right? If you actually charge upfront, multiple months upfront, or a one-off fee, whatever, you make money, you pay the team, you pay the ads, and then you're still left with a good chunk, right? So if this is not enough to convince you to charge upfront, I don't know what is, right? And also, to be honest, what I've seen so many times, charging a retainer is just a coping mechanism to deal with the fact that your closing skills suck. I'm not the best closer around here, I can tell you that for sure, but I know that, because I've seen it so many times, that people are charging retainers, and then just because they are cool, they think they're cool. Yeah, I have 60-70% closing rate. Yeah, bro, because you're collecting $200 up front. Of course you have a 70% closing rate. You should have a 100% closing rate, because you're just collecting $200, right? A good closer is charging upfront, charging high ticket, and still hovering between 30 and 50% closing rate. Okay? Then there's also an equation that you could use. to calculate how valuable your offer is. Simply consider how valuable is the dream outcome that you provide, or how bad is the pain that you alleviate. What's the perceived likelihood of success? What's the time delay between when they make the financial commitment and they actually get the result they paid for? What's the effort and pain they need to go through in order for them to get the result? And if you can get this as low as possible and get this as high as possible, then you can charge more. And also the perceived value is going to be higher. So again, when crafting your offer, when adding your guarantee, when adding bonuses, consider all this. And even when structuring your service delivery, how can you increase the likelihood of success? How maybe you can add some accountability systems within your program to hold prospects, hold clients more accountable, right? So these questions are fundamental not only to price your offer properly and increase its perceived and actual value, but also to improve your service in general, because you want to get people the biggest amount of results as fast as possible with the least amount of effort. And you want to solve the biggest pain possible and make them achieve the most valuable outcome possible. All right. So if you're completely new to the game, just look at 10 of your competitors who are selling similar offers and just charge the average ticket price. But again, this should pretty much give you a nice insight and clarity on how much you should charge. And then start charging a price and then see how is the closing rate. If you're a sharp closer and your closing rate is above 35%, then it means that you can increase your price. If your closing rate is below 35%, there are two options. The first one, which is the most likely, you need to improve your closing skills. And the second one is your price is too high. But generally speaking, it's always about closing skills. Or your offer sucks. Both. Hopefully, after you've seen your offer sucks. But hopefully, after you've seen the previous modules, it doesn't. Okay? So yeah, just pretty important part, right? I realized one thing, right? Yes, we need to be good at closing, right? To close deals. Yes, we need to be good at setting. But if you really think about it, all the objections you have could probably be overcame before they even come up, before they even arise, right? So that comes through pretty much all through your profile optimization. Yes, your content is important, but if your profile is not optimized to get your prospects to see the right assets, then everything is going to be pretty much useless because you don't get their attention in the first place. So whether you're doing ads and you want people to stick to your profile after they see your ad, whether you have a good organic presence and you want people to convert after they see you, or whether you're doing cold outreach on Instagram and you want prospect to trust you and follow you and actually start a conversation with you after you reach out to them, then still you need to have your profile optimized in a way that actually gets their attention, because the info market or the agency market is becoming so crowded that the usual, I help XYZ achieve X results, that doesn't work anymore, right? Might still work in the B2C niche, as we're going to see in the presentation. But really, if you're B2B, you need to be a bit more sophisticated than that. So, yeah, without further ado, I'm going to get into it and I'm going to cover different things, all right? So the first part is going to be a little bit more boring because it's going to be profile picture and the bio. But then the sauce is really in your story highlights and how you link your Instagram and your YouTube together. And that's something that I've seen very few people doing, and that's why you should take advantage of it, right? I just took 4 random profiles. I just opened my Instagram and I just took 4 screenshots and I quickly analyzed them according to this idea that I'm going to share in this video to understand if they're good, bad, and what they could change to make it better. All right. So the first one from this guy is helping, he's helping info guys, right? And this is pretty much what we should have, because they don't care about what you achieved. They don't care about what you haven't achieve. They actually care about whether you can actually get them the result. Otherwise, you're just another guy, saying, yeah, I can help you do this, this, and that. But again, nowadays, trust and clarity is the main thing. And you need to build that from the first line. So the first thing that you have in your profile is proof, right? So I like the first part, and then he's got a bunch of links. These are probably clients. And as we're gonna see in a second, after you show off your result, you need to claim it. You need to prove it. Otherwise, why would they trust you, right? So again, instead of just putting on your profile what you think is good, put on your profile what actually a prospect is going to challenge. So put yourself in the shoes of a prospect and jump on your profile, look at your profile picture, look at your name, because that's the sequence. They look at the profile picture, they look at the name, then they probably look back at the profile picture, and then they look at the bio. And then after they read the bio, they're kind of skeptical. Is it really? Show me proof, right? And in this case, this guy just like added into his bio the profiles of the people that he is probably working with, right? And then he's got a DM me consult to get an audit. I don't necessarily like DM me call to actions, to be honest. Like, yes, you can build trust, but really, if someone just got to know you from an ad or from whatever cold outreach you're doing, they're not going to message you. It's just a too high barrier. Instead, just get them to watch one of your resources. And I'm going to show you in a second how to optimize that part as well. So again, we want to lower the barrier as much as possible to get prospects in the next stage of the funnel, in the next step of the funnel. And the easiest way to do that is just to get them to click the link that you have. They're not going to DM right away. And you might argue, yeah, but that link, that call to action, is for people to do that maybe already know us, right? To reach out to us. Well, if they already know you and they've been consuming your content, especially your long form content, don't worry. If they want to work with you, they know how to reach out to you. They don't need to DM a keyword. They're going to reach out to you directly. All right. That's why I don't necessarily like the DM call to action in the bio. And I also personally I'm not a huge fan of emojis and stuff. I prefer like clean lines, and if you want, you can add like some bullet points, and some arrows. But other than that, nothing more, right? Then my guy Mu is running an 80K a month consulting business. I don't care. Okay, good on you. What can you do for me? Coached over 500 plus clients. On what? You're running a consulting business, sound, and you coached over 500 clients. Okay. First of all, now you gotta prove it to me. And then how do I know that you can help me? Right? And then entrepreneur, just useless. So yeah. Then this guy, he's more like B2C. He's a setter coach. I help you make money from sending DMs. That's sound because, like I said, if you are targeting consumers, then you can still have less sophisticated bios because you can just mention what you have them doing, what you have them achieve, but try and give it a bit of a twist, right? Try and make it a bit more original. Because I help you make money from sending DMs, I guess that there are other, like at least 10 other setting coaches with the exact same bio. So how can you go a step beyond and make it a bit like more original? Maybe bake some of your brand outliers into your bio, right? So that you don't just sound like anybody else. And then over 7 figures generated for clients. This is a big lie. 1,800 followers. I know the guy, right? I know that this is not true, right? So don't lie, please, because then you don't have any way to prove it through your content and through your story highlights, and you're gonna lose all your frame, right? And then last one is actually a good one. Founder, he's got like companies, whatever, and that's sound. I wouldn't put it necessarily in the first line, but 3.1 million generated for clients in the last 60 days. okay, if you really have done that, that's good, because again, achievement. They care what you can do for them. Ranked #1 on WOP, probably not the case. Here's my 2K course for free. Yes, brother, this is what you need. You need what you can do for them, the next step. That's it. Right, so in short, for B2B, you need a client achievement with numbers, and then you need to prove it. And you need to tell them the next step to prove it. All right. So if you tell them I've achieved this, and then you redirect them to a client breakdown where you actually show that you actually did what you claim, boom, they're going to trust you immediately. All right. So yeah, that is pretty much it when it comes to the bio, and the profile picture. Just have something clean, like just something that beats authority, like not too smiley, not in your mother's kitchen like I am now, just something that kind of builds a bit more authority, right? And trust. Because again, these people are going to trust you with tens of thousands, right? So think about that. Jump on your profile and think about, like, honestly, genuinely, would I pay myself 10K now? If the answer is no, and it's objective, then you gotta change something, right? So yeah, that was it. Now the real sauce is the story highlights, because yes, it's sound to have the story highlights, clients, results, and all that. But again, that's a bit 2024, 2025. In 2026, we need to go a step further, in my opinion. And I'm going to show you what I'm getting my clients to do, what I'm going to do myself, and what, in my opinion, you guys should do. And we've already seen great results by doing that, because people, by the way, my fifth, yeah, it's still working. Anyways, I got my clients to implement that. And straight away, we've seen a different approach in how people respond to our warm and cold outreach efforts, right? That's how powerful this is. So let me open the other sheet, and let me actually open Instagram first, so we can go over some story highlights and we can see why, in my opinion, the normal story highlights, like clients, don't really work. And I'm gonna get our friend Nick setting. Clients. I open this, right? Sound. You got a Porsche. Crazy last 10 days. Great. Fantastic. Interesting. First of all, you said clients and you're showing yourself. Well, how does that work, right? And then look up here. Like, I want you guys to tell me who would go through all these stories and read them all. Probably nobody, right? And that's the thing, like, you can have the best stories in the world, you can have the best case studies in the world, but if you just stack them all together like this, nobody's gonna watch them. And especially nobody's gonna read them. Maybe they're gonna skim through them, but it's just too boring. The attention span is not there. Even if you have the craziest visual effects and the craziest pictures, all right? So instead, what I'm getting my clients to do is this. Much smaller profile, but you have like a bunch of clients, then why don't you create one story highlight for each client, so that you can not only create the story, but you can actually keep updating the specific story highlight with the client. Imagine how much trust is gonna build, right? Now, these are dogs, because this guy is like dog trainer, but imagine you have one client, right? And week 1 of working with this client, you post the first little win. And then 10 weeks later, you post another win. And people see that. When they click the stories, they can see the date of the story. And one thing is having a story sequence done in one time. And another thing is having one story sequence the 1st of January and another story sequence in the same highlight done the 1st of March. Right? Because people can actually see the progression. And that's no bullshit, because you can't bullshit that. Right? So that's the thing that, in my opinion, you should do when approaching story sequences and story highlights. Now, I'm not gonna just focus on the structure that your story highlights need to have. I want to give you the exact framework that you should follow inside your story highlights, right? So the reason, just for you to know, the reason behind the bio being optimized this way is because what I'm doing, I'm again preventing objections and answering questions, right? So he's working in person for now, this client Joe, and people want to know where he operates, right? So boom, with helping the dogs, others give up on, because many people have like, oh, my dog cannot be trained because another dog trainer already failed, right? So we handle that objection first thing, right? And then where do you operate? Essex, London, Kent, Sussex, whatever, all right? Now, after this, I want to show you the structure that your story needs to have. But before we dive into the structure, the framework, so like how do you actually craft a good story sequence that actually people want to watch? Before we dive into that, I want to touch on some bullet points, some things that you need to do when it comes to your story highlights, all right? So again, many short story highlights rather than few massive ones. Nobody's going to watch them all. And if you have more, it's going to look like you have more case studies, even if it's actually not true, just because you have more story highlights, right? And then you can always like put the one that you the biggest one closer to the top, closer to the beginning, so people actually see it first. All right. And then what you want to do is you want to have, now in this case, we've done it through the covers, but what you want to have is you want to have the specific goal or the specific ICP. So if you're helping different ICPs, then you want to have name and then the RCP. Or if you're helping like, in our case, it's going to be probably B2B, right? So you're going to have the name and then the revenue that person achieved. So it's going to be probably something like, I don't know, Gael and then 30K a month or something like that. Okay. Does everything make sense so far? Because I've been ranting pretty hard.
Yes, it does.
Nice. So, yeah, coming back to the profile. Again, I would have something that kind of makes people click one story instead of another one because they resonate better with that specific story. For example, what we did here is we added the picture of the dog as a cover so that if that specific person has that dog or a similar breed, they can watch the story that is more relevant to them, right? Because another objection that we were getting is, oh, are you able to do this with my dog? Like with this specific breed of dog? Yes, we are. Just look at our stories and we pretty much handled every single breed out there. All right? Create insane FOMO, right? You want to make them feel stupid not working with you. You want to show an undeniable amount of social proof. That's what gets people to buy, both B2B and B2C. The market is so crowded right now that the only thing that you have to do is to just show an undeniable amount of social proof. And I'm going to show you again in the last part of the presentation where we're going to go over the actual structure of the story highlights, how to pack like your story highlight, your story sequence with actual proof and value to again make it impossible for people to say, nah, this is not true, and to make it impossible for people to not want to work with you. No need to pack them with call to actions. Again, they will naturally reach out to you if your profile and your content is optimized enough. Instead, and again, this is key, instead of just having call to actions to your DMs, because that's not the point. Like if people want to reach out to you, they know how to message you, right? So instead of creating bridges to your DMs, create bridges to other pieces of content and ideally your YouTube. So at the end of your story sequence, at the end of your story highlight, where you show that client, redirect them to a client interview on YouTube or a client breakdown. This is going to allow you to understand the entire story of that person so they can connect and resonate better. And it's also going to allow you to get them on YouTube and potentially get them to consume more of your content, meaning they're going to spend more time with you, meaning they're going to be more likely to buy. and you're going to shorten the conversion cycle because you get a higher watch time in a shorter period of time simply because you created more bridges between the two platforms. Alrighty? Again, the only call to action should be to a YouTube client interview or a YouTube client breakdown. Right, I'm just accepting somebody. Cool. The cover should be a lifestyle picture of the client, or in this case, in this example, should be like something that helps people understand what the story highlight is about so they can actually choose it. This is also pretty important. Create a list of angles and create a list of objections, as many as you can, and hit them or handle as many as you can, right? So you should see your story highlights like a way to handle objections, because that's the first thing that people see. If someone is intentional and is interested in your service and wants to buy from you, they know by now, because of how Instagram has been working in the last period, in the last years, that if they want to know whether you are trustworthy or not, they're going to watch the story highlights. They know that the client results are there. So make sure that you there handle all the objections that they might have. And even better, get your clients to handle those objections. Because if you let them speak, it's going to be more relevant than you speaking. So instead of just typing what you actually did or what you actually have achieved or solved, just try and maybe select a piece of your client, like a small cut, a small snippet from your client interview, handling that specific objection. And I'm going to show you some examples again in a moment. But again, it's a very, very powerful way to do it. And show instead of tell. So for example, if in this case, again, just sticking to this example, if you've transformed a dog, instead of saying, oh, we got this dog from A to B, no, this dog first, this is the dog before, this dog during the assessment, and then you walk them through the story of the dog, and then you show the dog after. Again, undeniable proof, much more powerful than just saying, oh, with this, and that. They don't care. They want to see. Another tip for you is make the story highlight, the story sequence actually valuable. Don't just brag and blast results. You want to bake some value in it, because otherwise, it's another thing. Like, stories are a great tool, probably the best conversion tool you can ever use. But if you make your stories boring and you make your stories seem like an e-commerce where you're just always selling stuff with dozens of call to actions, people are going to stop watching them because they don't like being sold to. They don't like being pitched. So I would personally have like maximum 2 call to actions per week. Maybe 1 call to action to your DMs per week, if that. And then the other call to actions in your stories and your story sequences should really just be to YouTube. Because people don't like being sold to. And coming back to what I was saying, don't just blast stuff. Don't just show results. Still show your life, because that's what stories are originally for. And make sure that you also provide value, right? So you can do a story sequence where you just provide value, or you can do a story sequence where you show a client result, or you break down a client, and then you also actually explain the steps that you followed to achieve that result. So you are low-key also providing value
in this video, I'm going to show you
that people can achieve. That people can implement. Video and audio above text. So again, if you have videos, if you have snippets from client interviews, if you have snippets from client breakdown, use them. And use all you have. If you have some messages, if you have some screenshots, if you have some testimonials bits or some interview snippets, just use all you have, again, to have this undeniable amount of proof. And then, like I said, ideally, you document the entire journey and you update the story highlight over time, right? So if the case study has already happened, sound, create the story sequence. And then if you're still working with this client, keep updating the story sequence, right? People are going to create a connection. This is going to build a lot of trust. And if you just started working with a client and you're confident they're going to get them to the result that they want to achieve, and you should, then just create a story highlight. As soon as they get the first little result, you create the first story sequence, and you create a story highlight with the name of that client. And then every time this specific client hits a new milestone or gets a new remarkable result, then you just create another story sequence and you add it again into your story highlight. And maybe you can create another YouTube video breaking down the specific step that you used to get that client to get to that result. Right? What else? Use storytelling and emotionally charge a story at the beginning. Again, we're going to see that in a moment, really a couple minutes. But you want people to feel emotionally attached to that person. Again, you don't just want to show the before and after. You want to show the entire journey, and you want to really create a very crystal clear picture of the situation before and the situation after. So they can actually resonate, and they can actually, again, you want to create FOMO. You want them to really want to go through the same process, not in general, with you. All right? You need to sell, you're not selling a vehicle. You're selling the vision of working with you. Make it light, entertaining, and interesting to watch. And like I said, like this comes back to providing value in it. And no text skyscrapers. That's pretty obvious. Now, before I dive into the actual framework that you should follow to create these story sequences that you can then transform into story highlights, I want to answer your questions because like you should have some at this point, right?
What the fuck did I miss? Because I had a client call. I had to show up on it. So like, what did I miss? What was the general things you guys are talking about?
Yeah. So hopefully my Fathom is recording. I don't know. Anyways, I'm recording with my camera as well. So in any case, I can probably share everything. But essentially, we're going over profile optimization, but like a bit high level profile optimization. So not just, what profile picture, what bio and whatnot, but also how to optimize your story sequences and how to create as many bridges as possible between Instagram and YouTube so that you make the most out of the leads you get, whether it's ads, whether it's organic content, or even if you're reaching out to people, if you're doing cold outreach and you want these people to actually start a conversation with you and you want to increase the chance of them responding, because they're not ghosting you because they don't see the message. They are ghosting you because they either have a setter that is gatekeeping the DMs, or your profile is shit, right? So yeah, and just to give you a very, very short summary of what we covered, like the main thing that you need to focus on when it comes to the bio is you want to have, especially because you are B2B, you want to have a client's achievement with numbers, and then you want to have, rather than just having I have X doing achieve Y, you want to have a client achievement with numbers, and then you want to prove it. So you want to have a second step in your bio. Ideally, you want to redirect people to a resource on YouTube, but ideally, where you actually prove that you've done what you say that you've done in the first line of your bio.
Gotcha.
Easy, bro.
Gotcha. I'll have to watch the recording either way.
Yeah, ideally, bro. Anyways, IG service. Cool. So now that we covered all that, I'm going to show you the actual format, the actual framework that your story sequences need to have. And to show you that, I am going to break down, as an example, this story sequence that we've created for, I wouldn't even call it a client, like we did some stuff together. She's got an insane potential, but she's got some mindset issues, and she's doing other stuff. So it's like not probably a client, but we did a couple of reels together and a story sequence. And we've done, in terms of like, we scripted and filmed one reel together. Of course, like being a girl, it's a bit of a cheat code, but this is the reel that we created together, scripted, shot, and edited together. 200,000 views organically, and At the same time we posted the reel, we posted the story sequence that I'm going to break down in a second, and she got more than 300 inbound requests organically, just of one story sequence and one reel. All right? And this is the structure. The first slide is curiosity. So you want to have a punchy image and or a catchy text. So it's going to be a remarkable result or something pattern interrupting or a client result, right? And of course, if it's a client breakdown and a story sequence for a client result for your story highlights, then you're going to have a client result. All right? Wake them up. Slide number 2 is where you provide some context. You introduce the person or the unique mechanism you're gonna talk about, and you want to trigger some pain points. You want to call out some pain points to wake them up from doom scrolling, and ideally even break limiting beliefs. So in this case, we have you are an experienced editor, right? So we filter them even further. We call them out because we actually didn't call them out in the first one because we just used there is something special to announce in this case. But if you call them out in the first slide, you don't have to do it in the second one, of course. But mastering sound design could literally take you from $10 per video to $800 per video, right? So we introduced the unique mechanism, and we know that this is a buzzword, very interesting topic for editors. And then we called out a pain point and a desirable outcome. And then we increased the stakes. We increased FOMO and pain. Can you really make a living off of editing by charging those low rates? Maybe, but you'll be constantly burnt out, right? And again, we called out a pain point because editors are constantly burnt out because they need to work a lot for a little, right? So essentially, we just really pictured the painful scenario that they find themselves in. Now, before we move on to slide 3, let's just take, for example, again, Joe's stories, just to kind of see the same framework, okay? So this was Luna during her assessment. So remember what I said earlier, show instead of tell, right? So instead of saying Luna was a reactive dog and she was reacting to other dogs, boom, we just got a video, let's just show that, right? And as you can see, pulling like crazy, like wanting to eat other dogs. And this is a very relatable situation that his prospects are facing and don't want to find themselves into because it's embarrassing, it's dangerous, and they're willing to pay to get it solved. And then the second story, Luna now. And then the dog in a crowded area with other dogs, kids, people running, super calm, right? She doesn't care. Again, undeniable amount of proof, right? That is, we didn't really have much to show for this dog, so we just like pretty much did it before and after. But for example, this one, right? Bailey. We introduced the dog, and then instead of telling, we just used a part of the review that this person left to this person. Like when we started working together, he already had a bunch of case studies, but he never had like client interviews and stuff because like he didn't know what he was doing with his marketing. So he just got some like Google reviews type of thing. Still, use them. If you can, use them. They create more trust than just you adding text on an image, right? So my Spaniel Bailey went to Joe for residential training. Help with her pulling on lead. Again, calling out the specific pain point. Very high energy, increasing the stakes. I was unable to change this behavior despite knowing what I should be doing. Again, I'm handling objection because I know that what most people were saying in the DMs was, I know what I should do, but I still cannot change my dog's behavior, right? Boom, we just triggered that. And slide number 2. Again, we start the story. Bailey is we just provide more context, has been to public class. Again, I'm handling another objection because we know that most prospects have tried other dog training programs or have been to puppy class, but still it helped, but not for long. So again, I just want to extremely resonate with the prospect as much as possible, call out pain points, and handle objections. And then Bailey came to me for 2 weeks, and we worked on her lead skills, right? So again, you provide some context, you show them the process. If you can, you provide some value, so you give some tips of what you did to go from A to B. And now, and then it's the same clip, but it's essentially these two dogs, right? Luna and then Bailey here. And in this case, people want to be, you want people to focus on, again, the dog, not pulling, not reacting in a crowded environment with other dogs, right? And then at the end, I added again some proof. Joe has managed to do what I was unable to. Working with Bailey is now a lovely experience, right? Dream scenario. I will be able to have nice street walks in the winter when needed. I really can't thank Joe enough, right? So I'm gonna finish showing you the framework, but don't take it as a super hard framework that you should follow to a T. Take it as a general guideline and then go from there to make it as natural as possible and handle as many objections as you can. So slide number 3 for Halam was again picturing a relatable painful scenario. Sometimes you can blend different slides in one. You can make it longer, you can make it shorter. I would never go longer than like 7-8 slides, because maybe 9, but then becomes quite boring and repetitive. And again, you decrease the amount of people getting to the end. You lose a bit of retention every time. Even if your story is good, you're gonna lose retention. So just make it shorter. Quality over quantity is the secret to financial security while keeping your creative freedom. All right? They know that they need to increase their quality. All right? They low-key know that they need to focus on quality over quantity. But still, we wake them up, and then we picture a scenario. Imagine being able to work from anywhere and work on few big projects that excite you while traveling the world and not editing 13 hours per day, right? Again, these are the exact outcome they want to achieve, and this is the exact situation that they are now in and they want to get out of. Then again, in this case, we kind of did it in slide 3. We both pictured a relatable scenario and also a dream scenario. If you want, you can have a separate slide for them to picture a dream scenario. And then the turning point. Mind you, this is a story sequence with a strong call to action, right? When it comes to client breakdown and story highlight type of story sequences, then in that case, you want to maybe use a bit more the storytelling framework, right? And just for you to understand how a story works, you have storytelling framework. You have a problem / painful situation / question. But ideally, again, if it's a client breakdown, these are the 2 things that you're going to have, and must be relatable, of course. Number 2, you provide context. Provide context, right? Just to make them resonate even more, increase the stakes, and emotionally attach to the story. Okay? Whatever you're telling a story of a person, of a dog, you want them to be emotionally attached to the story. So you make the story more powerful, and so the outcome more powerful, and you also increase retention. Then number 3, so you provide context, / you picture the scenario at a deeper level, okay? Especially if you haven't done it in the first one. Number 3, you start the journey, okay? And then because you want to use the storytelling framework, you might want to have a roadblock to make the story even more compelling. And then you overcome the roadblock, and then you have the come up journey. Ideally, after the roadblock, you have maybe an epiphany, right? something that when it clicked. The come-up journey, and then you have essentially the lesson, right? And then you can have the call to action, or you can have the call to action in the lesson and stuff like that. Okay, so this is pretty much the storytelling framework that you can bake into your reels and into your story sequences as well to better tell the story of that specific client, so that people can again, you just want your socials to be an emotional roller coaster. You want to make them feel as many emotions as possible, because that's what get people to take a decision to book a call, reach out to you, and whatnot. But anyways, coming back to the classic story sequences, the turning point. Again, you can kind of pick up the same storytelling framework, right? Epiphany. You can do that if you master the number one skill that most editors overlook, right? So we add a bit of uniqueness. You are unique if you actually decide to learn that. It will make clients come to you and be willing to pay any price for your edits, because 99% of editors are not able to spark emotions and tell stories like you do through mastering sound design in your edits. And in this story, we added some proof, right? So we added messages, screenshots of messages of clients reaching out to her, asking to edit or proposing a full-time role and stuff like that. All right. So we build authority and we increase FOMO. Slide number 6. After getting dozens of requests, I decided to open one spot for one of you to work one-on-one with me and learn all the secrets of sound design and storytelling to take you from replaceable to unique editor. And we've added some screenshots of the messages that she was getting. Can you please teach me this? Can you please teach me that? And then the call to action. DM me the word sound and we'll see if it's a fit, right? And then we added a scarcity or urgency after the pitch, right? There is only one spot open and I'm not planning on repeating this. Scarcity. This is your opportunity to start getting payments like this. Urgency. And we added a 2K payment, which for an editor is insane, right? So yeah, that is pretty much the storytelling framework. The one that we went over is mainly for story sequences that pitch something. So if you're a B2C, for example, and you have achieved a result, you became a 30K a month closer, and you are teaching people now how to do the same, then you're gonna use this story this framework where you leverage your own story to get people to want to buy from you. And if you want to just show a client result, so you're more B2B and you want to show what you did for your clients and you want to create these story highlights the way I've explained, then in that case, you might want to prioritize this framework with a bit of storytelling baked in it. Yeah, so this was pretty much the presentation, and don't forget to neglect the lifestyle stories in your stories, where you share your values, personality traits, morals, hobbies, interests, and all that, because those help you create a connection and yeah, just make you human. Because at the end of the day, you shouldn't see your page only as a platform where you sell stuff. You should see your page as somewhere where you build a brand. So be like a person, not just like a robot selling stuff. All right. So yeah, now we can answer some of your questions, and we can review some profiles and see what you guys can improve. Quick cash campaigns. This is probably one of my first modules because it literally allows you to grab the low-hanging fruits and make money the first week or two of working together. Okay, because most people think that they need more leads, they need better quality leads, when in actual fact, you just need better conversion most of the times, because you already have a nice, most probably, set of leads amongst your followers or amongst your email list or your YouTube subscribers. You already have a pool of people ready to buy or on the fence of buying. You just need to convert them, right? We're going to see in the future how to strengthen the middle of the funnel so that you make sure that people have a quite short conversion cycle. So the time elapsing between when they get to know you in the first place and when they buy is shorter, and you achieve that by handling objections through your middle of the funnel content, showing testimonials, interviews and whatnot. But here, what we have to do is to just really grab as soon as possible all those people that kind of know already about you, or maybe knew about you and they kind of forgot about you, but actually need your service. So here we're not gonna look for people somewhere else. We're just gonna look for the low-hanging fruits. So yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. The first and easiest, perhaps, way to do that is by reviving past leads. So normally, 7% of your sales calls or so, depending on your closing rate, don't close. So all those people that didn't close, most probably 2, 3, 4, 5 months later are still in the same position. And guess what? Because they're still in the same position and they are aware of your offer, now the situation is even more painful. Because if they had, for example, the objection, yeah, I wanna try by myself, I wanna try on my own first. Yeah, let me think about it. Yeah, let me speak to my wife. All those silly objections that were probably just uncertainty that you couldn't handle. Well, now it's gonna be much easier. They're gonna be much easier to handle. Because guess what? They have the proof. They cannot say, yeah, I wanna wait until January next year, because they've waited another 3-4 months. However much time elapsed between when you had the call and today. So they have the undeniable proof that they actually need what you're selling. Okay. So it's actually pretty simple. You just open your Calendly or your Go High Level, and I can show it to you right now. So you can open your Calendly and you can navigate to meetings and you can click past. You can even select a date range, but generally speaking, you want to really extract every single meeting that you've had. You can add filters. So if you have different meeting types, different event types, then of course you want to filter so that you only extract the meetings that are sales calls and not, for example, team meetings and whatnot, because otherwise it can be a bit of a mess. So you filter, you can add a filter by event type, and then you export the list, and you're gonna have a nice document with all the prospects. And if you collected, I always suggest to do that, if you collected the Instagram handle when they booked in the booking form, if you've watched the Calendly setup module, I explained that you need to have a question in the booking phase where you ask the Instagram handle. And it's also for these reasons, because then it's gonna be super easy to find prospects. Or if you've been a good guy or girl and have been tracking your appointments thoroughly, then you're probably gonna have an appointment sheet that maybe looks something like this, where you have all the prospects. You can see whether they convert or not, and you have the emails, you have the phone numbers, you have also ideally the Instagram account somewhere here. If you don't, simply just type name and surname amongst your followers and you're gonna find them. Okay, because all we have to do then, by the way, you can also do that through Go High Level if you've been using Go High Level. It's also a nice place to have all your leads organized, all your unclosed prospects organized. And all you have to do is to reach out to every single one of them in a very subtle way on Instagram with something unrelated to business. So they know what you're selling, they know the price, they know everything. So just be really, really soft when you reach out to these people. Maybe use a story reply, or if they posted a new post, just reply to that post. Not comment, because the comment is just doesn't spark a conversation. Send them that post that they posted and say something funny. Okay, so lower their guard, follow the techniques explained in the DM appointment setting modules, and reach out to them and spark a conversation. Remember to use like the dating frame. You wanna approach this person as if you were trying to date her or him, because that's the way that you are gonna be more likely to get a reply if you use this frame. If they don't have a story running, if they don't have recent posts, or if they don't follow you anymore for some reasons and whatnot, you can simply have a very soft message like this one, done through a voice note. Hey John, it's been a while since we last spoke. And then you talk about, you do a small talk about something that is completely unrelated to what you offer, and ideally to something that they mentioned on the call. For example, if on the call they mentioned that they are playing golf, then ask about golf. All right. And then you ask, yeah, what have you been up to? So like really, really soft and detached, as if you are sending this message to an old friend. When they respond, after building back a bit of rapport, then you ask, did you manage to achieve goal? Do you manage to get to 20K a month? Did you manage to land a remote sales position? Did you manage to hit a sub 3 marathon? If they say they haven't, be genuinely surprised. You serious, man? How come? Make them open up and spot their bottleneck. As always, use a consultative approach and try to genuinely help them. Once you do, find the problem and you dig deeper. And then after, again, you find the problem and you dig deeper, you just propose a call to fix that problem. Again, in a very genuine and non-salesy way. Dude, honestly, would love to revisit the convo we had in March and see how I can help solve this issue. Again, ideally you do this through a voice note so you can give a tonality to this message and make it sound less salesy. I got some time later this week. Want to see how we can make this work? If they don't respond to our first message, we need to send a follow-up. But again, because they know that we're selling something already, we need to be even less pushy than we are when we do appointment setting. So the only follow-up we can send pretty much is going to be, I was thinking about you and about what we discussed in March, and I think this might be useful for you, just in case for whatever reason you're still struggling with XYZ problem. And then you send a link to a resource. Might be a training module, might be a YouTube video, whatever might be useful to them. Okay? And again, you do this through a voice note. And that was the first thing. And I'm pretty sure that, especially if you have a pretty big pipeline and you've been in the game for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, you're gonna already land some clients just by doing this. Because again, the pain is just higher when they've been through the same, when they've been stuck in the same position for longer. Then number 2, relaunch an existing offer. So if your followers and unclosed prospects amongst your followers haven't bought in yet, it's probably because they don't trust you enough. They didn't see a big enough return on investment, or they didn't see a big enough cost of inaction. So guess what you're gonna do? You're gonna relaunch your offer to increase trust and make sure that they see an insane ROI and an insane COI, so cost of inaction. So how do you relaunch your offer? You just take your offer and you just add some bonuses on top. And then, as we're going to see in a second, we're going to use a specific story sequence to relaunch your offer and get inbound messages for free. Okay? Just again, leveraging your own followers, your current followers, without having to acquire new followers from ads or organic. So how do you increase your ROI? You could add, for example, one-on-one support on top. You could add 2 months free. You could add some done for you aspects. You could include some cross-sells, or you could add more resources, right? So whatever you can add on top to your offer, just do that. Because again, if they are aware of your offer, like this point number 2 specifically is again for people who are kind of already aware of your offer. They just haven't bought in because they didn't maybe see the value, or they didn't see a big enough cost of inaction. So all you gotta do is increase the ROI. Also by adding a guarantee, if you haven't got one yet, or increasing the guarantee, making it even more a no-brainer. And then you increase cost of inaction by scheduling a price increase. For example, in a story sequence, again, that we're going to see in a second, you mentioned December will be the cheapest it will ever be. In January, the price will be increased by X. And the story sequence is going to have this structure. There's going to be a big announcement, maybe with a countdown timer, with some social proof. Then the second day, a Q&A. So you just add a poll and then you ask questions just to nurture people and hopefully handle some objections, because you're gonna get questions that are gonna probably be related to the program, the problem that you're solving and whatnot. So that's gonna be pretty useful to just, again, increase story views, because this is interesting, right? And also you provide some value when you answer to the Q&A. Wednesday, you wanna have a small story. Wednesday or day number 3, you wanna have a small story plus social proof plus hard pitch, okay? And I'm gonna show you that if everything sounds a bit disconnected, I'm gonna show you in a second another story strategy, which you've probably already seen or you're gonna see in the next modules. But yeah, a small story with some social proof and a hard call to action. And then Thursday, the number 4, thoughts, feelings, and just show that you're vulnerable. So put yourself in a vulnerable position to show them that you are human. Belief shifting post. This is the haha moment. So you show your clients and you mention what they changed, like the mindset shift or the switch that they did to achieve XYZ result, to increase fear of missing out. And then it's gonna be maybe a talking head video to build trust, where you explain your mission, and then at the end, the last call to action, the last page, the last chance for them to buy at this price. So like I said, if it sounds a little bit disconnected, let me show you the Instagram story strategy. This is the Instagram story strategy that you should use every week. And as you can see, it follows a similar structure. It's not specific to relaunching your offer, but it follows a similar structure where you have on Monday, client results with a hard CTA. On Tuesday, you have value to break limiting beliefs and make them realize that they need to change now. So increase cost of inaction and increase FOMO. On Wednesday, we're going to talk about personal story. On Thursday, you can post your own win. Or on Wednesday, you could even do a poll, again, a Q&A. On Friday, soft call to action for people to DM you for a free resource. So this was a hard call to action. So like DM me X for help. And on Friday, still is a call to action to get inbound for free, but in this case, it's for a resource. So they get the resource, so the barrier to send you the DM, to send you the keyword is lower, but they still get in your DMs. And they also get nurtured by the resource. So they DM you, actually the ManyChat automation sends the resource, they consume the resource, and then after a little while, you reach out to them, you just start a conversation from there, and they're going to be more nurtured and they're going to be in your DMs, and you know that they need your help because you sent a resource that is actually really useful to solve that specific painful problem that you know they have. Again, when it comes to freebies and free resources, try and go a bit crazy. Don't just send YouTube videos. Go as far as sending some course modules and whatnot, because they're going to say, fuck, this guy is really helping me out. It's not just sending me a YouTube link that I could go and grab by myself. And then on Saturday and Sunday, you post whatever you want. And again, in our case, because of the nature of that story sequence, it's going to be a hard pitch. Okay? I hope this is clear. If it's not, just let me know and I will show you some examples, or maybe in the near future, I'm going to add some examples to this page. 3, retargeting ads. This is also a really good one, a really good, cheap way to get leads. Now, way number 1 and way number 2 are pretty much free. Then number 3 just requires a $10 to $20 ad spend per day. Also, depending on the size of your audience. If you have a bigger audience, you might want to spend more. If you have a smaller audience, you might want to spend a little less. But this only works if you actually have an audience of at least 2,000 to 3,000 followers on Instagram, so that you can retarget them. And ideally, you haven't done any appointment setting on them, because if you've done already appointment setting and you reach out to every single one of these people and you know that they're not interested or not necessarily qualified, then your retargeting ads are not going to work that well, are going to be as effective as if you have 80%, 90% qualified followers and you've never talked to them. They've been just following you for a little while because of the value that you are providing. So really powerful, especially if you have an untouched audience of a decent size that is probably not even aware of your offer. And it's actually super simple. It's, again, one of my favorites because you can literally do it in half an hour to an hour, because it's about coming up with a good hook, a good text, and then just put it into a picture and then just run it as an ad. So we're going to spend $10 to $20 per day, and we can repeat this process every 1, 2, 3 months, again, depending on the size of your audience and your rate of growth, just to make the most out of the followers that you are maybe getting, or the leads that you're getting through organic posting and profile visit ads. So the ads that specifically get followers. So do some client research and understand what your ICP really finds valuable right now. Okay, so it might be even a bit seasonal. For example, if you are a running coach, then now it's December, November, they're not going to be interested probably in a hydration guide, for example, right? They're going to be more interested in an off-season plan, right? How do I boost the winter gains to be more prepared and stronger at the beginning of the season, right? Create the freebie. And again, you have some examples, something that must be really shiny and valuable that they're really craving. And you could also have a soft VSL, right? So your freebie could be your soft VSL or your VSL. So if you haven't, just go ahead and watch the YouTube soft VSL module. But again, if we're working together, we're going to take care of the soft VSL and the retargeting ads as well. So I'm still making you aware of everything, but generally speaking, this is going to be done for you. So yeah, and then after you've done that, you just create a simple 9x16 ad creative with a nice picture that your ICP really resonates with. As you can see in this example, I just added James after a race, holding, eating a banana and holding his baby. Like, this is just the thing that most triggers the ICP. They are runners, they're racing, also the colors, look at the colors, green, blue, you can see the little finger of the baby, just so cute, right, the little shoe. So it doesn't have to be super aesthetic. The job is to just get people to actually read the text, because if they read the text, they're gonna buy. And the way you should structure the text is you're gonna have a call out title, like in this case, busy parents, runners, gym goers. You're gonna picture a painful scenario, adding, a frustration and identity conflict. For example, you want to train more, but your body won't let you. This is identity conflict. And you think it's your age or discipline. This is frustration. You used to enjoy training. Painful. Now it just wipes you out and leaves you drained for family and work. Again, painful scenario. Then contrast with dream scenario. You're not old. You're not broken. You're not done. Your nutrition is holding you back. You don't have to follow this structure like exactly how it is. You can switch things, but generally speaking, you should have a call out, a painful scenario, a contrast with the dream scenario, at some point, an epiphany. So in this case, your nutrition is holding you back. A cost of inaction. So in this case, the longer you leave them, the harder they are to undo. And tie down to dream outcome. Break free from diets, learn how to fuel your body properly for the rest of your life. This is the maximum amount of text you should have. You shouldn't have many more than this. Ideally, more like this. This is a little bit less. And ideally, it should never go more than 2 lines. This is a bit of an outlier, but yeah. Here you have another example. Reactive dog, parents. There is a moment you never talk about, but you've lived it. After your dog explodes on a walk, you get inside, close the door, and just stand there thinking, why can't I fix this? I know this feeling. I've been there. And here's the truth. Your dog isn't choosing trouble. They're choosing protection. Because no one ever showed you how to guide them calmly and confidently. This is the haha moment, the epiphany. That's why I created the reactivity reset method. So you feel pride instead of worry, confidence instead of fear. So those "I failed my dog" moments finally disappear. DM me calm, and I will show you how to rewrite your dog's future and yours. Okay? And if you have a guarantee, if you have a really powerful guarantee, you can even add your guarantee onto this story. For example, let me see if I can show you. As you can see, high ticket closers. Fuck your guaranteed job placements. I'll guarantee you a commission check. Most sales training businesses have stupid guarantees. Guaranteed high ticket sales job in the next 30 days. I could get you a sales job tomorrow, but that doesn't mean you'll make money. The business could be brand new. Your calendar could be empty or full of bad leads. Or you could be on a great offer, but you suck at sales. And that's the sad reality for many. They get sold on the promise of a job that doesn't increase their income. And I've said this for years. Job placements are BS, which is why I guarantee my clients that they actually close deals and make commission. 3 years and 700 sales reps served. Follow me to learn more. In this case, this is not a retargeting ad. You can see it from the call to action, which is to follow. So he's going to run this as a story ad, but as a profile visit ad, not retargeting engagement ad. We're going to talk about the settings in a second, right? So you can really play around. You don't have to just use the static ad as a 9x16 static ad as a retargeting ad. You can even use it as a normal profile visit ad. And as you can see, it could even be a bit more pushy depending on your niche and depending on your offer. I mean, not pushy, but salesy. Is a bit stronger. This is more like offer driven. This is more pain driven. And then you open your ad account. Again, this is going to be done for you if you are working together. You create 3 custom audiences in your ad manager. Anyone who engaged in the last 365 days, anyone who engaged in the last 90 days, anyone who engaged in the last 30 days. And then you create a lookalike audience of each of the above. And you select your country, the country that you are targeting. And you select 1%. Okay, I'm not going to get into nitty and gritty because that will take 5 minutes and I don't want to waste your time. Because again, it's quite easy to do and I'm going to probably do it for you. And then you set up just a retargeting campaign. Again, engagement campaign, 3 ad sets inside the campaign. The goal is going to be Instagram message. And each of the 3 ad sets is going to have one of the custom audiences that you've created, 1, 2, 3, plus the respective lookalike. So 365 plus lookalike on 365, 90 plus lookalike on 90, and so on and so forth. Age limit and location limit according to your ICP, and then placement only Instagram stories. And then the creative is going to be the same in all ad sets. All right, that's pretty much how you run a retargeting campaign, and you leave the ads on for like a week because then you pretty much already shown your ad to all your followers, so you will just kind of throw them off if you keep showing your ad to them over and over and over. So usually a week is enough. Again, depending on how much you're spending and how big is your audience. If you have a bigger audience and are spending less, then you want to run it for longer. But if you have a small audience and are spending like $10, $15, $20 in total, then a week is usually enough. 4, followers reactivation. This is a bit longer, but works pretty well as well. And you might want to do this if you're really at the beginning, if you don't have a budget, if you really want to squeeze your followers, or if you have a setter and the setter is kind of, handling inbound, but we don't have many followers rolling in yet. And you know that there might be leads in your followers. Right? So this is the process of extracting your followers using an extension for Chrome called the IG export. So you open Chrome, you navigate, you just type IG export extension. And I'm guessing is nope. There are a few. The one that I personally use is this one right here with this icon, IG export. And what this is gonna do is every time you open an Instagram account, then you can see this little icon next to the followers count. And if you click this icon, you can extract their followers. I suggest you have to pay for like $10, $15. The subscription, it's a monthly subscription, so don't forget to stop it after you've exported the followers, because you don't really need to do it anymore in the future. And please log out from your account before you do that and log in into a random account that you don't care about, because scraping is illegal, and this is scraping, and it doesn't happen, but Instagram might flag you or ban you because they detect this suspicious action. So again, use another account, and then you click the name, you click the icon next to the name of the person. This page opens, and then you add a delay. I personally like to use it to keep it at like 8-9 seconds. So again, to make the scraping less aggressive. And then you just start parsing. Do not activate this, because this is what eats your account. Okay? And then according to the size of your audience, what did I say? Did I tell you that you need to extract your followers? Anyways, you need to go on your profile and extract your followers. Sorry. And you extract your followers. So according to the size of your audience, it's going to take 10, 15, 20, 30, 50 minutes. Okay. And then you're going to have a nice Excel sheet, and you can simply reach out to all followers. And on the same sheet, you can keep track of who you reached out to and who you didn't. And then just follow the process that I explained in appointment setting to set appointments, start conversations, move the conversations towards the appointment, and track KPIs and label chats to have an organized workflow. And the first message that you send is going to be very similar to the one we used for reviving past leads. Okay, so it's pretty much the same process, but here we use our Calendly list pretty much, or our appointments list. And then here we use our entire followers list. Number 5, referral program. This is a banger, and few people are doing it in unsaturated markets, but it's actually so powerful. The easiest way to close, the easiest deals to close are from referrals. You know that, right? Because they already trust you. They've seen the results of a friend. So you just capitalize on how easy it is to get sales from referrals. Especially if your program works, then why don't you just capitalize on that? So create a referral program, but not just like, bring me one friend, I will give you a month for free. Create a nice structure to incentivize people to not only bring you one friend, but to bring you five new clients. For example, bring one client, get 1 month for free. 2 clients, 2 months free, plus running shorts. 3 clients, or even stronger, depending. It's really like the size, the price, the cost of the item that you're giving away depends on the cost per acquisition and the lifetime value. So if your cost per acquisition, if you probably don't know that, if you're just starting out, but if your cost per acquisition is like $250 for one lead, and then you sell them on a 3K offer, that's a good cost per acquisition for a 3K offer. And you can understand that if someone brings you a client, that's $250 that you saved. So you should spend at least $250 or at least $200 to compensate your client for bringing you that person. Okay? Because you got that lead, you got that client, and you didn't have to pay for that client, and you didn't have to do anything. You didn't have to do any posting or anything like that. It's just literally a free lead. So you gotta pay for that. And how do you pay for that? You pay by giving back to the person who brought you that person. And it just increased, okay? If you have a $250 cost per acquisition and someone brings you 4 clients, like you should give them a $1,000 gift. So for example, a Garmin, a new watch, AirPods, something really, really cool that they really want. Because again, for them, it's free. They literally just have to talk highly about you, and that's it. So imagine that. They can talk highly about you, and just by doing that, you make a lot of money, and they get money. You just are the perfect win-win scenario. So if you haven't got one, implement a referral program, come up with a structure, maybe run it through me before you send it out, and then just send it over through a video or through a text document or even just a message to all your clients and even past clients. Boom. And you're gonna get people to the door. Because again, they're just gonna have an incentive now to push leads towards you. And not just a random incentive like 1 month for free, but 5. Like you fly them out, you fly them to you for a client retreat. Like this is insane, but it's a great ROI because I think it's just a number game. They 100% know people that need your service because people associate with people with the same interests. So they have people with the same interests who are likely to need your service. And if you have a ladder like this, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they're gonna be more incentivized to send to talk about you and to talk about you to more people because they want to reach level number 5. And again, because it's a number game, if they talk about you to 50 people, like at least 5 are gonna say yes. And this works especially well, of course, if you're getting them actual real results. So maybe push this even more to those clients of yours that are getting the best results, because they're going to be more likely, they're going to be more persuasive with their friends when it comes to referring you. And number 6 is pretty much the same as, it's like a mix of, it's exactly the same as relaunching an existing offer. The only difference is that you don't do it through a story sequence, you do it through email. So if you have an email list, you could just do the same thing that you did here. So you relaunch your offer, you increase ROI and COI, and you create a sequence with a similar structure to this one, or the structure that you're gonna see maybe in the next modules, and boom, you just run the sequence and get some requests. Alrighty? So now don't just watch this video and then say, yeah, that's nice. Actually implement today as many of these as you can, because this is what's gonna get you the first cash so that you can be able to invest into ads more heavily sooner. So the first thing I wanted to go over is it's useless to get reach if your profile is not optimized, right? Because we're not here just to get views, follows, or profile visits. We're here to get clients, all right? So whoever comes in, we want to keep it in the ecosystem, all right? And in order for us to do that, our profile needs to be optimized. And for our profile to be optimized, both on Instagram and YouTube, we need to build some assets, what I like to call long-term assets, because yes, you can refresh them every 4 to 6 months, but usually these are the most important assets. So you build them once and they're gonna stay there for a long time.
And what defines an asset?
Asset is just a piece of content, right?
Okay.
Can be a carousel, can be a short form video, can be a long form video, can be a super long video, right? Just an asset. Can be a story sequence, right? Your story highlights, those are assets, all right? So the goal of these assets is to immediately put yourself in a position of likability, relatability, and to immediately connect with your ICP. Now, I want you to think about this.
So likability, relatability,
and connection, create a connection. Now, I want you to think about something. Think about making friends, right?
Yes.
Obviously, I don't know much about it. That's why I'm in Cape Town alone. But when you make a friend, right, you have a first touch point, okay? So somehow you get in front of this person. You met them through somebody, or you met this person, right? Then the second thing is you have something in common. Maybe a passion, maybe a sport, maybe you start talking because you have a common belief, right? Mm-hmm. So you have something in common. Then you start sharing stories with each other, right? It's exactly, if you think about it, what happened with us, right? We just started sharing small stories, and then we just get more and more connected, right? Also because by telling stories, besides creating this connection, you also create empathy, especially if the stories are a bit more like vulnerable, right? If
you start building rapport.
Exactly. And then, again, that's still the fundamental of a friendship. You need to kind of get some value of that person, right? It's an exchange of value in some way. It's always like that, right? It's, some people, oh, no, bro. There's always some sort of exchange, right?
Absolutely. Has to be fair exchange.
Exactly. And now, at that point, that's friendship, right? So there is a first touch point. There is something in common. You have common beliefs, morals, and values. And then you share stories with each other, right? And then you build that connection and you provide value. And then you build that connection. And then if you're good looking, you're funny, and you are empathetic, then this connection, the friendship, the bond is going to be even stronger, right? And if you think about social media this way, it's going to be exactly the same, because it's called social media, not because it's a cool name, because it's exactly the same thing. It's making friends online, right? So now that you know about this, right, you can optimize your profile in a way that gets people to tick all the boxes they need to become your friend, right? So you're gonna have an asset sharing your story, and in that asset you're gonna make yourself vulnerable. Then you're gonna have an asset showing case studies, because I didn't talk about that, but if you're selling something, you also need to, of course, build social proof, right? Give them a reason to listen to you and to trust you. And then you're gonna provide some value of some kind.
So your audience is your friend.
Exactly. You need to see every single person, you need to give a chance to every single person that comes on your profile to become a friend with you. And you do that through building these assets and optimizing your profile so that straight away, within the first 30 seconds, 20 seconds of going on your profile, they can tick all these boxes. Make sense?
Yeah.
Right. So with that in mind, the assets you need, the assets you must have are, again, something sharing your story, something providing value, and something also showing your lifestyle, because you want to, again, share your values, morals, and beliefs. Okay?
But surely attractiveness is subjective.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, but generally speaking, if you walk, you're more likely to stop and talk and become a friend with someone who, looks, it's not just about look, it's also about confidence.
Yeah, your charisma.
Exactly, charisma, the way you look, the way you appear, like.
When we're defining attractiveness, we're not just defining, how you look.
Yeah.
Like you're saying, it's the charisma, exactly. It's the way you hold yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're less likely to go and speak to a homeless person than you are to a nice, hot, blonde bird.
Of course, yeah.
So, now, with this in mind, you pretty much already understand what are the assets that you need to create. So the first thing is your story highlights. Starting from the top, if you imagine your Instagram profile, let me open a profile of one of my clients, just randomly. Right, starting from the top, besides the profile optimization, like the profile picture, the name, we already talked about that. You should have your name, not the name of the school, and your picture, not the logo, okay? Because people connect with people, not with entities, okay? So that's one thing. Then if you go down, and then you're gonna have kind of like, no bullshit, like helping, blah, blah, blah. You can have that if you are very B2C, but if you are a school, or if you are a company, or if you are a B2B, like me, so I'm servicing businesses, then in that case, I'm just gonna have what I do, right? If you look at my profile, is ads and sales management, and then proof clients 700,000 plus rev, and then the next step. Okay, so that's pretty much how you're gonna optimize your first the first part. Then the story highlights. You're gonna have one story highlight that is gonna be like live, and there you just throw in there your personal stuff. Okay, something that is relevant to you, and again, it's gonna help people connect with you because they share the same beliefs, values, and morals. Okay, so if you have a thought, or you travel, just show that, because people are gonna like the fact that they travel because they also like traveling, or maybe you also skateboard or snowboard besides being a wing fun instructor. So you can show that. So you just give people more reason to like you and connect with you.
So it doesn't necessarily have to be about the business at all.
That's the point. It doesn't have to be about the business. That
Okay.
part specifically doesn't have to be about the business. You don't want to be looking like a robot and you're just, I'm windfalling. No, you want to be a person, right? You want to show people that you're a normal person, a human being, not just a robot windfalling from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., right?
So lifestyle like yoga.
Yeah,
is
if you
what
do
I
yoga,
enjoy,
if you go
or
to the gym, if you hang
partying.
out, if you go partying, bro, just whack it in there, bro.
Whack it in.
And this is something that very few people do, and this is super high level. So the fundamental problem with story highlights, with having clients, results, testimonials in the story highlights, is that even if you have many,
It's overwhelming.
once you click on it, first of all, it's overwhelming because it just everything is the same, clients, so people are gonna get bored. And then you open it and it's like 20, 30, maybe even 40, maybe even 50 stories. And you also have to read them. You don't just watch them, you also have to read them. Tell me who's gonna read all this stuff?
Not me.
Exactly, perfect. So what we do instead is we create one story sequence per client. And we give information around that client in the cover and or in the name. So in this case, he's a dog trainer. So what I'm doing, I'm creating a single story highlight per dog breed, like per client, but in the cover, I'm including the picture of the dog so the people can see the breed.
Okay.
Because one of the objections that we got in sales calls or in the DMs before booking the appointment was, oh, is this gonna work with my dog? Look, right? Now, if you have a Cocker Spaniel, there is a story sequence with a Cocker Spaniel. So, boom, that objection is handled, right? And then if you open it, it's very consumable. It's like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stories, very consumable, little text, good looking, and it shows the story, okay? So 2 things you want to have in your story highlights: live, and then your case studies, your clients, 1 story highlight per client. And the other good thing about having the story highlights designed this way, besides people being able to choose which one to watch, they're going to watch the one that better resonates with them, and they're going to watch more, and it looks like you have more case studies, and you can keep updating the single story highlights as this client, if you're still working with this client, gets more and more results. Let's say that you get a client, right? Day 1, and you show day 1, and you post it. And then next week, you show week 2, or lesson 2, or lesson 3. And people can see already the progress, right? That builds so much trust and authority and social proof, much more than just whacking pictures like that. And that's what you need, because ultimately people are gonna buy from you because they feel comfortable that you're gonna get them the results that they are paying you for, right? So that, and then maybe 1 year later, right? The guy jumping and doing backflips.
Sure.
Do you understand how powerful that is? Imagine someone goes on your profile and they see, oh, day 1, yeah, that's boring. And then they scroll 3, 4, 5 stories and the guy is doing backflips. They're gonna be like, fuck. So this coach is good.
So the first thing is you want to create likability.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you want each highlight to be definitive. So the idea is not for everyone to click on like every single highlight and go through. It's the one that suits your needs.
Exactly.
And what you like.
Exactly. If they want, they can watch them all.
Yeah.
But
sure.
the goal is that they watch at least one,
Yeah.
and they watch the one that is more relevant to them.
Yes.
So, for example, what we do with other clients, we have the story highlight with the name of the client, and then next to the name of the client, we have an achievement. For example, if it's the money making niche, then we are gonna have like John, 50K a month. And then we're gonna have, if it's a running coach, we're gonna have Rob, sub 3. And people know that it's sub 3 marathon, right? And they know, like the person jumping on the profile knows that if their goal is
sub 3
marathon, they're gonna watch that story.
Of course.
Right?
Yeah.
Is it clear?
Absolutely not.
Perfect. When it comes to the structure of the story highlights, I made a video about it, so I can send it over. Essentially, you want to use storytelling to make people emotionally invested in the story, so they are going to be more likely to watch it, and it's going to have more power. So you don't just want to show the before and after. You want to show the before. You want to explain the before. You want to show the transformation. If there is a trough in the transformation, some conflict in the story, just make the story even more interesting. And then you show the come up journey, the turning point, and then the final outcome, which is going to be exactly the same as the desired outcome of the person watching the story.
So would you say in each, so how I understand it now, is in each highlight you have a bit of everything?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
so you have, in my case, my lifestyle.
Yeah.
What I do, my clients.
No. I would have your life, like live story highlight, and that's one story highlight. And then you have the single story highlights for each client. Okay. And again, you want to share the journey of this client, the transformation story of this client. And what you want to do, you want to also handle objections along the way, right? So, for example, objections that this coach was getting is, I've already tried other dog trainers and it didn't work. My dog is probably, my dog probably cannot be changed. So what we do, we include elements from the review, or we say, this client already tried 3 different dog trainers and nothing has worked. Now, when we work, it's gonna be much more powerful, right? Because we pre-handle the objection. We immediately show that we are different. After the story highlights, we have 3 posts, okay? On Instagram. The first post is going to be the story, okay? Here you wanna show your before and after. And this can be either through the form of a simply before and after aesthetic video, so just clips of like your story, like I have in my phone in profile. And essentially in 90 seconds, I just put all the clips of my phoning journey. This is like for day 1, and then all the struggles, right? And in your niche, that's the best way to do it. And if you look at, we could almost call it one of your competitors, Gwen Le Tutour, you can see that he's also got a very similar post. He's got here the kind of before and after type of video. This is him learning how to wing foil, looking like a bum, and then him doing 360s and backflips and whatnot, right? There is a reason why this video is at the top. He wants to create relatability, likability. He wants to tell people, I'm not born crazy good. This almost allows you to brag, right? Because you kind of put yourself in a vulnerable position and then you can brag.
Sure. And it gives someone the perspective that they too were struggling at some point.
Exactly. The reason why I grew my YouTube channel in the phoning niche is simply because at the beginning,
you were vulnerable.
I was so relatable. Everybody was struggling, right? And everybody went through the same journey. And because I was relatable and because I was providing value, people connected with me at a deeper level. And that's what allowed me to get to 20K a month with my coaching, despite having 4,000 subscribers on YouTube and 8K followers on Instagram. Because I had such a strong bond with my followers. And when it comes to creating the story post, you need to ask yourself, who am I speaking to? You need to figure out the lesson that you want to teach to that person. And this is especially true if you are doing the talking head version. So if you're actually creating a carousel or a talking head video, talking about your story, telling your story, then in that case, you want to understand who you're speaking to. You want to figure out the lesson that you want to teach to that person, right? And then ask yourself, how can you leverage your story to share that lesson from a position of authority?
Okay.
So you're going to share the exact story that is going to resonate with your ICP. So if you want to attract brokies, you're going to tell about when you were broke and you became rich and how you became rich. If you don't want to attract brokies, you don't want to talk about that, even if you were broke. Okay? You're going to choose another story that has leverage and puts you in a position of authority and resonates with the people that you want to attract. And if you use this storytelling framework, you're going to use the framework hook, backstory, so provide context and details on the initial situation, which is going to be exactly the situation that the person that you're targeting finds themselves in. Then you're going to have an epiphany moment, a shift, a come-up journey, maybe some conflict during the come-up journey, and then an outcome, and then you share the valuable lesson that you decided to teach through that piece of content. Make sense?
Yes.
Nice.
And this should all be pinned at the top.
This is only one. This is only one post.
Only one post.
Only one post, right? You're gonna choose which one to do between the before and after, the talking head, and the carousel. These are all 3 types of telling your life story or your transformation story, okay? And depends on your niche. In your niche,
100% is going to be just, you're going to find pictures, videos as much as possible of you struggling in the beginning, and then you're going to put them together, you're going to add a music on top, and then that's it. Then you're kind of going to have to do the same thing on YouTube, but longer. And you can see here, this video, maybe you've seen it, got 700,000 views.
Wow.
On my channel, right? It's still getting views. And this is just 2 years of Dr. Foil pumping progression in 26 minutes. And it's just me showing pretty much a collection of all the videos. Because I recorded everything. I
watched Wake Thief too.
I almost recorded every single attempt, right? So I just put everything together, I just put the highlights together, and I just told the story, and then people loved it. And then there was also some conflict, me falling on the foil and fucking up my arm.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And then at the end, it's just like so satisfying because I became a pro, right? Then the other thing is a case study IG post. Okay, so again, if you're selling something, you're gonna have a post that is gonna show your case studies. So ideally, in your case, it's gonna be a carousel with videos of before and after of your clients. Okay, again, very quickly, very easy to consume, but very effective. You just build proof. You're not just, oh yeah, I teach you how to wing foil, and then yeah, you give like a lesson, and then you teach them how to hold a sail, and then they don't actually learn how to wing foil. You want to show that you actually get people the result that they want. Because I know that there are coaches out there that they only care about money, and they just get the money and then they teach a couple of things, but they don't actually care about the person actually succeeding.
Yeah, I do.
Exactly. So you want to show that. You want to show that you actually get people that feeling of being able to go out there in the ocean, not in the lake, and actually wing foil like freely.
So one progression could be a client starting here and then eventually like taking her out or taking him out.
The same client going out.
Yeah.
So you really show what they want to achieve, and that you show that they achieved it through your program, through your coaching.
And what happens if they don't want to be filmed, or if they're like their identity? Like for instance, this client I had now, he's like very private.
Yeah.
And most of them are.
Yeah. In that case, you kind of want to negotiate. You want to put in a position where they almost like benefit from it as well.
Block out their face. No, he said even if you said all the lessons were for free, never.
I mean, okay, you're gonna find those ones, right? But at least like 50% of them, you should somehow sell them on you being able to film them.
Okay.
Right. So you could be like, oh, let me film you, right? So we can analyze the recordings, and at the end, oh, here's a recording. Like you could even sell it, bro. You could upsell them on, I will get a videographer to record everything. Rich will love that. I will record everything. I will get a videographer to record everything and put the video together. Once they see the video, they're gonna be like, and you ask them, can I post it on my socials? Sure, 100%. On YouTube, you want to have a client breakdown. Now, in your case, it's a bit harder to do. But for example, in my case, what I can have is a video explaining exactly how we got a client a specific result, right? So, for example, on my YouTube, I have multiple videos explaining strategies of how we got clients specific results. For example, this video is explaining the strategy of how the ad strategy that we used to scale one of our clients to 30K a month, right? So you provide value, but you do it while sharing a lesson, and that builds a lot of authority and trust. The other thing is a client interview, and you can see here a client interview, right? So I'm with my client, and again, this builds a lot of social, because a lot of people fake case studies, and if you're in person with the client and the client is answering questions, that cannot be faked.
Sure.
The other asset that you want to have on YouTube is a full masterclass or full course or video sales letter, okay? So this is a longer video where you explain your process, okay? And this could be an hour long, and I call it masterclass, can be hours long, and this is a course, right? And I have it in my foiling channel as well. Beginner to advanced pump foiler guide, 3+ hours, okay? It's a 3-hour long video.
Cheapest.
I just put together all my videos.
Yeah. Okay.
The most important videos, right? But yeah, that's what you want to do. And then a value post on Instagram, and that's gonna be your third pin post. So on Instagram, you're gonna have story, case studies, and then value post. On YouTube, you're gonna have your story as first video, right? So when I open the home of my YouTube, the first video is this, okay? And then you can have 2 playlists. One playlist is gonna be clients, right? Like I have here. And the second playlist is gonna be just all the tutorials to get people the result that they want to achieve. In the Instagram value post and in the YouTube value post, so the full masterclass or full course or VSL, you're gonna share your unique mechanism. So you need to treat it as, in this case, a normal reel or a normal YouTube video, but you provide a disgusting amount of value and you give them extreme clarity on the process you use to get people from A to B. And you make sure that it's clear that your process is unique and you're the only one using it pretty much. And through these Instagram posts, you redirect them to the YouTube asset, right? So if you create a masterclass, you're gonna have a call to action at the end of this Instagram value post, redirect them to the YouTube masterclass. If you have a full course, you're gonna do the same to the full course. If you have a video sales letter, which is a bit shorter and a bit more for conversion, you are going to redirect them to the VSL. Make sense?
Yes, makes sense.
It would take me too long here to explain you how to structure this IG value post, but because it's got the same structure of normal reels, you can watch tonight one of my latest YouTube videos where I explain what actually makes good content. Right? Any questions?
No, so far it makes sense.
Perfect. Also because I'm 10 minutes late to my call.
I saw.
Whether you're running a profile funnel or a landing page funnel, you need either ways a video sales letter. And in this video, I'm going to explain how to write, script, and create a high converting video sales letter. Because a VSL doesn't just have the purpose of converting people, right? What does that converting even mean, right? So we're gonna dive a little bit deeper into what a VSL is, what are the goals of a VSL, and it's not to convert, it's much deeper than that and more complicated. Before the script, so some things to do before the script, and then I'm gonna give you the exact framework that you can implement today to create your own video sales letter. And while we break down the framework step by step, I'm also going to show you a live example so that you can better understand how to put it into practice. All right. So yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. This is going to be one of your long-term assets and one of the first assets that you need to build out for your landing page or even for your funnel, for your profile funnel, right? So it's gonna be, if you don't have a YouTube channel, it's gonna be probably your first YouTube video, and this is also gonna be the asset that usually, generally speaking, unless you implement a different type of funnel, is gonna be linked in your bio on Instagram, right? So you get people to check your profile on Instagram through ads and organic content, and then you want to redirect them towards these assets so that they get nurtured and they understand more about you, what you do, why they should listen to you and whatnot. Okay, so again, this asset is really important, and you need to put a lot of effort into it because again, it's worth it. Every single person that buys from you should watch this, right? So imagine how important this is. Okay, so let's go. Much more important than other pieces of content, because again, this is gonna be at the top of your YouTube channel, pinned in your Instagram bio and whatnot. Okay, so yeah, let's get into it. Now, the goals of a VSL are to get people know who you are, right? What you do exactly. You want them to understand why they should listen to you. So you want to position yourself as an authority. Why what they need, why they need to make a change now, why they need to make a change now, right? So you want them to understand that they cannot keep doing what they're doing. You want to make them realize the cost of inaction, how much time or money they've already wasted by not implementing what you're explaining in this video. How you can help them, so you're going to share your exact unique mechanism, how you're different than other people in your niche, right? So again, you want people to put you in a category of one. If people, after watching your VSL, think that they can get the same service for cheaper or the same service at the same price somewhere else, you've done something wrong, right? Your VSL must be so good and your mechanism so unique that after people go through it, they want to do nothing but buying from you, all right? So again, it's not going to be about selling. It's going to be about giving them clarity and confidence in your ability to deliver and the effectiveness of your unique mechanism. In fact, the other thing that you're going to do is you're going to show proof that your system actually works by showing case studies and social proof in general. And then you want to pre-handle objections, right? This is, again, the asset that people are going to watch for sure before your call. So if you get over and over the same objections in your calls, pre-handle them subtly inside this asset, right? So if you always get the objection, is this gonna work for me specifically, right? Then include many different case studies in your VSL so that one way or another, they're gonna find a case study of a person that you got results to that was in the exact same position that this person having this objection was in, right? If one of your objections is, what if it takes me longer to achieve XYZ result? Well, when you lay down your roadmap in the body of the VSL, you're gonna say, and in case XYZ happens, this might take a little longer, but, right? Or when you show your case studies, you can say, for example, this person took a little longer, but it doesn't matter because we still kept working together, blah, 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 okay? So make sure that you, again, handle every single little objection. If, for example, people are not sure that, I don't know, maybe they are unsure about a specific step, okay? Every time you pitch, they are not sure about a specific step. Well, expand on that step in your VSL to make them feel confident that that step is not gonna fail, okay? That step is safe to climb. Then another goal of a VSL is to qualify. So you wanna filter people through. Most people think that the VSL is to sell to as many people as possible, but that's absolutely not the case. Because if that's the case, you've done a terrible job at crafting your VSL, because now you're not only not making sales, but you're also wasting your closers or your time because you're just taking unqualified calls, okay? So you shouldn't see it as, oh, buy my thing, everybody buys my thing. No, you want to attract only the right people. You want only the right people to go through. You want them to be nurtured, and only the people that are right for your program and like you and your service are gonna book a call, okay? So get out of the mindset of, oh, a VSL is to sell. I know that it's called video sales letter, but it's just because that's what's called, but I personally don't see it as a video selling something, okay? And the other thing is you want to prime them for the sales call. You want them to be excited to jump on that sales call, right? So yeah, keep these things in mind. Keep these goals in mind. If you don't, you're not gonna create a proper VSL. All right. Now, before you actually go ahead and script your VSL, you need to gather a bunch of information, right? So you need to collect this information, these pieces of information, so that you can go ahead and way more easily implement the framework that I'm going to show you. So the first thing that you need is a very, very clear and thorough step-by-step process, right? A roadmap. So how do you get results? How exactly you get people from A to B? Break down the roadmap in every single little detail. Now, theoretically, you already have that in practice, right? So you know exactly the process you follow to get people the results they pay you for, right? If you don't, this is the moment to do it. And ideally, you want to break it down week by week. And again, you want to be extremely, you want the roadmap to be extremely detailed. Then next thing you're gonna create a collection of angles. What are angles? Angles are, you probably know that by now, but angles are what people, like how people define their situation, how people define their pain, how people call their dream situation, right? And all these little things, okay? And you want to have a collection of these so that you can include as many as possible in your script. Then you want a collection of case studies. And again, here, variety is important. And make sure that you have things to show, right? You don't just want to mention a case study. You want to show pictures, screenshots for proof and whatnot. Otherwise, it's going to be super useless. Then you need clarity, extreme clarity on target. And as you probably know, we need to prioritize most aware buyers. So in our ads and in our VSL, we're going to almost always focus on most aware buyers. Most aware buyers are buyers who not only have the problem that you help people solve, but they also are aware that a solution exists and they've already tried other solutions in the past. So they know that they have a problem. They know that a solution exists. They've tried different solutions and probably failed with these solutions. And they're also aware of the fact that you are selling something to solve that problem. Okay? And these are the easier people to sell to and to fulfill, right? Because they already know a lot. However, if you really scale fast, you're going to get to a point where the most aware buyers, it's a too small of a pool. So then you're going to expand your targeting, right? And look, you can have different VSLs for different prospects, for different ICPs. You can go crazy with it, right? But the first thing you should do, in my opinion, is to create a VSL that speaks to most aware buyers in particular. That doesn't mean that this qualifies completely buyers who are only solution aware and have never tried any solution before. But if your ads and your VSL prioritize these type of buyers, you are going to convert much more, and it's going to be much easier to convert because these are the low-hanging fruits. Then you need to also create a list of objections and or questions that you get on your sales course, in the DMs when doing appointment setting, because again, you want to pre-handle as many of those as possible. All right. Once you have this, it's going to be extremely simple to implement the framework that I'm going to show you now. Right. So first thing is, of course, the intro. And it's actually really similar to intro for YouTube videos. So you're going to have a title reconfirmation. In this case, if it's a landing page VSL, you're not really going to have a title, you're going to have a headline. So it's going to be a headline reconfirmation. So be also mindful here of the messaging in your ads, especially if you're using a landing page VSL. Imagine that the prospects are coming from your ads, right? So what you say in the first line of your VSL must make sense with what you say in the ads, all right? Because that's directly the following step, all right? And the other goal of this first line is for them to think, this is exactly what I'm looking for. This is exactly what I need, all right? They need to resonate extremely, right? Number two is you need to start picturing a painful situation, right? To make them resonate even further. And you want to make them live and feel the pain that they probably are experiencing in that moment, right? If they're watching that VSL. But you want to make it real and you want to make it in that moment, okay? And one little trick and hack that you can use in this section is to use the same language they use to describe it. So when you collect angles, right, try to use the onboarding form. So ideally, you send out an onboarding form to your newly onboarded clients where you ask what made you convert, what were you struggling with when you decided to ask for help, to hire help and whatnot, right? And you want to describe the problem with the exact words that they use. You want to describe the painful situation with the exact words they use. This is going to make them resonate much more because, again, you're going to create more connection. Now, you also want to mention in these, when you picture the painful scenario, you also want to mention what I've tried, most probably, and didn't work. Okay? Again, because you want to target most of our buyers. So you want to resonate you want to resonate further with them. Okay? And subtly position yourself immediately as something completely different. Right? And subconsciously this also is gonna increase interest. Then after you make them visualize and feel pain and mention what they've tried and didn't work. Then you're going to introduce the new solution. You're going to say something like, in this example, now, the good news is that a solution actually exists. And in this video, I'm going to explain why, blah, blah, blah. Okay? Introduce the new solution. Then after that, or even while you present the new solution, you can picture a dream scenario. So you can mention a couple of things that they're going to get as a result of implementing this new solution that you just mentioned. Okay, so can you see how it's an emotional roller coaster? They go from pain to hope, right? Here. And then you want to make them dream as well. All right. And after this, you lay down the roadmap of the video, just like you would in a normal YouTube video. So you just explain what you're going to go over in the body. And usually it's going to be something like, we're going to go over why XYZ didn't work. We're going to go over this solution and why this does work. And then I'm going to show you exactly the steps week by week that you need to take to implement XYZ solution and get XYZ result. Okay? And then one last thing that you can have in the intro, and you can do this after the roadmap, you can do this before the roadmap, it doesn't really matter that much, but you want to say something like, and by the way, this is not for X, this is not for Y, this is not for Z, okay? So essentially you want to qualify, you want to disqualify to qualify, okay? You are going to qualify people by disqualifying other category of people. You want them to think, okay, yeah, perfect, I'm not that person, I don't want to be that person, right? You want to create an identity, right? And you want to make sure they see the video, oh, this is even more for me. If this video is not for that person, it's even more for me, right? It's even more tailored to myself. That's how you want to make them feel. You want to make them resonate even further. And then at the end, you're going to have a small introduction before you dive into the value. Okay. And here you want to include brand outliers that are going to make them, are going to make you more likable. But don't make it too lengthy and include authority building elements. Okay. For example, in this example, my name is John. I'm a doctor in physical therapy, specializing in foot rehab. And then you can add more if you feel like it. This is where you build authority. And I spent the last 11 years working with and fixing 300 runners and backpackers. And I'm also a father, husband, and avid backpacker. So I understand what it means having to stay out of the trail. Enough talk, let's get into it. Okay? So really, a short paragraph, 3, 4, 5 lines, just explaining something about yourself, building authority, and sharing some brand outliers. Now, let's check the entire example. As you can see here, I'm reconfirming the title, picturing a painful scenario, and mentioning what they've tried and didn't work, right? So, you've tried classic physiotherapy. You stretched for an hour a day. You took medications, and you believed the just rest more lie. How long have you been doing that for? Yet, after months, sometimes years, that stabbing pain in your foot is still there, giving you a good morning as you step out of bed, bothering you at work after long hours standing, preventing you from enjoying time outside, running, hiking, and backpacking. And sometimes that pain won't even let you play with your kids. Do you see how I'm mentioning the exact pain points that they mentioned, that the prospects specifically mentioned, right? And I'm using the words that they mention, right? Stabbing pain, I can't enjoy time outside, right? The pain is bothering me after long hours standing, right? And then I even say, you're almost resigned. You accepted the fact that your foot is faulty, can't be fixed, and you will never be able to enjoy those activities that you love, right? See the pain? And this extremely resonates with them because, again, by checking to prospects and by reviewing sales calls, we figured out that for this specific client, for the ICP, almost like accepted the fact that they're never going to be able to to have a properly functioning foot again, right? So we mentioned exactly that. Now, the good news is that a solution actually exists. And in this video, I'm going to explain why you're able to alleviate the pain, but never fully get rid of it. Why the solutions you've tried so far have failed. And I'm going to lay down for you the exact step-by-step roadmap you can follow to fix your foot pain from the root and come back to enjoying those activities that you had put aside. Right? And then the introduction that we just covered. So this was pretty much the intro. As you can see, nothing crazy, very similar to a normal YouTube video. The only difference is maybe the introduction that you don't do thoroughly every time in YouTube videos. Okay? And because you don't want to increase sales resistance, you're not going to include any case studies in the intro, right? You're going to just do it at the end. At least I personally prefer to do it this way. Because again, you want to position it, it's going to be on a landing page, right? Often. So you want to position it as a value video. Otherwise, as soon as they realize that that you're selling something, they're going to click off. So you want to make it very value driven, very value oriented. Right, so this is how you structure the body. So you're gonna explain why what they've tried didn't work, right? Just like you mentioned here, you mentioned that what they've tried didn't work. Now you explain them why, and you give them a first haha moment, right? So these, like the value provided in this video must be extremely good, right? Because otherwise they're gonna think that even your program is whacked. So this needs to be really, really, really good and really enlightening, eye-opening, right? So you're gonna give them a first haha moment, even here at the beginning. And then you're gonna explain the solution, right? And you give them another epiphany moment. And the key is you wanna make them feel like they've solved the problem, even though they actually haven't done anything. Because your solution is so new, so good, and makes so much sense, they're gonna feel like suddenly they finally have found the new shiny object, the new solution. Finally, this is the time that is actually going to work. That's how you need to make them feel, right? This is the time that I'm finally going to get rid of my foot pain. This is the time that I'm going to finally achieve financial freedom and quit my 9-to-5. I've tried so many things and nothing worked, but this time I'm going to actually make it. That's how you need to make them feel. You want to empower them. Then step-by-step process. And here you lay down the way you lay down the process the way you lay it down in your pitch, in your sales call, okay? So extreme clarity. You want to make it so clear and precise that it gives them confidence. People buy when they feel like they can when they feel like the solution is new and is actually working, and when they feel like they can offload all your problems to you. Because if they can feel that, then there's going to be nothing stopping them from buying. And you achieve that confidence by giving clarity in each step of the process. So if you always get questions when it comes to a specific part of your program, answer those questions that they might have, right? And as you lay down the roadmap, don't just say this. Always loop back to emotional and logical benefits, right? So in week number 1, we're going to do this, so that you get this. And you feel like this, right? And you do that for pretty much every step. And as you go through the solution, right? As you go through the step-by-step process, make sure that you pre-handle objections. Okay, so look at the list of objections that you created, and make sure that you handle every single objection that they have, either here or in the section number 4, the case studies. Make it actionable, right? So again, you want to position the video as value driven. At this stage, they don't know it's a video sales letter. They still think it's a normal YouTube video or a normal video on a landing page providing value. Okay? So be absolutely anti-salesy. Just provide value, unique value, and don't be afraid of delivering too much value. Just give as much value as you can. Like I said, mention it as lay it down as something they can implement themselves. Don't mention, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. No, mention what you need to do next is this. What you need to do next is this. Make sure they realize the uniqueness of your approach and your unmatchable expertise in this field. Right? Once you've done this, and this is going to be the longest section, it's probably going to take 5, 7, 10, sometimes 15 minutes. I wouldn't really go beyond 15 minutes. I would keep it, usually below 10. Otherwise the video is going to be like above 20-25 minutes, and it's a bit too much, especially for landing page VSLs where people are coming from ads, right? That's pretty much cold traffic. So the VSL the whole thing needs to be like roughly below 10 minutes. Okay. If it's a YouTube VSL, so you're using the profile funnel, you can allow yourself to make it a bit more lengthy, because generally speaking, people watching this video are going to be a bit warmer because they've consumed some of your content, some of your stories maybe, and some of your YouTube videos before they actually go ahead and watch this asset. All right. Then when it comes to case studies, that's really important. Okay. You're not just going to say, oh yeah, we got X result to X person. No, you want to tell the story, because people don't care about results. People care about stories, right? You want to see themselves. You want them to see themselves in the stories that you're telling, right? This way they can see that it's actually possible. You make the process feel achievable, right? So first you lay down the process, right? And then you say, and by the way, this is the exact process that John used too, right? And this is the first part, and this is the part where you actually become a bit salesy, right? And it's not even gonna be salesy, but here they actually, maybe the smarter ones understand that you're gonna sell something, but it's fine, because at some point they're gonna get it anyways, right? And this is the best moment to do it, because you delivered so much value and you gave so much clarity and so much confidence that now all they need to buy from you is to see this working into practice. And the way you show this working into practice is by showing case studies, right? So you name 3, 4, maybe 5 case studies, right? And again, focus on diversity. So different ages, different pains, different goals, different initial situations, different gender even. And make sure, like I said, that you have pictures, screenshots, and maybe interviews and testimonials to show while you talk about these case studies, or straight after you talk about these case studies. So the way you're gonna break them down is you're gonna mention the name, for example. Yeah, so this is the exact process that actually John used to get XYZ result. And when we started working together, he was blah 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 blah, and he was dealing with, and he was facing this issue for like 3 years, and they even tried this and that, and it didn't work. Now the problem that was preventing them from achieving XYZ was, and then after 2 months of working with me, they achieved, and now their life looks like, right? You see how you actually tell a story. It's not just, yeah, this person got X result. No, you actually tell the story of this person. This is much, much more powerful. Now, you don't want to make it too lengthy. Otherwise, again, it's going to be too long. You don't want this section to be really more than 3-4 minutes. So really like 30 seconds for, per case study is more than enough, right? You don't want to make it too boring. So yeah, like I said, the duration of the whole thing, so of the whole body, should be between 7 and, I would say, 7 and 10 minutes, right? I mean, let's say 7 and 15. Let's keep it a bit wider, because again, depends on your niche as well and whatnot, right? And again, remember to handle as many objections as possible. This, like when you mention case studies, is a place where you can handle the most objections. You could say something like, again, what they've tried and it didn't work, so that you can show that even though they were facing that problem and they've tried different solution and nothing has worked, they actually were able to solve that problem with you, right? And you can handle other objections, like for example, at the beginning, they were struggling with this, and they weren't really comfortable that this would work, and then boom, 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 boom. Okay. So again, this is the best place to handle objections. Also because at this stage, you're only going to have the most qualified buyers. So the only thing that these buyers that go to this point need is for, to have to get their objections and their answers, and their questions answered. And then after this, there's going to be an outro. And there are 2 types of outro. You either do the option close, where you say, right, cool, I hope this was valuable. Now you really have two possibilities. You can, go ahead and implement this by yourself, and you should 100%. But you're probably going to face, some hurdles, right? Because yes, I mentioned everything, but for example, I didn't mention how to XYZ, right? Here, you make them realize that yes, they have the roadmap, but they don't have everything figured out. And if they implement it by themselves, it's gonna be painful, it's gonna take time, they're gonna go through the learning process, right? So they're gonna fail and iterate and whatnot, right? So it's a good option, but not the best option. And then option number 2, in the option clause is, or you could just let me guide you through this process, right? So that you can leverage my experience, my XYZ, my X years of experience, and you can let me guide you through this process so that you don't have to go through the learning phase and you can get there much quicker, right? It's on you. And then you just mention the next step. The other way of closing a VSL is like the one that I have done here for John. At this point, you should have a pretty good understanding of what's causing your pain and how to solve it forever. But if you're still confused or unsure and would like my one-on-one help in this process, so you can leverage my expertise, my experience, and speed up the healing phase, you can fill out the form below this video and book a free online consultation where I will assess your specific situation and design a roadmap specifically for you. Talk soon. Okay? So as you can see, very chill, very detached, very laid back. I don't need you, you need me. You can do it by yourself, but sorry, not the best idea, right? If you want, I'm here to help you. Okay? And you can do this because you built so much authority and you so much frame during the VSL that they're gonna feel stupid saying no at the end. That's the whole point, right? And if you have this exact structure, they're gonna feel, and if you have this exact structure and they get until the end, they're really gonna feel stupid not booking a call, right? And pay attention to also how I position the call. A free online consultation where I will assess your specific situation and design a roadmap specifically for you. And even here, you can fill out the form below, right? So you already tell them what's gonna be exactly the next step about, right? So yeah, this is how you create a high converting ESL. I hope this was valuable.
Alright, so what I wanted to go over is something really important, because what I realized is by reviewing calls and by taking calls myself, of course, I realized that most objections that we get on sales calls could be easily pre-handled in the DMs, or even better, through assets that we build and we get our prospects to watch before the call. So of course we need to optimize the booking process to make sure that they consume as many assets as possible. And by assets, I mean client interviews, client breakdowns, and even just like tutorials, because we want them to know that we are knowledgeable and we want to position ourselves as an authority and build that trust so that when they jump on the call, they're pretty much just ready to pay. So yes, we need to do that in the DMs, and we also need to post content in a way that makes them, again, pre-sold. So you should treat your content as if you didn't have a sales call. So imagine that you're not selling through sales calls, you just have an opt-in and people are just really sending you money. So what content do you need to create to have that in place, right? What content you need to create to pre-handle pretty much every single objection, okay? And you do that. Perfect. Now you have 2 of 3 things. But the last thing is the pre-call sequence. So now you book the call in the DMs, perfect, or through a video sales letter funnel, perfect. But now, how do you warm them up and prime them for the call in a way that literally the call is just for them to jump on and pretty much just pay, because they are going to be absolutely pre-sold. So we do that through the pre-call sequence. Now I have a document here. Let me just share my screen and open it. So this is pretty much the post-booking process. Now, before we dive into the actual process, I just want to show you some numbers, all right? Because you might think, okay, yeah, cool, the pre-call sequence, yeah, it's gonna increase my show-up rate and maybe my closing rate by a little bit, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter that much, right? Well, it actually does matter a lot, especially because it doesn't take much effort to put into practice. But if you do, let's look at the numbers. So let's say that we have case A, and this person doesn't have a post-booking process in place. And then case 2, and this person has a very optimized post-booking process. So person 1 gets a 70% show-up rate on his calls. Person 2, 90%. Person 1, 30% closing rate, so 1 call out of 3. And case 2, let's even increase the closing rate just by 5%. It's gonna be much higher, but let's suppose that it's just really 5% more, okay? They book the same amount of appointments, and the ticket price is exactly the same, right? Now the difference is, yes, this person books a couple more appointments, and yes, this person books a couple more sales. But if we look at the numbers, person A is making 30 to 35k a month. Person 2 is making 45 to 50. Okay, and again, doesn't sound like a huge difference. But then, if you look at the numbers in a year, then person A is making 360 to 420k a year, and person 2 is making, in any way, is making more than $500,000 a year, simply because this person has an optimized post-booking process. This is how important this process is. Okay, and these are very average numbers, to be honest, right? This can get up to easily to 93, 94, 95%, depending on the niche, of course, but it's absolutely realistic. And then the closing rate can go up to 40, 50, and if it goes above 50, then it means that you need to increase your prices. So yeah, again, that's another benefit of doing this sequence. You're gonna increase your closing rate so you can get closer to increasing your prices. And again, these numbers are gonna go up even more compared to not having a pre-call sequence in place. Now, there are essentially 3 elements to increasing the show-up rate as much as possible and priming prospects for the call. So number 1 is going to be optimizing your Calendly or whatever calendar platform you use to book people in, so that it's optimized for booking, to reduce friction in the booking phase, to give you the right data, and to make sure that prospects show up. Number 2 is going to be the reminders, to again make sure that prospects show up and they don't forget about the call and they're excited for the call. And then number 3 is the post-booking page, and that is the most important thing that we're going to go over today. So I'm going to just quickly go over step 1 and step 2, and then we're going to dive into the post-booking page, which is absolutely fundamental. That's the actual key. So number 1, I've already recorded the training, so maybe you've seen it, maybe not, but I'm just gonna do a recap on how to optimize your Calendly, okay? So first of all, the event type is gonna be, of course, a one-on-one event, and the duration is gonna kind of depend on your niche, but generally speaking, especially for high-ticket programs, so I'm talking 1K, 2K, 3K, and everything above, then you want to at least take 60 minutes of your time, and at their time, to really go thoroughly through the sales sequence, okay? I'm not going to talk about that today, but you need that time to really dive deeper into their current situation, pain points, what they've tried, why it didn't work, and all that stuff. And then after the pitch, you still want to handle objections and have time to not rush the call. So you want to really take 60 minutes. Now, Josh, in your case, you might want to do 45-minute calls. This is the duration that usually we were doing with Nick, because it's a lower ticket item. So especially if you have this post call in place, it's gonna be really easy to convert them in those 45 minutes. So should be fine. Now, a lot of people also get wrong the event name. They just call it call with X or something weird, right? What you wanna do is you wanna have the event name with the outcome that they are going to get. So you remind them what the call is about, and you also add your name in it. So those remind who the call is with. And if they've been following you on Instagram or YouTube for a long period of time, then they're going to be excited about it because, you know, they consume your content. They feel like they're almost your friends. And it's almost like they are meeting, I wouldn't say almost like they're idols, right? So they're going to look forward to the call. So that's the event type. Then make sure that you have a solid availability in your calendar, right? So of course you can connect your calendar so you avoid double bookings and whatnot. But don't just have 4 slots every single day at the same time, because you you remove the possibility to book people from other places, for example, right? So if you have people from, I don't know, Australia, and you only have you only have like 2-3 hours, then I'm gonna be able to book. Then time zone detection enabled, right? So they book, so you make sure that even if they're not used to using booking platforms, they book with the right time zone, with their time zone. And only, this is really important, only allow prospects to book max 5 to 6 days into the future. Because the more time elapses between when they book and when they jump on the call, the less likely they're going to be to convert, because the excitement kind of fades. All right, so you want to make sure that you book them in as soon as possible. Then make sure, especially if you have a 45-minute event, to add a 15-minute buffer after the call. So even if you have back-to-back calls, you're still gonna have time to not rush the call. And make sure to have minimum scheduling notice enabled so that you don't have last-minute bookings as well. And of course, like I said, connect your calendar to your Calendly or whatever booking platform you use so that you don't, they don't book calls when you're eating or out having dinner with your family. And then the location, of course, Zoom or Google Meet, right? No phone calls, and don't get them to choose, just choose one for them. And I personally prefer to use Zoom, but again, you decide what's best for you. And automatically include the link to the event in the calendar invite, so they can click on the invite and they can access the call directly from there. That's that. Now, these were the kind of like normal settings. Now there is something that you need to do if you're not doing. That is the questions when people book. Okay, so when people book, you don't just want to collect name, email, and phone number. You also want to get Instagram handle, and that's mainly for workflow purposes, so that the setter can understand who actually made that booking, so they can track that in the sheets and they can send follow-ups.
Whoa.
Hi, James.
Oh, sorry, I thought I was on mute.
Don't worry.
It was a very, very cool world.
Playing with
Aurora. Yeah. And then you have some qualification questions, right? And here you ask goals, challenges, and finances. Now, I want to touch on finances a little bit. If you are B2C, so if you're serving consumers, then in that case, you are going to have it a bit softer, right? So for example, Jackie and Josh, in your case, even James, in your case, you are going to have something like, what is your job, right? Or what's your time availability? So in a soft way, you're going to understand whether they can actually afford your service. Because then if they say, I'm a uni student or I'm unemployed, then probably you maybe want to do a further qualification before you spend your time with this prospect on the call. If you are B2B, like I am, then I'm going to be a bit more direct. I'm going to really ask, okay, what's your financial availability, right? I'm going to give some price ranges and ask them where they fall into. And I'm going to frame it in a way that benefits them, right? So I can show you my exact question in my Calendly real quick. This is my Calendly event, and the question is, this is how I framed it. Scaling a business is a commitment, both mentally and financially. Which of the following best describes your business/personal finances? Please answer truthfully. This is a huge part of determining the advice we give you on the call. All right. And then there are radio buttons type of answer with some options. Next up is going to be the notifications and reminders. We're going to touch on that in a second. And I personally like to remove the option for them to cancel. If they want to cancel, I want them to text me, so I can also ask the reason, but it's usually not going to happen that often. And make sure that also the link name looks clean. For example, I have my name and 45 minutes. Okay, don't have like weird stuff here, because you can personalize it. So make sure that it just looks clean and short. Just a very subtle thing, but everything does. Now, reminders. You want to have 3 reminders, okay? So you want to have a reminder 24 hours before, and you want to do that via email and on Instagram. Now, via email, you're going to send something like this. You can set them up on Calendly. They're very simple to set up, and you want to include the reconfirmation button in the reminder, in the email reminder, 24 hours before the event, so they can actually reconfirm their attendance. And then you're gonna send an Instagram message, or your setter is going to send an Instagram message that is gonna look something like this. So, hey John, you probably got reminders everywhere already, but just confirming our call tomorrow at 5 p.m. We good? Excited for it. Then you're gonna send 1 hour before an email, an SMS, and an Instagram message. So the email is gonna look something like this, so very similar to the previous one, but without reconfirmation button this time. The SMS, again, you can set it up on Calendly, and it's going to look something like this. So just a reminder that event name is blah. See you then. And then 5 or 10 minutes, usually 10 minutes is better, but before the call you want to send an email. So by then they should already be on their laptop, and you're gonna say, event starts in 10 minutes. Hi John, just about time, looking forward to having you on shortly. And then you make sure that the location is there, so they can click the link from the email they get, and not just from the calendar event. And again, when it comes to how to set them up, you can simply open Calendly, and there is a tutorial in the TBCS that you can use to you can follow to set them up. It's pretty simple and straightforward. Any questions on this before I dive into the actual sauce, which is the post-booking phase, post-booking page? Nice. Right. So this is key, and this is what we need people to see. Okay. So the first thing, so you want this page to open after they book. So again, through Calendly, you can turn on an option to open a landing page after they complete the booking. Okay, so they choose the time, the other details, they reply to the questions, and then this page opens. Okay, and then you also want to send this page via email. In the reconfirmation email, you're gonna send this page, so you maximize the chances of them seeing this page. This is important. And then in this page, you're gonna have at the top a 2, 3, 4 minute video walking them through the page. So you're just gonna tell them what's in the page. You're gonna guide them on how to use the page, so that you maximize the chance of them going through the whole thing. Because what you don't want to do is they jump on the page and then they click off. Okay, you actually want to hook them with something like, your call isn't confirmed yet. So you hook them and you get them to watch the video, right? And then they watch the video, and inside this video you're gonna just go through the page and tell them, so first of all, thank you for booking, blah blah blah. And then you actually tell them you need to confirm your appointment, right? And you just tell them how to do it, right? So you need to tell them that they need to go in their email and they need to click yes, I accept this invite, so that this way the event is going to appear in their calendar. Otherwise it's not going to appear, and they're going to be much less likely to actually show up, because it doesn't show up in your calendar, and if they're busy they forget about it. Okay, or maybe someone booked that specific time slot and now they have a double booking, and they need to choose which meeting to take, and they're probably not going to take yours, right? So that's quite important, and you want to do it at the very beginning of this video. Then you're going to have a bunch of FAQs, okay? And the best way to do the FAQs is through videos. And again, that's something quite subtle, but is extremely powerful. I'm going to show you an example.
Thank you.
This is a guy that I'm kind of doing some work with. He's an agency owner, and he's mainly working with big companies like construction companies and whatnot. But this is a very good example of a really good post-call landing page. Okay, so your call is not confirmed, or you just
confirmed.
yeah, he said he's confirmed. I prefer to use the negative to scare them and increase a bit, a bit of fear so that they actually watch the video. You can do it the way you want, as long as you get them to watch the video. Essentially in this video, as you can see, check your email, make sure that you add the event to your calendar. And then he also tells, one of my team members is going to call you. So none of us is at that level yet, but if you're getting a high amount of calls booked and you also sell a very high ticket item, then you're gonna have a triager calling prospects as soon as they book, and they're gonna go through part of the discovery phase, right? Just to gather more information so that the closer or whoever is taking the call is gonna have a better, clearer direction on the call on what questions to ask. And then, like I said, it just walks them through the page. So it shows how to use the page, right? And as you can see, there are all the FAQs answered through videos. As you can see, each frequently asked question has a specific video, 3 to 5 minute video answering that question, right? Really powerful. And essentially, this is just pre-handling objections. This is a very smart way to pre-handle objections. Now, on the call, they're not going to ask, how fast can I see results? How much does it cost? Because you just pre-handle everything here, right? And then...
Is he able to...
Yeah.
Sorry. Do you know if he... Maybe this is just a very technical question, but is he able to see how many people actually watch these videos?
Yes, you can. Everything is depending on which platform you use to create the landing page. You can, yeah. Generally speaking, you can.
Yeah.
But it's not that relevant, is it? Like, why would you need it for?
Well, no, I'm just asking the question because it's quite. If each video is 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah.
I assume he doesn't expect everybody to watch every single video.
I mean,
you just select the ones that you're interested in.
Exactly. Like if you don't care about what if it doesn't work, you probably, like the thing is, you probably care about all of them. If you're really interested, if you're really in the service, you're probably gonna watch them all because you want to actually know. You actually want to know.
Yeah, quick one from me.
Yeah.
On the pricing one, he's put how much does it cost?
Yeah.
On that, would you give any specifics, or would you just say this is going to be tailored to your needs?
That's subtle. So if we look at this video, he's actually gonna say the price. He says the price, but because it's B2B and he's targeting people who have been pitched, burnt, left and right and center. So he actually says the price. He says we have 2 programs. One is this price. One is this price. The goal is to figure out which one is best for you. And he says, he almost says like, we are expensive because we've earned the right to do so. We've like through all the case studies and the results that we got to our clients, we can do that. We can be that. So he's got a very direct approach, and in his market it works really, really well. Now, if you apply the same approach to another market, might not work well at all, right? But because of the people he's dealing with, it works extremely well. Now, in your case, I personally wouldn't say that. I would say, like James said, it kind of depends on your situation, blah, 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 right? And that works with B2C. But if you say to a person who's got a company making $500,000 a month, if you say, it depends on your situation, they're going to say, yeah, shut up, right? Because they know the sales tactics. They are no BS people. So you want to tailor to your niche. But in your case, in all of your cases, because you're all B2C, I would just go around it. Now, coming back to the page, you are gonna have, after the FAQs, a VSL, right? So this can be 2 things. Either the VSL that you already have on YouTube, right? Or another VSL made specifically just for this page, which is what I recommend because it doesn't take much to record and is essentially almost the same thing. The only difference between a normal VSL and this VSL is that this VSL goes a bit more in depth in the step-by-step process that you use to get your client results. And you make it really obvious that that's how you work, right? So a normal VSL, for example, on YouTube or on a normal landing page is going to be a bit broader. So you still provide value, you still show client results, you still introduce yourself, but you don't break down week by week your process, which is what you actually have to do here, right? So what you have to do is, first of all, you need to tell them who you are as a person, what makes you qualified, why and how you're different. You want to share your case studies and then your roadmap. Now, why that? I've seen a bunch of calls, right? I read a bunch of calls, and I've seen people kind of introducing themselves on the call, right? So they start the call by saying, hi, I'm XYZ, I do this, I have a Y, I have a blah, blah, blah. The thing is, they're on the call to get a problem solved. So if you start talking about yourself, they're gonna be thrown off already. They don't care. So you still want them to know who you are and maybe your qualifications and what, puts you in a position of being able to help these people, how you learned all what you know, but you want to do it in the pre-call VSL. No, you don't want to be doing it on the call, right? Then why and how you're different. You want to make sure that they realize that you are completely different. I got this objection of one of my sales calls last year. There are so many of you, right? Which one is best? This again, my mistake, because that person didn't consume enough of my content because I didn't have enough, right? This person was coming from outreach and ended up losing a prospect, losing a client that I knew I could help because I didn't get them the chance to understand why and how my program, my process, my system is different than all the other people offering the same thing. Then of course you want to show case studies. You can even show the same case studies that you showed already in other assets, so in your VSL or on Instagram, whatever, it doesn't really matter. You just want to, again, remind them and about your social proof. And then you're gonna have a roadmap. But again, like I said, this time the roadmap is going to be week by week. So you explain exactly what's gonna happen in week 1, what's gonna happen after the onboarding, how was the delivery, right? So here you want them to have extreme clarity on your process. Again, it's really important. Like you don't want them to jump on the call and not know what the call is about and not know what you offer exactly. Make sense?
Yes.
Nice. And then one thing that you want to do throughout this video and also throughout the FAQ videos that you're going to have is pre-handle all the objections. So by now you probably took some sales calls already. So what I suggest you to do, if you haven't done it yet, create a collection, a library of all the most common sales objections that you get. You create a library, and you can even ask ChatGPT to do that for you. You just feed AI with all the transcripts of all your calls, and it's gonna analyze them and create a library of all your sales objections. And if you do that, you can pre-handle all those objections in this asset and in the other assets. So again, you remove every layer. Like, if you have all these in place, what's stopping these people from buying? First of all, they're gonna jump on the call because you're gonna make them so excited. And then on the call, like, besides asking the price and besides understanding if this is exactly right for them, it's gonna work exactly for them, what questions do they have? And even, is this gonna work for me? Even that question is gonna be pre-handled by showing the case studies and breaking down how clients in their exact same situation got results. Then another thing that you're going to mention inside the 2-minute video is prepare for the call. So in this video, again, you're gonna say, please add the appointment to your calendar. If it's the case, you're gonna say, one of my team members is gonna call you just to confirm the appointment and ask you a couple of questions, just for us to have clarity on your company and how you work. And then you're gonna invite them to watch the FAQs. And then you're gonna invite them to watch the VSL, the video, and you call it a video working through the exact roadmap that we follow to get our clients' results. And we would eventually use if we start working together. And then you tell them, now, after that video, you're going to see a bunch of case studies, video interviews, like client interviews, and video testimonials of people we've worked with. So please watch that as well. And then at the end of that 2-minute video, you're gonna say, now, please bring on the call anybody else involved in the decision-making process, so that we avoid back and forth and we don't waste each other's time. Please take the call in a quiet environment and from your laptop, so we make sure the connection is good, you don't run out of battery, and you can hear me clear and all that. And please, let's respect each other, meaning this is an appointment, so please just don't ghost us, right? And something I've seen people doing that is, in my opinion, really, really powerful, but you need to be in a position of authority. You need to have a very strong brand to be able to do that. But some people, what they do is, please jump on the call, because if you don't, you're not gonna be able to book another call with us. This is a very bold statement, right? Which is probably not true, right? If I don't show up, I don't think that if I want to show up, they're gonna say, no, we won't take a call with you because we don't want your money. Like, they probably are going to do that, but that's pretty powerful, because first of all, it shows authority, confidence, and already builds frame, which is all what sales is about at the end of the day. So yeah, that is pretty much it. And again, just to show you the end of the landing page, as you can see, it's got the same structure. So the first video, shorter, the FAQs answered through videos, the proper VSL, which is a bit longer, explaining week by week how it works, and then the case studies. And that's it. So yeah, that is pretty much the pre-call sequence that you must have in place if you want to not only increase your show-up rate, but most importantly, make calls shorter, easier, charge more, and pretty much just eliminate every single objections. Yeah.
What would you say is the 1 or 2 things that you've learned? Because you've learned, you've made mistakes, you've refined, you've polished, and you are where you are now. So what would you say are the 2 things that you wish you had learned up front already that you can then share with us?
You need to post as much content as possible, and you want your prospects to watch as much of your content as possible, because especially if, again, in my case, people were coming through outreach, like these people literally don't know anything about you. If you don't have content, if you don't have a good solid presence on Instagram and YouTube, these people are jumping on this call and they don't know anything about you. So if you don't even have a pre-call sequence, like, how can you expect to jump on a call and then pitch these people thousands of dollars? And that's what I've done pretty much all the time at the beginning, because I didn't know all these things, right? And I'm now building all these assets. And it's gonna be much easier to close on the call, because yes, closing skills are important, 100%, but really, if you have a solid brand on Instagram, a solid brand on YouTube, and you have a pre-call sequence like this in place, why would they not buy? Even if you're not good at closing, how can they not buy? How can they buy from somebody else when they know everything about you, and you've shared all the case studies, and you showed exactly the roadmap, the step-by-step process you use week by week, and you pre-handled all the objections, and the way you explained the roadmap is with such clarity that it's gonna feel impossible to fail. Like, the steps are gonna feel so safe to climb that it's gonna be like, this is perfect, this is exactly what I was looking for, there is no way that this is gonna fail. That's how you need to make them feel with those assets. So again, to answer your question in one sentence, more content, more assets, nurture them in the setting sequence. So again, even in appointment setting, share case studies and client breakdowns, and have this pre-call sequence in place. So when you jump on the call, they know everything about you, your company, your case studies, and how you work. So what is Instagram DM appointment setting? In case you're not familiar with this concept, this is the process of booking prospects up for sales calls using Instagram DM conversations. So we're going to engage with prospects coming from different sources, as we're going to see in a second. We're going to connect with them, we're going to qualify them, and then we're going to have again this conversation. And if they are qualified, and if we find out through the conversation that we can help them, then we're going to go ahead and propose an appointment, aka the sales call. Okay, we're going to see in the following page in the DM appointment setting module how to do this in practice the right way. In this video, I just want to focus on what it is and why we do it, and the general structure, and also what kind of DM setting types there are. So why do we do it in the first place? Looks like super time demanding, right? We need to chat with every single person to maybe get, a few appointments every 100 messages. Well, we do that because this is the most efficient way to convert prospects. If you want to have an extremely high ROAS, and if you want to reduce the acquisition cost, we cannot just wait for people to take action. We need to actively engage with them, start conversations, and get them on a call. This also allows you to qualify prospects further, so that when you jump on the call, you know exactly what direction you want the call to take according to that specific prospect. Because if you're just pushing people towards a VSL, towards a website, towards a landing page, after they see your ads, you're just pretty much throwing spaghetti to a wall, hoping that something sticks. And it's not gonna work. And if it is gonna work, you're probably gonna get unqualified prospects, people that don't know anything about you and what you do, who you are, and why you care. And again, because of these, the cost per acquisition, the cost per booked call, the cost per booked appointment is going to be extremely high. With this process, we usually are able to keep the price per appointment below $50. It really depends on the niche and on the price of your service and how much qualification we add to the conversation. But generally speaking, if we are doing a good job with ads, the cost per call is going to be below $50, right? And might seem like a lot, but in actual fact, if you're selling at 2, 3, 4, 5K, or if your lifetime value is 3, 4, 5, 10K, then it's not that much, is it? But again, generally speaking, it's even below $50. Now, at the beginning, if you're just getting started, or if you are below a specific threshold, you're going to do appointment setting yourself. That's why I've included this module in the TVCAS. Because appointment setters, so people sending messages in your behalf in your Instagram DMs, are getting paid on sales commissions. So in order for them to make a living, we need to make money, right? You're usually getting paid between 5 and 7% from your sales. So if you're making $3,000 a month, well, nobody's gonna want to send messages for 6 hours, 8 hours a day for $200 a month, right? I hope that makes sense. So again, below a specific threshold, you are going to take care of this task. But don't be scared. It's nothing crazy and complicated if you follow the modules and if you follow the structure and the frameworks that I'm gonna be giving you. And it's not even that time demanding because I'm gonna show you throughout the modules some tactics to be more efficient and faster while doing appointment setting. Now there are different types of appointment setting. I mean, appointment setting is, DM appointment setting is one task. They're just different starting points because, like I said earlier, we need to get these people somewhere, right?
we need to have someone to start the conversation with in the first place. And who are these people? Well, it really depends on the phase of your growth and really the phase of your growth and what you want to focus on. But generally speaking, we're gonna do warm outbound. And warm outbound is actively reaching out to new followers. The reason why it's warm is because these people are actually actively following you, so they kind of like you already. But it's still outbound because we reach out to them in the first place. The first message is going out from us. Then there is inbound. Inbound is a message coming to us, and there are different types of inbound. The first and most common inbound is keywords inbound. So we're gonna have call to actions in our stories, in our content, and we're gonna ask people to comment or send us a specific keyword. And we know that when they send us that keyword, even from ads, for example, then they are actively looking for a solution to solve a problem that they are hoping we can solve for them. The other type of inbound is simply a person following you, actively reaching out and say, hey, I have this problem. Can you help me? Yes, right? So it's the same thing, it's just in a different form. Then we also have database reactivation. So what I like to call, again, database reactivation. So this is the process of reaching out, again, outbound, to old followers, so current followers. And the way we do that is by extracting your followers list and reaching out to pretty much every single of your current followers, unless there is already a conversation open and unless they are unqualified. And we reach out to them and we reconnect them, and then we just start a conversation, we see where they're at, and we just follow the normal process. Okay? The reason why this works so well is because if you have a few thousand followers and you've never done appointment setting, this database reactivation is going to allow you to book appointments even before posting any ad or posting any organic content. So it's going to be extremely, extremely powerful. And yeah, we see that we go over this process in the QCC module, Quick Cash Campaigns module, because again, this allows you to collect cash within the first couple of weeks or less of starting this collaboration. Okay. Now, the structure is, we're gonna have scripts, generally speaking, but just like sales calls, I don't like to have scripts. I very much prefer to have frameworks and strategies to follow. Okay, because it's sales. So if you just follow a script and you just send copy and paste messages like a robot, it's not gonna work, because people are gonna sense that there is a salesperson or a bot behind the DMs. By the way, little side note: the reason why we don't use AI for this process, even though there are tools that potentially do a decent job, is because it's sales. It's too subtle. AI in 2025 is not advanced enough to understand deep motivators, deep desires, and dig deeper without being salesy and show empathy and whatnot. And also, we're going to use specific elements that they have on their profiles whenever they don't have a private profile to, again, make the conversation more customized, more personal, and to show them that we are humans and we are there to help them and not just to sell them something. So the first part of the framework is to connect. Again, in case of inbound, we're not gonna have to connect because they pretty much connect for us. In case of outbound, for example, in case of warm outbound, we just connect after they follow. And in case of outbound on current followers, we just reach out to them again with a personalized line or with a specific first liner. After we connect, we have to quickly qualify them. So with a couple of vague questions and non-salesy questions, we just want to understand if they're actually in the niche that we help people in. Okay, for example, if you're helping a cyclist and that person
doesn't even own a bike, then of course we're gonna disqualify that person. And the reason why we do that early in the conversation is, but we do it softly, is because we don't want to waste time with unqualified prospects. Okay? Because as you're gonna see yourself, this is a pretty, it's not, I wouldn't say time demanding, it's just you need to be efficient, you need to be smart. Because 80% of your results are gonna come from 20% of your conversations or less. You need to find those 20% of the conversations as soon as possible. Otherwise, you're gonna waste your time handling the other 80% that are not gonna take you anywhere. That said, after we qualify them, again, it's gonna be very, very unsalesy approach. So we're not gonna say, for example, again, if they're cyclists and we have a cyclist, we're not gonna say, hey, do you need help with your cycling? We're gonna say that at that stage in the conversation. Absolutely not. We need to build rapport first. In fact, the third step after we ask questions, a big question, for example, are you into cycling as well? Or something even more playful, more funny, just again, to reduce the sales resistance. After that, we just build rapport. So we ask more questions, we demonstrate interest, and we show that we care, as we're gonna see in the next videos. Then we set an anchor. Setting an anchor means finding a deep pain point, a specific thing that they're struggling with at the minute, and potentially even a goal. It really depends on the offer, if we're gonna find a goal or a pain point. But generally speaking, finding a pain point and focusing on the pain point is much more powerful than finding a goal and focusing on the goal. Because think about it. Imagine you're using Bolt, right? Are you gonna run faster running towards the finish line or running away from a house on fire or from a lion running after you? You're gonna run faster from the lion running after you, right? So pain is a bigger motivator than goals, always. Not only in appointment setting, but also in sales calls. Once we find this anchor, we need to dig deeper in this pain or desire. We need to really find pain and let this pain come out. However, we're not gonna say salesy stuff and weird stuff like, "Hey, are you in pain? How painful that is for you," or anything like that. Because again, the key to successful appointment setting is making the conversation as natural as possible, as if you were having a conversation with a person in real life. You should be like a therapist, like a doctor, asking questions and leading with questions, but without being weird or salesy. And the more you can build this rapport and dig deeper into their problems without them even realizing that you're there to sell them something, the easier it's gonna be to then book them in. After you set an anchor and you dig deeper and you build pain and you build even a gap between the current situation and the desired situation, then we are pretty much sure at that point that we can help them. So at that point, we transition and we let them know that we are available to help them. And then we tell them how we can help them. And then we ask permission to send the calendar to book an appointment with them. And then we drop the calendar. And then we book them in, and then they go through the pre-call sequence, and then they jump on the call. Okay? This is pretty much how it works. Now, in case you're wondering how long the conversation should be, it really, really depends on the prospect and on the level of qualification. So if we have loads and loads and loads of requests and we don't have many spots available to take sales calls, then we're gonna increase the qualification rate, the qualification threshold, sorry. So we're gonna ask more questions to get more qualified prospects on calls. If we don't have many calls or we need to practice sales, then we're gonna book more people in so that we can put more reps in and take more sales calls. But generally speaking, it's gonna be just really a normal conversation. I'm gonna give you a specific framework to follow and potentially a script with some example questions, which are, by the way, like I said, extremely flexible. And after that, you just have to go through the conversation very naturally. You don't wanna make it too long because you're gonna waste a lot of time and you're also gonna you also have to put yourself in the shoes of the prospect. Like, they don't have much time to chat to you in the DMs. So if they really need help, at some point we need to pitch, right? We cannot have like send like 50 messages before we book them in. Okay, we use your common sense, but at the same time, don't be too find the balance between not being pushy and not wasting too much of your time. Okay, it's a bit of a subtle art, like because it's sales. So sales is like an art. It's just a form of sales. So you're gonna find helpful the next videos where I'm gonna show you some example conversations and how to do appointment setting properly. Because in there you can see the length, the duration of the chat, and how many messages we send, what messages we send at which point, when we pitch, when is the right time to pitch, who is qualified, who's not qualified, and whatnot. Okay. So yeah, this is pretty much an overview of what appointment setting is, in case you weren't familiar with it. Now go ahead and watch the following videos on how to do appointment setting and how to track everything and how to adjust according to performance. Okay. However, if we're working together, I'm gonna, coach you and consult you and mentor you and guide you with appointment setting. Let me know if you have any questions. As you probably realized by now, we need to track data with excruciating detail, because if we don't do that, when things are not working, we cannot fix them. And even if they are working, we cannot improve. Okay? So we need to track data. It is a time investment because it's gonna slow the process down by a little bit, but it's gonna pay off because, again, we're gonna always know where is the problem when a problem arises. So if we're not booking appointments, we're gonna know exactly why that. Okay? So by now you duplicated already the template done with you. So you have the appointments sheet and the master KPI sheet, and then another CPI calculator, but this is mainly for ads. You shouldn't worry too much about this. But yeah, the main sheet we use to track appointments and to track data for appointment setting is this one, the master KPI sheet. So you open it, and you probably know already that we need to duplicate the template and not, I repeat, not edit the template. Just duplicate the template and then have a sheet for each month. Okay, so for example, if it's November, you're gonna click here, you're gonna click duplicate, and then you're gonna change the title of the duplicated version to November 2025, and then you edit November 2025, and you don't touch the template. And then there is another sheet, and I'm gonna walk you through that in a second. So the first things that we need to track are the ad spend, how many followers we get per day, how many followers are actually qualified amongst the followers that start following us. How do you understand whether a person is qualified or not? Well, when it comes to B2C businesses, probably like yours, it's not that easy to qualify people because most of them have a private profile, and maybe some of them don't share everything. So for example, if you are a running coach, maybe they are runners, but they don't show about the running. They don't post running pictures. And in that case, you're gonna count them as unqualified, even if they are qualified. So when it comes to B2C, I still try and track qualified followers, but I take it with a grain of salt, and I don't really put too much, weight onto this metric. So how do you define whether a person is qualified? Well, when someone follows us, as you do a warm outbound on them, you're gonna check the profile and you're gonna see if they look like potential prospects. For example, if you're a running coach and that person has lots of running pictures and race pictures on their profile, well, guess what? They're going to be qualified, right? Outbound sent. This is how many messages you send. Okay, for example, if you send 30 messages to new followers today, then today you're gonna type 30 here, right? For example, if it's the second day of November, assuming that this is November's sheet. We are also going to send follow-ups. Money is in the follow-ups. If we don't send follow-ups, we are gonna waste so many leads and waste so many opportunities. So we're gonna see that in the modules, but we are going to send very specific follow-ups to keep building rapport with people and don't throw them off and don't make them unfollow. But again, to restart the conversation when things are a bit slow and they don't respond. What is an engagement? An engagement is when a person actually is engaged in the conversation. I don't call it a conversation just yet. I call it an engagement. So what determines the start of an engagement? The start of an engagement is the fourth message. As you're going to see in the next page, so the labeling and chat management page, an engagement starts at the fourth message. So I can show you an example. So in this case, for example, as you can see, this is the conversation. You can also see pretty much the length of the conversation, right? I would say probably 20 messages on my end in total, probably less. So an engagement is the fourth message we said. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So this message right here marks the start of an engagement, marks a new engagement. So we are going to always track leads, and whenever we get a new engagement, so whenever we go past, so whenever we get to the fourth message, in case of an outbound, we just add a number here, okay, in this column. In case of inbound, it's going to be the third message, because in case of inbound, this message is not going to exist because they reach out to us in the first place. Okay, so essentially an engagement is when they reply to our reply. Okay, so this is our reply, this is our first message, this is their reply to our first message, this is our reply to their reply, and this is their reply to our reply. Okay, so their reply to our reply marks a new engagement. A conversation instead, so new conversation, is marked by the sixth message in case of outbound and fifth message in case of inbound. So in this example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This marks the start of a conversation. Get it? The reason why we track that is because we need to know whether the bottleneck is early in the conversation, like we don't get many engagements compared to how many outbound messages we send, or later down. So if, for example, we send 30 outbound messages and we only start 3 conversations, there is probably a bit of a bottleneck, right? And I'm gonna talk later about what are good KPIs in general, generally speaking, because it really depends on the niche. Leads disqualified. Here you're gonna drop the number of leads that we disqualify. Okay, so if we start a conversation and then in the qualification phase, so hopefully as soon as possible in the conversation, we figure out that this person is not qualified, then we just add a number here, leads disqualified, 1, 2, 3, 4, and whatnot. And even if later in the conversation they say that they cannot afford it, then we still add a number here because we disqualify them. Inbound received, so how many inbound messages we get on that specific day. How many booking links we drop, so how many booking links we send, and how many calls we book. We track how many calendar links we send, because if we see that there is a big discrepancy between how many calendar links we send and how many calls we book, then we need to fix what we do before the pitch, or we need to change the timing at which we send the booking link. Maybe we need to build more report, maybe we need to pitch in a different way, maybe we need to send a different type of follow-up and whatnot, okay? It's an art, so it's not gonna, I'm not gonna be able to explain it in a 10-minute video, but by working together, you're gonna master this art. cost per qualified conversation. So these are just formulas. These everything automatically calculated, and this allows us to understand again where is the bottleneck. The important metrics are really cost per booked call, cost per conversation, and messages to bookings. So how many messages we send and get, and how many bookings we call. How many calls we book. Usually, generally speaking, this number should be around 5%, 3 to 5%. So every 100 messages, we should book 3 to 5 calls with qualified prospects. Okay? Might be more, might be less. It really depends on the niche. And it's probably even a little bit, it's really average, to be honest. All right? And that's pretty much it. Now, you know probably already how to use all this, and you know how the appointments sheet works. Now, in here, we're also going to add new pages when we want to split test different openers or different specific messages, because we always want to be more efficient. So ideally, we split test, just like we split test ad creatives, we split test different openers to see which one gets the most amount of replies. Okay? So for example, we're gonna have a table. Okay, how many times we sent this message? 100. How many engagements we started after sending this message? 20. Okay, sound. Then we sent this other message, this other opener, 100 times, and we started 35 conversations, or we got 35 engagements from that first liner. So guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna just abort, we're gonna ditch the first one, and we're gonna just keep the second one, because the second one is more efficient, because it gets more engagement, okay? Gets more replies, more responses. And then there is a campaign. Here is just really to track inbound messages. So if you're running an ad that asks people to comment or DM a specific keyword, and that person DM that specific keyword, we're gonna count that person as an inbound in the sheet, but also in these campaign sheet, because we wanna know exactly how many inbound we get from a specific ad, how many conversations we start from a specific ad, and how many appointments we book from a specific ad, and how many sales we make from a specific ad. This way we can calculate the cost per acquisition from that specific ad creative. Because as you probably know by now, we don't care about the cost per click, cost per view that much. We care about the cost per call and cost per acquisition from a specific ad. That's the number that we care about when it comes to making smart ad decisions. So yeah, that's pretty much how to use this tracking sheet. Okay. Now, the way I usually like to track appointments, because sometimes you might do appointment setting from your mobile, from your smartphone, and you don't have your laptop with you. Well, in that case, I like to do tally marks. So I take a piece of paper and I just do different columns. I think I can show you. Hang on, bear with me. This is what I usually do. I keep a piece of paper and I write some letters. O for outbound, E for inbound, I for inbound, E for engagements, C for conversations, B for booking links dropped, BD for booking links dropped, B for bookings, and VC for disqualified conversations. And then I just do I just use tally marks to mark how many outbound we send, how many inbound we get, how many engagements we get, how many conversations we start, how many booking links we drop, how many bookings we get, and how many leads we disqualify. And then at the end of the day, I just look at the paper and I just log the data in the tracking sheet. Okay, don't forget to log everything in the tracking sheet. Okay. Now when it comes to how to do appointment setting, I usually like to do it using laptop because it's just much more efficient, because you can keep a page with all the messages. Because yes, I don't like to use copy and paste, but questions are going to be similar. So usually when we do appointment setting, we keep the question roughly the same, and we just change what's before the question in the message. So as you're going to see in the next modules, we want to lead with questions, but the questions must be tailored. So the questions must be tailored, but at the same time, they are roughly always the same. So for example, we always acknowledge and say something about what they said before asking a question. And so we say something, and that something is going to be personalized, and then the question can be copy and paste. And because the question is going to be copy and paste, it's just much more efficient to do laptop, to use your computer, so you can copy and paste the messages. However, from the Instagram desktop app, we cannot label chats. And as we're going to see in the next page, it's really important to label chats, because otherwise we don't know who to prioritize. It's extremely important that we label chats, so we keep leads organized, and we know exactly who we should focus more attention on, because that person is more qualified or closer to book an appointment. If you don't track and you don't label and you don't manage your chats, it's gonna be a mess, and you're not gonna book appointments. I can tell you that for sure. And you are not gonna be, you're not gonna last long, because it's just gonna be a nightmare, because everything's gonna be just scattered and all over the place. So spend time tracking and managing chats to have a clean, optimized, and efficient workflow. Okay. So yeah, what I usually do, and I tell my setters to do, is you use your laptop because you're faster at typing. You use the dictation tool to be even faster at typing, and then you copy and paste the parts of the messages that are always the same, and you can template. And also, we can have canned voice notes, and you can use those canned voice notes over and over on the desktop app, simply by dragging and dropping the audio file from your desktop, for example, to the Instagram chat. And Instagram is going to send the message as a normal voice note, even though it's actually an audio file. Okay? As you probably realized by now, it's really important to be organized when doing appointment setting and to label chats so that we can prioritize warmest leads. Speed to lead is really important, and we want to prioritize the warmest leads first when doing appointment setting. So this is how you label chats, so that you keep your chats organized and you can always prioritize the best, hottest leads. So you open your chats, right? And first of all, I suggest you use the general tab for your personal private chats, right? And your primary tab for your leads, okay? So if you have friends and whatnot, you can simply scroll towards you can press and hold the chat, and you can click move to general to move the chat to general, so that it doesn't show in the primary tab, okay? And you keep in the primary tab only the chats that are actually relevant to business, right? So only prospects. Then the other thing is labels, right? So whenever you send an outbound message or you receive an inbound, you're going to label that person. So you add a label and you label them as lead, okay? So they're gonna be leads, right? Then they become an engagement when they reach the third or fourth message, as you're gonna see in the tracking section. But we don't change the label. We only change the label when we start a conversation. So you probably know by now, or you're gonna see in the next modules, that the conversation officially starts at the 5th or 6th message, according to whether it's an inbound or an outbound, right? So essentially the third back and forth. And at that point, so when the conversation is officially started,
then you change the label to ordered, okay? Then when you book the call or when you're close to booking the call, right? So when you're about to drop the booking link, then you label the chat as booked, right? And once you take the call, two things can happen. Either you close them, either you not. If you don't close them, you label them as dispatched. If you do close them, you label them as paid, okay? This way, you know that you don't have to touch paid chats, and you know that every now and again, you can maybe send some resources and nurtured people who didn't close, because maybe they're gonna close in the future, okay? If you don't wanna deal with that prospect anymore, for whatever reason, because during the conversation you disqualify them, or because during the call you disqualify them and you feel like you're never gonna work with them, not even in the future, then in that case you simply unlabel them and you know that you need to forget about them, all right? Now, how do you use the labels? Once you label chats, now how do you use them? Well, simply, you use them for your workflow, right? So, as you start doing appointment setting, as you start your appointment setting session, you're going to, first of all, reply to and send follow-ups to people labeled as booked. Then you're going to focus on people labeled as ordered. Then you're going to focus on people labeled as leads, right? And once you handle all the conversations and you send all the follow-ups, then you can send new outbound messages, or you can handle the inbound messages. Actually, I suggest you handle the inbound messages as soon as possible. But after you handle the inbound messages, you sent the follow-ups and you've handled the conversations, then at that point you can actually focus on new outbound. And as always, as you send a message, you label them as leads, okay? I hope this is clear. Really important that you're precise when labeling chats, so that again you can prioritize the best prospects and you can spend the most amount of time and you can be faster replying to prospects who are deeper in the conversation, who are close to booking, or who you already have a conversation with. There is one more thing, which is the flag. I usually like to use the flag whenever there is something important, okay? So if there is something like super important that I need to, I don't know, send a resource to someone, or I need to remember to send a message to someone, I need to prioritize a chat for whatever reason, then I use the flag, right? And a little triangle is gonna show. As you can see, a little triangle is gonna show up there, and that's gonna allow me to recognize a chat. And another thing that you can use is pin. Right? Again, if you have something really important, you want to prioritize a chat because there is a very, very warm or very important prospect, then you can pin the chat at the top, and you can pin up to 3 chats as of now. Right?
Hey man, thanks for the follow. Nice dog, bro.
Yo, what brings you to my page?
What made you wanna follow me, bro?
Instagram appointment setting is about to change forever for coaches, consultants, agency owners, and whoever uses DMs to book appointments to grow their business. We are entering a new era. Now, the good news is that there are a bunch of new ways to win that weren't possible before. And I know this because I spent all day in the DMs or managing or training setters. And we achieve results like booking more than 100 meetings from $2,000 ad spend. And I'm starting to see trends that are not obvious to the average coach that are massive opportunities. So in this video, I'm going to walk you through the biggest shift happening right now in appointment setting, why your appointment booking rate is going to go down, and your ads ain't going to fix it, a framework you should use instead, a bunch of tested openers that we are using and allow us to double the industry standards when it comes to KPIs, a bunch of follow-ups that are not going to throw people off and make them unfollow you, and last but not least, what KPIs to track. And after all of this, I'm also going to show you a bunch of real-life examples from training sessions with my setters. By the way, I'm also closing deals for myself and for other coaches, and in the last 3 months alone, I've invested more than $30,000 into the top mentors into marketing industry. And the persuasion and engagement skills that I learned are directly applicable to the appointment setting industry. What I cannot do though, unfortunately, is transferring these skills to the dating market because, as you can see, I got no birds. I was bragging a bit too much. And I've even been through a bunch of setting programs, and I'm training setters who've been through these 3, 4, 5K setting programs. And to be honest with you, the information I'm going to share in this video is more valuable
valuable than those programs. And if it's not, you can dislike this video and leave a hateful comment in the comment section. Let's get into it. The biggest shift happened after ManyChat's update that allows people to send automatic DMs to new followers. Now, don't get me wrong, people were already doing warm outreach on new followers. The problem is that now ManyChat made it even easier to do that, because still, you probably needed a VA or a setter to do warm outreach on every single new follower that comes in, especially on big profile. So even more coaches, agencies, and consultants started doing even more outreach on new followers. And what this means from a consumer's perspective is they're engaging in more conversations, meaning they are wasting more time in these conversations. They are getting pitched more often. They're jumping on calls and wasting even more time. They need to face the embarrassment of not being able to afford sometimes the service that they're getting pitched, and sometimes they get pitched, they buy, and because 90% of the programs out there are crap, they get burnt, and so their sales resistance and their guard when someone reaches out to them in the DMs is through the roof. But luckily for you, in a couple of minutes I'm going to show you the deep psychology you can tap into to lower this guard and lower this sales resistance to still make them open up and book them in. And again, this is stuff that, by the way, I have never heard anywhere else. So what does that mean in practice? How is this shift going to affect you directly? Well, of course, your response rate is going to suffer. We've already seen, according to our data, a 7% decrease between the last days of October and the first days of November, using the same message, the same opener, the same thanks for the follow opener, and the same offer and the same setter. Why? Again, because this shift is actually happening. But not only your response rate is going to suffer, like I said earlier, because their sales resistance is going to be so high, it's going to be harder to make them open up, so harder to find an anchor and dig deeper into their pain points to build leverage to then pitch the call. And follow-ups won't save you, because if you don't have the time to make them open up and build that rapport, the follow-ups are just gonna annoy them. And ads won't fix the issue because they're just applying volume to a broken system. So unless you're stubborn as hell, you realized by now that something needs to change. Now, luckily for you, I developed a framework called DTCL. I couldn't find a better name, sorry. But this framework is what's gonna allow you in 2025 and 2026 to come back to the good old days where nobody was doing outreach and inbound DM setting on Instagram. Let me walk you through it step by step. T stands for therapist/consultant. C stands for chess player, and L stands for lifeguard. Everything's gonna fall into place. Bear with me. Let's get into it. And if something seems a bit woo-woo, don't worry, because towards the end of the video, I'm gonna show some real-life examples of the application of these things I'm gonna walk you through. The first thing you need to do as you get into DMs is to remove this appointment setter mask, and guess what? Put on your own mask yourself. Imagine, instead of doing appointment setting, imagine that you are just on your profile scrolling through Instagram, and let's say that a bird, a nice chick, just started following you. What do? Do you message her saying thanks for the follow? If you really want to start a conversation with her? I don't think so, right? That would be kind of weird. So why are you sending thanks for the follow? Hey, are you into appointment setting in the DMs? It doesn't make sense. Use your creativity as if the hottest chick on earth just started following you and you need to engage with her in a conversation. So avoid flattering compliments and say something that's gonna actually steal them a smile. Break the pattern. Say something that's gonna make it impossible for them not to reply. That's how you lower their sales resistance. And again, bear with me, in a moment I'm gonna show you some real life examples. After 3, 4, 5 messages, once the conversation is rolling and this person is actually interested and hooked, then you can change the frame, and from dater you can become yourself a consultant. Or if you are the appointment setter watching this video, then you just have to impersonate the person you're sending messages in behalf of. So you are a mini version of the coach, of the consultant, and you're just there to genuinely see if you can help these people. And if you can, guess what you're gonna do? You're gonna help them before you even think about pitching the call. It's all about building rapport, not by asking random questions like what's the weather like there, how is Manchester, how is London. No, you're gonna build rapport by asking smart questions related to your specific situation. And as we're gonna see in the chess player section after this one, you need to know what usually their pain points and desires are, so that you can lead with questions and move the conversation towards those pain points and desires. A mistake I see all the time coaches and appointment setters making is, yes, they acknowledge the answers that the prospect give, and then they ask another question. But the question they ask is often unrelated to what the prospect said before. So it still looks like an AI model just replying to messages. Instead, personalize the questions according to what they said, and don't just acknowledge whatever they said. Feel free to go off track a little bit, right? If they said something that is actually important, even if it's not relevant to the situation and to the close, to the appointment, still you want to go a little bit off track for a moment, just to show that you're actually human and you're trying to have a conversation, a normal conversation with them, not some sort of random questionnaire. Another huge mistake I see people doing is they overthink every single reply. Again, imagine you're having a conversation with a person in real life. You don't wait 2 minutes after they said something to say something. That would be super weird. So just just use the same frame. It's a normal conversation with that person. So the first thing that comes to your mind after you read their reply or their message is the thing that you should actually reply, because it's the most natural and genuine. Another interesting tip is to try and mirror their messaging style and their slang. So if they are using mate, man, bro, just use whatever they are using. So you match them. That's something that people also use in sales. For example, in sales calls, you try and mirror what the prospect is doing. So if the prospect is kind of like this, you do kind of like this, right? The way you build that rapport, you lower their guard and you lower that sales resistance, is by showing them that you actually genuinely care. And you not only like them, but you are like them. So whenever you can, try and find commonalities. So if they say, for example, they start talking about their dog, just try and say something, oh really? Does yours do that as well? Mine too. Just some random little commonalities help establish that rapport. You're just there to make friends. You know probably already the importance of voice notes. Try and use as many of them as possible. And if you are the appointment setter watching this video, just get your client or the coach you are working for to create canned voice notes that you can use over and over through ManyChat, or by dragging and dropping the file in the Instagram desktop app is gonna send a message as if it was a voice note, because that's gonna build massive rapport and again lower their guard. And the key here is, again, put yourself in the prospect shoes. They are on Instagram. Why would they reply to your random messages and to your questions instead of just scrolling in the wonderful feed? Because you need to make the conversation more interesting than the feed. That's why you need to use jokes, you need to make them smile, you need to show that you care, because this way you take them away from the feed and you have them focus on the conversation and you don't lose them scrolling in the feed. Because guess what happens? If you don't message in real time, you lose them, and the more time elapses between the last message, the colder they get, the harder it is to get them back. So we talked about the dating frame and the consultant/therapist frame. Now at this point later in the conversation, it's time to implement the chess player frame. Let me explain. Most probably by now you found an anchor. What is an anchor? An anchor is simply a big pain point or a big desire that the prospect has. Once you find that, you just have to ask specific questions to make this pain point or this desire even bigger than it actually seems. But of course, you cannot say, hey yo, this is bigger, this is more important than you think. You can just ask questions to make them admit to you, but most importantly to themselves, how important this goal is or how painful this situation is. So you always want to think 2 to 3 messages ahead. We talked about not overthinking messages, but here is where you want to think critically a bit more each message, because you want to predict what answers they're gonna get. And by now you probably know this person a little bit, so you know what they're gonna say. And by imagining, by predicting what they're gonna say, you can ask specific questions to again make this pain point or desire bigger. Because here's the thing, if you don't do that, you run in the issue of getting stuck. But if you do that properly, you make them stuck. The whole goal of this part of the conversation is to put them in a boat. Imagine this, you and your prospect are on a boat. It's gonna make sense. You are the skipper and the prospect is the captain. The captain gives the skipper the order of setting the anchor. So what this is gonna look like in the conversation is the prospect gives you an anchor. You, the skipper, starts lowering the anchor, okay? And then the boat is gonna start drifting downwind until the anchor is stuck, so that the boat is in that position. And what this is gonna be in the conversation is you asking questions to move the boat downwind, okay? And you set the anchor and then you move the boat downwind. Then if the captain wants to move from that spot, the only way they can move from there and de-anchor the anchor is by turning on the engines and moving towards the anchor and asking you, the skipper, the consultant, to get the anchor up. So what are you gonna do? What's the analogy? So essentially, if you do that, if you set an anchor and you let the boat drift downwind, you put them in a box, because now if they want to move from there, they need to ask you to help them and they need to move the boat. They need to turn on the engines, and the engines and the boats and moving the boat is an action, and the action is booking the call, right? A bit of a weird analogy, but I hope that makes sense. And please stop asking those salesy questions like, is that a priority for you to try and build urgency or scarcity or increase pain? That's not something that you would normally say in a normal conversation, is it? So avoid reconfirmation, scarcity, avoid I have a few spots left for my coaching. No, they don't care. That's not how people speak. And if you use those words and those sentences, you immediately get labeled as a salesperson and you destroy all you did before. And then you want to act a little bit like Santa Claus. What does that mean? Well, you want to give them little gifts. You want to nurture them. People like getting gifts. So whenever you can, if it's meaningful, if it's relevant, you want to give them gifts. So resources, you want to send them YouTube videos specific to the situation they're in. However, as we're going to see in a moment, you want to keep the best resources to follow up. At this point, after after you've established rapport, you made the conversation interesting, and you help them, it's just about offering more help. That's how simple it is. This thing called inconsistency avoidance tendency. So if people admitted to you and to themselves that they need help, they listed all their problems, they said how these problems are impacting their life and how big the pain is or how big the desire is, well, it's stupid to say no when you're offering help if you've done everything right. Okay, so if you've built a big enough gap and you established enough rapport, they're gonna feel silly saying no to you offering to help them further. And make the conversation so interesting that they want to jump on a call with you or with the coach you're setting for, not because of the value of the call or not because of the offer, but also because they just enjoy talking to you and they just want to chat more. Think about how big of a leverage you have if you establish such a big level of rapport. And after you see you can help them, don't throw everything in the bin and say, yeah, let's jump on a call. You want to ask it in step. You want to let them agree on smaller commitments first. So for example, the way it's going to look like in the conversation is after you know you can help them, you're going to ask, well, I think I might be able to help you out with that if you would like me to. And ideally you do that through a voice note. And then after they agree, after they say, yeah, why not? Then you ask, would you be available for a chat later this week or early next week? Or they say, yes, for sure. And then at that point you ask, okay, shall I drop my calendar so that maybe you can, choose a time that works for you? I think it might be easier than just throwing times around. Boom. How can they not book if you frame it this way? And if you're quick at responding? It's impossible, especially if you built a big enough gap and you established rapport. So we covered a lot of ground here. We talked about the biggest shift happening right now in appointment setting and why you should adapt and react right now. And then I gave you the framework to use and implement in your appointment sequence. But now I want to actually give you some openers and follow-ups that you can plug and play into your script starting from today. So you avoid your conversion rate decreasing just because ManyChat came up with this annoying feature. And hopefully you understand by now why you shouldn't use that feature in the first place, because everybody's using it. So of course you want to avoid thanks for follow because you sound like everybody else who wasted their time and pitched them before and probably even burnt them out. What brings you to my page is probably even worse. What question is that? Do you ever ask that question? Like imagine a customer entering a shop and then the cashier approaching the customer and asking, what brings you to this shop? What do you mean? Like if I'm here it's because I need something from this shop. It's just a silly random question that doesn't spark curiosity and doesn't make them want to reply and just make them like, that's weird, that's a weird question. I don't want to ask this, I don't want to talk to this person. And sticking to the shop analogy, something really annoying, at least personally, is when I enter a shop and someone approaches me and say, how can I help? I don't want your help. If I want your help, I ask your help, right? Let me just look at the items. The same thing in the DMs. If they didn't message you first, it's probably because they don't want your help yet, right? So stay there and don't say, how can I help? Because they don't want your help. I appreciate you getting in touch with me. That's another terrible one when they reply to a story or they follow a call to action or they send you an inbound. No, you don't. They appreciate you because you're gonna help them. So why are you thanking them for asking for help? That doesn't make sense. And believe it or not, even the canned voice note is that, because again, there is ManyChat now and everybody's sending a canned voice note whenever someone follows. And because you want to use the dating frame, you want to avoid flattering compliments and sycophantic behavior. No, I didn't ask ChatGPT this word. I came up with it myself. Instead, try with genuine, funny story replies, genuine, funny comments, niche inner jokes. So if you're an appointment setter and you're not necessarily deeply rooted in the niche, try and just consume more content of people in that niche, or even just more content of the coach you are working for, and try and understand the inner jokes. Because if you learn their language, it's going to be much easier to resonate and to say things that are going to steal them a smile and interrupt the pattern. And like we said before in the conversation, try and find some commonalities, some common points. So if they have a dog, then say something about your dog doing the same thing as their dog, right? Just because it's easier when you have something in common to then start a conversation. Again, imagine how you made friends in real life. You probably had something in common. Maybe you hated the same person or you like the same sport. So if you can find something common outside your niche, that's gonna be great to connect. Because if the only thing in common you have is the niche, well, it's not really special because they're following you because of the content you're producing in that niche. So if you can find something else, you can connect without being salesy. Because if you connect and the only thing you have in common is the niche, then guess what's gonna happen? They're gonna understand that you're just there to sell them something. So try and find something that, a common point that goes beyond just the niche you're in. I'm mentored by Suwei, probably you know him, is one of the biggest, if not the biggest info guy at the minute. And his best opener is what kind of Asian are you? And that's so smart because it's pattern interrupting, it's easily replicable and makes them think, sparks curiosity and steal them a smile. And also there is a commonality, the fact that they're Asian. So can you find something similar related to your ICP? If you can, you won. Even just what kind of runner are you or what kind of salesperson are you? It's gonna be something a bit pattern interrupting, is gonna increase your chances of getting a reply. And another good framework that we sometimes use is something keeping you all busy, or you also find some time to think. So for example, is your puppy keeping you all busy, or you also find some time to run, for example, if we are in the running niche. So be smart, be creative, and never stop testing and iterating. I'm gonna give you in a moment that you can find in the description below my tracking sheet, and there's gonna be a section to easily split test openers. But before we dive into tracking, let's go over some follow-ups that you shouldn't and then should use. Look, I was doing outreach, cold email outreach for my agency. So I know what really throws people off. And let me know, double question marks, updates, we're able to book in? We're able to find a time? How is it going, man? Those are just so annoying. Again, put yourself in their shoes. They didn't forget. Like 80% of the time, they didn't forget. They just ghosted you. Probably because you didn't build enough rapport before. So if they're ghosting you, well, first of all, try and fix the earlier stages of the conversation to avoid even having to follow up. Because if you make the conversation so interesting and so engaging and you build that rapport, you don't ghost your best friends. So if you build the same rapport that you have with your best friends, they're not gonna ghost you in the first place. But anyways, if they do because they forget or because you didn't do everything perfectly, then what you should follow up with is voice notes, ideally personalized. If you can't, just get some canned voice notes. Again, very soft. Don't use, hey, let me know. No, just try and reconnect, maybe even with something they said in the conversation. And the best way to follow up by far is by sending resources. So you could say something like, yeah, I was just thinking about you and I thought that this video might be pretty helpful for you. Imagine the prospect getting this message. What? This guy really actually care about me. They were thinking about me in their daily life. That's weird. They really care. If they care, then they probably actually care even in their program. They care that I get results. Let me book in, let me start working with them. Because the thing is, you don't just want them to book. You also want them to sign up. Even if you're the appointment setter, you get paid when they actually pay. So your job is not only to book them in, but also to prime them for the call. And then lastly, if you really have to follow up with text, just use jokes. For example, if you say, in the opener, is your puppy keeping you all busy or you're also into running? Then your follow-up after that, again, always try and connect and do stuff that makes sense so that you look natural, not an AI bot. But your follow-up in that case could be, yeah, I guess your puppy is keeping you all busy, right? So you steal them a smile. It's a little joke and it's connected and makes sense and increases your chance of getting a response. All right, now when it comes to KPIs, you can find in the description below, absolutely free, just document. You can just open it and duplicate it. The document that I use, the Excel sheet that I use to track KPIs, you can track not only KPIs, but also KPIs from ads. Because if you're running ads, you want to know exactly not only how many views you get or how many followers you get from that ad, but you also want to know exactly how many conversations you start from prospects coming from that ad and how many sales you make from prospects coming from that ad. And of course, also how many appointments you get from people coming from that ad, so that you can make ads decisions based on actual conversion, not just based on some vanity metrics. That's really important. And there is also another sheet within that spreadsheet that allows you to split test openers or other messages in other parts of the conversation, for example, in the pitch. We covered a lot, but I can guarantee you that if you implement every single strategy I covered, appointment setting isn't going to be the bottleneck anymore. However, if you still feel like prospects don't trust you or they're not warm when you start the conversation, then it's probably not because of appointment setting. It's because of your content. But no, I'm not going to pitch anything. Don't worry. I'm just going to redirect you to a YouTube video I created a little while ago where I explain you how to create YouTube videos that actually work, because you probably don't have, if prospects don't trust you and are not warm enough, a strong enough middle of the funnel, and you got to work on that and you got to work on your YouTube. I appreciate you watching this video. Watch that video afterwards, but don't miss the next couple of minutes because there I explain real life examples of what I covered in this video. Really important.
If prospects are ghosting you in the DMs after you drop the booking link, it's rarely because they are unqualified or they don't have the money, and you can send as many follow-ups as you want, but nothing is going to actually change. You're just gonna throw them off and they're probably even gonna unfollow. And no, the solution isn't just to change the script or to increase the volume, because if you apply volume to a broken system, you're just gonna have more problems. But there is one thing that takes 10 minutes to create, and then you can virtually use it forever, and it's gonna double your setter's performance or your performance in the DMs. And in this video I'm gonna explain exactly what that is, how to create it, and when to use it. I'm gonna give you the exact framework so that you can replicate this for yourself, and then I'm gonna show you a live example so that you can get the best possible understanding of what it is and why it works. Let's get into it. And just to prove you that this is not BS, this is how many calls James booked in November before implementing this asset, 13. And with a very similar ad spend, in December, he's booked 30 calls and generated £21,000. So first of all, we need to understand why they ghost you. So they have a problem you can solve, they need your service, and they probably also know what the call is gonna be about because they're not dumb, right? So why they ghost you? Well, because they're not 100% sure that you are gonna get them the result, right? They don't trust you enough. You didn't show enough proof. And maybe they don't even see you as someone they wanna be like, and they were in a position of saying that they cannot afford it, or even worse, they've been pitched before, they bought, and then it got burnt, right? So the level of trust is at its lowest. So how do you build that trust, confidence, and social proof in the DM so that you make the booking a no-brainer? That is exactly what this asset is going to do. And this is way more powerful than a VSL or any other asset because it feels more personal. But before we dive into these assets specifically, I want to touch on a couple of things that you can do in your content and profile to increase trust and confidence even further. The first one is to have more optimized story highlights. So instead of slamming all your client results in one single story highlight, why don't you create a single story highlight for each client? And then you add the name of the client, the picture of the client, and the result that the client has achieved in the name and picture and cover of the story highlight. The reason why this works so well is because you're gonna have more story highlights. So subconsciously, the prospect is going to think that you have more case studies. Then the prospects are gonna be more likely to actually consume the story highlights and watch them all because they're shorter. And then people can actually choose the one that is more relevant to them, right? Because in the name you're gonna add name and result, or name and situation, or name and goal. Because of that, people can choose the one that is more relevant to them, that resonates the most with them. And on top of all this, you can keep updating the single story highlight for that client as you keep working with this client and you keep getting him results, right? So it almost looks like a story instead of just a story highlight. It's really a story that unfolds as you keep working with this person. The second thing is more optimized pin post. So what I like to have is story, case studies, and the third pin post is going to be your process, your system, your unique mechanism. And in this post, which can be a carousel or a reel, you have a call to action to redirect people to your YouTube VSL, which is the first long form asset. So this is a video which can be 20 to 30 minutes long, where you not only go over your roadmap, the exact process you use to take clients from A to B, but you also show your case studies and talk a bit about yourself. And then other long form assets include client breakdowns and client interviews. These are fundamental to build that social proof. But all this is useless unless you have bridges from Instagram to YouTube. So in your story highlights, in your reels, in your carousels, and in your bio, you must have links to redirect as many people as possible in as many ways as possible to as many YouTube videos as possible. So pretty much every single YouTube video you create, you should create a story highlight just to at least get your followers, your recurrent followers, to watch that video. This is also going to help your organic YouTube performance because more interested people watch the video, so the retention increases, and the algorithm on YouTube is going to show that video to more of those people. And then one last thing you can implement before we dive into this asset is, of course, sending voice notes in the DMs. If you have a setter, you want to record canned voice notes with the most common questions or answers so that you can build that trust and you can remove that layer of uncertainty, because right now people think that they are chatting to bots. So you want to remove that uncertainty, and you do that by creating voice notes or canned voice notes. Now finally, the secret weapon is a loom breaking down a client result that is gonna look like you recorded that loom for that specific prospect. Let me first tell you how it's structured and give you the exact script that you can implement yourself, and then I'm gonna show you why it works and when to use it. It's fundamental that you use it at the right time, otherwise it's pretty much wasted. So you're going to get Loom, which is a software for your laptop that allows you to record your screen and yourself at the same time, and then you're going to record a video that is gonna go something like this. Hey, I was thinking about you, and I remember you told me in our conversation you were struggling with XYZ problem, and I thought I would just record this quick video that I'm sure might help you. Now here's the thing, you need to position the video as helpful for them, not just bragging a case study. Otherwise, they won't gonna watch it. A couple of months ago, John reached out to me because he was facing XYZ problem, so we decided to jump on a quick call to define a roadmap together. So what you wanna do here is you wanna provide some context, introduce the case study, and show the problem. Now the problem is gonna be the exact problem that that prospect is facing, and as we're gonna see later, you're gonna record different of these assets for different types of ICP that you're dealing with, so that you can send the one that better resonates with that specific specific prospect you're talking to. Now, in this section of this asset, of this loom, it's important that you show them and you tell them, low-key, the steps that they need to take if they want to endure on the same program. In fact, in this step, if you followed, I said, so we decided to jump on a quick call, right? So low-key, you tell them, you need to jump on a call with me. And then you say, to define a roadmap together. So you don't position it as a sales call, you position it as a strategy call. So again, you reduce friction. Then you picture a very clear scenario of the initial situation that your client that you're breaking down was finding themselves in. And when you do so, you need to make the situation as similar as possible to the one that the prospect is facing. And along the way, you could also say what they've tried before coming to you and why it didn't work. This way you pre-handle objections. And then in step 4, after you've done that, you share the journey. You say, so John and I decided to start working together and this is what we did. And then you lay down the exact step-by-step process you follow with that client to get them XYZ result. Now, the key here is to make it stupid simple. You want them to have extreme clarity on your process to feel confident about it. So along the way, keep handling objections and always look back to logical and emotional benefits. During the journey, you're going to have a turning point. This is the moment where your client really made the switch. And what you want to do here, you want to make the person watching this video, so the prospect, feel the emotion that your client felt after making that switch, which is the same switch that they want to be doing. And then at the end, before the call to action, you describe the situation that the client finds themselves in right now, which is the exact desired situation that the prospect wants to be in. And then you can either have a call to action that kind of reminds them that the first action to take to get through that process is to book the call. So you can just have, I hope this was valuable. Let me know if you have any questions, and yeah, if you want to maybe chat and see if we can do something similar for you, just let me know in the DMs. Or if you have a full interview with this client on YouTube, you can redirect them there so that they can watch it. Now, just some important notes before we dive into why this works and the psychology behind it and when to use it, which is fundamental. Position it, like I said, as delivering value, not just bragging and showing a case study, because people don't care about case studies. So at the beginning, it shouldn't even look like a case study, right? At the beginning, it should look like a value video for them. And then as the video unfolds, after 20-30 seconds, you introduce a case study and you deliver the roadmap as, again, still valuable, not just bragging about what you did for this person. You want to increase fear of missing out. You want to make them feel stupid, say no, where you ask if they want to go through the same process. You want to give clarity because, again, they don't know you, they don't know your process, they don't know how you help people, especially if they haven't watched your long-form assets. So you want to give extreme clarity on how you work, why it works, and how you get people result. You want to pre-handle objections, so create a list of objections that you usually get on sales calls and in your DMs and just pre-handle all of them in that asset. That's going to not only increase show up rate and increase booking rate, but also closing rate. Make them visualize the dream outcome, remind them about their goal, make them picture in their mind what their life is going to look like after working with you. And through explaining the journey, give them a taste of what's going to be like working with you. So talk about your fulfillment, talk about how you've had that person, the calls, the support, and all that. And then, like I said, low-key, lay down the steps that they need to follow if they want to go through the same process. So mention the call at the beginning. And what's really, of course, important is because you're sharing your screen, you want to show pictures, you want to show messages, you want to show screenshots, right? You want to show proof. You don't just want to talk to the camera, you want to actually share your screen. That's why you use Loom, so that you can actually show, for example, the assessment with that client or the first call you had, and then the desired life after. Now, the reasons why it works is because, first of all, this looks and feels personal because it's a Loom video and because it's sent in your DMs. Now, if you are B2B and you're handling big prospects, then you want to record this video personal for that prospect so you can tailor it even better. But if you're maybe B2C and you're handling a high volume of calls, then you want to just create an evergreen, or like I said, multiple evergreen ones for different problems and different prospects, and then you can send that over. The thing that most people get wrong with appointment setting is that they jump in the DMs and they can only see the booking. Their main goal is only the booking, and prospects can sense that. If they don't feel like you care about them and their results, they will never book. So this makes them feel like you care and you're not just trying to book them in. It removes limiting beliefs in you and in themselves because it shows how this person, very similar to them, actually have done it through your program. It removes skepticism by showing social proof and giving clarity. It builds FOMO. It gets you to spend more time with your prospects, so you increase watch time, so you increase trust. And then it sets you apart from all your competitors because very few people are using this technique. And just think about it, right? Imagine your prospect is speaking to two people, you and another coach. The price is the same, the program is the same, you have the same amount of social proof, the same amount of case studies, the same amount of personal proof, but you are sending that asset. Who you think the prospect is gonna go with? With you. Because now they feel more connected, they feel like you care more, they've seen a case study at a deeper level, so they like you more and they're gonna be much more likely to book with you and not with the other person. Now, before we wrap it, when to use it. And this is fundamental because if you send it too early, might not make sense. So usually you wanna keep it as a jolly. So first you ask questions, normal questions through voice notes or text, and you understand about the prospect's situation. What this is gonna allow you to do is gonna allow you to understand which loom is best to send out to that person. Because again, ideally you're gonna have a library of looms for different ICPs talking about different problems, pain points, so that you can send the one that is more relevant and resonates more with them. So you can just keep it as a follow-up and send it when they ghost you, but also when you have enough information. Alternatively, you can send it during the conversation, but when it makes sense. Let's say, for example, that you are a fat loss coach and the prospect just told you, yeah, I've been trying this diet and it didn't really work. Then what you can do at that stage, you can be like, oh, that's a shame. I'm really sorry to hear about that. But that's actually pretty common because that diet usually doesn't really work because of XYZ reason. And then you send the loom asset breaking down a client who was using that specific diet before and it didn't work. And then after going through your program, they lost weight. You see now how important timing is, because if you don't send it at the right moment, they're probably either not gonna watch it or it's not gonna have the same effect. And even if it was an inbound, a super easy booking, I would still send this after they book as a nurturing asset before the call. Right, I hope this was valuable. Try it for yourself, implement this asset, go back, follow the script, create your or yours, and use them in your appointment setting sequence. And the asset is fundamental, as you've seen, is one of the reasons why we're able to double James's booking from November to December, but it's useless unless you know how to do appointment setting correctly. So you can watch this video right now to understand how to do appointment setting in a way that triggers buying behaviors. If you've been posting consistently, but no matter how hard you try, your videos are still stuck at the same number of views, it's not because of bad luck, it's most probably because of lack of content competency. But don't worry, content is a skill and just like any other skill can be mastered. And in this video, I am condensing 4 years of content creation experience in a multitude of niches so that you can skip the boring, painful learning phase. My name is Gael and I do content and ads for a living for coaches and businesses, but don't worry, no pitching coming. And content completely changed the direction of my life. Within a year, I went from zero, completely zero, to multi-5-figure a month just through content. And Andy, James, Nick use the same strategies to scale to 15, 20, even $30,000 a month. Now, this is not another theoretical nonsense video. I'm gonna show you the exact frameworks that we use for ads and content on a daily basis, together with some live examples, so that by the end of the video, you have all the tools you need to plug and play this system into your content and business. We're going to cover why your content is stuck and how to unstick it. Then I'm gonna give you a content checklist, so a list of items that you need to tick in order for you to know that your content is going to perform. Then I'm gonna give you a bunch of pointers to get better, because like I said, it's a skill and it needs to be developed. And then towards the end, I'm gonna give you some hacks and frameworks that you can use on a daily basis in your content to speed up the process and be more consistent. So the first reason why your content is stuck is probably because you just think of ideas on the fly and there is no intention behind. Maybe you post for the sake of posting, or sometimes you just post to feel good about yourself, but you're not posting to shift beliefs, share lessons, handle objections to make the sales process easier, inspire, motivate, or entertain. If you create a piece of content, ask yourself, who are you speaking to? What is the lesson that you want to teach? What do you want the viewers to get out of that video in terms of actionable, applicable knowledge? And what do you want the viewers to feel in terms of emotions? I'm gonna show you a good example and a bad example. So this video starts with a very organic hook, a viral hook, where essentially this guy gets rejected. And then it transitions to a fitness video. Now this is genius. He's speaking to young people hitting the gym. Now, what is the main reason that got people to sign up and start training in the first place? Most probably a breakup. So what he's doing, because he knows who he's speaking to, he's using a hook that triggers them and emotionally charge the video and make him more likable and steal them a smile because they resonate with that extremely. This, on the other hand, is a bad example. This person was trying to copy a viral format, but there's no intention behind. Doesn't give any value, doesn't share any lesson. Yes, maybe, you know, it attracts people who are kind of similar, but because it's not even that aesthetic, it didn't perform well. And this actually links to the second point. Don't copy other people. If your content creation process looks something like you open Instagram, you scroll for 30 minutes, you save a bunch of posts, and then you just try and replicate them, you are building a commodity brand where you're just going to be another person producing content in that niche without having anything differentiating you from your competitors. You're not going to have any competitive advantage, meaning your only advantage is going to be you either have a stronger guarantee or you charge less, which is not a great business strategy. So learn something offline and try to be the first person in your niche to bring that concept online. You're going to have a huge isometric advantage. And just like Jaden that we've seen a minute ago does, try and find your own unique angle. So he's always starting his videos with somebody getting rejected to steal people a smile and make himself more likable. How can you do the same for yourself? How can you find your own unique angle, your own unique twist? Another reason why your videos are probably not working that well is because you just turn on the camera and you start yapping. There is no structure, there is no framework, and as a consequence of that, you don't have retention throughout the video. But don't worry, towards the end I'm going to show you that framework that you can plug and play into your content. Number 4, you don't track, analyze, and iterate. You're just wild guessing. Or you focus on vanity metrics like views. But views don't actually mean customers. Instead of focusing on views, focus on saves, shares, number of meaningful comments, follows per 1,000 views, and look at the retention chart. Follow per 1,000 views and saves are going to give you a really good indication of how valuable your video is. Because if you think about it, you follow a person when that person gave you a lot of value of some kind. You share the video when it's kind of funny, useful, or relatable. And you comment something meaningful below a post when the post was actually extremely good. That is why, by far, that's probably the most important metric. So number of meaningful comments. If someone takes 1, 2, 3, 5 minutes out of their day, out of the super entertaining feed to write a comment below your video, then it means that that video was pretty bloody good. And then just look at the retention after you publish videos. If you see that the retention drops in a specific part of the video, then just optimize that part until you flatten the retention chart as much as possible. And number 5, and I see this time and time again, you do some sprints and then you burn out and you're inconsistent with your content. You just need to have a nice workflow and systems in place to be consistent. What I suggest you do is to allocate one full morning, no distractions, to planning and ideating, and then 2 to 3 days or mornings to scripting and recording. I like to script right before I record just because my mind is more in the flow and is fresher on that specific topic, so it's usually faster. Now let's move on to the checklist. These are the things that you need to make sure you do before you post a piece of content. This is from my client James, for example. Something memorable is something that is actually unique. So how can you use like a skit, a viral hook, a Snapchat hook? How can you steal people a smile so that they can remember you throughout the day? The key is if you can enter people's life even outside the smartphone, then you're making a good job at personal branding. Would people ask for a refund if they had paid $5 to watch that video? If you get into integration with this mindset, you're gonna make every single piece of content extremely valuable. Because in actual fact, people are paying. They're not paying with dollars, they're paying with their attention, which is probably even more valuable nowadays. So make every single piece of content extremely valuable. Is it actionable? Can people implement the value that you're providing straight after the video? This is a very good example from my client John. Straight away, he starts by explaining exercises that people can implement right after the video or even during the video. Is it coherent with the ICP goal or situation? I have another example from James here. Dad went for a long run this morning. This is extremely coherent and relatable because usually what happens is when the ICP goes on a long run, they come back and they are absolutely wrecked and they fall asleep. This is a very smart and subtle way to trigger the ICP without calling them out. You call them out with a relatable moment with a hook, and then you transition onto a value part. This is subtle but super important. Your script shouldn't make sense if read by somebody else, because if they do, it means that you didn't personalize them enough. You should always bake some brand outliers into your content to make, again, your content unique. Does the epiphany, so the turning point of the video, come too soon? If it does, if it comes within the first 5 to 10 seconds, then why would they watch until the end? So try and have a hook, have an amplifier to make people more emotionally invested, as we're going to see in the framework I'm going to give you at the end. And then delay the epiphany as much as possible so that you kind of let them hang until the payoff. And then by the time you give the payoff, they are so hooked that at that point they get until the end. That's how you maximize their attention. Is your epiphany moment insanely relatable and will make someone feel deeply connected? Does your outcome make them feel like they have done a sense of progress even without doing anything? So if you're making a video on how to solve back pain, for example, you should make people feel throughout the video as if the pain was alleviating just because they know this new piece of information. And in the hook specifically, Is it different than anything they've ever seen? Do they know what they're going to get out of the video? Do you position yourself as the person they want to hear this information from? So do you build enough authority and trust? Did we generate enough curiosity for them to be engaged enough to watch the whole thing? Did you make yourself likable enough? And you can clearly see that all the videos I showed until this point tick all those boxes. For example, this video from James, the hook is something super new that people have never seen. They know straight away what the video is going to be about because we call out the ICP, dead, long run, sleeping, low energy. He positions himself as the person they want to hear this information from because he's extremely confident as he starts talking and he has an expert frame. And of course, we pick enough interest in the hook and we make them smile so we're likable. Right, now before we dive into the hacks and frameworks, how do you actually get better over time? How do you develop this content creation skill, this content competency? The first thing you can do is to increase the perceived and actual value. So first of all, work on packaging. On YouTube is going to be working on your thumbnails and titles. Make them more professional. Get a good thumbnail designer. On Instagram is going to be work on your hooks. So focus on what we just covered above. Increase the quality. Tip for you. Watch the video without the volume and ask yourself, are you credible? Are you building authority? Are you interesting? Do you look like the person they want to hear this information from? It's not just about value. It's not just about confidence. It's about how you look and appear. And then do the opposite. Look away. Don't look at the screen and just listen. And don't even pay attention to the concept. Just listen. Does your voice sound confident enough? Are you convincing? Are you magnetic? A great example is Emily McDonald. As you can see, I'm not listening, I'm not doing anything, but because of how she looks and how she speaks, I'm intrigued. She's magnetic. I want to hear what she's saying. And there are only two things that can make up for poor packaging. And these things are uniqueness and great value. If you can provide some unique, insane value that they've never heard of, they're going to go past the poor packaging. That's why you see some videos that are absolutely banging on YouTube, for example, even though the packaging is a bit meh. But if you can tick all these boxes and you can have a great packaging and great unique value, it's just a matter of time and volume before you succeed. Detach from vanity metrics. Like I said, stop looking at the views and create content that actually gets people closer to buy from you. Imagine that you couldn't sell on sales calls and you cannot even have a conversation with your prospects. What kind of content would you create to convince them and handle objections and get them closer to buy? Stop copying what's working for others and start building your own personal brand. Treat your videos like a trailer for your personal brand. Imagine your personal brand, your Instagram profile, it's a movie, right? Every single piece of content is a trailer of that movie. Because if you think about it, it's exactly the same, right? You launch your reels and people see your reels in their feed, right? Only if the trailer, is really good and engaging, they're gonna go and watch the entire movie, which is your profile. Be marketable, be likable, steal them a smile, position yourself as one of them. Probably the best thing you can do to get better at content is to allocate 20 to 30 minutes every other day to intentional scrolling. So scroll, but open a spreadsheet and save the link of the videos that actually sparked something in you. And then next to them, type exactly what made you want to watch the video until the end, and eventually what made you want to follow, what made you want to at least check the profile. If you do so consistently, you're going to train your brain to understand what actually gets people to like and follow. Instead of looking at your niche and your competitors, why don't you look at niche more sophisticated than yours and you just copy what's working in their niche, so most probably you're the first person bringing that concept in your niche. For example, we take with Andy, my client, this concept from the fitness niche, which is bigger and more sophisticated, and we just replicated it in the triathlon niche, and we were the first ones, and the video now is on 25,000 views. And just a little tip for you, do content in the morning so that you are fresher, you have more creativity and more focus. We made it to the hacks. Start with a question to pique curiosity. Introduce conflict in the video in your story to make it more interesting. People hate you, so steal them a smile. When people scroll, the first thing they do, they hate you. So ask yourself, how can you make people not hate you right away? The easiest way is to just steal them a smile. Show instead of tell. So if you're talking about a client result, just show proof, show screenshots. Think about movies. Let's say a couple is having an argument in a movie. The man doesn't say, I'm leaving. He just leaves. So use the same principle in your content. Instead of thinking top of funnel content, middle of funnel content, or top of funnel just to get views and middle of funnel just to convert, how can you bake them together? Use a broader hook and then slowly filter people through that video. So you give more people the chance to like you. Because if your hook is too specific too soon, you miss out on a lot of potential followers because they won't even watch your content. Do not, like we said, reveal the epiphany right away. Treat your content as a library of memory for your kids. Now think about this. If you treat your Instagram page, for example, like a diary for your kids. You're gonna put there your best memories, your best brand outliers, and your best lessons. Well, that's exactly what gets people to follow you. This sounds weird, but train your followers like dogs. Imagine you are feeding a dog, and every time you feed the dog, you ring a bell, right? The dog at some point is gonna start salivating before even seeing the food just by hearing the sound of the bell. And with your content is the same thing. If your content is always extremely good, your followers are going to be trained to watch your content because they know that in the content there is gonna be some value. And you probably know how the algorithm works. First, it sends the video to your followers, and then if they actually engage with it and like it and share it and watch it until the end, then the algorithm is gonna push the video to more people. But if not even your followers watch your video, then the algorithm is never gonna push it. And that's what makes your content stuck at that specific amount of views. Now, a framework that you can use for educational content, for value-driven videos. You start with the hook, but you don't jump straight into the value. You use an amplifier where you kill expectations and increase the stakes or increase resonance. Then you provide some context if needed. Then there's going to be a turning point, so the epiphany, and then you provide value. You walk them through the process, and the process must be actionable. They can implement it right away after the video or during the video. It's clear and concise. And then you can do or not do a call to action. But before you get people to check out your page or follow you or comment for a resource, what you want to do is you want to kind of summarize and wrap everything up to wrap the tip into a very, very quick applicable tip. Now you have all the tools to fix your views and fix your attention problem. But if you still have a conversion problem, that you must check out this video where I explain exactly how to hire, train, onboard, and manage a setter that converts all these attention that you're getting from ads and organic content.
Welcome to Africa.
So when it comes to content creation, the idea is by far the most important thing. You can have the best camera quality, you can have a crazy good editing, you can have a super good hook, but if the topic, if the idea behind the piece of content is whacked, the video is not gonna go anywhere. The idea is the only thing that can make up sometimes for poor packaging. Packaging is on YouTube, the title and thumbnail, and on Instagram is the hook because you get fed pieces of content. So that's the packaging. Now, how do you come up with crazy good ideas? That's what we're gonna go through today. And the process I'm gonna walk you through is the exact process that I used to scale my coaching business at 21 years old to 21,000 euros in a single month. And the same process that I used to scale all my clients. For example, Andy from 0 literally to 23,000 followers completely organically. And then 8,000 subscribers on YouTube. Nick from 7 to 33,000 followers. And James from 3,000 to now probably 16,000. All using this same ideation system. Now, we are gonna steal like artists. We're gonna do a bit of market research, especially at the beginning, to build a solid library of topics, formats, and angles. And then the more you use those angles and the more you gather data from your own content, the more you're gonna develop this ability to generate ideas on autopilot. And that's when your channel really picks up, right? When you're so in the flow, when you're so in the content creation workflow that generating crazy ideas comes natural. Okay, that's what we're gonna get to. But first, we need to do what I'm gonna explain today. Oh, and by the way, they didn't just get followers. This exact way of ideating is what's gonna allow you to create content, not only to generate views, but also to turn them into clients. All right, because all the clients I mentioned are making between $15,000, $20,000, and $30,000 a month. First of all, you need to get clarity on your ICP. The ICP is the ideal customer profile. In here you can fill out your ICP document, and that's gonna be like your Bible, because whenever you need to script a piece of content or even just generate an idea for a piece of content, you're gonna base that idea on your ideal customer profile, okay? Here you're gonna have your psychographics, desires, current situation, what they're struggling with, what they've tried and didn't work, why they're failing, and all that stuff. But what's really important is this section right here, right? So here, like I said, is a library of formats, right? For Instagram and YouTube. Angles, I just added one. That's where you really need to add yours because you know your customers better than everybody else. And then unique topics. Again, you have to come up with yours, right? So just to give you a better understanding of what this is. So unique topic is, for example, your own unique way of explaining a difficult concept, okay? Formats are how you package the video, okay? So maybe it's a behind the scenes, maybe it's a onboard tutorial on the board, like first person view with your GoPro in your mouth. Maybe it's a before and after, okay? Maybe it's a meme, right? We're gonna go over that in a second. And then an angle is how you attack that topic, okay? So let's say the topic is your unique method to learn how to jive, right? In that case, the angle is going to be, for example, you've tried X method and Y method to learn the jive and still you're not consistent.
Yeah.
Try this one, right? So that's the angle. The angle is, again, how you resonate with a person and you introduce the topic that you're going to talk about in that video, okay? And then you can have as many angles as possible and you can all bake them into your piece of content, okay? So the more you work with your clients, the more angles you're going to come up with. And also, like, you don't really take sales calls right now, but sales calls are the best place to find angles, because what you want to do with your angles is you want to trigger a pain point, trigger a desire, and you find those usually in sales calls. And then after you hook them, you generally want to handle an objection as well, especially with middle of funnel content. So content is mainly for conversion. There you really want to handle objections, right? So objection that people might have against your product, because maybe they've tried something and it didn't work, something similar and didn't work. So you want to handle those objections in your conversion content. Like I said, after you have the ICP, the next thing is to create a list of competitors. Now, I've already kind of done it for you. So these are the main channels right now that are producing videos on YouTube and Instagram around wing foiling and similar, and are performing well, okay? Once you have this, what you can do, you can open the single profiles and you can find angles and formats that are clearly working for these people, right? For example, if we open Gwen Le Tutour channel, we can clearly see that one of the formats that is working pretty well for him, right? You just go navigate to the Reels tab and you look for outliers. Outliers are videos that have a way higher amount of views compared to other videos. So it's pretty clear that the format that is ripping for him the most, that is getting the most reach at least, are the super cool stuff, right? For example, paddling up a 7-foot board without the paddle, like pump foiling in a city, beach starting, right? So crazy stuff. And other pieces of content are working pretty well that you can replicate are aesthetic pieces of content. For example, this one, 45,000 views. He doesn't substantially do anything. It's just really aesthetic and ASMR. You can hear the sound. It's like beautiful to watch, like very entertaining, right? However, you don't just want to focus on these kind of videos. You also want to, again, diversify, and you don't just want to create growth content. I call this growth content. You also want to create value content, because if you remember yesterday, you need to, yes, show that you're capable. Yes, you want to get as much reach as possible, but ultimately we're here to get clients, not just followers. So we want to also show them that you are qualified and you are really, really good at teaching people how to do the thing, and you can get people results. Okay, that's really important. So in that being said, which format is good for delivering value? Again, you have a look at his content, right? And my content. For me, for example, one of the formats that was working best for to deliver tips was the onboard tip. So I was either getting filmed with a zoom lens by a videographer, or I was on the board. I can show you with my 360 camera, and I was just talking and delivering a tip to the camera. It's much more effective than just sitting down or being on land delivering the same information, right? Simply because it immediately captures the attention. People immediately understand visually what the video is going to be about, and then they also connect with what you are saying. Okay, so you have more chances to connect with the listener, the viewer, at a deeper level. So that's one thing when it comes to formats. And I've created here already a library for you of formats, behind the scenes tips. So for example, this is another niche, right? So what you also want to do, you don't just want to look at your competitors in your own niche, you also want to look up market. So look at more sophisticated, more mature niches. For example, the running niche is definitely more crowded, more sophisticated than the foiling niche, okay?
Sure.
So what are they doing in the running niche that is working, and I can be the first person to bring in the wing foiling niche or in the foiling niche. For example, these videos are working pretty well. And
So obviously, because it's so oversaturated, it's way better looking at those niches as opposed to a very small niche that doesn't have as much competition.
exactly. So it's always going to be easier to grow in a small niche. That's why it was fairly simple for me to grow my channel, even though I wasn't super experienced in the pump foiling niche, because I was nearly the only one producing content.
Sure.
So it was, the bar was really low.
Yeah.
But the more people, the higher the bar, right? So if you look at niches where the bar is already high, you can raise the bar. You can be the one raising the bar in your niche, right? And this is behind the scene shot. So you can see a person explaining, right? And you can see how easily you can replicate it in the wing foiling niche.
Absolutely, yes.
Right? Just you doing your things, coaching someone, and recording at the same time. It's also really easy to create. Now, when you do these type of formats, you need to be quite good at scripting. I'm gonna give you some resources around scripting and stuff, because you are gonna try and bake the scripting frameworks in your normal speech, right? So you're gonna start communicating for content, as if every sentence that comes out of your mouth is a piece of content. That's how you become really efficient at creating content, because again, you can simply just record yourself then, and whatever you do, whatever you say almost can be turned into a piece of content. That's extremely efficient. Yeah, then I showed you like the brag/show off format, personal story. We talked about that yesterday. Aesthetic ASMR, we've seen that. And then pattern interrupting. This is also quite interesting.
Yeah, that is quite interesting.
That is epic, right?
Yeah, it is.
we can
Whether
probably
I have
we can
an
probably
editor to do that.
yeah, we can probably find an editor who can do that. But like, it's super pattern interrupting. That's why the video performs better than the average video on his channel.
Because
right?
I guess that appeals to everyone. It doesn't just appeal to one specific niche.
Yeah,
like you
that's
don't
a
have
really,
to
really
be a
good
foiler
point.
to enjoy that.
That's a really good point. In fact, usually you create top of funnel content to attract as many people as possible. And that's gonna be like growth content. A beach start is fascinating to every single person. Doesn't matter they are wing foiling, snowboarding, or even not into sport at all. They're just gonna find it really cool, right? This video is gonna just be really cool. Like from the top, oh, where is this? I wanna know where is this? And then what the fuck is this guy flying above the water, right? If I don't know what wing foiling is or downwinding is, and then it's just cool, right? And he used the 360 camera, so again, a unique angle. Looks, how come, like, where's the camera? Looks like a drone. And then he also added like the motion blur. He added the motion blur just to make it feel like he's going faster and just like more entertaining.
More intense.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of those videos where like there's the person playing the game, like a video game, but then it's overlaid with the actual someone talking.
Yeah, that's a format.
Yeah.
That was for Instagram. Now for by the way, also like memes and stupid stuff. Memes can be like maybe you've seen it. There is like a clip of a chick saying the only thing men actually want, and then you can pretty much stitch whatever, right? And you can stitch something that's gonna resonate with your ICP. So, and you can, I don't know, show a room full of foils, right? And all this kind of stuff. And then lifestyle stuff, okay? So don't just post around your niche, just post stuff that is gonna make you look human. Now on YouTube, here it's a bit narrower, and there are really few other formats than this one. So you got the onboard tutorial, plus land explanation with B-roll, right? So as I mentioned yesterday, I think, most videos that are performing really well for me in my foiling channel, for Gwen in his channel, and similar channels, is the tutorial doesn't start on land, starts in the water. Okay, so you give a little tip in the water, you almost show off that you can actually do the thing and you're qualified to explain what people clicked on the video for. And then after the initial part, because it's very hard to do the entire tutorial in the water, you're gonna do the second part on land, and then you're gonna add some B-roll on top for people to better understand what you're talking about. I don't like to add B-roll just to entertain people. That's not the goal. The goal is always to add B-roll intentionally, and animations and motion graphics and text overlays intentionally to help the viewer understand and internalize the topic, the tip that you are sharing. Then you can have even a little skit, so like a funny scene between two people, and then the land explanation, just like two people, oh, can you teach me about, and then the actual tutorial starts. Just this is just to be a bit funny, a bit relatable. Full course or masterclass, we talked about that yesterday. Client lesson, kind of like a behind the scene type of YouTube video, and client journey is the one that we are doing now, right? So I am your client journey. So it's like a client lesson, but it's a playlist. That builds a lot of trust because people can actually follow along the entire journey and almost get connected because you create a story. They want to see how it's gonna end. It's gonna help you.
So do you think it's relatable adding in clips of you, like, you know, getting angry?
Yeah, that's even more relatable, yeah. Okay. Yeah, the more relatable it is, the better it is, yeah.
I hope we got that on we got that on film.
Then these were for like tutorials. When it comes to products, you're gonna have a full onboard review. That is great. Like if you can do an entire review on board, it's fantastic. Of course, it's complicated, but if you want to stand out, you need to go the extra mile and do what people are not willing to do. Like anybody can turn on the camera and sit down and review a foil, but you want to go the extra mile. So you need to like maybe get a 360 camera and get the strap to strap it on you, and then a microphone, and hopefully you try not fall so the microphone doesn't get wet, and then you just do the review while you are on the water, right? Of course it's harder, but it's gonna be much more
attention will be increased.
Attention grabbing, 100%. If you cannot do that, just like you have the onboard tutorial and then the land explanation, you can have the intro with the product of you writing. So the intro is done on foil in this case, and then you have the review straight afterwards. And then another form that I've seen working really well in our niche, in your niche, is the scientific comparison. So you compare two products, but you do it in a very scientific way. So for example, you time it, you check the heart rate, you check the speed, the efficiency, and because you are a bit of a tech junkie, I think that you're gonna be good at it. And then you have the growth and lifestyle content, and these are like adventures. So I don't know, let's do a 80K downwind or something a bit crazy, right? Or some cinematic edits, or even this is really good to get attention for example, from people traveling to Cape Town, which is really good in your case. You could do a local guide, right? So you do local guide to wing foil in Cape Town, and of course you're gonna also show your place, right? And then also sharing your journey, right? For example, if you're gonna learn the parawing, why don't you just share the journey of you learning the parawing? Because again, you don't just want to show off and provide value. You also want to show that you are like them, you are relatable, you are still learning something, you still have stuff to learn. Now, once you have your ICP, your list of competitors, and your list of bigger brands in more sophisticated niches, you have to, like I said, scroll through the profiles and find the outliers, and then create your list of topic, angles, and formats. Some of the videos that you're going to find in your niches are going to have a whacked packaging, especially on YouTube. Like they're gonna have shit thumbnails and they're still gonna perform because, like I said, the niche is so immature, right? And that's a really
so you're saying we got a lot of potential.
Exactly. So easy to stand out, to make a thumbnail that looks 20 times better than the other one. The easiest way to never run out of ideas is by simply never stop learning. If the more you learn, the more things you're going to implement, the more you teach, the more things you're going to implement, and the easier it's going to be to come up with new ideas.
Then I guess that falls under passion. Like you actually have to be passionate about
100%, 100%. And the idea must be not only interesting to your audience, but also interesting to you. Because if you don't care, you're not going to, put in the passion. Then after you've done all this and you start posting content using these angles, formats, and topics, then you just test, track, iterate, and repeat. So you're gonna try. You talk about this topic using this angle and this format, and then you try the same topic with another angle, another format, right? And you test, and you put out like 10, 20, even 30, 50 pieces of content, and then you look at the numbers. But not just the views. You also look at the number of meaningful comments, right? Because if someone takes some time of their day to write something below a post, that means that the post was really valuable. You look at number of saves and shares, because again, if the video is useful, they're gonna save it and share it. And if it's relatable, especially, they're gonna share it. And this is probably the most important by far, the number of follows per 1,000 views. So look at how many followers that video got compared to how many views it got. And the more this ratio is high, the more this number is high, the the better that piece of content was, and the more you need to double down on that format and angle and topic.
Simple.
Simple. You just need to be intentional. That's all. Like I said, how to come up with the best ideas consistently. Keep learning, keep creating, make content your first priority, surround yourself with other creators, lucky you, allocate 2 to 4 hours a week just to ideation. So you sit down and with pen and paper, you just ideate, you just try and find ideas for pieces of content. And then scroll intentionally. So scroll in the Instagram feed and try and understand what made you want to follow that person, what made you want to like that post, what made you want to visit that profile, right? If you do that consistently, you're going to understand what actually makes good content. But if you want to actually understand what makes good content, I created a video. So if you want, you can watch it later.
Oh, definitely.
And yeah, there I really walk you through what actually makes good content, and I analyze a hell of a lot of pieces of content in that video from great creators and from my own clients to make sure that when you put in the effort to create a piece of content, it's going to actually perform.
Thank you.
So this neuroscientist is approaching the 2 million followers mark with less than 400 pieces of content published, meaning virtually if you could implement the same frameworks she's using and post 1 video per day for 2026, by the end of the year or by the beginning of 2027, you're gonna blow your business out the water and set yourself free for life. Now, I'm passionate about psychology and neuroscience, so I've been following her for a long time. But not just that, I've actually been implementing her exact framework for myself and our clients, and we got results like these. So first thing first, we're going to analyze 2 of her outlier videos so we can break down the exact framework she's using and you can implement it in your scripts to predictably and consistently go viral. Second, I'm going to mention some secret ingredients she's using on top of her scripts. And lastly, but most importantly, because framework without implementation is useless, I'm going to show you with a live example how to implement the same framework step by step in your content. But quick reality check before we dive onto all that. If you're a good looking woman, it's easier to grow on Instagram. There is no two ways about it. Communication is as important, if not more important than scripting. So speak with clarity and confidence. To teach complex topics in simple terms, you must be really knowledgeable around those topics. The bigger the total addressable market, the easier it's going to be to grow once you get momentum. At the beginning, it might be a little harder because you have more competition, but as you grow, you gain momentum and it's going to be easier because you have a bigger pool of people that you can address. And if your niche is trending, like for example, neuroscience and psychology, it's going to be easier to grow as well. But yeah, let's break down the exact framework that she's rinsing and repeating that allows her to go viral consistently, together with 2 live examples so that you can understand how she uses this framework. Let's get into it. And by the way, this is not going to be a superficial level analysis. So yeah, hook, body, and outro. No, this is going to be the most in-depth analysis they can ever do on a script, like almost word by word. Right, so the hook is divided in 2 parts. A curiosity line that she more often than not uses, and then a controversial truth or belief-breaking line. So the first section is a sentence, something like, something that most people don't realize, and then the rest of the hook. This is your reminder that, etc. I'm sorry to tell you this, but, etc. Science shows that, something. I don't know who needs to hear this, but, something. Did you know that? Something. So this essentially just primes the viewer for everything that's gonna come next, breaks the pattern and increases, yes, curiosity. The second section of the hook is a controversial truth or belief-breaking line. Here you wanna wake them up. You wanna shock them. You want to mention something extremely relatable that is tied to a desire or a pain point. The goal of the hook is not just to get their attention. This maybe worked in 2020, but in 2026, if you want retention through your videos and you want your videos to perform, you need to, yes, interrupt the scroll, but you also need to generate FOMO, some sort of fear, and build authority in the hook. And a little tip for you, keep the hook a bit vague. Mention the topic, mention the pain point or the desire, but keep it vague. Don't give the epiphany straight away. Delay the epiphany. As promised, 2 examples so that you can see the framework in action and better understand it. These are 2 outliers for Emily, so videos above 1 million views. The first one starts with, of course, a curiosity line. So, did you know that? And then continues with a controversial truth. Every time we talk bad about someone, your brain subconsciously adopts those bad traits as part of you too. So you can see how she's increasing the stakes, how she's generating a bit of FOMO. Like, you don't want to be the person talking bad about someone, right? This is relatable. You don't want to be the person talking bad about someone and then getting those things bad for
herself or himself. And the second example starts with science shows that, right? So she's building authority because she says science shows. So immediately you want to listen to it because it's scientific. And then in this case, the controversial truth is lack of discipline makes you unattractive. See how she uses buzzwords. Discipline, unattractive. Nobody wants to be unattractive, and everybody has discipline at the top of their mind nowadays. Right. The second part that she often uses is a transition phase. So the structure is, and I will tell you the neuroscience behind why, right? So this increases curiosity further because now it's not just a hook, it's not just something controversial, but it's also neuroscience. And neuroscience, like I said at the beginning, it's a bit trending, it's a bit a buzzword again. And the goal here is to anticipate an epiphany moment, leverage the brain tendency to crave new information, right? Yeah, the curiosity. It's just the brain wanting to know more about something so that they can then tell that thing to somebody else and have a dopamine hit, right? When you learn, you get dopamine. And also when you teach someone new to somebody else, you get dopamine. So everything is always tied to dopamine. Curiosity gets people to watch because your brain subconsciously wants to learn more to get that dopamine. And that's the whole point of scripting, to be honest. You want to tease a payoff, an epiphany, and then give them that epiphany and give them that sense of completeness, that dopamine spike. And in both examples, the line is exactly the same. And I will tell you the neuroscience behind why. Sometimes between the transition and the body, she includes a promise. So she teases a grand finale. For example, I will tell you the neuroscience behind why and what to do instead, and exactly how to fix it at the end, and 3 ways to stop that from happening at the end. This tells the viewer that she's not just gonna give an epiphany, but she's actually gonna make it actionable. Because yes, at the end of the day, we want to satiate this curiosity and get this dopamine spike, but ultimately we want to be able to implement this knowledge into our life. And again, be able to give that tip to somebody else to get, again, more dopamine by helping someone. In example 2, she doesn't add any promise, but in example 1, she says, and how you can make it better for your brain at the end, right? You see, at the end. Right, let's dive into the body. Now, most people think that the hook is the most important part. And it kinda is, don't get me wrong. But because of this belief, people put so much effort and thoughts in the hook that they often kinda neglect and put on the side the body. And that's where most people get wrong. So yes, you can retain them for the first 3 seconds, but what actually matters is you being able to retain them for the first 10 seconds. According to my analysis, and I've analyzed thousands, if not hundreds of pieces of content, the pieces of content that perform best are not the ones that get retention in the first 3 seconds, but the ones that have still 50% of the viewers still watching after 10 seconds. Meaning you shouldn't just put effort in the hook, but also in the body, especially in the first section of the body. Because ultimately, a well-structured body is what increases average retention, which is one of the main metrics Instagram uses to push a video or not. So you need to nail this down. Let's go over the structure. First thing first, you're gonna have either some context on the topic, especially if the hook was kind of vague or kind of super controversial, you wanna add some context so that people actually believe more what you just said in the hook. Especially again, if what you said is really, really weird. Otherwise, you're gonna have a common belief, so something the viewer thinks true, and then you're gonna flip around during the video. Alternatively, you can also have an amplifier, so something that increases stakes even further. The second part is a practical situation, or an undesired relatable scenario, or a desired scenario. Now here, usually the most powerful is an undesired relatable scenario, so that they can resonate even more with the copy. After that, there's gonna be an epiphany, or the actual belief shift, or a fact, or that's where you give a tip. Now here's the key. You don't just amplify, resonate, and give a tip, you re-engage, and then you give another epiphany or another belief shift, and then potentially another practical situation. And you can do that 2, 3, even 4 times. So how do you re-engage people? There are 2 ways to do it. The first one is to divide your video in steps. So you're gonna have step 1, step 2, step 3, or tip 1, tip 2, tip 3. And just by doing that, you're going to reset attention at each step. The other way to do that is by including things like, but the part that most people miss is that, but here's the wild part. So it's almost like having a second hook midway through. Now, your body must be eye-opening, actionable, worth paying for. Imagine people are paying $5, $10 to watch that piece of content, because they actually are, right? They are paying with attention, which nowadays, because of how stimulating is the algorithm and the platform, you need to make your videos worth paying for. They need to be memorable, they need to be unique, and like I said, you either divide it in steps or chapters, or you re-engage every 10 seconds or so. Use this that you're seeing on the screen now as a checklist. So you must tick all these boxes in the body of your video. But let's see the examples. Example 1, context on the topic. So this is actually called spontaneous trait transfer, where every time you describe someone, good or bad, your brain tags you with the same trait. So if you remember, the hook was a bit complicated. It was every time you talk bad about someone, your brain subconsciously adopts those bad traits as part of you too. And because the hook was so complicated, she provides some context, first thing first, in the body. Then, like I said, practical situation or relatable scenario. So when you say she's so fake, your brain marks you as fake. When you say he's so inspiring, you take on the energy too. The goal of this is for the viewer, first of all, to resonate even further and to make the concept more practical so that the viewer actually understands what she's talking about, because she gives a practical example that they can understand in very simple terms. Third part is the epiphany, because your brain absorbs the traits you focus on. And this is pretty much the whole point of the video. But then, because she wants to provide more value, she doesn't stop there. So she re-engages. But here's the wild part. And then she says, research shows, so she's building authority again, that your friends that you are gossiping to also unconsciously assign those bad traits to you. So this is another epiphany. And then she mentions another practical situation. So when you talk badly about someone, you're not just shaping your own identity, you are teaching others to see you that way too. And then she adds something on top. There is a saying that whenever you point the finger at someone, there is 3 fingers pointing back at you. And this is the science that proves it. Now, I know it sounds super complicated and impossible to replicate, but if you stick with me until the end, I'm gonna give you the step-by-step process I use to make it super simple, stupid simple, to create scripts this way. So let's go over example number 2 really quick. Most people think discipline is about forcing yourself to do things. So, common belief that you're gonna break in the epiphany. But biologically, discipline is nervous system regulation. Your brain craves predictability, structure, and self-trust. Then, guess what? She pictures a common, relatable, undesirable scenario, and then because she wants to provide more value, she re-engages again. But the part that most people miss is that, and then again, another epiphany. The brain treats stagnation as a threat. And then again, she links that new epiphany to a new common relatable scenario so that people better understand the epiphany itself and can connect that epiphany to something happening or that happened in their life. And this is what makes the video actionable. And then again, because she wants to give a third tip, she re-engages again. Research also shows that, and pay attention to how in each epiphany or common relatable situation, she's looping back to emotional and practical benefits. For example, also, growth is what makes you interesting. People want to be interesting. People don't want to suffer. People want to go away from pain and towards pleasure. So she's always linking back to pain points or desires. You don't just want to provide information, you want to emotionally load your script. Your scripts should be like an emotional roller coaster where you get people from curious to fearful, to excited to implement the new value provided, to fearful again, to excited, and so on and so forth. Right, but another thing that people crave is a sense of completeness. So what she does in the outro is she packages the value provided into a lesson, into a takeaway message. Let's see the examples and then the why behind what she does. And it makes sense, because everything in life is a mirror. How you see the world is how you see yourself. How you treat other people is how you treat yourself. And then another quote. Example number 2, discipline isn't control over your life. It's control over the one thing that you actually have control over, which is you. And if you can't be disciplined over yourself and your own mind, how do you expect to create the life you want? As you can see, there is a sense of progress. People feel like they've made progress. People feel like they've improved, even though they actually haven't done anything. And they feel empowered by the new knowledge gathered. And because of this, they get a dopamine spike. They like the person more, so at least they check the profile and potentially they're gonna follow after consuming even more content. And then because the video is useful, they're probably gonna share it or save it, because again, they want the dopamine spike of sharing the same tip, the same knowledge with someone else. Sometimes, if the topic of the video is really controversial, you can low-key open a debate in the comments. And this is gonna increase engagements, which is another metric that Instagram uses to push your videos or not. And then she never does that. She never does call to actions. She's selling through funnels, right? So she just wants people to check her profile and see the link in the bio and potentially click and sign up for her webinar. But if you're using a different type of funnel, you might want to have call to actions at the end of videos. Now, I don't recommend you have call to actions every single time, otherwise it's just gonna look salesy. And then she's a neuroscientist, so she knows how the brain works, and she knows that subconsciously, if you tell people to do something, they're probably not gonna do it. So she just provides so much value, so much dopamine, and so much empowerment that people feel almost stupid not following her. That's her secret to get followers without asking for followers. Right, so this was the exact framework that she uses. Again, if it looks a bit complicated and impossible to implement, just stick with me and I'm gonna show you exactly how to do it in a second. But before that, I want to go over another couple of fundamental things that she does that are not necessarily included in the script. So first of all, she's fast-paced in her speech. She doesn't let you breathe. Then, as I mentioned, the value she provides is immediately actionable. Then she gives you this sense of progress. Then she clearly tracks outliers and double down on those angles and topics. You're gonna find patterns. If you really have a deep look at her profile, you're gonna see that she always talks about discipline, relationships, manifestation, and dopamine, because she found, according to her data, by looking at her data, that these videos are the ones that perform best. As mentioned at the beginning, yes, quality is important, probably as important as quantity, especially in 2026, but if you just post one video, you're not gonna get 1 million followers. So the thing is, you need to find a format, just like she did, that is replicable, that is easy to create and interesting to you and to your audience. These are the 3 things you need to be consistent with content and grow over time. And then everything is intentional. She's holding her phone in her hands, not because she doesn't have a tripod, but because she wants to add subtle movement to help the viewer understand the topic and make the video more engaging. She uses hand gestures, and the video, because it's like a FaceTime video, feels more personal than just a talking head video, because automatically, if the camera is on a tripod, the video looks a bit more scripted. If you're holding your phone in selfie mode, it's gonna look a bit more personal, like a FaceTime call. In your videos, you wanna act as if you're giving advice to your best friend. And another thing is, make sure the epiphany doesn't come too soon. So first you hook them, then you amplify or make them resonate or increase the stakes or build authority, and then you reveal part of the epiphany, then you explain, and then re-engage, epiphany, explain, lesson. Right, so let's break down now a live example. This is a video that we created for one of our clients, Andy. He's a triathlon coach, and as you can see, the video got 130,000 views when he had probably like around 10,000 subscribers, so pretty good. But I'm not just gonna break down the video like we did before. I'm gonna show you the exact process that we use to script videos that way. So the first thing is to find an interesting topic. In this case, Ironman triathlon swim mistakes. Now, where do you find an interesting topic? The first place to look is clients' questions. So pay attention to the questions that your clients ask you in your coaching course, for example. The second place is the comment section of your videos on Instagram and especially on YouTube. The third place is personal outlier videos, right? So try to find patterns. Oh, look, this video was an outlier and also this video, and I talked about the same topic. Boom, there you have the topic of your new video. Don't be afraid to be repetitive because you're always trying to reach new audience. So even if you talk about the same topic over and over, just use different angles so you don't sound repetitive. And Emily does that all the time. She talks about dopamine, she talks about relationships over and over and over, just under different angles. Then after you do this thorough internal research, so clients, comments, and personal outliers, then you can look at competitors. So what are they doing? What angles are they using? What topics, in this case, we're looking for topics, are they using? And then sometimes you can leverage breaking news or hot or seasonal topics. Right, once you have the topic in place, then you need to figure out a lesson that you want to teach or lessons that you want to teach. In our case, we want to show people how to warm up properly before the swim, how to behave in the first 200 meters of the triathlon swim, and then how to swim on a clean line, and then how to exit the water. Where do you find the lesson? Within your own unique knowledge or something you learn offline or something you learn from your own experience. Try not copy the same value that other people are providing. Provide your own unique value. You're never gonna stand out just by repeating what other people say. For example, I'm pretty sure that the value I provided in this video, you've never heard about it. Right, next information you need to collect before you can script the video is the target. So who are you targeting? And be intentional. If you wanna work with complete beginners, you're gonna use angles and topics more for beginners. If you want to target, as I suggest, people with a bit more experience because they're a bit more invested and they probably have even more money to invest, then in that case, you're going to use some specific angles that target people who have some experience. In this case, we're targeting beginners and intermediates, but who have at least one Ironman in the bank. So ask yourself, who is your program or product or coaching serving? And then attract that target. Next up, angles. This is how you attack the topic you chose and you deliver and make interesting the lesson that you want to teach. So where do you find these angles? The first and best place to find angles is your onboarding form. So when someone gets onboarded on your program, you should send out a form asking, what was the situation you were in before joining? What specifically made you convert? What is the exact outcome that you want to achieve? And so you're going to find loads of different angles to include in your script. And the reason why this works so well and they resonate so much is because the angles are coming directly from your clients. So you use the specific words that they use to describe their painful situation or their desired situation or the problem they have. Other places to find angles include client calls, sales calls, DM conversations, again, the comment section, your ICP document if you have one in place, and again, personal outlier videos and competitors outliers. So every now and again, every other week, you should do some internal and external research so that you can keep your library of angles and topics up to date. Right, the last thing you need before you can go ahead and create the script with the framework I explained earlier is authority. So who is the most credible person that your viewer, your target, wants to hear the information from, and then position yourself as that person. For example, what Emily does, as mentioned earlier, she uses science as authority building, and then she positions herself as an authority and she builds trust and credibility using her clarity and conviction. You don't know she's a neuroscientist, she almost never mentions it, but you trust her as a neuroscientist because of how she speaks. Right, now that you have this list of items, and the framework is going to be super easy to combine them together and create a script that actually works. And let's see how we did it in this case. So I have the hook, a controversial truth, a belief-breaking line, which is most Ironman swims are lost in the first 200 to 300 meters. This immediately increases curiosity and fear of missing out. And then we jump into the body, so we don't have any transition or promise. We jump straight into the body with an amplifier. Not because of inability, so we are pre-handling an objection here. And then, relatable situation, because of panic, poor positioning, pacing, and zero plan. And then we jump onto the epiphany, or first tip. Number 1, warm up properly. Get your face wet. The cold affects your rhythm. If you can get in the water, at least get some water down your wetsuit, or use some bands to get the upper body moving and do mobility. See how practical, simple, and actionable it is? And then, after we deliver the first tip, we re-engage. Number 2, the first 100 meters. This is critical. And then, epiphany number 2, or tip number 2. Big, deep exhale. Follow your pacing strategy. And then, relatable situation that the viewer probably found themselves in. Don't start in front if you're not a super strong swimmer, or you will get swum over and trashed around. And then again, number 3, we reset the attention by saying number 3, and we provide the tip. Swim a clean line. And then again, relatable situation after the tip. Then just get mixed up and elbows in the face to stop your rhythm. And then one more time, re-engage. Tip number 4, and we give another last tip and another one last relatable situation. This framework, re-engage, epiphany, relatable scenario, makes the epiphany worth more because they can connect it to something happening in their life, and then by resetting attention, we just make sure that they grasp every single tip that we're providing. And then outro, in this case, yes, just like Emily does, we have a takeaway or a lesson to wrap everything up, and in this case, we also have a call to action. Your first Ironman swim doesn't have to be stressful. It just needs to be strategic. And then the call to action at the end depends on your goal and funnel. In our case, we wanted to get more inbound DMs because we weren't running any ad. So we said, if you have any questions, direct message me or comment below. I answer everyone. And we got loads of comments and loads of DMs. So lots of people to set and then convert on calls, and lots of people to engage with in the comments and potentially start a conversation with in the DMs. I hope this was valuable. If you use the step-by-step process mentioned at the end to implement Emily's framework, I am confident you're gonna make your videos perform better. But the script is only part of how your videos perform. As you probably realize yourself, the idea is one of the most important things together with the script. So you can watch this video next to understand how to do ideation properly and come up with crazy ideas so that when you do script your videos, you put your effort in the right place. Right, first thing first, we need to understand who we are targeting with this video. There are 4 types of audience. Nerds, and these are the most aware people, the ones that know a lot and get triggered by specific technical words that only them pretty much understand. Then we have novice. These are aware of your niche and are learning and want to learn more, but they're not advanced, they're not nerds yet, so they respond better to more friendly approaches and simpler terms. Then we have newcomers. These just came into your niche, so they're kind of aware, they kind of know what's going on, but because they're just getting started, they need super accessible packaging. And then we have nobody. These are unaware or barely aware people, and they require maximum simplicity. Now, we're not going to focus too much on 3 and 4, so newcomers and nobody, because we're not going to sell to these people most probably, right? And especially at the beginning, especially if you're starting from scratch, it's much easier to grow with more specific topics, right? So if you're just starting out with your YouTube channel, niche down as much as possible and produce very technical videos, because you cannot compete with the other videos when it comes to views, when it comes to subscriber count. So the only way through which you can compete against the other ones is authority, and we're gonna see that in a moment when it comes to the title framework, and specificity. If you can create a video that is so specific that there are no other videos or few other videos recent
around that very specific topic, people are gonna choose you despite the fact that you don't have many subscribers and views, so you don't have much authority. Like your video hasn't been approved by the market just yet. All right. So yeah, focus mainly on nerds, and then as you progress, as you grow your channel, you can focus on a bigger and bigger chunk of the market. So that's you increase your total addressable market. All right. You go to novice, then newcomers, and then nobody. Okay. This is like purely top of funnel videos, right? So if you can target nobody, then that's virality, right? Because your video is literally interesting and appealing to everybody. But as you understand, the more like broader your video, the harder it's gonna be to get views, because you have more and more competition, right? So you need more proof, so you need more views and more subscribers. All right. So focus on the two niches first. And also, if your goal is to sell something through your YouTube channel, then your buyers are gonna be here, not here, right? So another reason for you to focus on these two audiences. Right. With that out of the way, let's finally dive into the title framework, which is made by 5 components. And then we're gonna go over some examples and the thumbnail framework. All right. So let's get into it. Now, you always want to be at one of the extreme of each scale, right? We're gonna go over 5 scales for the 5 components, and you always want to be at the extremes. You don't want to be really in the middle. Okay. Let me explain what we mean by that. So first thing first, you need to understand how to position yourself in relation to the person the video is for. Okay. For example, if the video is for nerds, then because they are aware and they are very technical, they are triggered by authority. So in this case, we want to add a lot of authority in our title and thumbnail, because they're going to be more likely to click on our video because they see us as an authority. And because they want to learn something specific, something hard, something technical, they're going to be more likely to watch it from someone who's got some authority in that specific space, right? If we're targeting, on the other hand, nobody, then they don't require authority at all. Actually, if you remove authority and you make yourself a bit silly, then you might even make the video even more appealing. Let me explain. Let me make an example. It's going to be easier to understand, right? So, like I said, if we target nerds, then we need to build authority in the title. For example, Michelin chef explains how to cook a 5-star Michelin dish, right? So if you want to learn how to cook a 5-star Michelin dish, the person that you want to learn that from is a Michelin chef, right? That makes sense. So for educational content, this is great. Now, for more entertainment content, and again, if we are targeting a broader market, then an experienced cook cooking a Michelin star dish. Like, imagine that, right? Can you understand how removing authority is what makes a video more interesting, right? Because now you want to see this unexperienced person, what is gonna end up doing, cooking a Michelin star dish, right? So no authority in this case is better because it's funnier. Right? Now, like I said, if you don't have authority, target a small niche and use specific topics until you are well known enough and experienced enough to expand to broader niches. Okay? Now, the second component after the person, so how you position yourself, is the labor. So what is the activity or the action of the video? Now, here you want to either go like super boring to make it feel super accessible, or you want to go super exciting to make it feel more complex and more high level. Again, if you're targeting nerds, you're gonna go a bit more exciting. So you're gonna use words like master, breakdown, step-by-step process, roadmap. So terms that are telling people that the video is gonna be very in-depth. If you're targeting, on the other hand, more like beginner people, for example, let's say newbies, then newcomers, in that case, you are going to use simpler terms because you want to make the video feel more accessible. You want to make the activity easier to learn. So you're going to use something like get better at, breaking down, etc. Learn, etc. For example, if you're targeting newcomers, right? Let's say it's a surf video, right? A surf tutorial. You're going to say, learn how to surf in 10 minutes, right? That's for newcomers. If you are doing a tutorial for experienced or intermediate surfers, then you're going to use something like master the pop-up in tricky waves or whatever, okay? Or master the pop-up in small waves and whatnot.
All right. Now, the next component after the label and the positioning, the person, is the desire or obstacle. Desire is mainly for vlogs. Obstacle is mainly for educational content. Let me break down the two. So there should be some kind of obstacle in your title, right? And this can be super easy to overcome or super hard. Again, depending on who you're targeting. That's why we need to figure out who we are targeting before we do everything else, okay? So, how to learn XYZ in 10 minutes? Like I said, it's very easy, right? So you make the obstacle appear very, very easy. So this is for more educational content, for nerds, or even for people who are in the niche, right? For more entertainment content, you are going to use the hard side of the scale. For example, I tested Elon Musk 4 a.m. morning routine, right? This seems hard, right? So it's more entertaining. So again, for educational content, you want to make the concept feel very easy, the obstacle feel very easy to overcome. And for more entertaining content, then you wanna use the hard obstacle so that people wanna click on the video and watch the video because it seems so hard. Mr. Beast is a great example, right? If you look at his thumbnails and titles, there is something really, really hard. Every time something really hard or really crazy because it's entertainment content, and the harder the obstacle, the crazier the challenge, the more people are likely to click to see if it's actually something achievable, okay? But when it comes to educational content, it's the opposite. Now, desire. When it comes to vlogs, you're not gonna use an obstacle all the time. You can use a desire, right? So with vlogs, you're essentially selling a desired lifestyle, right? So, for example, you're gonna make your video very desirable. So with vlogs, you wanna ask yourself, you wanna understand what the people that you want to attract with that vlog are actually craving. And then you need to ask yourself, how can you position yourself as the person they wanna be like? How you can leverage your own story and your life, your lifestyle, what you have, to put yourself in a desirable position compared to the people that you want to attract. For example, 22 years old making 50K a month in Cape Town, right? This, of course, is going to attract young people, right? 22 years old, interested in traveling, Cape Town, and making money, 50K a month, right? And this is a great title for a vlog, for example. And then, of course, the title must match the thumbnail must match the title, but we're going to see that in a moment as we finish going through the 5 components that made up a good title. All right. So again, for educational content, they're going to have an obstacle, and the easier the obstacle, the better it is for educational content, and the harder the obstacle, the better it is for entertainment content. When it comes to vlogs, you can use sometimes an obstacle, and then you create a story to overcome that obstacle. But sometimes, more often than not, you're going to use a desire, and you want to use the most desirable thing that your ICP wants in your title. All right. Now, next up is the topic. Of course, this is the subject of the video. So here you want to understand how specific you want to go about things. And like I said at the beginning in the premise, if you are targeting nerds, you want to go very niche. So you want to go on this side of the scale. If you are targeting a broader market, then you're going to use different terms, and even the topic of the video is going to be broader. For example, let's say in the trading niche, right? How to position the stop loss correctly, right? We are using specific terms. So this video is only appealing to people who are already in the niche, to nerds, because they know what a stop loss is, okay? And I suggest you start from very, very niche topics at the beginning, and then you expand, right? Now, you can talk about the same thing pretty much, but you can have another title if you're targeting another audience. For example, how not to lose your trade. The concept, the topic is pretty much the same thing. The first one is going to go a bit more in depth, and it's going to target nerds. And the second one is going to go a bit more surface level, and in fact uses a simpler terminology, and it's more for newbies, right? More for views. Whilst the first one is more for conversion, all right? Now, next up, we have the outcome. So when writing a title, you should either position the video as they're going to gain something by watching the video, or they're going to not lose something by watching the video, okay? So you can either choose between loss aversion or gaining something. Now, loss aversion is usually more powerful.
usually it works better. And gaining something also works, but usually people are more fearful of losing something than gaining something else. Okay, so 2 examples of the same thing is how to stop losing followers. This is loss aversion, and then roughly the same topic, how to gain followers. Okay, how to stop losing followers usually is more powerful. That's why negative titles usually work better. For example, stop making these mistakes. Usually it's better than do these 3 things, right? Now, let's go over some examples, okay? This is the 6th video that we published for Andy, right? He was at 0, and 6th video got like 10,000 views or something in a week or so, and now is on 27,000 views, and it's still getting views 1 year later, right? So let me explain how we decided to create this video. So first of all, it was October 2025. So it was really the period of Kona, okay? Kona, if you are not familiar with the term, is the most famous race in the triathlon space, okay? So in the triathlon, there is Ironman, right? Which is, again, swim, bike, and run, specific distances. You have a half Ironman and a full distance Ironman. And the most famous race, like the race that every Ironman athlete is striving towards, is Kona, right? Kona is an island in Hawaii. And you need to qualify to go there because it's such a crazy race. It's very hard, and everybody wants to go there, and you need to qualify, and it's getting harder and harder to qualify, right? And because Andy qualified for Kona 3 times, then and because the topic was trending and hot at the moment because it was Kona period, I was like, okay, let's create a video on how to qualify for Kona because there is a lot of hype around this, and there are not many videos around the topic, and it's very niche, it's very for nerds. And there are not many videos around it. So even if you don't have a lot of authority, you don't have a lot of subscribers or views, and you're not the best at, communicating through videos, this video is most probably still going to perform well. So what we did, we created this video, how I qualified for Kona training 10 hours a week. Let's break down the title, and then we're going to go over the thumbnail framework, and then we're going to analyze the same thumbnail, right? So the person. Who are we targeting with this video? Of course, nerds. Okay, we're targeting nerds, so we need to build authority in the title, right? So, I qualified for Kona is the authority in this case, okay? And then we confirmed, right, by adding pictures in the thumbnail, but we're gonna see that later. The labor is, so the action in the video is training, right? So he's gonna explain how to train to qualify for Kona. The desire is Kona, right? This event. The obstacle is 10 hours a week, right? So if you recall, we said you either make it hard for entertainment content or easy for educational content. This is educational content, so we made it as easy as possible for people, right? 10 hours a week sounds insane because usually people think that to qualify for Kona, you need to train 20-25 hours a week, right? That's pretty much, because there are 3 disciplines you need to train a lot. So by saying 10 hours a week, right, people went insane. And you also need to kind of know your audience, right? So we know that we are targeting people who are already into triathlon and are busy because they have a job. They're not full-time triathletes. So by using this angle, we also target that specific pain point and that specific thing that they resonate better with, all right? If we would have if we would have wanted to make the video a bit more entertaining, right? For let's say it's a vlog. In that case, then we would have used a completely different title. So we would have made the obstacle really, really hard. For example, Kona's heat broke me down, or something like that. Okay, so people see that something is like really hard, and they want to click just to see what actually happened. Okay. And you should kind of have both, at some point. If you can, you should really blend entertainment content and educational content to get the best of both worlds. Because usually, entertainment content is gonna get you more views, especially when you have a bit of authority already. And then more niche content is gonna get you conversion and nurturing on the people that you get through more top of funnel content, more entertaining content. Moving on, we've got the topic. Of course, the topic is gonna be how to qualify for Kona. So in this video, he's going to explain how to train to qualify for this specific event. And also what races to choose to make it easier to qualify and whatnot. And then the outcome, of course, is qualify for Kona. Okay? Can you see how we ticked all these boxes and everything makes sense according to the video, right? That's why it's so important to define the audience first and then make sure that you follow these 5 components when you build your title, because this is the only way your title is going to make sense to the people that you're targeting, right? It's the only way that you're going to make the title appealing to the people that you're targeting. Now, next up, we got another example. This is not from one of my clients. I just took it from YouTube. By the way, we made $1.5 million this week in Cape Town. Okay, 20x outliers. The person is, again, is more, this video is a bit broader because it's a vlog, but still we wanted to build some authority, which is given by 1.5 million this week. Okay. The labor is we made, which suggests that he's an entrepreneur. Desire is given mainly by the amount of money, Cape Town, and the thumbnail. The obstacle is by the way, right? So remember, because this video is targeting a broader market, we want to make it feel easy. So by the way makes 1.5 million feel easy. All right. Topic is underlined, right? It's for sure like business making money because made 1.5 mil and whatnot. And then the outcome is gaining knowledge. Again, it's underlined, but it's gaining knowledge on how to make money. Okay. So I wanted to break down more in educational content and a more vlog type of content just to show you the differences and to show you that this works in both cases. But yeah, let's move on. And we got the thumbnail framework. So after you define your title, then you can come up with a thumbnail. And yes, you can always take inspiration from competitors and from what's working in other niches for both the title and thumbnail. But really, if you want to stand out, you need to make something that is different than what your competitors are doing. Okay? So focus mainly on looking at what's working in other niches. I wouldn't really suggest copying people in your niche because otherwise you just commoditize your brand and just become like everybody else. You want to be the trendsetter or the person taking a concept from a more mature niche and bringing it into yours. For example, if you look at Andy's channel, we copied this format from the fitness niche, right? I'm pretty sure you've seen these videos, best versus worst chest workouts or something like that, ranked by science. We just replicated the same thumbnail ideas and concepts into our niche. And because we were the first ones in the triathlon niche, the video performed really well. I think that it's now on 20-something thousand views. Yes, almost 23,000 views. But yeah, let me cover the foundations of a good thumbnail. So the first thing you need to understand is that people see the thumbnail first and then the title. So you shouldn't repeat yourself in the thumbnail and in the title, right? The thumbnail should make the viewer visualize the plot. So the thumbnail must answer the question, what this video is about and why should I care, right? So the thumbnail should make the viewer ask a question and the title should promise the answer. This is the most important thing when it comes to packaging. You make the viewer ask a question with the thumbnail and you promise the answer with the title. Let's have a look at the example just so that you can better understand. For example, this, right? You see the thumbnail and you're curious. It shows, Cape Town, villa, Range Rover, money, South Africa, sunset, right? And then you are hooked and then you look at the title and it promises the answer that you ask yourself by looking at the thumbnail, right? So this is pretty much the psychology behind thumbnails and titles, right? Now, one thing is look at your thumbnail without the title and see if the plot is understandable. If it's not, something is wrong. So again, if we look at Andy's video, right? Even if you don't look at the title, you can clearly see, especially if you are in the niche, you can clearly recognize Ironman World Championship and you can recognize Kona from the background. This is extremely intentional, right? And then the arrow me, right? Emphasize the fact that he's in Kona and he qualified for Kona. And then the title promises the answer to the question
that viewers ask themselves by looking at the thumbnail, right? So they look at the thumbnail and they're like, oh, he looks like a normal person. How did he qualify for Kona? And then you read the title, how he qualified for Kona, and then he even increases the stakes, training 10 hours a week. So now you're not only promised an answer to that question, but you're even more curious because you increase the stakes through your title. So yeah, now where to start to create a thumbnail? Now you need to ask yourself, what part of the plot does the thumbnail show? And you can only choose one, so choose the best one. For example, in Andy's video, we chose the part where he's in Hawaii and he's racing, right? That's the most important part of the plot. He chose the plot where he's in Cape Town enjoying the money he's made in a week, okay? And for example, you can show obstacles, outcomes, conflict, or you can even break down a common belief, right? If you want to show an obstacle, you're going to show something really hard. If you want to show an outcome, you're going to show this. If you want to show a conflict, you're going to show maybe this versus that. And if you want to break down common beliefs, you're going to have something that the viewer thinks is maybe crossed, right? So you kind of pre-handle an objection. You show them what is not. And then you need to ask yourself, what question should the viewer ask? Okay? So what question should the viewer ask by looking at this thumbnail? Well, they want to know how he was able to qualify for Kona because he looks like a normal person, right? Here, what question do we want people to ask themselves? Well, we want people to ask themselves, how did he make so much, how did he achieve this lifestyle? Okay? And then the third question that you need to ask yourself when it comes to creating thumbnails is, what does the title not need to say anymore? Okay? So if we have Ironman, World Championship, Hawaii, clearly, we don't need to say Ironman, World Championship in the title. So the title, the shorter it is, the better. So if you can remove elements and include those elements in a thumbnail, it's better. And vice versa, the thumbnail also needs to be very simple. So if the title is too long, remove elements and add it to the thumbnail. If the title is vague, add clarity with the thumbnail without making it too complicated. Simplicity wins because people are scanning through the feed, right? So your thumbnail, they need to understand the plot in a split second. That's why you shouldn't have too many elements in the thumbnail, right? In fact, it is like literally 2 pictures and me, right, with an arrow. All right, and this doesn't even have text. Before we wrap the video, just a checklist, right? So after you create your title and thumbnail, ask yourself, does it stand out in your niche, right? So copy other niches, not yours. Does it match the title premise? Can you understand it when blurred or really, really small? You need to understand that thumbnails are really, really small, so put it far away or blur it and see if you can still understand it. Does it accurately represent the video? You don't want to make clickbait stuff and then the video is completely different. Now, before we touch onto the external factors that are really important to consider, otherwise all this is useless, just an exercise that you can do to make your packaging as simple and easy to understand as possible. So try to summarize your video using 3 emojis. In this case, right, if I have an X, a dog, and a loud or sound symbol, then you can immediately understand that the video is going to be about how to stop your dog from barking. If you do this exercise, you're going to understand what elements you need to include in your thumbnail to make it as easy as possible to understand and as simple as possible, right? You know that in this case, in your thumbnail, because you won't be able to visualize the plot, you're going to show a dog barking and maybe crossed, right? That's what you need to include in your thumbnail, right? So remember, do this exercise, make sure that you tick all these boxes and make sure that you answer these questions before you create the thumbnail. Make it simple and make it visualize the plot, make them ask 1, 2, 3 questions and then promise the answer to those questions with the title, okay? Now, before we wrap it, external factors. Now, the idea is the most important thing. You can have the best packaging in the world, but if the idea is whacked, then your video is doomed. It's not gonna go anywhere. So focus on ideation first. Then the duration. Be realistic with the duration of the video, right? If we are going to explain how to qualify for Kona, then the video cannot be 5 minutes. It's gonna be at least 15 minutes, maybe 20, maybe 25, maybe 30. And people are gonna watch it because they understand it's a complex topic, right? If the video is on how to tie your tie or how to tie your shoes, then people expect the video to be 30 seconds, 2 minutes, right? And then social status. Like I said, being well known and having high view count or high subscriber count or using famous people's name and images help the click-through rate. So if you're at the beginning, you don't have views, niche down, and you don't have subscribers, niche down and use other people's names in your title and thumbnails to get you views, right? That's something that you can really do. For example, I stolen XYZ, I stolen Alex Hormozzi's funnel and it made me X amount of money, right? So if you're at the beginning, again, niche down, use other people's name and build authority in the title so that you build authority for nerds looking for that piece of information, all right? 99% of creators and coaches overthink and overcomplicate YouTube script writing. You probably know by now the importance of having a strong YouTube channel to strengthen the middle of the funnel and shorten the conversion cycle. But if you try and sit down in front of your laptop to script a YouTube video, an hour later the page is still blank. Or if you try copying other viral videos, you end up watching a random video of a Polish skier skiing down Mount Everest. Or maybe you ask ChatGPT to script your video and then it's atrocious and doesn't sound like you. If that sounds like a bit of you, this video is not only gonna save you time and make your videos perform better, but most importantly, and in my opinion that's the key, is gonna make YouTube creation more enjoyable for you. And guess what's gonna happen? You're going to be more consistent and more genuine, equals more sales. Now you're probably wondering, why would I listen to this guy with this weird accent and barely 20 subscribers on YouTube? Well, because using this exact same strategy that I'm gonna teach you in this video, I go to $20,000 a month with 4,000 YouTube subscribers. And it also got James, Nick, and Andy above 10 grand a month. So here is what I'm gonna show you. How to come up with strong ideas in no time, one crucial thing to do before scripting, how to craft good intros that actually hook people, how to script the body in a way that allows you to be conversational but stay on track and keep people glued, how to deliver powerful intros, and lastly, 3 cheat codes that cut in half your recording time. You wouldn't want to miss those. The cool thing is that you're gonna see me doing the things I'm explaining as the video unfolds. Oh, and spoiler, I don't use ChatGPT because it just throws me off. Coming up with strong ideas is extremely simple. The first thing you want to do is you want to send out the client onboarding form. Now, if you haven't done it yet, you got to do it as soon as possible. Not only when you onboard new clients, but also to your old clients. You want to send out this form to understand what got them across the line, why they chose you, and what problem they had in the first place. And also, what's the trigger that made them want to hire help before they even chose to work with you? I'm gonna leave the template for that in the description, so grab it and just use it for your clients. For example, what made you make the decision to hire a nutritionist in the first place? You can see wanted guidance on my active journey, wanted to achieve new PBs. So guess what you're gonna use? You're gonna use these angles in your piece of content. Maybe you're even gonna create YouTube videos, full YouTube videos around these topics. The second thing is to list out all your sales objections. Here you can actually use ChatGPT and you can feed the agent with your sales call recordings. Hopefully you are recording your sales calls so that you can extract all the objections and list them out and just create content that handles those objections. Another stupid simple thing to do is to just ask your clients, yo, what are you searching on YouTube? Or what were you searching on YouTube before starting working with me? However, when you edit content, you want to look at the phase of growth you are in. Because if you have lots of followers, but you're struggling converting these followers, there is no point focusing on top of the funnel content. You want to focus on middle of the funnel content. So here is where you're going to focus heavily on handling objections, showing client results, recording client interviews, and all these kind of things. But if you have few followers and you need to bump that up and you cannot just rely on ads, then what you want to do is you want to focus more on top of the funnel content. So content that just attracts as many people as possible. So you want to go a bit broader with your topics and you want to create content for people who are problem aware but not solution aware just yet. Allocate 30 minutes a week to scroll through your YouTube comments and your Instagram comments. You're going to find lots of insights, not only what people like, but also they're going to ask questions in your comments. I also suggest you integrate your sales team in the content creation process, in the ideation process, because if you're not taking calls especially, or if you have a setter, guess who spends all day long chatting with your prospects? Well, the sales team. So why don't you just get them to maybe fill out a form at the end of each day or at the end of each week with the most common questions, pain points, and desires that the ICP, your prospects, have in the DMs or on calls. It's going to be extremely powerful. and extremely easy to then ideate based off that data. And if you can, just spend more time with your clients. And only after you've done all these things, then if you feel like you need it, but you probably won't, you can look at your competitors' outliers and see what they're doing and it's working. But generally speaking, you want to focus on your audience and not somebody else's, and you want to use your own ideas and your own unique concepts rather than just copying people. Because if you just copy people, you're not going to build a brand. You're just going to build a commodity brand within a niche. You're just going to be another random creator copying other people and delivering the same value. You're not going to have any competitive advantage, any edge. So if you want, you can do it, but again, do all the rest before, and then if you feel like you really need it, then you can look at competitors. Okay, so now that you have the idea, the topic, we can move on. But before you start scripting video, there is one thing that is crucial that if you miss, you're not going to be able to script the video properly. Because the thing is, especially with the intro, you probably noticed it in the intro of this video, what you have to do, the first thing you have to do as soon as you start the script is to reconfirm the title. So guess what? If you don't have the title beforehand, you're not going to be able to script an intro that actually makes sense and give people the impression that the video is exactly what they wanted, what they expected. You need to match the expectation they had before clicking the video. So before you start scripting the video, you need to find the exact title and thumbnail combination that you're going to use. How do you do that? Well, super simple. Set a timer, 5 minutes, otherwise you can get lost and doom scroll. Set a timer, 5 minutes, go on YouTube and research the top creators, not only in your niche, but what I suggest is you research the top creators in more sophisticated, crowded and mature niches. For example, Iman Gadzhi, Alex Hormozi, and the info space in general is probably the most competitive. And even the real estate space, they are both really competitive. And if you look at thumbnails and titles in those niches and you use them in your niche, you're almost certain that those videos and thumbnails are gonna achieve a high click-through rate. So scroll through titles and thumbnails and find ones that are actually applicable to the topic that you're gonna talk about. Then grab them and adapt them. All right, now I have the idea, the topic, the title, and the thumbnail. Now we can go ahead and actually script the video. The intro first and then the body. Now when it comes to intro, most people overcomplicate it because it's as simple as just clicking on the video you took the thumbnail and title from, and you just transcribe it and you get the intro and you just change it and adapt it to your topic. As simple as that. However, make sure that it includes these elements. You have to reconfirm the title, and by the way, you can go back and rewatch the intro of this video and you're gonna see that I'm doing all these little things. So you wanna reconfirm the title, you wanna picture a painful scenario or a dream scenario, you wanna increase the stakes, you wanna build authority by showing some case studies or some personal proof, you wanna tease a grand payout at the beginning of the video, and you wanna introduce stakes and solution. Just like I did when I listed all the items I'm gonna cover in this video. Make them understand that your stuff is unique and they can't find it anywhere else. So if they click off, it's lost. It's gone forever. When it comes to YouTube, there are really two metrics that determine whether a video is gonna go well or not. One is the click-through rate, and that's given by the title and thumbnail combination, the amount of subscribers you have, the amount of views the video have, and if you're a recognizable person or not. And when it comes to retention, so the average percentage viewed, that depends on, of course, how good your intro is, because you need to spark interest at the beginning, but it's gonna be useless if the value part of your video is all scattered and over the place. So you need to have the right structure and the right strategies even during the body of the video. So let's get into it. I don't know about you, but I personally hate reading off scripts, so I never script word by word YouTube videos. I just create a skeleton. So you have your topic. Now imagine being the person watching this video. What do you want to know about that topic? And what's your situation that you are in? Okay, so again, who's gonna click on that video? Okay, my prospect. What is their situation? Okay, perfect. In that situation, what do they need to know to make the most out of the information I'm gonna give in that video? Once you answer that question, you can actually create a skeleton with the bullet points that you need to go over. But you can't just now go ahead and record the video because it's either gonna be too short or too scattered because you just have a bunch of bullet points. So what you wanna do is create a sub-skeleton with the subtopics that you're going to cover for each topic. By the way, little cheat code for you, if you use the dictation tool, you're gonna save even more time. Now, of course, it's cool to have a skeleton and a subskeleton, nice, we know what we have to talk about, but you need to implement some little strategies and techniques that top YouTubers use to increase retention and keep people engaged and hooked and glued to the screen throughout the entire video. Now, first of all, you want to make sure that your video is divided in steps, just like this video. Step number 4, then there's going to be step number 5, and then 6. So divide your video in chapters or steps. It's going to be easier for the viewer to understand where they're at and always have a clear picture of where the video is headed. As you deliver the steps, start with the best piece of advice first. Start with the cake. Because if the first step is kind of meh, they're gonna think the entire video is actually meh. So don't leave the cake for the end, actually put it at the beginning. You probably noticed me doing it a couple of times, but as you go through the steps, don't just rant and deliver value. Loop back to the emotional and logical benefits that you mentioned at the beginning in the intro. So often I mentioned, you do this so you save time, so your video performs, right? Let's do the same thing. You also saw me probably every now and again summarizing the points so that again people know exactly where we are in the roadmap of the video and where we're going. If you can, and this is a little personal branding technique, try and infuse, bake in your video personal stories, mini stories, some fun facts, or even some small wins or some embarrassing moments, just to create that connection, to break the pattern and make the video a bit more interesting and engaging. Add pattern interrupts, like I did earlier on. Went close to the camera and I said, use the detection tool. As you script a video and you add these elements to the subsections of your main sections of your skeleton, make sure that you put yourself in the shoes of the viewer so that you know what questions are they gonna have at that point in the video, so that you can answer those questions and handle those objections during the video. You never want the viewer to think, what does that mean? Because if they do that, if that happens, they get lost and they just click off. Also, rise the stakes before each point to make it more interesting and reset the attention. Be concise, don't chew their ears off. Focus on value density. Be practical, give practical, actionable advice. Bake analogies, example, and case studies into your video to show proof. Just like Andy is doing in this video where he's showing his own HRV data in the video. And little nugget for you, don't wait until the end to do the call to action. Do an early one at 50 to 65% of the video. And spoiler, don't ask to subscribe and don't ask to like the video or to comment. They know what they have to do if they want to do it. And after you have all this, ensure maximum value density and cross-check everything makes sense and flows naturally. Now that I revealed all the strategies, that makes less sense for me to use them because they're less effective, because you're aware of them. However, before I dive into the 3 things that are gonna cut down your recording time and not just your scripting time, let me tell you how to script outros. Because that's probably what confuses people the most. They're all like, go here, go there, subscribe, comment, like. People don't like to be told what to do, so don't, right? The only thing you can do is give them more value. You don't want to sell, you don't want to do anything, you just want to do 2 things. The first one is give them more value. How do you give them more value? By redirecting them to another video of yours related to the topic that you talked about. And this is also gonna benefit you and the algorithm, because when people binge watch videos, they increase the YouTube session time. And that's another metric that the algorithm uses to push your videos or not. So if a person watches one of your videos and then binge watches like 3 or 4 videos, the algorithm is gonna like that person a lot because they're gonna be able to show a lot of ads in that session. The second thing you wanna do is to just remind them about the call to action you did earlier in the video. So it looks less salesy. It's just a reminder. Keep it short. You don't want to decrease the retention at the end because that's going to damage the overall retention, and give them actionable steps. If you want, you can summarize a little bit, but keep it short and give them actionable steps, because the whole point of YouTube videos and content in general is to just get people to implement the knowledge and value that you're providing so that you can actually have an impact in their life for free so that they come back to you and buy from you. That's the whole point of content. We finally made it until the end. Hopefully by now you have extreme clarity on how to find topics, find titles and thumbnails, script the intro, script the body, and script the outro. And you're gonna save time scripting all this. But if you also wanna save time while filming the video, which is also a big bottleneck for most, you wanna do these 3 things. The first thing you wanna do, you wanna warm up. So before you even click record and go over the script and start recording the video, just turn on the camera and start talking. It's like if you're journaling. Just talk. These 5 to 10 minutes you're gonna invest before are not only gonna make your video better, but also again, save you time. Because you're gonna treat the video just like you treated the first recording you did. So, like a conversation with yourself. The second thing is having a visual aid, just like I have now. Maybe it's a motherboard, maybe it's a whiteboard, maybe some slides, maybe pen and paper, whatever that is. Most people find it easier to present and talk if they have support in front of them that helps them stay on track and don't take side roads. And the best tip is actually turn something that you are already doing into a YouTube video. So you don't have to script it, you don't have to plan it, you just have to be aware of what you're doing and aware that you're gonna turn that thing into a piece of content so that you can kind of try and bake all what I covered into that thing. So if, for example, once a month you're coaching your students in person, just invest into a videographer who can record that session so that you're gonna save time, you're gonna create great content, different than your competitors, and that content can also build a lot of trust and authority because it's not just you presenting to a camera, it's actually you coaching people in your life. It's gonna give people a perception of what's like to work with you one-on-one. So it's a win-win-win-win-win scenario because besides all this, you're also, of course, gonna save time. Just keep in the back of your mind as you do this session all these tips I covered and you're gonna nail it. So we covered a lot of ground here, but I didn't actually touch on how to convert effectively these views, these leads, after you nurture them and warm them up. But I covered that in this video that you can watch after this one, where I go even more in depth on filming and scripting, and then towards the end, I show you how to convert in different ways according to your product and your funnel and your audience, different ways to actually convert these leads. I'll see you there. What to do while recording to make it easier and smooth for you. Then I have some communication tips. I'm not the best one at communicating, I'm working on that, so I just have a few tips. And then I have the notes from a mastermind that I did specifically with a person that is doing communication full time. And then some tips, and this is gonna be pretty interesting, on how to maximize speed and effectiveness while recording so that you can record more pieces of content in less time. Alrighty? So even for you, Andy, for example, now you have a videographer, so not all these things are going to be relevant to you, but still, when it comes to communication and speeding up the process, this is going to help you as well. Okay, so yeah, let's jump in and let's start from the first one. So like I said, now you know why you need to focus on quality and not just value and communication, because we want to increase the perceived value. And especially on Instagram, when you scroll, you're just more likely to grab the attention if your shot is well packaged, well composed, and it's all about triggering some specific subconscious behaviors that make the image look good and make the eye more. It's just like making the composition more pleasant to the eye, so we automatically increase retention. It's just a hack. So, if you haven't got a camera, don't worry, you don't have to get one. Even with Andy, I was like, you would rather delay the buying a camera action and get a decent camera rather than just rush and get a camera and just get a camera that is gonna last for like a year, because then it's gonna become obsolete and not do the job anymore. And especially on Instagram, actually many people who are printing are still recording with their iPhone, simply because it's just a stylistic choice and it's more relatable because everybody has an iPhone. They are looking at that piece of content through an iPhone. So sometimes iPhone on Instagram is more relatable and works better than having a high-end camera. On YouTube, it's not really the same. And I personally feel like it's almost offensive if you have like 1,000, 2,000 followers or subscribers and you're still recording with your iPhone. It's almost offensive, right? Because these people are spending hours with you every month, and it's nice to at least see you through a high quality lens. Your recording device is not gonna only depend on your budget, but also on your format and style. For example, if you are a dating coach, you're gonna have different needs than a running coach, because a running coach, to better resonate with the ICP, is gonna be more likely to record with a self-flying drone or a GoPro or a 360 camera, just because it's gonna be easier for him to film with those devices in the environment. For example, for a dating coach or a money consultant, doesn't make much sense to have those devices. It just makes more sense to have an iPhone, have a camera to record more normal talking head shots. Make sense? Yep.
Perfect. And then I personally don't save money when it comes to content creation in gear, because if you save time now, you're likely to waste the money later because you need to upgrade or breaks down. And anyways, you probably realized by now the importance and the power of having a personal brand. So yeah. Um, yeah, now let's dive into it. The thing is, many people, when it comes to gear, always think about the camera straight away. But in actual fact, the camera is not the most important thing. The most important thing, if you don't have it yet, is to get a microphone. Now, I think that by now we all have a microphone, so I'm not gonna spend too much on this. But the most common option is to just get a wireless microphone, like the DJI Mini or the DJI mic. It's quite cheap, long lasting. You can get two, so you can record like podcasts and interviews and stuff. And you can connect it to your iPhone and to your camera as well, and even to your laptop. So that's by far, in my opinion, the best option and the most versatile option. Now, when it comes to the camera, um, I have listed here a bunch of options, and they're all quite expensive because, again, I would rather get a camera that actually looks like a camera and not like something in between a camera and an iPhone. I personally have this one right here, and I'm gonna show you my camera in a second with a bunch of like things, especially for Andy, because I know that you have a camera. So in case you're still gonna use it,
Yeah, I will
exactly,
obviously use it. Yeah.
perfect. But yeah, as long as it's kind of recent, it's well known and has 4K and possibly is full frame, then it's fine. Now, of course, if you get one of these cameras, you also need a lens to pop on, and I recommend 24 to 35 for most cases, millimeter. This is how zoomed in the lens is, and with a quite low aperture, so a wide aperture. This is the number that determines how blurred is the background. The lower the number, the more blur you have in the background. However, again, a camera is useless if you don't focus on the right light. And at the same time, you can make an iPhone look almost like a camera if you focus on the right light. Now, is it completely fundamental? No. For example, here in this apartment, I don't have a key light or a LED light to light my shots. I just used the natural light. For example, as we're gonna see later as well, if I don't have a light, the best thing to do is to just go as close as possible to the brightest window. So if I have to record a video now, I'm just gonna go there and face the window, because that way the light is gonna be natural, it's gonna lighten my face properly. Avoid using like ambient lights, like for example the light that is lighting up your room, because that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. The softbox, you don't have to go fancy. You can get whatever cheap softbox you find, and then the bigger the better, because the bigger the softbox, the more diffused the light. And the more diffused the light, as we're going to see later, the softer the shadow on your face. Filler light, this is not mandatory. The filler light is, as you can probably see on YouTube.
It's easy because
The filler light is just the light in the background, just to make the background a bit more interesting. It's not mandatory, and you can use whatever light. For example, this guy, you can see he's got multiple filler lights in the background just to make the composition a bit more interesting and slightly increase retention. So yeah, and as you can see, if you don't have a light, you can always just face a window like I did in this shot. You almost cannot tell that I don't have a light, because again, the light it's properly lit. The shot is properly lit. How about recording outside? That's a great option to be unique and to record in an environment that better resonates with your ICP. However, if it's windy, the audio quality might be compromised. So if it's windy, make sure that you use the little wind mouth on your microphone, and keep the microphone inside your shirt, so you have like a double wind protection. And if there is some kind of movement in the background, like for example, trees moving with the wind and whatnot, or clouds, it's going to be more visible every time we cut. Because if we cut and we are in a closed environment, the only thing is going to change is yourself, your hand movement. And as we're going to see in a second, I'm going to give you some tips on how to make cuts less visible, less noticeable. But yeah, if you're recording outside, it's a bit harder because there are many more things moving. And then if you're not an expert when it comes to camera, and you have a camera and you need to adjust manually the exposure and the white balance, it's harder and you waste a bit of time. And you don't have a fixed setup, so every time you need to invest a bit of time setting up the camera and composing the image. And we're going to talk about how to compose the image in a second.
Of course, it's useless having a camera if you don't have a tripod. And I personally don't stay on tripod. I have this tripod right here. And I personally love it because I can send you a link, but it's not really useful if you don't have a camera. But the thing is, it's super portable and it's super quick to open. And that's pretty much all you need from a tripod, besides being durable and having a fluid head, because I also use it to shoot with a zoom lens when I record foiling videos. So yeah, I would never cheap out on the tripod, also because if you have a $3,000 camera, you don't put it on a $30 tripod, do you? And when it comes to accessories, if you have a camera, then you need at least a 250 megabyte per second SD card. Otherwise, it's going to be super slow at transferring files from the SD card to your computer. ND filters, which are like sunglasses for your lens. And this reduces the amount of light coming into the lens. And I'm going to explain how to use them in a second. And then I also have a cage and a handle, just to, you don't need them, but camera settings. When it comes to the iPhone, if you don't have a great phone or your iPhone is a bit outdated, then consider using the external camera, because maybe the internal camera is a bit cooked. The light is even more important when you're recording with your iPhone. So try as much as possible to record outside or next to a window or really close to a bright source of light, like a key light with a softbox. When it comes to recording for Instagram, I suggest you record in HD 60 FPS. So if you open your iPhone, if you open the camera, you can change the resolution and the FPS, which stands for frames per second. And you can even open settings in your iPhone and then camera, and then adjust the default resolution and default FPS, so that it's always going to be right every time you open it. Why 60 FPS? Well, simply because, as we're going to see later, the frames per second, theoretically, when, for example, when we really prioritize quality, the frame per second, like the shutter speed, we're going to see in a second what that is, should be double the frame per second. But usually the shutter speed is much higher than it should be, because we're not using ND filters.
Okay.
So with a higher frame rate, with a higher FPS number, we have a bit more motion blur. So the image looks a bit more smoother and less jittery, especially when we're recording outside. However, when we're recording inside, in difficult lighting condition, do not use 60 FPS, bring it down to 24 or 30. We pretty much never really need 4K files for Instagram, because you cannot upload 4K on Instagram, you can only upload HD. The only reason why you would record in 4K 60 FPS is because if you're recording 4K, we have more room to crop in. So for example,
Okay.
if you want to zoom in, or if the composition is not nice and we need to fix it, if you record it in 4K, then we have more room to crop without losing resolution.
Okay.
For YouTube, always 4K. We need to upload to 4K, because 4K videos on YouTube are proven to perform better, and the frame rate is going to be 24, is going to be fine. We don't need necessarily the 60 FPS for YouTube. Consider getting ND filters. So the filter I showed you, there are versions for your iPhone. And if you do get ND filters for your iPhone, then you need to also download an app that allows you to manually change the shutter speed and the ISO, because by default, they're automatic in the iPhone camera app. And then you also need to activate the level gauge. So again, in the same setting menu, if you scroll down in the composition menu, there is grid, you activate it, and there is level, and you activate it. Okay? And what that's gonna do is gonna show this grid, as you can see, the rule of third, and I'm gonna show you in a second how to use that, and also the little level to help you understand whether the shot is straight or not. Now, I'm not gonna cover too much about cameras, because again, we are mainly recording with iPhones, but On camera, the first thing that you need to adjust after you set up the camera is the exposure. And the first thing that you change is the shutter speed. So the shutter speed or shutter angle should be double the frame rate or 180 degrees if you have the shutter angle rather than the shutter speed. It's the same thing, just two different metrics. And then after you set the shutter speed, and that should be always the same, you should never change it because that way you always have the nice, most realistic motion blur. Because if the shutter speed is too low, if the shutter angle is too low, you're gonna have a less blur. Like in this case, as you can see, my hand is not blurred. It's not blurred. But if I take my filter and I put it here, my MacBook is gonna compensate and it's gonna. Can you see how blurred my hand is now? Compared to how it is now? That's because when I reduce the amount of light coming into the lens of my MacBook, the MacBook compensates by increasing the shutter angle. The aperture is how there is like a shutter in the lens that opens and closes like this. And the higher the aperture number, the smaller the aperture. So again, it's another way to reduce the amount of light coming into the lens. However, the closer, like the smaller this little hole, the less detail you're gonna have in terms of color range and the less background blur you're gonna have. That's why the aperture should be as wide as possible. So the f number should be as low as possible. For example, this lens is a 1.8 f. So I usually try and keep it as much as possible at 1.8 or 2 or 2.8. So then how do you change the exposure? Also because I try and not change the ISO. Even the ISO in high-end cameras, there is a native ISO. In my case, is 640, and you get the best quality when the ISO is at 640. So usually I try and keep these always the same, and then I just adjust the exposure by changing ND filters. However, you don't have ND filter for every single lighting conditions. Otherwise, you would have like 100 ND filters. I only have two. I have 1.8 and 1.64, which I broke, so I don't have it anymore. But my point is, you pop an ND filter. For example, the 64 if you're recording outside. The number of the ND filter is how strong it is. Okay, this is an 8, so it's not that strong, in fact. And after you pop the ND filter and you have all these settings, default settings, then you see how is the light, how is the shot, how is the exposure, and you adjust the other settings to match the to fix the exposure, make sure the exposure is perfectly on point. Then the color profile, I like to record in a flat color profile because again, you spend money, into a high-end camera, and if you don't use a flat color profile, you don't make the most out of the camera. The white balance, I like to use it manual and not auto so that it doesn't change mid-shot. And here you have some general values according to different lighting conditions, because cameras don't understand white like our eyes. We need to tell the camera what white is according to that shot. Because if you keep the white balance at 6,000 in an indoor environment with some warm lights, it's gonna look awful, and you cannot recover it in post-production. And when it comes to the focus mode, continuous. And for example, in Lumix, you have the option full area, and it's gonna detect humans wherever they are on the shot. But that's not good if you're, for example, shooting products, because it's not gonna detect anything. Alright, so I guess you don't have questions because it's not really too relevant to you, but I still wanted to mention it also because we're recording and this is gonna be relevant to somebody else as well, okay? Sound. So now we get to the sauce finally. How do you put the camera before you record? Because if you just put the camera wherever and you just press record, you're not gonna have a nice composition, right? And we're gonna have a bunch of examples, good and bad examples on how to properly frame a shot in a way that, again, is really appealing to the eye. And it's not something that I just came up with or something that people came up with.
just recently, just because of just in the video era, this is something that people were doing when they started painting, and even before that. Like if you look at a scenery, if it has specific proportions and specific a specific composition, it's just more pleasant to the eye. So when it comes to location, it's as simple as just use a casual location that your ICP resonates with. And especially for Instagram, you should try and change it, because if you open, you should imagine people opening your grid, your feed. If they see all the videos that they are all the same, in the same position, in the same shot, in the same location, maybe with the same clothes, there's gonna be like, oh, this is so boring. This is such a boring profile. And then if they don't like one video, they're gonna consequently probably don't like the others neither, because they're gonna think, okay, those videos are just the same. I don't like this one, so I don't like those, so I'm not gonna watch them. And if they don't watch them, they don't get nurtured. And if they don't get nurtured, they either don't follow or they don't buy. So on Instagram, we should always have a bit of differentiation in terms of location, colors, environment, style, format, and whatnot. On YouTube is a bit different. Nobody's gonna care if you have always the same scene, because you post less videos and you have thumbnails hiding what's behind, what's inside the video. So your feed is always gonna look different because the thumbnail is gonna make the feed different and not the shot itself. Remember that a cleaner environment increases perceived value and help you position your brand as an authority. So don't record in your scattered room with clothes all over the place and you didn't even make your bed this morning. Clothing, don't overthink it. Just literally what you have on is, if you have something on, is because that's how you usually wear. And why would you put a mask or a specific, outfit for a video? Just be yourself. However, if you can, try and avoid t-shirts, especially for Instagram, with lots of like graphics and stuff, because otherwise the captions are gonna be hard to see. Composition. This is probably the most important takeaway for today. So listen up. Why is it important? It's important, like I said, because it's just gonna make the shots more appealing. It's just gonna draw the attention towards you. The first thing is the rule of thirds. Now I just took some random screenshots just to show you how you should position yourself in the shot in a 9:16 shot, so a reel, where you should position yourself. So as you can see, my eyes are always where the upper third line is, okay? Whether I'm closer, whether I'm further, my eyes are always there. This is because this is where the eyes of the viewer are normally going to rest. Okay? If you scroll the feed, the first spot that your eyes are going to look at is this spot right here. Okay? So that's where your eyes should be. And this also allows you to have the right headroom. So you don't have too much headroom or too little headroom. And also, one thing that we should consider is that the camera, the closer you go to the edges, the more it distorts the image. And you can see it here already, that this part of my head is kind of too big, because the closer you go to the edges, the more the image is distorted. So this is pretty much the right distance and the right composition. And you can even follow the same rule of third for different shots. For example, here with this guy, I don't know.
Yo.
As you can see, this line right here perfectly follows the, what's it called? The earth.
Eyeline. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Not only the island, but also, can you see the background? It perfectly matches the line between the earth and the sea. And even vertically, Andy is on this side and I'm on this side. Okay?
Fortunatura. Oh. Where it all started. The romance.
As you can see here as well, my head
in this case is not, my eyes are not here, because if they would be here, as you can expect, there would be too much headroom. And as you can see, the line here is following the sea, right? Just super pleasant to see. And even like the majority of the interesting stuff in the image is in this spot right here. Like we don't care too much about my legs, we don't care too much about the sky here, right? So everything is pretty much focused in here. And then there is the no-no zone when it comes to Instagram. You shouldn't put anything up here and anything down here, because they're going to be covered by the gradients and by the icons and the username. Now, another thing is the balance, how balanced the shot is left and right. And as you can see here, I left on purpose a bit of laptop here. And then on the other side, there's a window. And as you can see, the portion taken by the window is the same portion taken by the laptop. It's just pleasant because it's just symmetric. And then another thing that a little side note, try and include brand outliers always in the shot. For example, one of my brand outliers, so one of the things that differentiate me from my competitors in my same niche, is that nobody is in my niche is foiling and spearfishing. So I'm always trying to include brand outliers in the shot, even if I'm not necessarily doing that activity. Just because, again, to build, to just strengthen your brand. Foreground and background. You can see it here and here as well. Here there is something in the foreground, and there is me in focus, and then there is something in the background. This makes the shot more interesting and gives a bit of dimension. Because the problem with screens is that it's 2 dimensions, whilst if you look at something in person, it's 3 dimensions. So having a foreground, a subject, and a background gives a better feeling of dimension. And another subtle thing that you can see here, I left on purpose my Precision Fuel and Hydration water bottle in the foreground because I wanted to target sport people and endurance coaches and stuff. And I know that if they recognize something that they have in their houses or they're familiar with, they're gonna subtly like me more just by a little bit. So
You learned that off
Me
someone, eh?
too.
You learned that off someone?
So if you can do that as well, just try and include an element that you know your ICP is going to recognize. Leading lines. This is one of my favorite things. As you can see, look how easy it is to focus on the subject in this shot when you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like all the lines in the shot are drawing your attention towards the subject. It's extremely pleasant to look at. Again, besides the fact that it's not color graded. And this shot, forget about the tripod. This is one of the mistakes. You should you should not do this mistake. But another kind of leading line is this. As you can see, the trees are kind of wrapping around me. And here we have some mistakes. Like we said, the tripod, first of all, and then I'm not even centered. But the fact that I'm not centered, we can always fix it in post-production. We can just crop and make us centered. That's why, generally speaking, it's always good practice to stay a bit further away from the camera, to always give us the possibility to zoom in, zoom out, crop in, trim, and fix some possible mistakes. For example, even the tripod here, we can simply zoom in and cut it out. Here, the subtle mistake that Andy did is the composition. So if you recall here, I mentioned about balancing the shot. So if we have 10 things here, if the image on the left side is crowded, then on the right side, the image should be as crowded as on the left side. In this case, you can see that Andy's shot was a bit more crowded on the left side, and he also was a bit more towards the left, and that creates a bit of imbalance, if that makes sense. Now I want to know from you, there are two key mistakes in this shot. Again, it's not color graded, but just look at the composition. What are the 2 mistakes in this shot? Exactly. And then Susan was mentioning that I'm towards the right. Exactly. They're both correct. There is too much headroom and I'm not centered.
Again, you can fix it, but generally speaking, I should have pointed the camera more down and I should have stayed up a little bit more towards the left. However, as you can see, the leading lines are good because we have a leading line here, a leading line here, a leading line here, a leading line here, a leading line here. So leading lines are on point. I was just the camera needed to be a bit more tilted down.
Mhm.
Now, how do you position the light or in the room to make sure that you are properly lit? Or how do you position yourself compared to the sun to make sure that you have the right shadows in your face? Well, the source of light should be at a 45 to 30 degree angle between the camera and the light. Okay, so there is a 45-degree angle between the camera and the light. Okay, so in this case, for example, the camera is somewhere here. So these are like a top-down view. The camera is facing the subject, and the light is 45-degree away from the camera. The reason why that is because we want to try and achieve the triangle. So on the cheek that is not lit, we should have like a little triangle here. Okay. However, if for example you're using a window, like in this case, the light is coming straight from one side, so it's not it's not perfect. And in case, for example, you're facing a window, like I don't have an example.
The one of mine there, Gail, I think I had
Ah, exactly,
lights from both angles there.
exactly.
Let me just see, because yeah,
Yeah,
look,
exactly.
is that all right?
Yeah, it's all
I'm
right.
too
Like,
close to the camera, but yeah.
it's a bit too close to the camera as well, but yeah, if you have lights from two sides, it's fine as well. It's like having a window in front of you or one
Yeah.
light straight
Straight in front of you, yeah.
in front of you. For example, again, if I just quickly take my channel, my latest video, you can see that my face is evenly lit because the window is just straight in front, which is still fine. The reason why you put the light at a 45-degree angle and usually not straight in front is to give a bit more dimension to the face. And ideally, the source of light should be soft. And the closer the source of light, the softer the shadows. The further, the harsher. That's why the sun creates a very harsh shadow. As you can see here, very harsh shadow. And as you can see here, very soft shadow, because the softbox was quite close to my face. Any questions?
All good.
Sweet. And just some reminders. Get creative. So I gave you some examples, some rules, but you are free to break the rules and just be creative. For example, another thing that I think I forgot to mention is to keep your camera at an eye level, unless you want to get creative. For example, this guy is always keeping the camera weirdly above his head just to get a creative angle and something different. And lastly, make sure to clean your lens before you record. So take a, wipe it with your clothes or what, but that's really the easiest way to ruin the shot. And like you can do everything good, and then if your camera is dirty, you throw everything in the bin. Now, quickly, while recording, speak as if you were speaking to a friend. Look intensely, into the lens as if you were delivering your best piece of advice to your best friend. Visualize your best friend into the lens. Forget that you're speaking to a camera. Imagine that you're speaking to your best friend or somebody that really genuinely needs that piece of advice so that you're going to be more passionate. Don't worry about making mistakes. We can always cut and stitch in post-production, but at the same time, try and complete a full sentence or a full paragraph better so that the intonation of the sentence makes more sense. And again, it's just more pleasant to listen. You don't have to start from scratch. If you make a mistake, again, we can cut and stitch. Consider repeating every paragraph 2 to 3 times so the editors can pick the best one. Keep the script away or you'll be tempted to look at it. If you pause, try and freeze in the same position so the cut is going to be less visible. Let me make an example. So if I'm speaking and then I forget what I have to say, I stop in the same, I freeze, and then when I start talking again, I unfreeze. So that's when you cut out that pause, it's gonna be less visible. And again, more pleasant, more natural. And overall, like the fewer cuts we have, the more trust you build because you look and sound less scripted. Avoid fillers as much as possible. Speak with confidence. If you don't believe in yourself, why would they? Speak with passion. If you don't care about what you're talking about, why would they? Don't look away or look at the script before you finish the sentence. Sometimes a mistake I see is they look away before they finish the sentence, and that's really hard to hide in post-production. Show rather than tell, especially on Instagram. Instead of just telling, saying, just show. Like if you need to show, if you're talking about the product or if you're talking about a specific concept, can you prop it? Can you show it, right? This is gonna, again, be much more powerful. And don't put a mask or change your tonality or personality when turning on the camera. Be 100% yourself. Alrighty? So don't try and be somebody else just because you've seen people online speaking with a specific tonality. Be 100% yourself on camera. Because ultimately, you want, like, people are gonna buy from you and resonate with you because they like you as a person. Make sense? Now, communication. Communication is everything. You can use all the communication skills that you probably already possess, but remember to talk as if you were giving advice to your younger brother. Use hand gestures. Use third grade language. Make short sentences. Make intentional pauses, and avoid fillers. I'm honestly not the best when it comes to communication, but you can check out this guy. He's killing it. He's absolutely, he records like an hour-long videos without stopping and without saying a single filler word and making a single weird pause. He's just brilliant. Now, last but not least, maximizing speed and effectiveness. Schedule sterile time every week or multiple times a week for content as if it was an important business meeting that you cannot skip. This is the only way to achieve consistency. And Andy can agree with that because now he's got a videographer, so he's forced to record because he knows that he has to show up sharp every time at the same time.
Yeah.
So it's impossible not to be consistent with that.
Did my first day yesterday and it was a game changer, but obviously this comes from evolving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Record in batch all the weekly content in 1 or 2 sessions. It's easier to keep talking once you're in the flow. At the beginning of this meeting, I wasn't as fluent as I am now, right? The more you talk, the more fluent you are. And that actually, I mentioned here, talk 5 to 10 minutes to the camera before starting the actual video. Doesn't matter if you actually record that part, but just talk to the camera so that you get in the flow and then it takes you less time to deliver the actual video and it's just more natural and flows better. And there are also going to be less cuts because you're already in the flow and you've already been talking to the camera for a little while. If you can, leave the camera, the tripod, the microphone, and the lights always in the same spot to save time and reduce friction every time you have to record. Of course, if you're recording with your iPhone, it's harder. You cannot leave it there all the time, but you get my point. Allocate 1 to 2 hours a week doing nothing but thinking. This is especially for ideation. You need to just don't stimulate your mind for like 2 hours straight. And it's easy for you that you're sport people because usually when you train, your mind is free. When we train, our mind is free. And that's personally when I get the best ideas and I take the best decisions. Discuss what you're passionate and qualified about. Never stop learning and reading. If you stop feeding your brain with new valuable information, the value of your content will decrease over time. Prepare the scripts or notes in advance and repeat them aloud a couple of times before pressing record. This helps increasing the quality and speed up the workflow for both you and the editor. And also makes the files smaller, so you also save time when it comes to uploading files and transferring files from your device to your computer. So pretty important. And when it comes to scripting, I personally don't like to script word by word. I usually like to script out, for example, for YouTube, the intro, and then I create the structure, the skeleton for the value part. I recorded a training video, which is also going to be available on YouTube, and the team is processing it. And once I have it ready, I'm going to send it over because it's going to be pretty insightful for you to improve your YouTube delivery and create a structure, a skeleton for the value part, for the body of the video that actually makes sense and is gonna help you stay on track and deliver the value in a way that optimizes retention. I personally find it easier to record early in the morning, fasted as soon as I wake up. Because I'm not a biologist, but I think that if you record or you do any like heavy activity for your brain after eating a carb heavy meal, you're gonna have a harder time because your body is just using like 20, 30, 40% of your energy to just process carbs. Choose the right formats that are easy to create, replicable, enjoyable to record, but also actually work, right? So if you really enjoy recording talking head videos, but nobody's watching them, then I'm sorry, but we need to change it up. For example, with Nick, we were recording drone videos, and he didn't like to record drone videos because he had to stop the drone and everything, and then the drone was like not tracking him properly and whatnot. But every time we would record a drone video with this, even if the script was exactly the same, the video would perform 3 to 10 times better than without, simply because it's just something refreshing, something different. Record, this is probably another extremely valuable thing. Record things you are already doing to create behind the scenes shots. Calls, lessons, mentorships. Like, for example, Andy, I'm telling him every time, whenever you are with an athlete, just record everything or get someone to record you. Because first of all, the content is going to be extremely valuable because you're literally speaking to your ICP directly. It's gonna position you as an authority, and it's literally gonna save you time because you are getting paid by that person, you're helping that person, and you're also creating content that is gonna generate you more money. So it's the highest leverage activity you can ever do. Connect your camera to the PC for direct storage. This is a bit advanced. Give guidelines to the editor or creative director directly in the video. So don't be afraid of stopping from time to time in the video and saying, so I just mentioned, so Mr. Editor, I just mentioned sweat testing. So I want you to add a sweat testing clip. Now, don't do that all the time. When we generally speaking, we understand where we need to add B-roll or when we need to add like some motion graphics or some text overlay. But if you feel like we need to know something about that, then feel free to stop and just, again, communicate any guideline to the camera. Especially if you're recording in bulk, as soon as you press record, say aloud the title of the piece of content that you're recording so that you don't waste time after you record the videos to try and understand what piece of content is that. Okay? So again, when I used to record 10, 15 videos in the water, I used to have a audio file and a video file separately. And it was a mess because then I had like 30 files and it would make it like, it might have taken me like 30 minutes just to figure out which file goes with, which audio file goes with which video file. So at the beginning of every video, I would just say aloud the title of the piece of content so that it was super easy for me to understand what that piece of content was about without having to listen or watch it all. If you're recording a one-take video, either you keep recording until you get it right, or you say, again, this is really depending on the type of content you're producing. But again, what I was doing when I was recording these videos, and because of the nature of the video, they were on foil. I was recording videos while on foil, and if I made a mistake or I fell or I mispronounced a word, I had to start again. So again, to save time in post-production, to understand which file was good to use and which file was to throw in the bin, at the end of the video, I would say good one or bad one. So now when I open the file on my laptop, I listen to the first 10 seconds and I understand what's the title of the video. And then I listen to the last 10 seconds and understand whether that video is good to use or to be thrown in the bin. Another little technique. And another technique is if you're recording multiple files and multiple takes and multiple videos, again, this is something I used to do when I used to record in Cyprus with a videographer and a microphone. So I had my microphone on me on the water, and then the videographer had a zoom lens. So what I would do is, at the beginning of the video, I would say, video number one, clip number one, take number one, right? And if I needed to do another take, video number one, clip one, take two, and then clip two, video one, clip two, take one, and so on and so forth. This was making it super easy for the editor and for myself to understand where to put the videos in order and to match the audio file and the video file. Again, doesn't apply to all of you, but again, I think it's just worth mentioning. No distractions, no notifications, no phone, no calls, no kids. Sterile environment when you're recording, as if it was, again, a business meeting. So if it takes you 2 hours to record a 6-minute video, talking to the camera is a skill, so you just need repetition and consistency. Avoid carbs before recording. Take it as a conversation. Visualize a mentee or your client inside the lens instead of the camera. Warm up. Keep notes and bullet points. Try to do it in one take. Like, at least personally, if I force myself to do the video in one take, if I take the video as a loom or as a meeting, I'm not gonna stop. I'm maybe gonna correct myself, but I'm not gonna stop. And that's making it super easy to record the video because it's not a video anymore, it's just me speaking, right? Might not be super simple at the beginning, and I'm still working on this, but the more you do it, the easier it's gonna be to achieve that. Again, that guy that I showed you before is a proof. Through repetition, you can get to a point where you can deliver a video without stopping and without taking any pause and without making any cuts. It's not going to be perfect. Don't bully yourself. Don't try it over and over until it's absolutely perfect, or you're going to make recording a nightmare. You're going to hate it. You're not going to be consistent. So if there are imperfections, it's fine. Let go of perfectionism. Okay? And if you really get to a point where you cannot record, just change environment, go for a walk, reset, and then come back and record. And this was my presentation. And then there is the communication mastermind here, just some notes automatically taken if you want to have a look. But yeah, and then one little bonus for you. It's quite hard to master vlogs, and I'm working on that, but vlogs are a cheat code to pump out a lot of great content. And my mentor does that pretty well. He pretty much just vlogs everything. And then because he vlogs everything, then his creative team can clip out great clips for Instagram. For example, all these, like pretty much all these clips are just coming from vlogs, right? And they're working extremely well. So yeah, now I'm ready to answer all your questions.
With the
In
blog
case you
stuff, Gail,
Hey, say again, James?
with the blogs,
Yeah.
so what's, I don't know, like, is he trying to put storytelling in of like a structured beginning, value, end?
Yeah.
Is there like, how would I frame this question? What would be the most effective way to do a vlog?
Yes, that's a great question. I think I've created, let me check.
Oh, welcome,
Hey.
James. You're
I had childcare up until
changing nappies. Yeah, how's it been?
yeah.
Yes, so let me share my screen. So in the scripting module, there is a page for YouTube vlogs. You should freestyle it, but use the principles of storytelling. So there should be, so ask yourself, first of all, what does my ICP want to see? What are they interested in? What do I have that they want but don't have yet? Right? So ask yourself these questions and then come up with a question. And the question is going to be the spine of your video. So at the beginning, you increase the stakes around that question, and then you just go through the story of answering that question that you teased at the beginning. For example, I recorded a vlog and the team is processing it, but the vlog was like, I'm flying to Italy for a weekend to spend again the weekend with a $6 million a year entrepreneur. Is it gonna be worth it, or like what am I gonna learn? So that's the question that it is at the beginning, and then you take the viewer through the journey of answering that question with ups and downs, ideally.
So as an example, I'm doing a recce run for a 100 miler this Sunday, going up to the Lake District. So I could kind of have the hook question of, is it worth doing a recce route for the Lakeland 100? And then
Yeah,
I tell the journey of it.
exactly. Yeah.
Ah,
Okay.
Lakeland, yes.
And then
Know
the
that one.
key with vlogs is trying to bake some value, some educational elements in the video. So it shouldn't be just a entertaining vlog. Should contain some value in it as well. So for example, if you go on the trail and for example, there is a climb, and then you could say, before a climb, whatever. So this content workflow is adjusted to a full-time business owner, right, and content creator. But the structure should stay roughly the same. Or you can squeeze in 2 days, for example. If you reduce the volume, you can squeeze in day one and day two together. If you have the mental energy in one day, it'd be even more efficient. So instead of spending, like 3 days, three sessions, you can do it in 2 sessions. The structure is going to stay roughly the same. One thing that was preventing me, and I see preventing people from being consistent with content, is not taking content as seriously as other tasks. For example, like if you're on calls with your clients, you don't do anything else, right? You're just on the call, you're fully focused, and you don't task switch. You do just that. And the same thing with content. Like when I allocate time with content, I like block out time and it's completely sterile. So I don't take calls, I don't read messages, I don't reply to emails. I close every other tab that I open and I just do that. Now, the way I structure content is in 3 days, 3 sessions, which might become 4 or 6. According to the volume and how much planning and research there is behind some specific piece of content. One thing that I want to mention before I dive into all this is the importance of again keep upscaling your knowledge and keep learning, because what I see a lot of time again in 2025, especially in the middle, like Q3, I was really busy and I really like pretty much paused my learning process, and then I reinvested into new mentors and I started learning again, and because I started learning again, I have so much more stuff to talk about in my content, and so much more stuff to talk about with you guys and to teach you. So if there is something that's the premise is to never stop learning, so that it's always easy to talk about stuff, and the idea is always the most important thing when it comes to content.
And the more you know, the more you learn, the better your ideas, the easier it's gonna be to stand out with your content, even if you don't have the perfect hooks or the perfect, camera quality or editing, whatever. Okay, because the idea is actually good. Anyways, and I didn't include learning in this weekly structure, but assuming that you guys allocate some time, to still upskill your knowledge and whatnot, it's gonna be again easier to do, for example, this initial phase. So usually I allocate my Monday morning to defining and researching topics. Okay, so according to what I learned and what I see working in the niche, or what I see you guys struggling with or being interested in, I define the topics of that week. You don't have to come up always with new topics. Like if there is a hot topic in your niche, for example, if you are in the ultra running niche and there is UTMB coming up, then you can focus more on that topic. Or if you're in the finance niche and it's the beginning of the year, then you could focus more on like setting goals, setting financial goals for the year and stuff like that. All right, and you're gonna select topics for YouTube and Instagram, but you can use the same topics that you use on Instagram for YouTube as well. You're just gonna expand in greater detail. So yeah. Now, when it comes to topics, again, try and be a bit more unique. So when it comes to finding topics, again, there are a bunch of resources in the ideation section, but just to refresh your memory, the way you find topics is by sending out the onboarding form. So by now you should have both done that. So in the tracking, I think it's client form. Yeah. There is the client satisfaction survey and the post-purchase survey. You open, you duplicate it, you send it out, you tweak it, and you send it out to your clients. And you are going to come out with a Excel sheet that is going to give you a lot of great information on what people are interested in. Another way to find out, to come up with topics, is by asking your clients, hey, what are you interested in? Hey, like, what was the thing that you were most interested in before starting working with me? Another way is to just scroll for like half an hour to an hour a week to see what other competitors in your niche are doing. If they are focusing on a specific topic and every topic, and you also analyze your content. That is something you should always do on a weekly basis or on a bi-weekly basis. You have a look at your content and you see what's performing. Let me see if I can do an example. For example, maybe with Andy. He's not here today, but if I have a look at his channel and I navigate to videos and I click popular, we can clearly see patterns. 70.3, 70.3, 70.3, training plan, training plan, training plan, Kona, 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 right? It is also kind of like a training plan video, right? So it's quite easy to find patterns and see what topics and ideas are working and trending at the moment, okay? And again, just think about the seasonality, right? So if it's, for example, November, then an off-season plan is probably going to work best. If it's January, then a training plan is going to work better because start of the season, people are looking for a new training plan to follow and stick to prepare for the season, right? So that's pretty much how you come up with topics. So you can do it on Instagram and YouTube. You can again find patterns in what's been working in your content. And also feel free to try new stuff, right? So you should stick to a winning format, but you should also always find new stuff. Because if you never try new formats, new angles, new topics, you're gonna become obsolete at some point. Okay, it's like ads, right? Once you find a winning ad, you keep running that ad, but you always test new ads on the side, because eventually that ad at some point is going to saturate. So you will need to always test new stuff, even if your stuff is working. Next up, we have, oh yeah, and you're going to adjust the volume. So the amount of YouTube topics and the amount of Instagram topics, of course, according to how much time you have. And I like to split the planning and ideation section in two parts. So again, if you've watched the modules and you remember, I believe there are, I would say, 4 to 5 things that you need before you go ahead and create content. The first thing is, of course, again, the topic, the idea. The second thing is a format to use. So for example, talking head or drone or behind the scenes and whatnot. The third one is angles, right? And when it comes to angles, I can show you some examples. It's going to be easier to understand if I show you some examples rather than telling you what an angle is. Essentially, it is a set of like sentences that the ICP uses to describe their situation. So these are all powerful angles, for example, that we were using for James. And these are things that his clients say in the calls or in the onboarding form over and over, right? So, for example, they want to get in shape to have the energy to keep up with your grandkids, okay? So this is an angle that we're going to bake into our piece of content to better resonate with the ICP, okay? Because instead of saying, yeah, let's like increase your energy. Instead of saying that, that's a weak angle. This is a powerful angle. You need to get in shape to have the energy to keep up with your kids and grandkids. That's a much more powerful angle, right? And you can use over and over your same angles. It doesn't really matter, but it's always nice to have a library in a Marrowboard or in Notion and to keep that up to date with the most powerful angles. And even there, you can still track the piece of content and see which angles you used that are working better than others. For example, you want to do more, but your body won't let you. And you think it's your age or your discipline, or it's your nutrition. Just as a reference, Josh, James is a sports nutritionist.
Yep.
And these are the most powerful angles that we are using in his content and ads to better resonate with the ICP. So yeah, and when it comes to angles, again, the places where you find angles are pretty much the same. So your competitors' content, chatting to your clients, even reading your comments behind your videos, checking the chats that you or the setter are having in the DMs, your sales calls. That's why I always suggest you record your sales calls. I suggested Josh that you install Phaeton, that is this tool right here that allows you, like I'm doing now, and like Susan is doing now, to record your calls, and it gives you a summary and also a complete transcript. Then what you can do after a sales call, you can ask ChatGPT to find some angles, right? Some pain points, desires, struggles that specific prospect was facing. And again, you're going to come up with specific angles like this one that you can use in content and are going to be extremely powerful, much more powerful than just saying, oh yeah, I'm going to increase your energy levels or whatever. Now, coming back to the Notion. Yeah, so at least 10 angles that are going to sandwich in the content and 2 to 5 formats. And again, when it comes to formats, you look at your competitors, you look at what's working, trending in your niche, and you ask me, really, right? Because I know, for example, for you, Susan, the split screen videos where you have like bad versus good are working best. Skits where you have like a conversation are working best, and like Snapchat hooks where you have like a hook and then you transition into the value part are working best. And for you, Josh, I can tell you that the formats that are working best in your niche, and I've included that in your dashboards inside the strategy section in the content box. You can have a look at that. The formats that are working best in your niche are the drone shots or follow me type of shot, where either a drone or someone is like running next to you and keeping the camera as steady as possible with a gimbal or something. We can have a discussion on that. Like if you have a camera or a gimbal, or you have the possibility of like having access to someone with a gimbal or someone with a drone, we can talk about that. Or even investing in a small self-tracking drone. That's something we can eventually think of doing. That's what we did with Nick, and he got back in the investment in no time because those videos popped off like crazy. And then another format that is working really, really well is behind the scenes shots. So where it's you, for example, I'm not sure I don't think you're training on a track ever, are you?
I mean, not often, no.
I think I can show you. There is. I was about to, like, Nick referred me to this guy, and then we didn't end up working together. We didn't even jump on a call. But I'm super happy to see that he's found a format that is actually working really well, and he's in your same niche. And as you can see, he's posted one, two, three, 4 videos with this format, and look at how much views he's getting compared to the average views he's getting. Like almost 1 million views. This is insane, right? And he's not doing anything special. He's just teaching run technique. I'm pretty sure if you watch this video, Josh, you can probably do it better because you have probably the same or a better background, like academic background that he's got, right? But because he's on a track, because of the way the script is structured, and because of how useful and applicable the knowledge he's providing is, the retention on these videos is just insane, and that's why the video is performing so well. So something that I really, really advise people to do, like the best way to get good at content is to just spend 1 hour to 2 hours every week, maybe once or twice a week, to just intentionally scroll. And first of all, you gotta teach the algorithm what you want to see. Okay, so if you want to see more running videos, then like those videos, share those videos, watch those videos. So your algorithm is gonna feed you more those videos. If you do that, you're gonna be able to see more. And once you watch these videos, I don't just want you to consume them. I want you to analyze them. Okay, what's the format? Behind the scenes. Behind the scenes because he's teaching to someone and he's recording the session. Okay, why this piece of what made me want to follow this person? What made me want to watch this video until the end? Well, he's on a track, so you immediately understand what the video is going to be about. And then he starts straight into the action. And he says, when you reach out ahead of your body, you're essentially putting a brake, right? So there is a negative hook, and everybody is like, oh, damn, I wanna hear and see what's next, because I might be that person who is putting a brake, and I might slowing myself down in my runs. So I wanna hear what this guy has to say, so that I don't waste my energy and I can run further and faster, right? And also another thing that you notice is, first of all, the framing is actually quite good. The captions are in the middle of the screen. The heads are in the upper third, and the feet are in the lower third. So perfect. And then there is also movement at the beginning. As you can see, there is a object track type of motion graphic at the beginning, and that helps retention. And there is also a nice image. So you can find all these little things that combined, like it's never luck when a piece of content performs. Never. So if you analyze what's working, you're going to understand why that piece of content performed, and you can implement it in your content as well. Make sense?
Yeah.
Nice. So yeah, that's pretty much it when it comes to formats. And that's pretty much day one, really. Just really planning and ideation. If you can script in day one, especially if you've done like a thorough research the week before, then it's probably going to take you less than 2 hours to define topics and angles and formats. So day 2 is usually scripting. So I allocate 3 to 4 hours. Again, it depends on how efficient you are and the volume of content, right? Personally, in 3.5 hours, I can easily script 2 YouTube videos and 5 to 7 reels because I'm experienced, right? At the beginning, it might take a little longer, but that's pretty much the thing, right? And now that we're talking about scripting, I would just want to share a new framework for scripting reels that I got from my mentor that is extremely good and is going to help you a lot. So before we move on, let me just show that. It's called HAVPC script framework. Okay. So the structure is hook, amplifier, value, promise, this is optional, and call to action. You know that the hook needs to stop the scroll, but what does that actually mean? Like, how do you actually come out with a hook? Well, you look at your angles, right? And then you use one of these types of hooks with your own angles, okay? So something recent, so a current or trending event. Something relevant, fear, desire, challenge, or a relatable story. Celebrity, so you can leverage someone else's name in someone famous, someone that you know that your ICP knows. Proximity, right? So you can call out a specific demographic or a specific situation so people can again see themselves in the hook. Conflict, so something controversial or contrarian or negative, or something pattern interrupting. These are pretty much the hook types. Here he says, when you reach out ahead of your body, you're essentially putting the brakes on, right? So this is, I would say, like almost pattern interrupting, and also fear, right? But it's also kind of situational closeness. So the situational closeness is given by the environment, all right? And then the pattern interrupting is given by the fact that the script starts in the action, so in the sentence. He's already in the process of explaining something, and then it's kind of controversial, right? And it's fear because like people, it generates FOMO because after hearing the hook, you're scared that you are slowing yourself down, right? So again, you can combine some of these formats and you can do some of these hooks visually. So there should be always a visual hook and a verbal hook, and ideally even a title hook. So I'm pretty sure that this piece of content could have performed even better if he would have added here a text hook saying you're slowing yourself down or you're putting your brakes on when running, right? So yeah, try and add movement as well, like he did, right? So he's moving the leg and he's adding some sort of movement. You can see that in James's content as well. Funny enough, his name is James as well, but there is some sort of movement pretty much every time and every piece of content. This is a reaction video. Again, there is some movement. He's stretching. The movement is given by him opening the thing, right?
Yep.
Cool. Any questions on scripting? I need to go over the rest of the framework. So after the hook, there should be an amplifier, okay? So to reinforce the hook and set the stage for the value that is going to come next. So here you can add social proof. If, for example, you did a bold statement, you can add some social proof, or you just reinforce the desire or increase FOMO even more. Again, in that piece of content that we analyzed of that running coach, he says, he just explains further, he further explains the hook, right? Information gap. So for example, you can make them understand that they are missing that piece of information that he's gonna talk about. Negative assumption is it's not what you think. It's not this, right? You can refer to a celebrity or an authority. You can add scarcity and a bunch of different things. Now, the cool thing is, if you then now go ahead and scroll and you have this structure in mind, you're going to notice that people and every single piece of content pretty much that is performing well is using this exact structure. And it's going to help you understand what an amplifier is and everything. So I want you guys to, after, when you have time, to actually go ahead and intentionally scroll to notice and understand what makes good content. Value. Of course, you can provide value, otherwise, why would people watch your video? And this is specifically the framework for value-driven videos. But you can use pretty much the same framework for entertaining videos. The only thing is that the entertainment is going to be the value. But none of us is doing entertaining videos because that's not our goal. These are pretty much like there is no there are some standards that you need to follow, and then formats that you can use. And these you can find them also in the TBCS. They're pretty similar, but it needs to be valuable and dense, concise, unique, very practical, and memorable. So imagine that people are paying $5 to watch that video. You don't want them to ask for a refund. So you need to make the knowledge really, really valuable. So they share, they comment, they save, they like, and they follow the page because they actually learned something. It's not like something that they already knew or everybody's talking about. And in terms of formats, just give like a very practical tool or a resource, or package it in a step-by-step or a list, stories, blah, blah, blah. There are a bunch of ways to deliver the value, but this is probably the least important stuff. The most important stuff is how good the value is, how concise it is, how actionable it is, how unique it is, and then the hook and the amplifier. And then a promise. So here is where you want to add, you want to remind them what the outcome that they're going to get by implementing this knowledge. If it's for example, an ad, you want to add social proof just to show that what you just covered and went over actually works. And this is essentially just to increase the call to action. Now, the call to action, I don't really agree with asking people to save and share and like. And we don't necessarily always have to have a call to action. Yes, you can invite people to check out your profile. I don't necessarily like to ask people for the follow. I just prefer to invite them to check the profile, because realistically, they almost never, unless the piece of content is extremely good, they almost never follow straight away from the first piece of content they watch. They first go on the profile and then they follow as a result of your content being really good, right? And really valuable. So in the ad and in content, usually I get people to, I just say, check out my profile for more XYZ information. Okay, check out my profile for more running tips. Check out my profile for more finance tips, and so on and so forth. When you're gonna ask for a comment, when you want them to comment a specific keyword so that we can send a resource, right? So generally speaking, we're going to have a ManyChat automation linked to that piece of content so we can send a resource. And I like to do this in ads. I absolutely love it. The way we run ads is we have some pieces of content that are just getting followers. So we have a value-driven video and a check out my page call to action, and we run profile visit ads to get people to follow the page. And then they just get nurtured by content, stories, YouTube, and everything. And then I also like to have more middle of funnel ads that are sending a resource, right? So we either just hook them or hook them and then give value. And then at the end, there's going to be a call to action where we say, comment X for Y. And then as you can see, in this case, run. People comment this keyword, and then we send the resource, which can be a Loom video, a YouTube video. And then the trick is we don't just send the resource, but we also get the setter to start a conversation with that prospect after they get the resource, right? And there are heaps of those, right? This one, and then, for example, this one as well, recover, and so on. And then in some cases, we even have direct ads where we don't ask for the follow, we don't send any resource, we just invite them to DM us a specific keyword if they need help. But usually the cost per DM is much higher because it's very direct. There is not enough nurturing. In the other cases, the nurturing is given by content because they get to consume more of our content before we actually get them in the DMs and start the conversation with them. But I like to, again, have different formats running at the same time, so you get the benefits of everything. Any questions so far? Nice. So I'm just gonna finish up the little presentation. When you write the script, like the goal of the script is just like being able to then record without wasting your time. Because I can give you an example of like when I was doing a lot of outreach to start off the agency. I was recording personalized videos and sending these videos to prospects, and it was taking a lot of time. So what I was doing, I was preparing everything up front, so I only had to record, right? Because if I was like scraping leads in between, like inside the recording session, I was much less efficient. So you wanna bulk task and only do that task. So here you only plan and ideate. Here you only script, and here you only film, right? So you can film back to back, and it's gonna be faster, and the outcome is gonna be greater because you're in the flow, right? Right now I'm in the flow. After I finish this presentation, I could record a video because I'm like warmed up, right? So the more you stop, the less likely you are of getting in the flow. And the more you book task and the longer the session until you exhaust your energy, the easier it's gonna be to be quick and efficient when creating content. When it comes to how to script videos, you should script pretty much word by word the intro and the outro for both YouTube videos and Reels. And then for the body, I like to use a bullet point with a structure and some angles, right? So, okay, I'm gonna talk about this, and this. And when I talk about this, I'm gonna use this angle, okay? So use the angles that you found here, not only in the hook, but also throughout the video. Again, structure over word by word. Day 3 is filming. Again, you might want to split the session, you might want to do filming right after scripting. It depends on how you want to structure your day and how much time you have and the volume that you are producing. But when you film, again, you want to get all content recorded ideally in one session. So 1 to 2 YouTube videos and 5 to 10 Instagram Reels. So you are done for the week and maybe even a little bit more than the single week. And optionally, you can have a day 4 where you just record more, or you record what you weren't able to record in day 3, and you maybe get even some B-roll shots. Okay. So yeah, that is pretty much the workflow. What questions do you guys have on this? So you know that you need to post content to grow your business, but you also know that you cannot be editing your own videos because it's a low leverage task. It takes a lot of time. But when you started outsourcing editing, you wanted to pull all your hair out when you first got the first edits from your editors. So you went back on Upwork and you tried to find other editors, but every time was the same story. You gave super clear guidelines and then they gave you somehow some whacked stuff. And it looks like you are almost dealing with AI, where if you don't give a super clear guideline, a super clear prompt, you get some weird ass stuff. Now I'm here to tell you, show you, and prove you that there are good editors, and you only need the right process to find them, onboard them, and manage them for them to perform well. So that's you give them a video, and you don't even have to give guidelines, and you don't even have to give revisions, and they gave you with the best video possible. In fact, I am 100% certain that this video is not gonna need any revisions. Why? Because I used the right process to onboard them and manage them, because I was an editor myself and I had a content agency. So by the end of this video, you're not only gonna have a clear roadmap, but I'm also gonna give you some templates, plug and play templates that I personally use to hire and manage dozens of editors. The time you want to punch your screen is finally over. Let's get into it. So before I show you where to find them, how to filter them, how to onboard them, and how to manage them, I just want to make a couple of premises. So first thing first, don't hire a content agency. And again, mind you, I had a content agency myself in the past, and I'm telling you to not hire one. Let me explain. I think you realized by now the importance of having a strong personal brand. You know, you just look at Hormozi, Imangaji, and all the biggest in the space. They all prioritize their product and their brand. Because yes, you can have the best product in the market, but if you don't have an audience of people that want to buy it, you're not gonna make any money. Now, I understand that you might not like that much creating content, and you might even not have that much time for it, but just think about it, right? You have a company, you run your company most probably, and you probably hired a bunch of people to do specific tasks. Now, before you hired those people, you probably knew the basics, the fundamentals of that specific task yourself, right? So if you don't know anything about content and you've never done content yourself, how can you hire someone who's qualified enough to do your content? Then it's called a personal brand, because it has to be personal. Otherwise, you're just building a commodity brand and you're not going to have anything differentiating you from your competition. That's why if you just hire a marketing agency who's handling dozens of other profiles like yours, of people maybe in the same niche, how can you expect to be somehow different? And all this is without even mentioning the margins that content agency have. In this video, I'm going to also mention how you can hire your own content agency, how you can create your in-house content agency made by 2, maybe 3 people. The second thing is don't hire a copywriter, at least at the beginning. Let me explain why. So there are 2 types of creator. One is the normal classic content creator. So you have your script, you plan, you have your ideas, you sit down and you record, right? And then you have another type, like level 2 type of creator, that is called the streamer, where you don't even have to sit down, script and record. You just turn on the camera and you film something that you are already doing and you turn it into a piece of content. So it might be a coaching session, might be a one-on-one session, might be even just a vlog, and you can turn it into short-form content and long-form content. That's the most efficient type of creator, and that's the one that you should strive towards. Now, if you don't know how to script, because you've always outsourced scripting videos, then you will never be able to be a proficient and efficient streamer, because you're not going to be able to bake, sandwich those frameworks, those storytelling frameworks into your day-to-day activity. Meaning, if you're going to become a streamer one day, if you're going to become a streamer type of creator, you're not going to be able to make your content perform well, because you're not going to use the right frameworks, right wordings, and the right strategies to increase retention and hook people. So yes, you might want to onboard an in-house copywriter in the future just to speed up the process when it comes to YouTube videos and all that. But again, should be in-house, should handle just your content and maybe a couple of other people, but you need to know the fundamentals yourself first. You also don't need, at least at the beginning, a creative director. I'm a strong believer that you can scale to 50 grand a month with 2 people in your company, a setter, a really good setter, and a really good editor. And I'm going to show you how to find and onboard and manage this really good editor in this video. The reason why you don't need a creative director at the beginning to manage your editors and help you with ideation and planning is, again, because you need to understand how to do it yourself before you can outsource it. And then, and this is a hack, you should hire an editor that is in the process of becoming a creative director. Now, the natural progression is you become an editor, you can become really good, and then then you start, handling bigger profiles and you become a creative director. So someone who hires, trains, manages editors, and also helps you with content creation, ideation, and all those tasks in general. Now, the key is that you want to find an editor that is in that period of transition, is almost at the end of the editing career, and is almost about to transition within, 4 to 6 months to a creative director role, so that you can use them as editors for a short period of time, and they're going to be super skilled, and then you want to later promote them as creative directors. Another couple of important premises before we dive into the nitty and gritty and the actual process that you're waiting for. Do not cheap out on editors. When I first started my content agency, I was cheaping out. I was trying to find the wackest editors, the cheapest editors I could find, because I wanted to keep my margins high, right? And then I was spending my entire day managing them, and you don't want to be doing yourself. And that was, mind you, kind of like my main task. But if you're running a business, you don't want to be managing people 24/7, especially for content. And especially if by paying a little more, you can get someone who doesn't even have to be managed and doesn't even need directions at some point anymore. If you cheap out on your editors, you're not only going to lose time and mental health, but also trust and authority. Because if your content doesn't look clean, you're going to decrease the perceived value of your service. And you're also going to decrease conversion. So be okay with paying $200, $300 per YouTube video and $50 to $70 per reel. Sounds crazy. Of course, it depends on the complexity that you want to go for. You might want to cheap out on complexity. You might want to ask for simpler edits rather than more complicated edits, but you don't want to cheap out on the editor itself. And then just think about it, right? If you're selling high ticket and you get 300 views, 300 qualified views to your video, still, you might find 1 or 2 buyers for that video. So even if you paid $300 for that video, still, it's the biggest leverage you can pull. And it's a great investment, especially for YouTube videos. You need to understand that 100 views on YouTube are equal to 10,000, if not 20,000 views on Instagram, because the buying intent on YouTube is simply at another level. And the level of trust and authority that you build through YouTube content, through long-form content like this one, is incomparable compared to the traffic that you're getting on Instagram. And that's why you want to have as many bridges as possible, little tip for you, between Instagram and YouTube, so that even if you get more traffic on Instagram, you can redirect them and nurture them on YouTube. Like I mentioned, you want to find someone who is in the transition between editor and creative director, meaning they don't just have to have technical skills in terms of editing software, sound design, and all that stuff. They need to have a good understanding of organic content, retention, buyers' behavior and psychology, and buyers' journey. If they don't have any marketing knowledge at all, they're not going to understand what to put in your videos, what to cut, what to trim out, when to crop in, when to crop out. It's not just about understanding English or the language you're speaking in your videos. It's really about understanding what actually gets people to buy. Because at the end of the day, if you don't want to micromanage them, they need to know what to cut, what to keep, and what to highlight. The last thing you want to do is hire a monkey see, monkey do person, because again, those people are just going to follow your guidelines. So it's going to be like prompting AI or asking a software to create a video and then getting frustrated because the video is not the way you wanted it to be. And just a few quick fire tips before we dive into the actual process. They need to ideally have some experience in your niche so that you don't have to explain all the fundamentals and core principles of your niche. Ideally, they should be from South Africa, Eastern Europe, or Central America. These I found to be the best countries between fair price and good quality and good understanding. You can find editors in third world countries, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, 100%. The problem is that there is so much noise. 98% of them are going to be not that good, and it's going to be a bit harder to find the ones that actually perform and edit videos the way you want them to be edited. So sometimes it's easier to go from those like mid-level countries, like you don't want to go necessarily for like UK, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, US, because usually the prices are going to be a bit too high, but you can go with something in between and you're going to find smart people, good editors, and fair prices. Sound design is one of the most important elements of editing a video, and it's probably the hardest one to grasp for editors. So that's the first thing that you want to look when it comes to editing. If they don't have experience with sound design, if they don't know what you're doing with sound effects and they just use some random music that doesn't spark any emotion, it's going to be really hard to work with them. And do not neglect this part, because especially if you want to have a clean editing and you want to spark those emotions and create that connection through your videos, you need someone who understands and knows how to use sound design. They need to be proactive and perfectionist, of course. And last thing, and this one is for you as a business owner, you need to understand what makes good content. Because if you don't even understand what makes a video good or bad, then you won't even be able to decide which editor is best or worse for your company. So you can watch this video somewhere up here after this one, where I explain exactly what makes good content so that you understand what to look for. But now, let's dive into it. Now, the first thing is, where do you find them? Well, you can pretty much remove from your list Upwork and Fiverr. These are not usually the best place where to find editors. Now, don't get me wrong, I did find some good editors in there, but I had to go through so many applications that you don't even have the idea. That's the same thing that we were talking about before. Like, there is so much noise on those platforms that it's really hard to find good qualified editors. And usually those editors are not even hanging around too much on those platforms because they have high fees. Usually those editors are mainly getting work through referrals. So that's where you want to find your editors. You want to maybe look on X. Most editors are on X, Twitter. So you can do some job applications on X, or you can use Instagram. Especially if you have a solid brand already, you can simply leverage your own stories, because editors, you've probably been reached out to by some editors before. They are often reaching out, doing outreach and hanging around on Instagram. And if you can create a nice story, a nice application in your stories, you're going to be likely to get some applications, because someone is going to maybe reach out to you, oh, I have this editor, or some editors are going to apply and then send it to other editors, and so on and so forth. And the better is your brand, the easier it's going to be to get better people. It's always the same stuff. You don't just want to build a strong brand to get clients. You also want to build a strong brand to make it easier for you to find the best people to work with. Like, again, imagine Alex Hormozi. I guess he's got like the best people willing to work with him for free, because he's got such a high perceived value and such a big, strong brand. Another good way to find editors on Instagram is to reach out to editors trainers. So the info space is massive. And just like there are people teaching people how to become closers or setters or how to get fitter in the gym, there are people teaching editors how to get better so they can charge more. So try and find high level editor trainers and ask them if they have someone in their community that is looking for a position. Seems obvious, but sometimes you overlook this. Your network. Like, if you have editors or if you have friends who have good looking content, just ask all of them, hey, do you have an editor? Hey, does your editor knows other editors? Because again, usually these editors have been trained by the same people or are hanging around together. So if you know a good editor, you're gonna be able to access more better editors. And then last place to find editors is school. So you can go on school and look for the best editing communities. So again, people teaching people how to become better editors. And in there, you can infiltrate them and you can, ask if someone is looking for a position. Now at this point, you kind of know already what to look for, and you also know where to find them. Now you need the hiring process. The first step of hiring an editor, once you know where to find them, is the job application. Now I've already done it for you. So if you click the link in the description, it's going to be a template that you can duplicate for yourself. It's a Notion template. You can even modify it with your personal preferences and exactly what you need. But essentially you want to just send that job application out anywhere and get as many good applications as you can. And I'm not talking 10, 20, I'm talking 50, 100, 200 applications. Might look like a big waste of time to go through all of them. I'm going to show you how to do that in a second. But in actual fact, it's more the time that you waste if you onboard the wrong person. So better to spend more time up front than to waste time later and have to fire and rehire. As you can see now on the screen, in the job application, you're going to have a bunch of questions, but really the most important thing is the portfolio. You want to understand how intentional their edits are, how good the storytelling is, how good they are at finding the right spots, how precise they are, how good the sound design is, all those little technical things. And like I said, you also want to make sure that they have experience ideally in your niche. And again, when you review the content, go a bit beyond just the editing itself and try to understand how good they are at positioning the person that they're editing the video for as an authority, as an expert, because at the end of the day, that's what leads to conversion. And that's often in the editor's hands. The second step is you want to reach out to them and have a little conversation with them. Nothing crazy. Mainly you want to know if they're able and willing to do a sample test for you, a sample edit. Now, if they're not, boom, they're out, because this is a long-term position and you want them to understand that this is a long-term position. If they're not even willing to put 2, 3, 4, 5 hours of effort to eventually land a long-term role, then they pretty much disqualify themselves. Ideally, when it comes to a test edit, you can either give them a pre-edited video or a video to clip out. Especially if clipping out is important for you, you want them to be able to understand what part exactly they need to clip out from a long-form video and transform it into a short-form video. And then again, you want to ask them to add sound design, to add B-roll. You want to give them access to a B-roll library of your clips, ideally. And then you want to understand what clips to use in that content. Again, intentionality. Make them think. Give them few directions and make them think. That's going to give you a great indication of whether they're good and they can work autonomously or they need to be micromanaged, and so you don't want to work with them. You want to give them 24 hours to submit the file, and if they exceed the time, they're pretty much out. And then you review them, and realistically, you're going to stay with 3 to 5 people. And you want to jump on 15-minute calls with them. And you want to ask the following questions. These are pretty much the questions that I ask when I hire setters, because that's what I do pretty much now full time, together with running ads for coaches. But these are pretty much the same questions that you want to ask to the setter and the editor when you're hiring them in these 15 to 20-minute call. Where you're from, you edit full time, what made you start editing, previous editing experience and training, who were you editing for, how many views did you generate through your edits, and how many sales, if you can show that, did you generate through your content? How long did you work for with the previous client? Why are you or you would like to leave them? How are you getting managed? Again, you want to understand if they were micromanaged or if they were kind of autonomous. Have you invested into any kind of training, or like where did you learn how to edit videos the right way? This is going to show you if they are willing to do that long term. If they're investing into their editing journey, it means that they are serious about it and they want to keep doing it. What time zone, what financial goals, so that you can see if they align with your company's vision, and also what they want to achieve in the future. If they want to stay in the content creation space and they already have in mind to become creative directors, that's a really, really good green flag. If they don't have any goal and they have no interest in stepping up, they just care about making more money, they're probably not the right people. They need to be willing to learn, improve, understand other aspects of content like copywriting and ideation, rather than just editing videos and potentially managing editors. And sometimes them wanting to teach others how to edit, it's actually a good thing, because you can make it so that that is aligned with your company. You can still keep them and you can get them to hire and train other people for you if the content volume increases, or if they become creative directors and you need other editors, because now they don't edit your videos anymore that much. Right, now at this point after these calls, you should have 1 to 3 people, and ideally you want to test them all together. This test is of course going to be compensated, but here the goal is not to understand how good their edits are, because you kind of already understood that through the sample. Here you want to understand how they work, how they communicate, if they're on time, and if they really understand you, your brand, your niche, and the content creation process itself. Right, so we covered a big part going over the premises and things that you should keep in mind before you hire an editor. We know where to find them and how to filter through them so that you can find the best ones. Now that you have the best ones, how do you onboard them into your business properly so that they not only understand everything as soon as possible, but they also stick to the company for long enough? The first thing they need is niche training. So again, if they have experience in your niche, even better. But still, you might have some slight different ideas than other people in your space, hopefully. So in that case, you want to have some videos, if there's some resources, or even some YouTube videos, and you just tell them, hey, watch these YouTube videos to understand more about my niche, or read these resources to understand more about my process. And on top of that, you also want to walk them through your strategy and who you're targeting in terms of ICP. So what angles are you using in your content, what pain points you want to trigger, what desires your ICP has, and all that stuff. And then you go over some profiles of your competitors or even brands in other niches, and you want to show them what you like about them and what you don't like about them, so they can understand not only how to edit your videos in terms of editing style, but also what traits, morals, and values you want them to make stand out in your content. Another thing that you want to do in this group call that you have maybe at the beginning of the collaboration during this, do some content breakdown. So you go over some of your content and you show them exactly, almost frame by frame, why you did that specific thing, or why you asked the previous editor to edit that video in that specific way, and so on and so forth. Because at the end of the day, you also want to put yourself in their shoes. Yes, cool, they have the files and they have the guidelines. If they don't understand what you want to achieve through that content, through that specific piece of content, how can they edit the video the way you expect them to edit it? Right, we almost made it. We're in the last section. Now you know where to find them, how to hire them, how to onboard them. You only need to know how to manage them properly so that their interests stay aligned with your business interests. So the first thing you need is an end of the report. Is again going to be in the description of the video so that you can copy and paste it as a template in your Notion workspace and use it for yourself. The reason behind the importance of an EOD is because you want to track them, you want to keep them accountable, and want to see what you can improve in the workflow over time. So you're going to ask things like video edited, video revised, videos completed, break down approximate time spent on each task, list any tasks that weren't completed and why. So this is the accountability part, because they don't want to be filling out this form and having to come up with excuses. How long do you expect to finish pending work? And here what you're doing is you're making them setting milestones and deadlines for themselves, so they have to be accountable to themselves. Highlight any blockers you encountered, specify if you need help with something, and do you have any suggestions or feedbacks in the process. This is important. You want to prioritize communication and make it easy for them to give feedback, because sometimes editors are quite introverted. So if you give them the possibility to express their feedback and suggestions and almost complaints through written form, sometimes you're gonna get more feedback than through spoken form. And then you can create an automation and you can get this delivered to your Slack channel or Discord or whatever platform you use to communicate with your team. And you're gonna have at the end of each day the report from each editor, and you're going to be able to keep an eagle eye on everything. Then you want to set up 1 to 2 calls a week with them so that you can update them on your new content strategies, and you want to review content together. So again, you break down frame by frame almost the content that they edited, and you tell them not only what they can improve, but also what they did good so that they can double down on that. A mistake that I did early in my editor management career is that I was never praising almost what I actually liked about the content. I was actually almost giving it for granted. But make sure that you praise them because they put in the effort. It takes time to edit a video properly. So make sure you reward them. Then a little tip for you that is going to help you not only to create a bigger, stronger bond with the editor, but also is gonna make you save time, is instead of giving revisions through text, try and record a Loom video, going over the video when you need revisions and explain exactly not only what you don't like about the video or what you would like to be changed, but also how you would like that to be changed. So both when you give revisions and guidelines, provide the references. It's gonna really help them understand what you want to achieve. Then this is something that very few people do because they see the editor as something a bit like instrumental. Yeah, let me use them, and then they don't really see the editors as part of the company. And that's bad because again, you don't create a strong long-term collaboration. So what you wanna do is you wanna set up bonuses, right? So there is incentive alignment. So for example, you could say, if this month we hit 50K, I'm gonna give you 1,000 bonus or something like that. Because at the end of the day, they are part of your business. And no, you don't wanna have a rev share model, but because of what they're doing is so important, you wanna have some sort of bonus structure in place. And if you can, don't focus just on money bonuses, try and go a bit beyond, like pay for their subscriptions or fly them out, organize a company retreat and stuff like that. And then last thing, but it's probably the most important, is respect them in terms of giving clear guidelines, in terms of giving good raw files, in terms of respectful deadlines. Treat them just like you treat setters, closers, because they are important part of your business. If your content is not getting edited or your editing is kind of meh, you are wasting time and you're not getting any leads for your setters, closers, and you're not closing any client. So they are an important part of your business. Treat them as such. Right, now you have all the tools you need to find, hire, onboard, and manage editors, but the editor is only the first, as I mentioned throughout this video, person that you need to scale your business to 50K a month. So the second person is the setter. So you can watch this video right here to find out more about how to hire and onboard setters. And again, we're not a content agency, but we do ads, funnels, and setting for coaches. And we have some editors in the backlog. So if you have an info or a coaching offer and you're making more than 20K a month and spending at least 2K in ads and you need some help with your ads or setting, feel free to message me on Instagram. The link is in the description below, and I'll see if I can help. Let me just show you how to upload YouTube videos the right way real quick. So you log into your YouTube. You gotta make sure, of course, that you have a YouTube channel, okay? So you can open your YouTube studio, okay? So if you are on YouTube, you just click your profile picture, top right corner, and you click YouTube studio. If you don't have an account and you click YouTube studio, you are going to automatically create one. Once you're in your YouTube studio, you simply click the create button in the top right corner and you select upload videos, and then you select the files from your computer. Make sure that you download the latest revision that the editor submitted, so the one with the highest number at the end and the one with the most recent uploading date. Once the video is uploading, so even while actually the video is uploading, you can insert title and a whole bunch of things, okay? Make sure that you change every single metric when you upload the video before the video is public. So generally speaking, you should upload the video, add thumbnail, title, and all the other things that we're gonna see in this quick video, and then you schedule it for a time that makes sense. Now, to understand what's the best time to post your video, you simply navigate to analytics, audience, and if you scroll down, you are going to see when your audience is most active somewhere. Okay, so in this channel I don't have enough viewer data, but if, for example, I open my other channel, or I don't know, yeah, let me open my other channel because I logged out from that other account, probably by mistake. All right, so you click analytics, audience, and you scroll down, and as you can see, when your viewers are on YouTube, and you wanna upload in the times and days where your viewers are most active, or even better, slightly before the peak. So for example, as you can see, there is clearly a peak after, I would say, 5 p.m. local time. So you should aim at uploading at that time so that you maximize the chances of your video getting watched as soon as possible, as soon as you upload it, at least from your followers and subscribers, okay? Then let me just come back to the other account.
while the video is uploading, you are going to have to select a bunch of things. Okay, you can always change them later, but what's the point of like doing things twice? You might as well just do it once properly. Okay, so sorry, you're going to select a title, and I'm not gonna waste too much time on the nitty and gritty because there are other videos where I explain how to select the right title and the right thumbnail and everything. I'm gonna mainly focus on everything else. Okay, so you just copy and paste, or you type in the title. And when it comes to the description, in this case, I intentionally only have my essentially my call to action, but you shouldn't. Like, what your descriptions should look like is like this. All right, there we go. So the way I usually like to structure the description is either a second title as first line, or the call to action as first line. It doesn't make a huge difference because usually when you open a video, right? For example, if you open a random video on YouTube, you are going to be able to see the first 2 lines of the description. Okay, so those are the most important, and you want the call to action to be either in the first one or in the second one. Okay, so here you can see one call to action in the first one and one call to action in the second one, and then a little summary. In this one, you can see a second title in the first line and then the call to action in the second one. Reason behind me upload, I decide whether to use one or the other depending on the video. If the video is more like middle of funnel and bottom of funnel, so more like converting with a stronger call to action, a bit more specific, where maybe show case studies, like case studies breakdown or interviews. In that case, I like to have the call to action at the very top. Otherwise, I'm gonna have it in the second line. So after the call to action, by the way, I usually like to have 2 ways for people to convert, especially on YouTube. It depends really on your audience, but if you're targeting people above 45, 50, then you should consider having a landing page like this one, and you should consider having both your landing page and your Instagram link in the descriptions. Okay, by the way, after I go through the uploading setting, I'm also going to show you how to change your default upload settings so that you don't have to type in every time the same things or copy and paste them from somewhere else. When it comes to the summary, so the third part of the second or third, according to whether you use or not the second title, part of the description is the summary, and should be like very, very simple, very concise. This already too long, usually like 3 to 5 lines is more than enough, just for people to understand what the video is going to be about. And I usually like to sandwich inside this paragraph as many keywords as possible. Now, how the hell do you find keywords to potentially get your video to rank for? It's super simple. You open a new page and you make sure that it's incognito. Okay, so your search results are not going to be affected by your algorithm and your personal preferences, and you just type in the main keyword for that specific video. So for example, in that case, in that example, weight loss run, right? And then you see what other words the search result suggests next to that main keyword, right? So for example, weight loss run, workout, transformation, machine, walking, gym, right? So you want to tips, workout, plan, journey. You want to include all these keywords in your little summary. Okay, of course, it still has to make sense. You're not just gonna throw keywords randomly, but you got my point essentially, right? For example, start running, lose weight, energy, hunger, fat loss, habits, fat loss, mistakes, progress, nutrition, lose weight, right? All these are keywords, and I can show you another example just for thoroughness. For example, here in my other channel, I was doing a pretty, like good job when it comes to the keywords. So content, oh my god. For example, this video, not that great. When I was putting a bit more effort into it, into this channel. Yes. Second title, and then ultimate, front wing, beginners, intermediate, learning, how to dock start, pump a foil in flat water. These are all keywords. Like it's pretty much just keywords, and I just like try and include as many keywords as possible in a short sentence. As simple as that. Then the next part of the description should be something about yourself, right? And again, this is just a templated one that are gonna set as default and are gonna use always the same. So at the end of the day, the only two parts that are gonna change are gonna be the second title, if you're gonna use one, and the summary. Everything else, so the call to actions and the hashtags and the who am I section are gonna be exactly the same, so you can template them. James Hudson is a certified sport nutritionist, runner, father, and husband who helps runners and busy professionals master nutrition without being slaves to diets and macros. As you can see, there are a bunch of other keywords, and it's just like a little paragraph, 2 to 3 lines, just explaining a little bit about yourself and what you do even outside of your business. All right, and then the last line is just 10-ish hashtags that are relevant to your niche and your topic. And again, those can be always the same. Then, after that, you are gonna have the thumbnail. You can split test different thumbnails and let the algorithm choose the best one. I suggest to use playlist. Okay, so your videos are nice and organized in your page. No, it's not made for kids. Otherwise, the video is gonna look like for kids, but it's not. Altered content, no. You can select these. It doesn't really matter. Doesn't really make a difference. And these are the tags. Again, unless you're doing like a video that is really specific, there is no need to change the tags, and you can pretty much again set them up once and keep them there forever. And essentially, you want to add as many tags as you can. You can select up to 500 characters, and you want to just include again just keywords regarding your niche. And again, to find those keywords, you just type in the name of your niche. So for example, nutrition, and then you type, for example, letter A, and you see what people are searching with nutrition and the letter A, and then letter B, and then you're gonna find a bunch of keywords with letter B with this main keyword nutrition, okay, and so on and so forth. And you find the keywords that are most researched and also most relevant to your niche and what you do with your business, and you're just gonna include them in this section here, tags, and then language, and that's pretty much it. You can keep the category like sport or people and blogs. This doesn't really make any difference. Then you're gonna have to add end screens. Okay, you know by now that you shouldn't pitch anything at the end but a video. Okay, I wouldn't even have, to be honest, the subscribe button. Nobody ever subscribes using the subscribe button. If they want to subscribe, they know where to subscribe. So the only thing that you should have pretty much is just the video that you are teasing at the end of the video. So you know by now that you need to tease another video related to that topic at the end of the YouTube video. So just add that video in the end screen. Okay, not for like 30 seconds, like for like the last 35 seconds. Otherwise, people see the video appearing and they start jumping off. And this increases the retention at the end, which increases the overall retention, and you don't want that, okay? So really just the last 5-10 seconds, as you mention the video, then you make the card start, okay? And you save it. If you mention other videos of yours or of other people during the video, then you're gonna add cards, okay? So cards, you can add a card, video, and you can add, you can select the video that you want to, you know, add the link for, and then you select where you want the card to appear. The card is essentially the little pop-up icon that appears in the top right corner. For example, if in the middle of the video you mention, I made a video about this, if you're interested, you can watch it after this one. I will link it up here, and then you add a card for people to watch that video, to, you know, add it in the, you know, just in the watch later, whatever, okay? And then the last thing is the visibility. Again, I suggest you set it up to public, and then you schedule it to a time in the future that makes sense, okay? And ideally, you should stick to the same schedule every single week. So ideally, you should post twice a week, and should be every week the same day, the same days at the same times, okay? Now, because you don't want to be doing this every time, what you should do as soon as possible, you click the settings button in the bottom left corner, general, currency, blah blah blah, channel, country of residence. Here is where you're gonna add the keywords, and then advanced settings. Again, you select video not made for kids, so you don't have to do it every time. Here you can leave pretty much everything as it is, and then upload defaults, okay? Again, title, you leave it empty, and then in the description, you want to have the call to actions, so you don't have to type them or copy them every time. Then I usually like to have a little space, blank space, and I know that here is where I'm going to add the summary. And then if I want to add a second title, I'm going to add it just at the top of everything. And then, as you can see, there is a pre-made who am I paragraph, and then normally we should have some hashtags, which we don't have, so let me just add them real quick. I'm just gonna grab them from here, boom, settings, upload defaults at the bottom after everything, the hashtags, visibility private, just so that I don't upload it by mistake, and advanced settings, again, you can just select the language and the language of title and description so that you don't have to do it every time. Leave the comments on, and turn on the monetization if you can, but you can only monetize once you have 4,000 watch hours and 1,000 subscribers, as for you know, as of right now. So yeah, that is pretty much it. You don't have to do anything else. Just remember to save, and you're good to go. Now, before I dive into what's probably the best result-based marketing strategy you will have ever seen in your entire life, I want to tell you a story, Andy's story, my favorite story. So Andy, at the end of last year, was coaching 12 triathletes online, and he was charging anything between £200 to £350 a month, meaning he was earning £3,500, £3,600, £3,700 a month. Now, if you're living in the UK, in the US, or in Australia, you probably know that that's not enough for you to sustain a family. And he was getting clients mainly through referrals. He was posting some random stuff on Instagram, didn't really look good, as you can see, and sometimes God would send him a website inquiry. And then at some point he met this handsome guy. They didn't actually meet at first. This guy just blasted this guy with emails until he replied. But little did he know that that reply would completely change the direction of his life. In fact, 9 months later, this is what happened. No, they didn't have a baby. They got 500,000 views on YouTube, 20,000 followers. They booked 100 appointments in a time span of 2 months, to the point where I actually had to help him out taking all these calls, and this is what my calendar was looking like between my calls and his calls. The result of this is a monthly passive recurrent revenue from coaches handled by other coaches of almost £5,000, plus deals of this size. The result, Andy now semi-retired his wife so that she can spend more time with Kai, their child. And all this without a large following, as you could see, and we started completely from scratch, like 0 subscribers on YouTube and 1,000 followers on Instagram. Without a big ad spend, we didn't spend a dime into ads, and with poor closing skills. My man isn't really the best closer, we are working on it. Just expertise, proof of concept, and the best RBM strategy. Before I show you the step-by-step roadmap we follow so that you can copy and paste it into your business, plus the next steps that are gonna take us to 10,000 subscribers and closing more deals of this size, I wanna actually show you a message I got from him this morning, today, like an hour ago. Mega Canadian surgeon lead, ready to sign, cost not an issue, getting his wife on the call as well, either $1,000 or full package with travel, $1,000 a month. Super trusted through YouTube stuff we've done. Even wants to pitch business ideas to help me grow. Fuck man, wish I could clone myself. It's incredible. In phase number 1, you build the foundations for all what comes next. You want to focus on training the algorithm on Instagram and YouTube to show your content to the right ICP. So you're going to hammer on few very specific topics, targeting a very specific customer. You're going to focus 50-50 on growth content and value-driven content, but make sure you add some authority up front in your videos, like I did in this video. So if you haven't got many case studies just yet, or if you haven't got insane case studies, just use your own personal results. Load your videos up front with proof and then bake case studies even throughout the video. You gotta start building trust from the very beginning. The value must be absolutely unique. Before you ideate a video, ask yourself, can people, ChatGPT or Google the question I'm teasing in this title and find the answer in 2 to 3 minutes? Well, if they can, why would they spend 15 to 20 minutes watching your video? No reason. Spend the same amount of time you spend ideating topics to finding powerful angles. For example, how I qualified for Kona training 10 hours a week. How to qualify for Kona without talent. How to build your own full distance Ironman training plan. 10 tips you need to know before your first Ironman. Here you're pretty much going to throw spaghetti at a wall until something sticks. And nothing should stick, I can tell you that for sure because I'm Italian. But my point is that you need to test multiple formats and topics because you don't know yet what resonates more with your ICP online. Phase 2 is where it gets a little bit more interesting. It's where you become a bit more intentional. You're not gonna just focus on throwing stuff out there, you're gonna focus on iterating your outliers. Now, when you track and analyze your content, don't just focus on the number of views. You want to focus also on the number of subscribers or followers per 1,000 views, the number of saves on Instagram, for example, and the number of meaningful comments. Like, if people spend time of their day commenting under a video something meaningful, then it really means that your video was worth it. At the same time, you're going to craft your own unique offer. Go crazy, something big, something really high ticket. Especially if you have a small channel and you're just getting started, it's easier to close few people at a higher price than trying to close many people at a lower ticket. Then you package this unique offer into a video sales letter where you also introduce pain and scarcity, and you upload this VSL as an unlisted video on YouTube. Then you create public videos targeting the exact ICP interested in this offer and pitching in the video, in the public video, the unlisted VSL, and then you add a link to the VSL in the description of that video. Don't stress if the first 1 or 2 videos you publish where you tease the VSL don't get you views on the VSL. Just produce more, iterate your outliers once again until something clicks and you get views on the VSL. We were lucky or good, and we got more than 10,000 views on the public video, which got us 364 views on the VSL. From these people, almost 10% booked, and we got the first high ticket deal. And from now on, it's about leveraging this person, as we're gonna see in step 3, to then in step 4, closing other deals of this size. But let's keep going step by step. Until now, the only result-based marketing we did was pretty much just showing your results and some case studies inside your videos. Now is really where it gets interesting when it comes to result-based marketing, because you wanna document the entire journey of this athlete. So before you even sign this athlete, make sure he allows you to share the journey and he's up for it. He's willing to post content himself as well to document his journey on his own channels as well. The goal is to create a series on Instagram and YouTube where you share the athlete's journey from A to B. Even if you don't meet this athlete in person necessarily, you can get him to record bits of his life, and then we can record the interviews we do together, and then we can craft a video where you not only share the journey like a vlog, but you also explain what you're doing and why and what are the next steps. People are gonna love it because instead of just being value, it's value plus a story. So they're gonna be super engaged. But it's not just about engagement and followers, because you make them crave and dream the same journey, because what you provide is just so insane that they want to do the same. The good thing about series is that you have multiple shots. Instead of just posting a video and hoping that it goes well, you post multiple videos and you only really need a couple of them to go well, and all the others are gonna follow. Because if people watch a video and they really like it, they get involved and they want to watch all the others. They start binge watching all all the episodes. However, at the same time, do not stop posting growth content and value-driven content, because that content still brings people on board. It's easier usually to get people on board with that kind of content, and you get subscribers and then they see the other videos. So you get them on board through growth content and value-driven content, and then you nurture them through these series that you're posting, sharing the journey of these athletes. This entire concept is inspired from athletes' vlogs. I'm pretty sure you follow, if you're a coach or if you're into running or whatever, I'm pretty sure you follow big athletes that are documenting their journey, right? Their training, like day in the life of a professional runner, day in the life of a professional triathlete, whatever. And this is the same thing, but amateur. So it's even more relatable and people absolutely love it. And this is how you turn your followers into fans. The more videos you publish, the more tangible results this athlete gets, the more inquiries and requests you're going to get of people wanting to go through the same journey. And at that point, that's the time to fire off another offer. You don't have to go crazy. If you want, you can reuse the same VSL you used the first time, or even better, I suggest, you just iterate it. You look at the retention chart, you see where the retention dropped, and you just iterate it and improve it. And again, same principle, you reiterate performing content, and in those videos you pitch the VSL. And this is how Andy signed the second deal. But what's even more important is that down the line, as we were posting these videos, we got other deals of smaller sizes for other packages, like 12K or 500 a month, 350 a month, according to the package they were getting. But now it's time to get this to the next level. And mind you, yes, this athlete got good results, but the whole point of this series is to get this person to qualify for the World Championships. And he hasn't even qualified yet. Imagine when he's gonna qualify. We're gonna have unlimited leads for free willing to pay this price. The key is that in your offer, you promise a tangible outcome, like qualify for this, win this, podium this. So from now on, to get to 10,000 subscribers and close even more deals of this size, we're going to double down on our thumbnails. We're gonna focus on copying thumbnails in other more sophisticated niches. Now that we gathered so much data, we can see all the comments under these videos and we understand the angles that we can take in the next videos to make it even more powerful. The delivery in terms of communication can still be improved. We can improve the consistency and the volume of these kind of videos. The more videos, the more leads, the more sales. We're going to polish our brand to have a more professional look, and we're going to reiterate outliers on Instagram and YouTube. But what's gonna be, in my opinion, the key, considering also the traffic that we're getting on Instagram, is to not only tease these YouTube videos and this series on Instagram Reels, like we were doing with the like real teasers, but also on Instagram Stories. Instagram Story sequences are becoming extremely powerful, so we're gonna create a story sequence for every client result that this athlete and other athletes get, and for every single YouTube video we put out, so that we get people from Instagram to watch this YouTube video. Also, titles like thumbnails can be improved based on new angles and based on what's working in more sophisticated and mature niches. And like Andy said, we need to get rid of low-paying stuff and maybe get another coach who can coach people at this level. And this is how Andy went from scraping by at 3,500 a month to 20,000 a month and semi-retiring his partner. Just a few action items for you. Create a list of your best case studies and personal results. Brainstorm ideas and topics, and then blast content around those topics and bake those case studies and personal results in. Then start sharing the story of one of your athletes, or get a new athlete and start sharing their journey. Get also them to share their own journey on their own profile and incentivize them by giving them percentages on the deals you close. This is how you build this breathing case study, this walking marketing asset, and you close deals of this size without ad spend. We covered a lot, but we didn't actually talk about the right framework that these videos needs to have to perform organically. So you can watch this video that you can find now on the screen, where I go over a 12 pages document explaining in depth how to create YouTube videos that actually work and the funnel behind these videos to convert traffic not only from VSLs but also from Instagram. It's simple math, understanding that if you double your closing rate, you double your revenue, right? If you have a 30% closing rate and you get that up to 60, you double your revenue instantly. And most importantly, if you have a closing rate above 40%, you can allow yourself to increase your prices, right? Until the closing rate is about 30-35%, right? And then again, you get that up and then you can increase the price further, right? So this not only like mastering this skill, not only allows you to make more money, but also to make a better use of your time, right? Because for the same thing that you used to charge 2K, you can charge 2.5K and then 3K and so on and so forth. Now, there is one thing that I have to mention, that is sales is extremely important, as you realized and as you're going to understand during this video, but it's almost useless if you don't have a solid content foundation and a solid pre-call sequence, because it's going to be really hard to sell high tickets to prospects who barely know about you. So keep all I'm going to cover in mind and implement it into your sales calls, but don't neglect all what we covered in the previous calls and in the previous modules, right? And in my YouTube videos and whatnot. Okay, so I wanna cover a few pointers, a few very important concepts before we dive into the actual structure of a sales call and all the objection handling and all those things that are quite annoying if you ever taken a sales call, right? So the first thing is that frameworks over scripts every single time. Even consumers now can realize when they're dealing with a salesperson. And as soon as they realize or they feel like they are being sold to, they get turned off completely, right? So we want to avoid falling into the category of sales reps. We want to avoid as much as possible being labeled as sales reps. And if you're following a script or if you memorized a script by heart, they're gonna understand it right away, even if they're not experienced salespeople themselves and they've never been on a sales call. So that's really important. Understand the frameworks and the concepts over scripts. Also because, especially in the objection handling phase, you cannot be using a framework because every prospect is going to be different and every scenario is going to be different. And even in the discovery, if you don't understand why you're asking specific questions, it's going to be really hard for you to actually understand what questions to ask. Because again, even the discovery is not going to be exactly the same because each prospect is different, each situation is different, and each prospect is going to open up at a different level. There are going to be prospects who are going to open up immediately, and other prospects who are going to be more reserved and more, with a higher sales resistance. Any questions so far?
Not for me, thanks.
Nice. The third thing is that you need to get into the call with detaching from the close. You need to forget about the close as you get in the call. Because if you only think about the close, you're going to create excess potential, and balanced forces are going to give you the exact opposite than what you want to achieve. All right. So get in the call with the frame in mind that you're only going to try to understand whether this person is actually good for your program or not, whether they need your service, whether your service is the best thing for them right now. And if it is, you're just going to do everything in your capabilities to be able to close these people. Not because you want to collect the cash, but because you want to help them. Because you know deep inside, genuinely, that you can help them make a progress, improve their life, and whatnot. Okay? So at that stage, it's your moral duty to close them. Because if you don't, they're probably going to be sold by someone else. And if you're confident that you are the best or one of the best at doing what you do, you cannot allow this person morally to get sold by someone else who's going to provide a service worse than yours, or maybe even scam them and burn them out. Okay? Then next up is act from an abundant position. They need you more than you need them. And even if this is not necessarily true and your calendar is not packed with calls, still act from an abundant position. Because as soon as you assume a scarcity mindset, you are going to act needy, and the prospect is going to feel that, and you're going to lose frame immediately. Because as I mentioned above, I think I actually haven't mentioned, but frame is the most important thing. You are the expert. You are the guide. You are the person guiding them towards the call and towards the result. If they don't see you as an authority, they're never going to listen to you. They're never going to answer truthfully to your questions. Simply because, again, they don't trust you. They don't see you as a guide, as the person who can, again, lead them in the journey towards achieving that goal. So it's really important that you never lose frame. Now, what does that mean? Well, simply don't, there's always someone leading the conversation and someone kind of following through, right? You need to be the one leading the conversation. You need to lead with questions, and you need to always keep the authority and keep the lead, right? Sometimes you're gonna face prospects who have a A-type personality and are going to constantly try to take control over the conversation by asking questions, by interrupting you, by not answering truthfully, by not diving deeper into the questions, right? Because they don't like being in a position of almost submission. Even in those cases, you need to grab frame back, you need to take frame back and make sure that you are in a position of being able to guide them, right? So if, for example, you jump on a call with a prospect that is like, maybe, you know, they're driving or they're answering questions very superficially and it looks like they're not really interested in the call, well, you cannot be asking questions or you cannot accept those behaviors. Otherwise, again, you're not going to hold your frame. So in those cases, in order for you to hold your frame, you're going to do, okay, look, I'm investing some of my time to see if I can help you, right? Because it looks like you are facing XYZ problem, right? And I'm pretty sure I can help you. But in order for me to be sure about that, I need to understand your situation at a deeper level, right? So if this is something that you actually want to work towards solving, right? I ask you, please, to maybe stop the car so that we can, talk in a more relaxed environment, right? If, for example, they are driving, and if they're not answering your questions, again, you're gonna take frame back and you're gonna say, okay, like, I'm asking these questions not because I'm using some weird sales tactics, but because I need to understand whether what I offer is actually something that can work for you or not, if something that makes sense for you or not. If I don't ask questions, how can I know that, right? I'm gonna do a disservice if I don't ask questions and I sell you something that maybe you don't need, right? That maybe is not right for you. So please, if you really want to achieve XYZ results or move away from XYZ pain, please answer truthfully, otherwise we cannot continue the call, okay? So you get to a point where you even threaten to end the call if they don't take it seriously and if they don't open up, all right? This is taking frame, right? Once you see something like this at the beginning, the entire call is gonna be much, much easier, all right? So this is crucial. Then part of holding your frame is being calm, confident, and convicted, right? Again, by acting from an abundant position, it's going to be much easier to be calm, confident, convicted, and treat the call as a normal conversation between two people, all right? Now, part of all this is asking questions like a therapist or a best friend would, okay? So if you imagine, if you put yourself in the shoes of a therapist or a best friend giving advice, then in those cases, you're going to act confident, calm, convicted, and genuine. And that's important because, again, they feel that. And people only buy from people who they trust. And if they label you as a salesperson, automatically you lost all the trust that you maybe built in the DMs or through your content. Okay? Last point, your goal in the call is not to schedule a follow-up, is not to send an email, is not to send a contract over, right? Your goal is to understand whether they need your service, and if they do, you sell that service, right? If you have a really good solid content foundation, if you have a solid pre-call sequence, and if you're good at closing, very, very few are gonna be the occasions where they really, really need to think about it or there is a logistic problem. Usually, let me think about it, or I need to ask my partner, usually those questions are always just smoke screens for lack of certainty for whatever reason, okay? Now, in this video, in this masterclass, in this call, I'm going to show you how you can actually pre-handle all these objections, okay? So yeah, this was pretty much my premise. Now, do you have any questions before I actually dive into the framework and we go over the intro, the discovery, the pitch, and the objection handling? Do you have any questions?
Just one.
Mm-hmm.
So this is basically from the call I had at lunchtime today, where it's super chatty client. I couldn't get him to actually explain that he did have a problem. And previously I've just not done well on that. And having put transcripts into ChatGPT, like learned that, right, I need to challenge this and get him to actually admit that there's something going on. So I paused that, got him to admit it, and then it's kind of like, well, why are you on a call with a nutritionist? Like, basically said that. And he still kind of like didn't quite get into it, but managed to like basically give him, like he said something like, or I kind of helped reframe it, that there's no confidence with this nutrition. Mm-hmm. But he just wouldn't like get it out anyway. when I then realised that he's just not the right client, and he's someone who overshares, talked at like 80% on the fathom, how do I just shut it down without being really rude?
Okay, yeah, that's a very good point and a tricky situation. So you did the right thing in terms of, mentioning that's not the right thing for them. So first of all, if they are super, super chatty, stop them, right? If they are...
every time I have to talk over him to like get in and try and guide it, but it's difficult.
Yeah, okay. So,
especially when he's like talking about that mental health issues and family breaking down and marriage breaking down, and it's like, anyway, yeah,
it's tough. So it's not about being rude, James. Again, if you assume the frame of a therapist or a best friend, at some point, if you realize that they have all sorts of problems, and maybe the nutrition problem is one of them, but not the most important, and they have other problems that they need to fix before they fix the nutrition problem, then you simply tell them, okay, this was a lovely chat, John. However, I don't think that what I have in place is the exact thing that you need right now. What I would suggest you is you do this, this, and that, right? And you just very, very easily and very chill give them advice as you would to a best friend. But why in this case you felt like this person wasn't the right fit? Simply because they didn't open up, or because they had other problems bigger than the nutrition problem?
I think it was financial, really, because I ended up, I think I did well with the sales call, to be honest. I actually got him to explain that it was a big issue, and then did the price reveal, and it was like, whoa, it's clearly out of his remit at the moment. So I just was like, look, I've got clients, the places are going to fill. You can set this as a goal, and if you want to be in touch in 6 months' time, I'll see if I can fit you in, and just closed it there.
Yeah. I think you did the right thing. Like, act from a position of abundance, especially in this case where spots are literally getting booked out. Just like, don't onboard clients that you know don't really need your service or are going to be a pain to work with. So, in some stages, I wouldn't even waste too much time on the call. Like, if after 10, 15, 20 minutes you realize that it's not a fit, don't even pitch, don't even drop the price, and just mention, okay, like, I'm gonna be absolutely open, and then you just explain the situation. That they're gonna understand. They're not gonna like.
I should have. So I came to that realization sooner. I was like, practice to get better at sales, and I'm doing a good job. But then at the same time, I was like, I've wasted 45 minutes.
Yeah.
When I've got such precious time at the moment.
Yeah.
Can I add something here? Like, this is not, it's a bit of a sidetrack, like literally 1 second. I think it's quite commendable that this person spoke to you for so long, James, because it just shows that they're happy to speak to you like that. You know, like, it just plays to people's skills. Oh, sorry, I've been on James' program, FYI. I was a big chatter, but not that much. But I just want to highlight, like, the positive, even though maybe you didn't close the client or whatever. But just, like, I don't know, just highlight some of kind of your skills and things people are happy to speak to you. So I think there's a positive takeaway there as well.
Thank you.
So,
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Okay, that's it.
Free therapy.
Yeah.
Right. Cool. So let's get in the intro. So a lot of people, they get in the intro and they start talking about where you're calling from, how's the weather like there, how's your dog, how's your daughter. None of that, right? Because if you start building some fake rapport, they're gonna, again, immediately label you as a salesperson. Because if you've seen The Wolf of Wall Street or any other movie where they used to sell, with sales techniques that work in other niches and maybe 20 years ago, they're gonna immediately label you as a salesperson. They know what a salesperson look like from Netflix, from movies, and from previous calls they've had with non-expert closers, right? I don't know, maybe car sales reps and whatnot, okay? Or insurance reps and these kind of people. So the way you get in the call is you just jump on, you make sure they are in a comfortable environment, you make sure they have time, you make sure that they are on their laptop and not on their phone ideally, or if they are on their phone, you make sure they have enough battery so that you can actually go through the call without having to rush at the end. And if they don't have time, feel free to reschedule the call. The last thing you want is to go over like 40 minutes of call and the prospect is sold, and then something happens and you need to end the call and you lose the prospect and your time because you didn't actually understand at the beginning whether that person had the time or not to go through the whole thing. Okay, so make sure they have 45-60 minutes according to how much usually take for the call. Better an hour 15, right? So make sure that they really have and you really have a free schedule. And the way you get into call is simply, again, can you hear me? How are you? Perfect. And you just jump straight in. You are a therapist, you are a doctor, right? So you don't waste time building fake rapport. You build rapport during the discovery by asking smart questions and asking questions that they make, like that by asking questions that make them feel confident, comfortable in your environment. That's how you build frame, right? You can, that's how you build authority and rapport, by asking questions that are going to make them feel comfortable and by making them feel like they can offload their problems to you. Because at the end of the day, that's all what sales is about. They need to feel like they can offload their problems to you so that you can take care of them and their problems, right? Because that's what actually gets people to buy in the end. They want to move away from a painful situation towards a better situation, okay? And even if it looks like they don't have any pain, they actually are in pain, right? Because maybe the pain is that they want to achieve more, right? So maybe they don't have to, in your case, James, maybe they don't have to lose weight, and they're actually quite healthy and they maybe even have some energy, but still they are in pain because maybe they want to achieve more at under a performance aspect, right? So still they are in pain because being average or being normal is painful for them. There are always different levels, right? And something might be painful for someone and not painful for somebody else, right? So that's that, right? Now, especially with B2C, this framework is specifically for B2C, so business to consumers. I like to set the stage, especially if the person seems like they've never jumped on a sales call and they have no idea what's going on, okay? Especially because sometimes we position the call as a roadmap call or clarity call or roadmap session, right? So because we want to make sure that they're not like this at the end of the call when you drop the price, we want to set the stage a little bit, and this is going to also help you allow us to set the frame at the beginning, okay? So because a lot of people, especially this type A personality, are gonna start talking, right? Because they want to take control, they're gonna start asking questions. Oh, okay, so how much are you charging? Okay, so how does your program work? And then you say, sure, I'm gonna touch on that in a moment. First, I'm gonna ask you a few good questions, and it's probably gonna sound a little bit like an interrogation, but I really want to be thorough and really understand where we are right now with XYZ, so your nutrition, your cash flow, your finances, so that I can have a really good understanding of whether I can help you or not. If we figure out that working together is the best thing right now for you, for both of us, I can eventually explain how I work towards the end of the call. Otherwise, if working together is not the best thing right now, no problem, no stress. I'll give you some tips and some actionable items, or I'm gonna redirect you to somebody else, so that either way, you're going to leave the call with a clear roadmap on how to solve XYZ problem. Sounds good? Right? This way, they know that they need to answer questions. They know that you're maybe going to do an offer at the end. You set, you set yourself you take some frame, and above all, you almost look like you are going to choose them, right? So you start, ingraining in their brain that it's not you that you're selling, it's them that they need to sell themselves to you to be able to join the program, right? Because at the end of the day, that's what you want. You want them to sell themselves, all right? And you want them to sell them to you, all right? To be able to be part of this program that is so good. And we're going to see how to get to that point during this call. Right. Any questions on the intro before we start the discovery?
Not for me, thanks, Gail.
Nice. So Oh, and by the way, I mentioned that you kind of have to make sure they have time. So inside this sentence here, inside this paragraph, right? By the way, this is pretty much the only thing that you need to know by heart, or almost by heart. Everything else must be a framework, okay? And somewhere here you can include a time frame. So how long is it gonna roughly take for you to go through the whole thing, right? If you haven't done it in the first section of the intro. But yeah, let's get into discovery. Now, a lot of people go through discovery with the wrong mindset. They think that it's just about asking questions, right? And it kind of is, right? It's pretty simple because the questions are always going to be kind of the same, but the prospects are going to be all different, right? But the goal in the discovery is not to just ask questions, right? Just for the sake of asking questions because a sales trainer told you that you need to ask questions before you pitch. No, the goal of the discovery is to, again, first of all, understand whether that person is actually good for your program or not. Number two, understand what you're gonna pitch them on. Because as we're gonna see towards the end, the pitch is gonna be tailored to them. So you wanna gather information that you're then gonna use at the end to tailor the pitch for them and make your program look completely different, completely unique, and designed exactly for them. Even if at the end of the day, the program is always the same, right? You wanna give them the feeling that this is tailored specifically for them, right? And I'm gonna show you again in the pitch how to do that. And the last thing that you want to do is you want to pre-handle objections, okay? So again, you're gonna gather information and you're gonna pre-handle objections so that you make sure that you clear everything out before you drop the price. Because every objection is much harder to handle after you drop the price, okay? So by listening actively to what they say, you're gonna already understand what objections might come up at the end, and you can pre-handle them in the discovery section and before the pitch. And in the pitch as well. Right, so again, there's not a specific set of questions that you should ask. Just like there's not a specific number of questions that you should ask. Rather, there is a specific piece of information, there are specific pieces of information you need to collect before you can move on to the next phase, okay? So you should see discovery not as a set of questions that you need to go through, but as a checklist, okay? And for some prospects, it might take you 10 minutes to go through all the checklist or even less. Other prospects, it's gonna take 30 minutes, right? So that's why there are no specific questions and there are no specific amount of questions. And there is not a time cap or a time limit for the discovery, okay? You just need to make sure you tick these boxes. Box number one, what do they actually want to achieve? So what's their North Star, right? And you're gonna note this down. Where are they currently compared to that goal, right? So what is the current situation? You want to get extreme clarity on the current situation. Specifically, what are they currently trying to achieve that goal? How long have they been trying for, right? How long have you been using that method for? Did they try other methods? Now, you see what I'm doing here? I'm not just asking random questions. I'm gathering information. Because if they say, oh, I've tried this, and that, and it didn't work, guess what you're gonna do? In the pitch, you're gonna position your service as completely different, all right, than what they've tried and didn't work, to make them feel confident and comfortable, and position yourself as the new shiny object. Now, if they ask questions at this stage, just kindly turn them down, okay? Just again, take frame back and just tell them that you're gonna answer those questions at the end because you first need to understand more about them, all right? Now, after you've done all these 4 things, then you can move on to, do they feel like what they are doing right now is going to get them to get them to the goal as quickly as they want, or they feel like they have to make some changes, right? Because if you don't do this, right, you're gonna get to the end and they're not gonna feel any urgency because they don't even realize that they need what you offer, because they don't realize that what they're doing right now is bad, right? So you want to get them to admit they need to make a change. You want to make them admit that they need to change vehicle. You need to make them admit that what they're doing now isn't working, or isn't the best way to get to their goal, or isn't the fastest way, less painful way to get to their goal, okay? And maybe you know them, you know that, but you cannot say it. So you need to ask questions that make them say that, okay? You can say that, but it's never gonna have the same effect as them saying it after you ask smart questions, all right? And again, you're gonna maybe, create your library of questions according to what you offer, right? According to your service, according to your niche, and according to the kind of prospects you are usually dealing with in your calls. But generally speaking, again, you tailor the questions to the prospect and you make sure that you tick these boxes during the discovery. Then, second to last, how long have they wanted the North Star for? And then last one, why is now the best moment for them to act? And they can't just kick the can down the road, okay? Now, once you have all this, you need to remember that because of sales resistance or stress, often people are gonna struggle opening up and are gonna keep, are gonna just give vague surface level answers. We cannot accept those, right? Because if we don't, again, tick these boxes, it makes no point moving forward with the call, right? So if they are surface level, again, just ask deeper questions and take frame back and explain them that you need thorough answers to be able to guide them, all right? And make sure that you probe without increasing sales resistance, right? Because if you are too blunt on the call, especially at this stage where you haven't built much rapport just yet, you might really increase sales resistance and ruin the whole thing if you are a bit too blunt. But usually it's almost always the opposite, where you're not, you don't have enough authority, enough frame on them, and you're almost scared to take the frame and ask more direct questions. The main goal here, like I said, is to gather important information that you're then going to use to present objections and in the pitch. Also, if you don't tick all these boxes, the questions that you're gonna ask in the following section are gonna sound weird, pushy, salesy, and disconnected. Right? In this section, you wanna take notes on the goal. So take a piece of paper, don't type. It's quite annoying if you're, if they hear click, 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 click of the keyboard when you're on the call. So just take pen and paper and just note down their goal, the time frame that, they've been trying to achieve this goal for, what they've tried and didn't work, how long have they tried that thing for, and why is now the best moment for them to act. The reason behind that is because you're going to use goal to tailor the pitch. You're going to use what they've tried and didn't work to tailor the pitch. You're going to use the framework to hold them accountable. And you're going to also tell them, you're going to also use this, why now is the best moment to act, again, to hold them accountable. Because people, there is one thing that is called consistency avoidance tendency. So people, because of how we, human beings, because of how we are wired, don't like to be inconsistent. Okay, so if they say something, right, and then after the price, they say something else, they say the opposite, then you can hold them accountable to what they've said before and leverage the inconsistency avoidance tendency to get the close, essentially. Okay, and to hold them accountable, because when you drop the price, usually everything everything that they said before is kind of gone, right? So you're gonna hold them accountable. Any questions? Right. So next up, future pace. So here is where you paint the future in their mind so that the goal feels more achievable and closer than they think. And because you are gonna make them picture this scenario, they fit you in the vision, right? So this is important. You almost want them to daydream. So the boxes that you need to tick in this section is, what would achieving that goal do for them specifically? So here is where you dig a little bit deeper into what their life is actually gonna look like once they achieve XYZ goal, okay? If applicable, if for example you're in the money making niche, you're gonna ask, what would achieving that goal do for their family? Okay, in some niches, this is gonna, the goal that they want to achieve is going to reflect on their family. In other niches, it's not gonna have any effect. Okay. So it's on you to whether to tick this box and ask questions to tick this box or not. And then last one, how would life be different in that position? You know that you've done a good job at ticking these boxes when they're kind of looking out in the distance while answering your questions, because that's an indicator that they are envisioning the dream scenario. They are literally daydreaming, and that's exactly what you want. If you can make them do that, you are almost always gonna get the close. And then the thing that you need to take notes on in this section is the deep why, because again, you want to leverage it at the end when you pitch and whatnot. Right. Any questions so far?
No questions, only remarks. It sounds like the perfect sales pitch, honestly. Like, it convert me to do anything. But yeah, no, really, it's really easy to see from while you're explaining, like, how someone could easily convert into whatever is being offered. Like, it's amazing, actually.
Yeah, it's actually quite powerful and almost scary, because literally this is how serious scammers and people who are like scamming people for tens of thousands do. They just use precision tactics, because this is so powerful that yes, can be used to empower people, but could also be used to rip people off. So it's really powerful. Right. Now, cost of inaction. Here, we want to make them realize the cost of not taking action. So what happens if they don't do anything about their situation, or they keep doing what they're doing right now? Okay. So sometimes it's going to be as simple as asking what happens if you don't achieve XYZ goal. Now, you need to frame it in a way that doesn't sound too blunt. Otherwise, they're going to, again, throw them off. So you could say something like, look, man, I don't want to be pessimistic here, but there are always two sides of the coin, right? And you've already thought about this already, I think, I'm pretty sure. But what happens if, let's say, I don't know, 6 months down the line, you keep doing XYZ, so what they're doing right now, and nothing substantially changed? Like, what happens? What's going to happen? And they're going to say, yeah, I mean, this and that. Okay. So again, after you make them visualize the dream scenario, you kind of ruin it by making them think what is going to happen if they don't take action. And, it's like you picture this beautiful scenario, and then you rip it off just by asking what's going to happen if they don't do anything about it. Another box that you need to tick is, how would that make them feel? Okay, so once you know what's going to happen, then you dig deeper. So how would that make them feel? And are they willing to settle for that? And then also, whose responsibility is it? And also, are they willing to work hard to make a change? Okay, so in practice, it's going to look something like, again, you ask what's going to happen if they don't achieve that goal, right? And then they're going to say XYZ. Okay, and then you ask, all right, and like, how would you feel in that situation? Like, would you feel frustrated, right? And usually you want to ask open-ended questions. You don't want to do what I just did. So you don't want to force feed them answers. You want them to answer truthfully with their own words, right? And again, you note down those words, because when it comes to holding them accountable and tailoring the pitch and preempting objections, you almost always want to try and use the words that they've used. Just like in content to better resonate, you want to use the words that they use to describe their situation. Even here, you want to use their own words to handle objections, right? So if they say, I'm fat, you almost can use if you feel fat, right? And if you feel like skint, you can say skint, right? So try and mirror what they're doing, what they're saying, and whatnot. So yeah, and then again, you're gonna make them realize that you're gonna ask how would they feel, and then you ask, okay, yeah, sounds pretty bad, pretty brutal. Are you willing to settle for that? And they're gonna say, absolutely not. And then you say, for sure, like, well, I understand, I wouldn't. And whose responsibility is it, in your opinion, to prevent that from happening and actually make that change? They're gonna say, well, of course, it's mine, right? And then you ask, okay, yeah, fair enough, I agree. And are you willing to, like, you know, put in the effort and work hard to actually make a change? Here is essentially what you're doing is you're not only making them realize the cost of inaction, but you're almost like making them pre-commit, right? And when you ask these questions, you could even use the identity frame, where you say something like, a lot of people, you know, like, just do X, Y, Z. So, like, I guess, why are you not that person? Why are you different? Right? So, for example, you know, John, like, a lot of people, you know, are just happy with making 2-3K a month, and they never try and achieve more, right? So, like, I guess, why are you not that kind of person who settles for, you know, those salaries and want to achieve more? Why are you different? And then again, you make them put themselves into a specific category of people. And again, because of the inconsistency avoidance tendency, they're gonna try and stick as much as possible through God call to that version of themselves that they put, you know, that they just labeled themselves. Okay. So again, essentially, you pretty much make them sell themselves before you even try and sell anything to them. Super powerful. And this is perhaps the most important part of the discovery. If you do this properly, you're going to have a level of frame and persuasion so high that is almost certain that they're going to actually close into your program. Okay, so really powerful. Any question on this? Right, and this is pretty much the last stage, the last phase of the discovery. Because at this point, once they just pretty much sold themselves, then you can go ahead and pitch. And the pitch is going to start with something like, all right, based on everything we've discussed so far, I definitely think, John, that I can help you. And I'm super excited to work you, to walk you through exactly what I could potentially maybe perhaps do for you. Would you like me to? So here, you change tonality as well. So until this point, you are going to be using the curious, concerned tonality. Okay. So for example, you know, somewhere here, you're going to ask something like, okay, and what are you currently, you know, doing right now to achieve XYZ goal? And you're going to say, oh, I'm doing this and that. Okay. So here you are like curious, like a child almost. And sometimes concerned. For example, what would, what would happen if, you know, like there are always two sides of the coin, right? And maybe you've already thought about it, but what will happen if, let's say, 6 months down the line, you keep doing XYZ and nothing substantially changes, right? So concern tonality. And then here you switch completely, right? And you're gonna sound excited, extremely convicted, and confident and persuasive. All right. And I just added here at the top, do not pitch deliverables, sell the transformation and clarity. People buy outcomes, but like I said at the beginning, they also buy clarity. If they have extreme clarity on how your program works and they like you and they see you as an authority and they're sold in the transformation, they're gonna buy, right? Because they feel like they can offload their problems to you. That's what people actually buy at the end. Yes, they buy the transformation, but more than anything, they buy clarity and confidence that you're gonna get them the transformation, right? So yeah, after they agree with you starting the explanation, then you start. And again, these are again parts that you can almost know by heart, but other than that, the rest should be a framework. All right. So I like to do a premise before pitching. So, all right, let's jump into it. So first, let me preface this by saying that everything we do is completely customized based on what's best for you in your current situation. Now, the way we work is like this. First, we set a goal for the next couple months, and you can change this with the actual time frame of your program. For you, it sounds like that will be, and then you mention the exact goal that they expressed earlier, ideally using their own words. That's why you need to note it down. Then we take that goal and break it down into every single little step that needs to be taken to get you there. Or you can say something like, and then we break down and then we reverse engineer the steps that you need to take to get there, right? For you, specifically, after chatting to you, it's gonna be 3 things. 3 steps to take you from where they are right now to where they wanna get to. Cool? And then they say yes. And then you can actually start. And the pitch is composed by 2 sections. 4 actually. The transition, the promise, and then the pillars, and the roadmap, and then the committing phase. So actually 5 parts. But yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. That's the problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5 sections. All right. Yeah. And here is where the actual pitch starts. All right. So as I mentioned at the beginning, you are gonna tailor the pitch to their exact situation. So you're gonna have some notes in front of you, and you're gonna use those notes to tailor the pitch. And as you mentioned, the 3 pillars, you're gonna tailor each pillar based on their situation. So based on what they mentioned in your discovery. You want to sound the complete opposite than what they've tried and didn't work. And you wanted to see you as a new, completely different, shiny object. So pitch each of the 3 pillars using one of the 3 frameworks below. So for each pillar, you can use model 1, model 2, model 3, or you can use 3 times model 1. It doesn't matter. Okay. The one that you feel like matches best the scenario and you feel most comfortable using. For example, if they say that, they've tried another diet and it didn't work, for example. Okay. Then you could say something like, using model number 1. Most people who are trying to lose weight are, trying this diet or that diet, just like you told me, right? You tried this diet and it didn't actually really work. Now, here's the problem with that diet, right? And you explain in a very logical way why that doesn't work, right? In a few words. You don't over-explain here. You don't want to make the pitch too long. The pitch should stay like below 5-6 minutes, really. And what happens because of that is, and then you picture the reason, like what happens because of that problem, okay? And this is exactly what's happening to them, which ultimately means, and then you could even mention the consequences of that problem that happens because of using that diet, for example. So instead, what we do is, right? And then you mention the feature, not even feature, you mention that section of your program that does something that is completely different than what you just mentioned, all right? So that you can, and then you remind them about the dream scenario, right? So you tell the benefits that they actually get by doing that thing, right? Again, very logical. And ultimately, and then here you achieve the emotional benefit, right? I know it's a little bit complicated, but does this make sense? Right. And you do this 3 times. Okay. So let's say that for the second pillar, you want to use model number 2. You're going to say something like, you told me that you are struggling to lose weight, right? And it's making you feel like this, and like that. Well, what we do here is, and then you mentioned how you do and how it works, so that you can have, and then logical benefit, which will allow you to emotional benefit, right? And then you always tie down. So tie down, I mean like, sounds good. And you always tie down multiple times so that they are gonna say yes multiple times before you drop the price. If you do that, they're gonna be more likely to say yes at the end because they already said yes to you 30 times, right? So again, you use some deep psychology processes. And ask what questions they have at the end of each pillar. This is important because if you don't address the questions right away, they forget about the question, but they don't forget about uncertainty, right? So they're gonna have questions, almost for sure, at each pillar, right? After each pillar. So probe, right? So you say, does that make sense? Right? And if they say, yes, you can ask, do you feel like that would help? They say yes. And then again, you can make them sell themselves even at this stage, right? Oh, nice. So you probe and you say, nice. Why though? Right? And I'm gonna explain why that's perfect for them, right? Again, you make them sell themselves. And then there is also model 3, where you mention a feature of your product. Again, I call them feature, but you don't want to sell features, okay? You just mention something in your program that you know is appealing to that type of prospect according to what you gathered in the discovery phase, right? So that's pretty much how the pillar section of the pitch works. Now, before I move on to the roadmap, do you have any questions? Right. So after the last pillar, and after you addressed all the questions they have on the last pillar, then you can move on to the roadmap. You're going to say something like, perfect. So this is what we do. Now, can I explain you how we do it in terms of step-by-step roadmap? They're going to say, yes, sure, 100%. They're going to be almost excited, hopefully at that stage, right? And then you move on to the roadmap, and you lay down the exact step-by-step process that you follow, right? So I didn't actually specifically mention anything, but again, here you want to give them clarity, right? And again, just like in the pillar section, after each step of the roadmap, you're maybe going to probe and ask if they have questions, right? So again, you answer questions throughout the pitch and not just at the end, because otherwise they forget the questions they had. Now, what I suggest you to do is to dissect the roadmap into weeks, right? This way, again, they have extreme clarity on how it works, and clarity means confidence. Equal, they're going to be more confident that your program is what they need right now and is going to get them the result that they're trying to achieve. And then after the roadmap, again, after you answer questions and whatnot, then you're going to say, perfect. Right. So yeah, that's the process, and this is how we work. Now, just curious, but in terms of process specifically, how do you feel? And I'm gonna say, oh yeah, I feel good. Right. So now, for me, alignment is really important, right? So if you were to rate from 1 to 10 this process, 1 being this is complete BS and it's never gonna work, and 10 being this is absolutely perfect and it's exactly what I need, where do you feel like you fall exactly? And they're gonna say 7, 8, 9, 10. They're almost never gonna say, below 7. And even at 7, it's already quite rare, right? So if they say 8 or 9, you're gonna ask, okay, yeah, nice, thank you. Can I ask you something like 8, 9? It's already a good score, but what's missing for us to become a 10? And they're gonna say, and we're probably gonna, ask some questions, and you can handle those objections because those are already objections, and then you can say, right, so now do you feel like we're a 10? And then they say, yeah, I think now it's a 10. Or even if they say straight away it's a 10, still you're gonna probe. Again, you wanna make them sell themselves. So you're gonna say, nice, thank you. Why though? Why 10? So you mentioned 10. That means that you feel like this exactly, like this is sure that it's gonna get you X result, right? So why do you feel that? Why are we so good? Why are you so confident that this is gonna work for you, right? And again, you make them sell themselves. And if they ask for the price, right? They say, yeah, let me know the price, and then I will be able to give you a score, right? You say, yeah, like leaving price aside for a moment, right? Imagine this is free. Now, how do you feel? And then again, after you do all this, after you answer all the questions, after they say it's a 10, after you probed, then you can drop the price. And usually they're gonna ask for the price, right? So they ask questions until they ask for the price. And if they ask for the price early, delayed, right? So ask all the other questions, clear out all the other questions, and then you drop the price. And when you drop the price, please, I'm asking you, please drop the price and shut the fuck up. Even if you stay silent for 5 minutes, you don't say anything until they say something. That silence is super powerful. Don't say anything. Don't try to justify yourself. Don't try to justify the price. Just shut up. All right?
I find that really hard. Price. I'm like, I need to talk. And it's easier said than done. Let me put it that way.
How is it hard to stay silent?
It just is. It really is. I feel the pressure. It just rises. I haven't had so many coaching calls. I haven't, but I had a few.
What pressure?
Sorry?
What pressure?
I don't know. I just really struggle with the silence, and I've noticed that I'm like, okay, I really have a problem with that moment when I'm about to mention the price, because so far everyone I've spoken to is from a network, right? So we had because obviously for your benefit, Josh, I'm kind of quite a new coach still. It's just I have this pre-existing relationship with them. Some not so strong, some very. The stronger the relationship, the harder for me. So I'm just like, I just struggle. I really struggle with that. That's like my number one weakness. But maybe if it's like an online person, maybe it'd be easier. I don't know. But I struggle with the silence.
Susan, get yourself a nice water bottle and then say the price and then have a long drink and just don't say anything.
Yes. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice tip. Yeah, like it's just about getting comfortable with the silence. Even when you ask questions, so. Susan, even in the discovery phase, silence is so powerful. You don't want to ask questions all the time, straight away, as soon as they stop.
Yeah.
You almost always want to have that, those 2-3 seconds of silence between between when they finish talking and when you ask the following question, because they're gonna always try and fill the silence with more information that you need. All right? Just like you feel pressure with silence, they feel pressure with silence. So it's about who feels more pressure. And if you feel less pressure because you're more relaxed, they are gonna feel the silence, right? So you want them to feel the silence, not you had to feel the silence because you are stressed. All right?
Yes, I mean, I 100% agree with you. 100%. And I'm like, I'm going to just practice talking to fictitious person just so I can practice the steps. I want it to be all very organic. And I don't want to have like a script, a script that really throws me off. And I just want to just be natural. That's how I can do well. So I'm literally going to just have a pretend conversation, a sales conversation, just practicing everything and practicing the silence. But absolutely, I agree with you. And it's so powerful. Silence is so powerful.
Yeah. 100%. Right. So now let's quickly move on to handling objections. I'm just going to give you a framework and we're going to go over an example, but we're not going to touch on all the objections specifically because again, we don't have enough time. But if you are interested and you're keen, I can then, make the next call about objections. So when it comes to handling objections, you need to understand, like I said at the beginning, that objections are almost never what they actually appear. Objections are just smoke screen for lack of certainty. So whenever you get an objection, you want to understand the underlying objection behind that smoke screen. So you're gonna ask you're gonna ask more specific questions to actually understand whether it's just uncertainty or it's actually a logistic problem, right? So first you handle uncertainty and then you move on to logistic, which is partner and price. By the way, the partner objection can almost always be pre-handled. And if you realize during the call that they really cannot make a decision with the partner, without the partner, then you want to end the call there before you pitch and before you drop the price, or after the pitch before you drop the price, and you want to reschedule a call after they've spoken to the partner, or after or with the partner, or when the partner can jump on the call. All right. If you let them go and speak to their partner after you drop the price, it's gonna be harder because when they have all the information to make a decision themselves, Why would they jump on a second call? They have no reason. They're going to make a decision themselves, and that decision is not going to be as emotional as it would be on the call, which is a bad thing, right? Because sometimes we need to make emotional decisions to be able to move on. All right. So for each objection, ask questions to understand again the real underlying objection, and you're gonna use this framework. There's gonna be a framework, and then I'm gonna make an example. Please do not use word by word this. This is just an example. Okay. So first of all, you're gonna disarm. So you're gonna almost agree with them. Absolutely, no problem. So let's say that the objection in this case is, what was this example? Yeah, I think this is a wife objection, right? So let's say they say, yeah, this sounds good. I just need to talk to my wife about it. Absolutely, no problem. Now, can I ask you a question? Sure. What would you do if you knew you could not fail? Yeah, because it's, because I will offer you a perspective, right? In a program where there are hundreds of people who've gotten results, which obviously you've seen, right? That's why you're here, I guess. But also, to be realistic, at least like a couple dozens who haven't gotten results, right? Even though they had literally the exact same resources than the one they succeeded. But in your mind, I guess, who do you think actually determined the results that they got? They're gonna say, well, of course, the person going through the program. Oh, okay. Why though? And they're gonna say, well, because the people who didn't get the results simply didn't put the effort because they had the same resources. Exactly. So then earlier, right, when I asked you, what would you do if you knew you couldn't fail? Then the question becomes, who do you think you need to become? Who do you think is the one that can get? Who do you think is the one that can get in the way of succeeding or failing? And they're gonna say, well, that's me. All right, okay, so we got to ask ourselves here, isn't much like, should we do it? Should we not do it? Is it worth it? Is it not? It's more like, who do you feel you have to become as a person to be the kind of guy who gets the result when they join the program? Well, I need to become the person who actually does the things and takes action. And because, like, obviously, I know your wife loves you. Like, there is no question about it, right? That's why you want to speak to her. Do you think she might appreciate the version of you that gets after it, who is able to provide more because of it? They're gonna say, yeah, for sure. They like the person who takes decisions, who follow through and take action. Exactly, right? So in that version of you, man, your wife appreciates you more, who gets after it, who's courageous, who gets results and goes through the program because of it. What do you feel like he does in that moment to put himself in the best position? So when he goes to bed tonight, he knows he did everything in his power to actually get to that result. So he could get XYZ emotional goal. And they say, well, yeah, he needs to take action and actually do the thing. So then the decision we gotta make is, do you want to be that version that your wife appreciates, who's able to get goal and everything else, or keeping the same guy with XYZ problem? Which one? Well, yeah, I need to become the person who takes action. Absolutely. So what should we do from here? Right? So this was a bit long and maybe a bit complicated, but essentially what you want to do is you want to disarm them. So you want to say, absolutely, no problem. Because after they throw an objection at you, most probably they're going to think like you're going to resist. You don't want to resist. You never want to go on a fight, right? You want to go with them, okay? You want to show that you are on their side, not against them. As soon as they feel like you're against them, they're just going to have more and more and more resistance, right? So disarm them. Absolutely. Then you ask permission to ask a question. Can ask you a question though. And then you reframe them, right? What would you do if you could not fail, right? In this case, you can ask so many questions here, right? For example, what would you do if your wife had already said yes, right? Or even another thing that you could do is to make them sell themselves once again, right? So you could ask, sure, can I ask you a question? And they say yes. So when you go and ask permission to your wife, ask your wife an opinion, how do you present her this program in a way that is going to convince her and they're going to sell themselves? And then you go through the same thing. You reframe, you make them sell themselves, right? After you reframe them, you ask why. So they're gonna confirm what I just said and again, resell themselves. And then you're gonna have to make them take responsibility, right? So whose responsibility is it? They need to say, it's my responsibility. And then you can use the identity frame, the same one that we used earlier, right? So you say, okay, so there are two types of people, right? The ones that get the results because they follow through and the ones that don't get the results because they don't actually take action. Which one do you feel like you fall into? And of course, they're going to say the better bucket, right? And at that point, again, they need to hold themselves accountable. And in all this process, by the way, you can use what they've mentioned in the discovery, right? So you can say, you mentioned earlier that you're ready to take action, that you don't want to be the person who doesn't do this, doesn't do that, blah, blah. And then again, they're going to sell themselves. And then after you do the identity shift, then you make them commit, right? So again, you say, what do you feel like you should do, right? In that version of you, right, who is courageous and blah, 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 right? What do you feel like you should do to put yourself in the best position to get XYZ results so that you get XYZ emotional benefit? And then you repitch at the end, right? So you ask, so what should we do from here? And they're going to say, yeah, let's do it. Okay. So there are hundreds of ways to handle this objection, but the framework is almost always this one. And by the way, you can do this after you uncover the underlying objection. So yeah, like I said, the likelihood of them showing up on the second call is pretty rare once they have all the information, right? So don't let them jump off, right? Unless, again, it's really a logistic problem. Like you handled all the objections, you've reframed them, you did the identity shift, you did everything right. And if it's really a logistic problem where they need to move money around and whatnot, then at that point you need to kind of understand when it's time to really say yes. But personally, I prefer to push it as much as possible. And it's not even being pushy. It's just about like making them realize, like, bro, I don't need you. You need me. I know what's gonna happen if we don't take action because you've said it. So I'm not gonna take any second call, right? You can take the frame like this at the end. You can say, I don't take second calls. I don't take follow-up calls because I know it's a waste of time for you and for me. So again, I don't need you. Looks like you're in a pretty bad situation because you'll be struggling with XYZ for XYZ time frame. I know I can help you, and looks like you also know that we can help you. So if you wanna move forward, then now is the time. Because if you're not the person who actually takes action and takes decisions, then you're probably not even gonna get results in the program because you're not gonna be the person who takes action, right? And again, you could even ask questions to make them say this, right? So you could say, again, there are two types of people in the program, hundreds of people who've gotten results, and a couple dozen people who didn't get the results. Which one do you think? What do you think is the difference? And they say, okay, so which category do you fall into? Okay, so because of that, what do you feel like we should do now? Perfect. So do you want to move forward? Yes? No? All right. So in all this, I didn't show case studies. I didn't introduce myself. I didn't try to build authority. I didn't try to build trust, because all this should be done in your content and in your pre-call sequence. So this was the presentation. I know the object-oriented phase is a bit hard and we need to dive a little bit deeper into that. I can do that next week. But yeah, this is pretty much how you handle objections and how you pitch.
So like I mentioned, what I wanted to go over is Instagram stories, because Instagram stories is the most underrated, yet the most powerful tool for conversion, especially in more immature niches, less sophisticated niches. People are not using enough stories and are not using them for what they should be used. Okay, so if we have a look at big people in very crowded and sophisticated niches, and I'm gonna take one person, a random person. I'm pretty sure, for example, that if I do no, so if I do this, I'm pretty sure that exactly there is a story sequence. Okay, so really big in the space, every day or every other day, they always have a story sequence showcasing something. Now, how do you make story sequences like these ones that actually people, first of all, consume? Because there is an algorithm with stories as well, right? The algorithm on Instagram is not just for posts. There's an algorithm with stories as well. If every person who clicks on your story, they watch the story for a long period of time, they engage, they reply, they share, the algorithm is going to push that story more than others. Because again, the algorithm is built to keep people in the platform as long as possible, as much as possible.
Yes.
So if your piece of content, whether it's a reel, whether it's a carousel, whether it's a story, keeps people engaged and keeps people in the platform, then the algorithm is more incentivized in pushing it more. And therefore, your creative, your story needs to be not necessarily well done, but needs to hook people, first of all, and needs to include something that's is actually interesting. And I'm going to show exactly during this quick presentation how to create stories that actually work, so gets people attention, but also most importantly, get people to take action. Because again, if you imagine who is in your stories you have people, generally speaking, at least like 90-95% of people watching your stories are people who already follow you and already probably know what you offer, and they are probably on the fence of buying, but there is something still holding them back. So the stories are going to serve the purpose of increasing the perceived value, increasing the cost of inaction, aka building FOMO, building fear of missing out, and just building more trust and authority by showing case studies and personal achievements, and also build a greater connection with your audience. And that means maybe sharing personal stories or sharing personal thoughts or sharing aspects of your life that are gonna help people resonate more with you and with your personality, essentially. So these are pretty much the goals of stories, and you can also see that in the IG stories document inside content creation. And this is the basic when it comes to Instagram stories. All right, so help conversion and followers connect at a deeper level and build trust. There are different types of stories, and I'm going to show you how to use each and every of these stories throughout the week so that you can plan ahead the exact story or story sequence that you're going to post out in a specific day of the week. So you don't have to like wing it or post stuff that is not as useful. So again, like I said, it's going to be like personality stories, documentation stories, social proof, so client wins and case studies, and then conversion stories. And this is pretty much what your weekly story schedule should look like. So on Monday, we should have a post like a story sequence or a single story. I prefer story sequences just because you have more space to add more text, with a client result, with a hard call to action to the MU, as explained at the end of IG stories. So again, there is an example here, and we've created this story sequence for Haram, one of our clients, and
Yes.
through this story sequence and one single organic reel, very well made and very well packaged, she was able to get more than 300 inbound messages just from this story sequence alone.
Wow.
That's the power of story sequences. Of course, there's also like the reel behind and everything, but that's pretty much the power. So when it comes to a conversion story sequence, so the one that you would ideally post on Monday, it's packaged like this. By the way, just a side note, the reason why we only have a hard call to action on Monday pretty much is because we don't want to make our stories an e-commerce store, because otherwise people are not even going to click our stories in the long run because they know that we're going to sell something. Okay, so
Yes.
it's actually counterproductive to add over and over and over multiple call to actions, because people don't like to be sold, don't like being sold to. So
Yes.
if we always sell them something, they're gonna just stop watching our stories, and we lose this very powerful tool that we actually have.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
pretty much only Monday is gonna be our hard call to action.
Okay.
And the hard call to action story is going to look something like this. We have a hook, okay, and this can be a remarkable result or something really pattern interrupting that people are like, what? And then they have to click the next story, or a client result, or even just like we did in this case, there is something special to announce. Okay, this is like the basic one. When you really cannot come up with anything, or you don't have any remarkable result to show, then you can simply use this line, and it's gonna do the job, especially in less sophisticated niches where people are not used to seeing story sequences.
Right.
By the way, in this case, we created the story sequence, the actual creative, in an editing software, and we used a mixture of professional pictures and iPhone pictures, but really don't overcomplicate it. You can use iPhone pictures and you can create the actual creative within the Instagram app using the tools to add text and whatnot. Because it doesn't have to be fancy necessarily. That's not the goal. The goal is the script. And I'm going to show you now. In fact, we're going to focus more on the script, and then I'm going to give you some guidelines on the pictures. But
Yes,
really, what's
please.
important is the script. So first, you script out the sequence, and then you actually create the creatives with the graphic, with the image, and the text on top. So yeah, and something pattern interrupting could be even just like, I'm losing my hair, something like that. And then the following story is something that kind of transitions to the topic of the story. So okay, so it's gotta be like, this gotta stop people, because I'm pretty sure you've seen how people scroll through stories.
Yes.
They're just like tapping
Yes.
until they see something that actually clicks and triggers them and
Yes.
wakes them up, really, because that's the
Yes.
thing. They are brain dead. We are brain dead when we scroll through stories and through Instagram reels.
I know,
So
right?
we need a message that actually wakes them up.
Yes.
And in fact, the second story after we hook them, we actually need to raise their awareness. And we do that by introducing the unique mechanism, or by confirming a result. So if we show a result here, or we say something, we need to show proof. But in this case, we didn't have to show any proof. We just had to introduce the topic and wake them up from doom scrolling and break some limiting beliefs. And the script is, you're an experienced editor. Mastering sound design could literally take you from a $10 a video editor to a $100 a video. Okay, so we are highlighting the dream scenario here.
Yes.
The dream outcome. Can you really make a living off editing by charging those low rates? Maybe, but you would be constantly burnt out.
Yes.
So here we trigger pain points to really make them resonate highly with the story. At this point, if they are interested, if this is them, they have to watch the entire sequence.
Yes.
If it's not them, they click off, but that's fine, because we
Correct.
don't care about them getting to the end of the story sequence.
Exactly.
And following the call to action. Slide number 3. Here, again, we just dig deeper into their pain points. Okay, So here we kind of qualify them, and now we can dig deeper. So quality over quantity is the secret to financial security while keeping your creative freedom, right? So we know that they want to keep creative freedom, and they want to achieve financial security, because video editing usually, you're jumping from one project to the other, and there's this feeling of uncertainty. So you gotta always focus on your ICP. So make sure that you know your customers and you have your ICP document in place. So whenever you have to script these kind of story sequences and videos in general, you know exactly always what pain points you need to trigger and what desires they have. And make sure to keep, by the way, up to date, just a side note, your ICP document.
Good idea. I'll print it out and
Exactly.
keep it on my side, actually. Good idea.
Yeah, and just keep it up to date. As you onboard clients, you send out the onboarding form, and with the result of the onboarding form, you understand what actually got people across the line and what they like about you and everything. All these little angles, you gotta always include them in your ICP document. And also, as mentioned in other modules and in other courses as well, a really good idea is to make sure to communicate with the sales team. So if you have a setter or someone taking course, it's always a good idea to communicate with them to actually understand more about prospects, because the sales team are the people who actually speak to prospects all day long. So they actually know our prospects better than anybody else.
Yes.
And by the way, when it comes to text, you can clearly see that I rarely use more than 8 lines. I always try and keep it concise, because also otherwise people won't actually simply read it.
Yes, of course.
Then you can do that. This is the slide. Slide number 4, if you want, this is not mandatory. You can also picture a dream scenario. Now, I don't like to create crazy long story sequences. This story sequence, for example, is 8 slides. And this is pretty much the limit, in my opinion. You can do it longer, but then you gotta remember that the more stories you do, the more like creatives, the more slides, the bigger the chances of them not getting to the end. Because
Right,
yes, the
yes.
more slides, the more text you can add, and the more you can qualify them. But at the same time, you're gonna lose a small percentage of people at each story. And again, to keep it concise, to keep it below 7 slides is, in my opinion, the best idea. So like between 3, 4, and 7, 8 slides is the sweet spot. So now coming back to our story sequence. After, if you want to picture a dream scenario, there's a turning point, okay? The haha moment, the epiphany that you give them to make them realize that it's actually possible to achieve these results, and you have the tools to make them achieve that. You can do that if you master the number 1 skill that most editors overlook: to make clients come to you and be willing to pay any price for your edits. Again, I'm triggering pain points and desires.
Yes.
Because 99% of editors are not able to spark emotions and tell stories like you do through mastering sound design in your edits. Okay, this is the unique mechanism,
Yes.
the shiny object that we're selling through this sequence. So we want to write pretty much until this point. We want to resonate with them. We want to dig deeper into their pain points. We want to make them visualize a dream scenario. And after we do all this, we give them the answer. Like, you can achieve all this that I mentioned simply by mastering this one thing. And we reveal this thing that they need to master. And then slide number 6 is the offer. So after getting dozens of requests, I decided to open one spot for one of you to work one-on-one with me.
Okay, yeah.
And learn all the secrets of sound design and storytelling to take you from replaceable to unique editor. And then the call to action, you can do it inside slide 6 or in a separate slide. DM me the word sound, and we'll see if it's a fit.
Yes.
And then slide 8, you add scarcity or urgency. Again, this is optional, but I always like to include it. There's only one spot open, and I'm not planning on repeating this. This is your opportunity to start getting requests like this. Okay. And when it comes to which pictures to select, as you could see here, you want to ideally select pictures that have a big part that is not too crowded. Okay, for example, this section here wasn't too crowded, and the focus point is up here. So we added a gradient through the editing app this picture as well. It wasn't too crowded. This picture as well had a nice, empty space up
the
here.
blue sky on top, yes, the empty
and here as
space.
well.
Okay.
So you want to select pictures ideally with some space up here and something down here. So you have a lot of space to add the text. Ideally, the text should be added in this section of this portion of the screen, because that's where the eyes of the viewer naturally rest, and that's the first thing they see. That's why even with Reels, the text hook should be up here to grab people's attention right from the start.
Okay. Oh, that's you.
That's
Is that
me.
you?
I'll show you in a second. Then, and that's pretty much on Monday. So hopefully now it's clear exactly what you should post on Monday. Now on Tuesday, you're just going to provide value. All right. So it's going to be an educational story sequence. Again, it can be 1 slide, 2 slides, 3 slides. Usually the educational story sequence is a little bit shorter. Okay. So here is where you limiting beliefs, you overcome self-objections, and you give them aha moments, okay, to make them realize the mindset shift. Make sure that when you do provide value, you always do it with intention. That you don't just want to provide value, you want to provide value to this specific group of people that is on the fence of buying. So if you know that, for example, one thing that is holding people back from buying, because again, you are doing your homeworks and you are sending the onboarding form out to people, and you know that they didn't buy earlier because let's say that they were skeptical about let me think about a better example. Yeah, they were skeptical about investing in themselves. Okay, so what you're going to do, you're going to make your story sequences, especially the Tuesday story sequence, about overcoming this fear of investing in yourself. So for example, your story sequence could be, I achieved X result only when I decided to make this investment, and blah, blah, blah. And then you can explain what you learned and then what you've achieved. Okay, so this is going to be more heavy towards the education, so value, but still, if you want, you can bake limited beliefs, you can increase FOMO, and you can also include personal results and case studies. And in this case, we're not going to have any call to action. Okay. Now, Wednesday, here is where, like we said, we are going to use this one right here. Okay. So this is more of a personality type of story. So you're going to talk about a personal story that will inspire your audience. It could be your future goal, story when you dropped out of college, went all in on your business, etc. And again, can be just a single story or a short story sequence. And I remember one of my mentors creating this story where he posted a picture of a watch. Okay. And he said, when I was 14 years old, blah, blah, I was dreaming about buying this watch. And then the following story sequence is actually him getting the watch. So again, people are gonna see the transformation, are gonna see a bit of vulnerability, because maybe you share some pictures of from childhood pictures and everything. And again, this makes you more personable, more likable, and gives people more reasons to like you, because maybe they also want their watch and whatnot.
Yes.
Okay.
So
in your case, Jackie, could be on Wednesday, just telling something specific about your story, maybe a very specific moment after your divorce, after your breakup, and how you overcame it. Okay, something that makes you a bit vulnerable, because vulnerability is what gets people to create a connection with you. It's not results, it's actually almost failures and challenges, because people can relate better with those than with big wins. Then on Thursday is when you're going to actually post a personal win, because on Monday maybe you posted a client result, and as you can see, but on my mouse is not really working anymore. But on Thursday is where you're gonna want to post you're gonna want to post a personal win, because people buy from people who they like and who they trust, because they can get people results, but also people who they want to be like.
Yes.
Okay. And again, a personal win can be anything. It depends really on your niche and what your ICP desires. So if your ICP desires to find a boyfriend, maybe it can be a new partner, maybe with your partner, and then something about your new life with your partner, or a race picture with a new personal best, or a screenshot of a payment if you're in the money-making niche. Okay, so something that show people that you're not just teaching, you're actually preaching and getting results yourself.
Yes.
Makes sense?
Mm-hmm.
Again, as always, try not make it too braggy. So if you just post a screenshot, it's a bit braggy, but if you post a screenshot, that's the money-making niche, right? You don't want to throw people off. You still want to give them some value. You're not bragging. You are making them realize what's possible. Yeah.
Yes, I got you.
And then on Friday is where we are going to have the second and last action of the week. But in this case, it's not going to be a direct call to action. So in this case, it was DM me to get help. So this is very direct. On Friday, instead, is a softer call to action. So you still ask people to DM you, but for a free resource. And this is where you're going to activate a ManyChat automation that sends people a resource automatically once they comment, once they DM you, once they reply to that story.
Yes,
It's very simple to set up. Exactly. Now, when it comes to what resource to give away, I used to believe that the best resource to give away was a YouTube video, right? However, what I'm noticing is that what's even better is to send something even more personal and more private and more valuable than a YouTube video, especially if you have a big audience and you know that your audience and your story viewers are already watching your YouTube consistently anyways. It's pretty pointless to send them a resource. And again, you risk falling into the trap of you send them a YouTube video after they reply to the story, and then the following story where you pitch where you offer a resource, they're not gonna comment, they're not gonna reply, because they think, oh, anyways, it's just another YouTube video, I can just go on YouTube and watch it.
Correct.
So
yes.
again, you wanna it's like training a dog. You wanna give them a little reward by doing the right action. And if you don't give them the reward, then they're not gonna do the action anymore, because they're not incentivized.
Yes.
So instead of giving YouTube videos, just try and create some lead magnets. So once a week, if you can, spend maybe half an hour to an hour putting something together that is actually unique.
Yes.
Create something. You could also simply use something within your program. So if you have some private resources in your program, feel free to share them and to send them out, because that's gonna, again, increase likability. They're gonna be like, oh, look at this person. They are literally giving away value. They're literally giving away course modules because they really want to help us out. Okay, so this is gonna make you feel unsalesy, and it's gonna increase likability and nurture people at an insane level.
Okay.
And the other good thing is that just like story number 1 that you send out, that you post on Monday, this is gonna allow you to spark conversations. It's gonna be extremely easy to start conversations for you or for the setter after they DM you a word and you send them the resource, because then you can simply ask, how did you find the video? Did you find any value in the video? What did you like about the video? What are you going to implement? By the way, even here, play it smart. So if you're sending a resource, why don't you send something still valuable, but that is actually also including a case study? It's going to, again, increase little so again, these are not hermetic compartments. Okay, so on Monday, it's not just showing a case study, a client result. You can also bake personal stories in there. And on Wednesday, it's not just about your personal story. It's about you can include value, you can include wins and everything. So
Okay.
play around with it and try and include as much as possible or as many elements as possible. And remember that, again, remember the goals that you're trying to achieve with stories, which are build FOMO, increase scarcity, urgency, fear of missing out, and all these nice traits. And then, of course, likability and whatnot. Alrighty? Now, an example of this would be this. As you can see here, a little hook, a visual hook and a text hook. We did it again. You want to know what, right? And in
Yes.
fact, the drop-off rate was actually really low in this story. And then what we did again, and then the client result. Okay.
Okay.
Was like a Friday type of story, but in actual fact, it was mixed with a Monday one, because it was, yes, a client result, but
Yes.
the call to action wasn't to DM me specifically, was to get a video, okay, where I actually broke down this client result, how we achieved it. Okay, so again, here you can see me showing proof. So if you say something, you actually always want to show proof. You want to always, in content and with stories as well, you want to always think about what objections they might have after hearing this sentence. And you make sure to handle those objections and to answer those questions so that people actually believe you and keep watching the video, believing you, essentially. So essentially, I hook them, I show the result, I show proof, and I introduce the unique mechanism. And then I transition to explaining step by step the unique mechanism that I introduced in slide number 3. And then I start introducing exactly how we did, what we did to achieve that result. So step 1, this, result, this, okay? And just a side note, when you create a story sequence, try and include pictures that actually reflects your personality. So
Okay, yes.
you don't just want to have a random picture. But if I want to show people that I like to travel because this is one of my brand outliers, then I'm gonna use a picture where I'm traveling. Okay.
Okay.
If I want to show people that I'm a data-driven person, I'm gonna use numbers. Okay. So try and make your brand outliers always emerge.
Right.
And then here as well, I just keep showing the mechanism, and you can see that in this case I simply used the same picture over and over. I just added
the text.
The text, and it gets darker and darker as it goes on, just to, you know.
Oh yeah.
doesn't have to be always a different picture.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
And when they scroll through the story, this is gonna look like it's gonna be satisfying because the story is actually filling out pretty much. You're filling the gaps in the image. So you know, just a little technique that you can use if you want to go fancy. And again, here I'm showing brand outliers. I'm showing that I like motorbikes and I like staying in the nature. Okay,
Yes.
while I still provide value. And here you can see what I meant by pictures that are great for story sequences. You can see a lot of empty space up here, and then an object down here. And then again, I keep explaining the unique mechanism. This story is a bit too long, but because I really broke down the entire process step by step. And then step 3. And then breaking the entire, and this is the pitch. So the call to action, breaking the entire content strategy down in this video. And then here I made a mistake, which is I've added the link to the video. Now, the reason why we shouldn't add the link to the video and we should just tell people to DM a keyword and then we set up the automation is because if we have a link, what people are going to do...
Sorry, I didn't catch the last word. If we have a
link.
A link. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. If we have a direct link to your resource,
yes,
the problem is that people are going to click the link. And if people click the link, they're going to get out of Instagram. And if they get out of Instagram, you're telling Instagram that your story is bad because people are getting out of the platform instead of staying on the platform. Okay. So Instagram rewards you when people engage with your stories. So if they DM you a word, they reply to a story with a word, Instagram is going to push the entire story sequence because that's the last story of the sequence. Okay.
Okay.
But if you add the link, then you're telling Instagram, my story sequence is so bad that people are clicking off the platform after they watch the sequence. Okay.
Right.
So
Because they're going onto the link now and they're leaving the Instagram. Yes.
exactly.
Okay. Gotcha.
Exactly.
Okay.
So make sure to actually add a DM equal to action and then set up the automation. By the way, little side note, when you do create the automation with the ManyChat, there are tutorials on how to do that. But make sure to use a deep link. So if you, for example, exactly. If, for example, so if your video, if your resource is a Notion document, like you said, Jackie, can be a Notion document. So you can create a Notion document, you create a new page, you call it whatever guide, XYZ, and then you can click share, you can click publish. You can click publish again. If you want to go fancy, you can even change this to your personal domain and then change the part after the domain with something again that looks nice. But if you don't do it, it doesn't really matter. And now this page is an actual website, because if I click this link, so grab this link, and if I paste it in here, I don't have to be logged in into Notion to see this page, and everybody's gonna see the page as it is. So it's a really nice way to create a website in literally no time. And in this case, it's a bit slow, but as you can see, you have the website pretty clean and the guide and everything, and you can add videos, you can embed videos and everything. And as you update it, it's gonna also propagate in the website. So that's just a little tip for you when it comes to creating resources and lead magnets. And you can have maybe some text, and then you can, for example, embed a Loom or a YouTube video or whatnot. Then the second resource that's, if you want, you can send out is a Loom. So you record a Loom and you just send the link to the Loom. That's pretty simple and straightforward. And in this case, you don't have to create a deep link. You simply create the Loom and then you grab the link from here and then you paste it. When you need to create a deep link is when you are sharing a video that is either a public YouTube video or a unlisted YouTube video. So on your YouTube, you can create unlisted YouTube videos. So you have private, unlisted, and public. So if you set a visibility to unlisted, like in this case, whoever has the link can watch the video. But the video itself is not going to be public on my channel, on the page. You know, people cannot physically type and find the video. They can only view the video if they have the link. So
Gotcha.
the way you create a deep link, you simply get the shareable link. Okay, you get the link of this video. You can even get it by clicking here and then clicking here, and then you open a website called linktw.in, or also other websites is URL Genius and everything. But what this is going to allow you to do is you can paste the link here, and then you can click create link. And what this is going to do is going to create a short link that you can use. Now, not only this link is going to be shorter and more compact, but the thing is, when people click on this link on the Instagram app, the YouTube app is going to open. Because if you only use this link and you send them this link and they click on this link from the Instagram app, Instagram is going to open a Safari page within Instagram. And the problem is that the user experience is going to be trash, and they're not logged into their YouTube account. So they cannot like, they cannot comment, and they cannot subscribe. That is why we create this deep link, so we can open the YouTube app, and they can watch the video, the resource from the YouTube app and not from Instagram itself. Because from Instagram itself, most probably they're not going to watch it. That's how it is.
Gotcha.
What to post on Saturday and Sunday? Well, post whatever you want. Okay. So you shouldn't see this as a fixed story strategy. You can always adjust it. You can flip it around, and it doesn't mean that you cannot post anything else. But yeah, that's pretty much what the story sequence is about.
In this video, I'm going to show you the exact ad strategy that tripled one of our clients' revenue, and we are using with another one to break past the $1 million a month mark consistently. This strategy is designed specifically for info products and coaching offers. This is not one of those generic ad videos that promise an ad strategy that works in every niche but actually works in one or two. And it's extremely simple because simple scales, and this lays the foundations for more complex campaigns. First, I'm going to go over the 5 principles to keep in mind to running successful ads. Then I'm going to walk you through the exact framework to structure your creatives, from finding angles and formats to scripting and recording. After we go over the creatives, I'm going to show you the testing framework so that you don't waste money on dead ads, and this is the part that most people get wrong and is the most important. And then towards the end, I'm going to show you the ad formats that are ripping for us for both smaller offers between 10 and 30k a month and bigger offers above $1 million a month, all while keeping in mind the new Andromeda update. The way we structure campaigns since that update completely changed. So the strategy I'm going to show you is specifically made for ads on Facebook, for info offers and coaching offers in 2026. I actually hope this video doesn't get many views because the more people start using it, the less effective it becomes. Our clients won't probably be super happy about me sharing all this because the strategy for now for them is absolutely ripping. But yeah, let's jump onto my laptop and let's get into it. The first principle, and in my opinion the most important, is that you should see ads as environmental pollution. Ads are polluting the platform. So why then Instagram and Facebook are letting people pollute the platform and ruin the user experience? Well, because they need to make money, right? But you can use this as an advantage to pollute the platform as little as possible with your ads. So how do you achieve that? By making your ads look as organic as possible. And I'm going to show you later in the video some formats, some specific formats and frameworks to use to make your ads look really organic and trick people's mind to not even realize that those are actually ads. They're going to look like organic videos. The more organic your ads look, the less they're going to pollute the platform, the more the platform is going to show them without you having to spend more, because you're ruining less the user experience. The second principle is a 7-11-4 rule by Google, which states that someone, before they buy from you, they need to consume 7 hours of your content on 11 touch points and 4 different platforms. With this in mind, you understand that you need to prioritize volume and diversity, but also that you need to create bridges between platforms. And again, later in the video, I'm going to show you some little hacks that we use to send people from one platform to the other and maximize watch time and maximize touch points. Everybody talks about volume and diversity, but nobody actually tells you how to achieve that. Well, I'm going to show you how to create a library of ICPs, angles, topics, formats, and types so that you never ever run out of diversity. And we're going to create ads that are different under every single aspect, not just ICP and different angle. I see a lot of ad beginners seeking vanity metrics like cost per follow, cost per view, cost per click, but those metrics don't actually guarantee that you're going to get clients. As we're going to see in a moment, you need to track conversion and cost per acquisition and then make decisions based on that. I can get you 1 million views tomorrow, but that doesn't actually guarantee that you're going to get clients. And sometimes the ad with the highest cost per follow or cost per click or cost per DM is the one that converts the best and so has the lowest cost per acquisition, which is ultimately what makes or breaks the ROAS. If you have a limited budget, don't spread yourself too thin. Okay, diversity, okay, volume, but if your budget is limited, don't spread yourself too thin, otherwise you don't give enough data, enough money to the algorithm to be able to properly test their creatives, especially if you use like Advantage Plus campaigns and stuff like that. Right, with these 5 principles in mind, we can go ahead and see how to structure the campaign. The first and probably most important thing is of course research, but don't just go and copy your competitor's ad library. Go a bit deeper and actually ask your clients first why they converted. So if you haven't done it yet, just set up a quick onboarding form that you send out to your current clients and to newly onboarded clients from now on, where you ask why they converted, why they chose you, what was the position they were in when they decided to hire help, what specifically made them convert, and a whole bunch of different questions to also improve your marketing overall in your content. By the way, you can find the template to this form in the description of this video. The reason why this form is so accurate because your prospects, now clients, are going to tell you exactly the problems that they're facing using their words. And that's the key. You want to use their angles using their words. You want to use those in your content and in your ads. The reason why this data is so accurate is because prospects, now clients, are going to use specific words to describe their situation and to describe these angles. And you want to use those words in your ads because those are the ones that trigger them the most. Look here, for example, this is James, who's a sports nutritionist. Bonking on runs, getting older, wanted guidance, wanted to achieve PBs, wanted more knowledge, feeling fat and horrible on holiday. My daughter nagging me, help improve my energy and running abilities.
See how easy it is to come up with a library of angles, so very powerful angles once you have all these gold data. The second best place to find angles is through the person who's spending the most time with your prospects, so most probably your setter. So get them to fill out an end of week report like this one where you ask, what's the most common current situation? What's the most common pain point? What's the most common desire? And again, you wanted to use the specific words that they use. And also every other day or every third day, check the conversations and look for angles. Another good place to find angles is your organic content. But again, don't look at vanity metrics like views, go a little bit deeper and look for saves, shares, follow per 1,000 views, meaningful comments, the retention chart. These are the metrics that actually indicates you whether a video is valuable or not, whether an angle is powerful or not, whether a format is entertaining or not. I'm gonna show you both a bad example and a good example. This video, for example, is from James, and this video got over 40,000 views organically in a matter of a couple of weeks. And just as a reference, he had less than 10,000 followers back then, so it's a pretty solid amount of views, especially for a video that is like 60 to 90 seconds long. So a lot of views, but not a lot of prospects. Why? Because the video talks about not having an emergency mid-run, right? Not having to go to the toilet in the middle of your run. But that's not something that actually is painful enough to get usually people to buy, right? To buy a 2K, 2.5K program. So a lot of views, but not a lot of prospects. And here is a good example. Again, 500,000 views completely organically for a triathlon coach. This video is like, again, a minute long, probably even more. And we just packed all the angles from the onboarding form into this video, into this value-driven video. And without any call to action, without any ad, look at the number of meaningful comments. Look how much time people actually take to respond to this video. This is an extremely valuable video. A lot of attention, great engagement, and this is the indication that this video is really valuable. And you should use the same format, the same topic, and the same angles for your ads. And then yes, you can look at your competitors' content and your competitors' ad library. But again, don't look for vanity metrics, look deeper, see the saves, shares, and comments to see why actually the video performed well, and ask yourself, okay, did this video actually just got views or actually brought prospect to this person? Once you do all this, you want to create a list of angles, and I'm going to show you James's just as a reference. Get in shape to have the energy to keep up with your kids. Blindly hitting macros and calories targets without worrying about quality. You want to do more, but your body won't let you, and you think it's your age or your discipline, while it's your nutrition. Your mind wants to keep training, but your body works against you. These are all sentences that we took from sales calls, from the DMs, from the onboarding form, and we just created a library. And now whenever you need to create an ad, we just grab a format, a type, a call to action, a bunch of angles, we blend everything together, and we have winning ads. A lot of people really overcomplicate ads, but you heard me mentioning formats multiple times throughout the video. And this, my friend, is the whole point of this video. This is why our ads are ripping compared to our competitors. Everybody's doing these statics or these story sequences sometimes, or these carousels, or these boring ass talking head videos. What we are doing here is, again, remember at the beginning what I said, we need to make the videos as organic looking as possible. So what we do is we blend some organic hooks with an ad. This is how we do it. Here, for example, we have a Snapchat hook plus value plus call to action. As you can see, we have a very organic looking video, and we immediately call out the ICP here, and it's kind of funny already. And then after, there is a very smooth transition to the talking head part, right? So the majority of people are already hooked by here, and then after we provide some value, we have a call to action. So this is the first type of hybrid ads, as I like to call them, that we use. Another one is the skit, where you have two people speaking, and then again after the skits you have a talking head part, and then at the end you have a call to action. As you can see here, the transition, boom. If the call to action is towards a valuable resource, you don't even have to provide value in the ad. You can just have an amplifier after the hook, like the ones that we did for Ayub, the guy making $1 million a month in info. As you can see, again, Snapchat hook, bro got caught praying in a parking lot. A situation that is very relatable for the ICP, and as you can see, we grab their attention, and then boom, we switch to the talking head. And we keep in the background the two guys fighting and arguing just to increase their attention even further. And as you can see, 30 seconds, just an amplifier here, just to resonate even more with the ICP and tell them what the call to action is about. And then in the call to action, click the link below. Here got another one, and I was actually the actor in this case. Bro got scammed by a course seller. Essentially, you bought a course and you just got scammed, right? We created this little skit, this little hook, and then the transition in this case is me throwing the glass, boom, and then transition to the amplifier part before the call to action. And in this case as well, I'm here down in the background, again, just to have another element to increase attention through the boring part of the ad after so much dopamine. And we're running these ads, maybe you've seen them if you're a Muslim probably, and these two that I just showed you are the ones that amongst all of them are performing best. If you want, you can even bake the call to action in the skit. Like in this case, for charts, we have a very, again, organic looking video. You've probably seen them in different niches. You have like good closer, in this case 50k a month closer versus 5k a month closer, and then at the end the 50k a month closer tells the 5k a month closer, hey, click the link below or comment blah blah. So the call to action is again very subtly baked in the video. This is what I mean by making your ads look as organic as possible. I don't actually use it that often, but if you want, you could use a viral hook to hook people and then you transition to your call to action, right? So how much do you need to retire? 10 million? No, you don't, blah, 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 right? This is a organic content. I don't think that this guy is running it as an ad. This is not one of my clients. The only one that is not my client that I'm showing you. But again, this is to show you how you can get creative to make your ad look organic. Another example is the POV plus talking head, right? So again, you have a sequence of clips with a text. The ICP is hooked. The ad look organic, and then they don't even realize it's an ad. And then when they least expect it, we transition smoothly to a talking head part where we provide some value and then we have a call to action at the end. And you can do the same, but instead of value, you have an amplifier. For value-driven ads, you're gonna have to find topics, and you don't wanna use boring topics, of course. So you wanna look for trending hot topics, and you wanna also look for seasonal topics. So if it's January, you're not gonna look for off-season plans because the season actually starting, at least in the Northern Hemisphere. So you wanna look for how to craft your own running training plan, how to design your fitness training plan for 2026, whatever, okay? How to set your goals for 2026, how to make money 2026, whatever, okay? So be seasonal, be smart, and look at what's working according to what's trending online at the moment. Right, once you have angles, formats, and topics, all you need is types. These are the classic different types of ads that probably you've seen online by now if this is not the first video on ads that you've watched, right? So you have value-driven ads, you have interviews, case studies, client breakdowns, storytelling, myth busting, objection handling, comparison, behind the scenes, and so on and so forth. Great, again. Now we know the principles and we know how to create this library of angles, formats, types, and topics. But how do we actually blend these four things together to create something that makes sense? And how many creatives we create per campaign? Well, this is the campaign framework that I personally use. These are the 6 creatives that I usually create, and then of course I test them using the framework that I'm going to show you in a second. Hybrid ads are absolutely ripping, but they're also quite hard to create, and you need to be quite good at organic content. That's why I still like to include in my campaign 1, 2, or 3 classic boring talking head ads, just because they're easier to create and it's almost a safe bet. But then if you want to push the boundaries and really make the ads organic and really gain traction and destroy the cost per acquisition, then you need to be a bit more creative and go for the hybrid ads. So I usually create a classic talking head, value driven with one angle, and a comment call to action. I love comment call to actions. I love ManyChat. What I don't like that much is direct call to action. For example, DM me for help. Simply because it's just too much. Like, this person doesn't know you. Why would they reach out to you, right? Straight away asking for help if they don't even know you and they consumed 30 to 60 seconds of your content. Instead, what you can do, instead of asking them just to go on the profile, which is kind of dispersive, you can channel them and shorten the conversion cycle by asking them to comment for a resource. So the barrier is lower because they just have to comment for a resource. They're not asking for help, right? They're just getting more value. But you know that if they go to the end and they want more value, they are qualified, right? And then you send a resource, which can be your VSL, your full course, or another YouTube video, whatever, or even a course module. You send the resource and they consume the resource, and then your setter reaches out to them after they consume the resource, right? So this way you get more cheaper inbounds and the conversation is much smoother and easier to start, and the response rate is also higher because they already consumed this very specific resource with potentially a call to action. And sometimes what happens is they book from the call to action in the resource, right? So in the YouTube video, for example, there is a resource to book a call with the link in the description. Sometimes they book from there. So they come from the ad, they consume the VSL, the YouTube video, whatever, and then they book from there, right? This is how much more powerful this funnel is compared to just running ads and then asking for people to DM and then starting a conversation without giving any value and any resource. So this one again is a safe bet. The second one, I usually do a objection handling or comparison or myth busting type of ad with another angle and the same call to action to the same resource or another resource. Again, you can really create diversity in so many aspects. Again, don't just change the angle, change the colors, change the format, change the setting, change the resource, change the call to action, change as many things as possible. Andromeda is going to love you. And then I start going crazy with the hybrid ads. So snapshot, value driven, angle A, again, comment call to action. POV with amplifier, so no value in this case, angle B, and comment call to action. And then I also like to have some normal checkout page to get leads so that the setter can both handle inbound and warm outbound. This is just to increase a bit the volume just so that the setter is busier. Because yes, it's easy to get comments, especially if the creative is good and you use hybrid ads, but getting a follow is always easier and cheaper. So you want to find the balance between comments coming in and also followers overall. Keep in mind that people sometimes both comment and follow at the same time, especially if the ad creative is really, really good. And this is really the basic. This is as simple as you can get. Sounds too simple, but again, simple scales. And if you have one or two ads redirecting people to a VSL or a resource, if you have one or two ads driving traffic, that's all you need, especially if the ads are good and organic looking, as I explained above. But if you do research the way I explained, and then you blend everything together like I explained, there is no way you're going to fail. Trust me, the button clicking thing on the ad manager is not what makes the difference. What makes the difference is you creating actually good creatives. So I'm going to show you in a moment, the little button clicking thing in the ad manager, but that's not what moves the needle. What moves the needle is your creative, your volume, your creativity, and your diversity. And of course, how you test and iterate. Because if you don't know what you're doing when you're testing, you might kill the wrong ad. So again, if you want to complicate things a bit further, you can run retargeting ads, and you can have interview highlights ads. So you have your client, your student, and then you at the bottom, and you get a editor to create like a flashy 30 to 60 second highlights of the interview, and then at the end you can have a call to action for people to comment to again receive either the full interview or, even better in my opinion, the client breakdown, where you explain how you got client A from X to Y. I don't like them that much, but if you want, you can try and run them as retargeting ads, the DM me for help type of ads. And static in your stories especially, and story sequences again only in the stories, are working pretty well as retargeting. Right, we covered a lot. We covered the principles, the research, and how to structure the campaign. So now you got pretty much everything. But before we dive into test and iterating, let me just give you some very important notes. The first one is that an optimized profile is as important as good ads. Because if you don't have testimonials, if you don't have case studies, if you don't have proper story highlights and pin posts and an optimized bio and profile picture, nobody's gonna follow you. So you can have the best ads, but then if you don't look trustworthy, the conversation is going to have so much friction. And even if you do manage, or your setter does manage to book some calls, the call is going to be quite hard because you don't have, again, an optimized nurturing mechanism to warm them up before they jump on call or to make the conversation process much easier. So make sure that you have proper pinned post, proper profile picture, bio, and make sure you have, like I said at the beginning, as many bridges as possible from Instagram to YouTube and from YouTube back to Instagram DMs, right? So you want to have story highlights with your testimonials, your case studies, your client breakdowns, and then in the end, you want to have call to actions to watch the full interview on YouTube, and so on and so forth. I'm going to make videos specifically on how to optimize your profile in the near future, so if you want, you can stick around. Very rarely ads above 60 seconds perform. Yes, the longer you could say, the more you qualify people, but the attention span is simply not longer than 60 seconds. And you can do an amazing job, but try and condense everything in 60 seconds. And this is mainly for value-driven ads. The ads that are not providing value should be around 30 seconds. And this is pretty obvious, but if you ask people to check out your page, then you kind of have to provide value before, otherwise they don't have a reason to check out your page, right, and to follow you. So if you have a call to action for a resource, then yes, you can just have an amplifier. But if you have a follow me call to action or a check out my page call to action, then you can have a hook, an amplifier, and then a bit of value before you invite them to watch the profile for more value. And of course, again, pretty obvious, but your YouTube resources, your modules, your VSLs, whatever, your interviews, they need to be really optimized, because if they're not good, again, they're not gonna watch them and everything is pretty much just useless. So it would take it too long for me here to explain exactly how to structure YouTube videos in the right way. You could probably pick something up from the way I'm structuring this video, but you can click up here somewhere on the screen to watch the video where I explain exactly how to script YouTube videos that actually work. And I know that this channel doesn't have lots of followers, but I scaled so many YouTube channels, and this is brand new, and you can come back in like 4-6 months and you can see the growth of the channel. It's pretty confident for me, but because I know what I'm doing with YouTube, and you can watch that video, is going to be pretty insightful, that you can structure your VSS and your YouTube videos in a way that actually get people to watch them until the end. Yay, finally the button clicking part that you were waiting for, that is probably making way less difference than you probably think. Actually, it's super simple. I use traffic campaigns. Again, this is specifically for info products and coaching offers with Instagram funnels. So you get people, you have a setter, and you have resources, you have YouTube, and then you convert people in the DMs and then on a call. For different products, low ticket products and everything might be different. This is the one that I use. So traffic campaign, and then 2 different ad set goals. So if you have the checkout my page call to action, of course you're going to have the goal is going to be to send traffic to your Instagram page. So you select Instagram or Facebook here, and then you deactivate Facebook, and then the rest is pretty much like super simple. You want to select your budget, your location, one location at a time. I like to use Advantage Plus because, again, especially if the creative is good, you don't need to add further targeting. And I tweak the placements because I don't want my money to go on Facebook most of the times. And then when the call to action is to comment, usually it's better to have message destinations, and you can set up a way for people to also message you that keyword. And when you set up the ManyChat automation, you can get the automation to run both from comments and from DMs. Now, little important thing, in order for the ManyChat automation to run even from ads, you need to upload the ad creative as an organic post. You set up the ManyChat automation on that organic post, and then when it comes to running the ad in the ad manager, here you select you don't upload a file, you actually select that post from your profile. So little important thing. Then if you have DME type of ads, maybe retargeting, then you want to use engagement campaigns. Right, now that your campaign is up and running, you are ready to test and iterate. First of all, don't have a look at the numbers for the first like 3-4 days, because they're probably not going to be accurate, especially if you use the Advantage Plus. It takes a bit of volume and a bit of spend for the algorithm, the AI thing that is doing its things to actually understand where to put the ads, especially if you've never run ad before. It's going to take a bit longer to your AI thing on your profile to understand where to put those ads. The more data you have, the easier and faster it's going to be from there. Keep in mind when you create the ads to use different call to action keywords for different creatives, so that you and your setter can easily identify where that lead is coming from. Because again, you want to track conversion, you don't want to track vanity metrics. And this is the shit that my setters and I use to track conversion. So you have the ad set and you have the creative, or you have the campaign and then the ad set. It doesn't really matter. And then inside here, you have the spend. So how much you spent on that exact creative. And then you have how many inbounds you got from that creative, how many conversations you started, and how many appointments you got, and how many sales. This way, you can actually see the cost per acquisition from that specific creative. This is the whole point. Don't look at any other number then, because this is what you should focus on. It takes a bit more time, takes a bit more volume, because again, you need to wait for people to go through the conversation sequence, book the call, and for the closer or yourself to take the call before you actually have an accurate data. And you need to do it for multiple prospects. That's why you should kind of have a pretty solid spend at the beginning per creative, so that you don't have to wait too much to get an accurate cost per acquisition from an ad. When it comes to warm outbound, it's a bit harder to track whether a specific creative is actually bringing clients or just followers, but just kind of get the overall feel, right? If you're running to check out my page type of ads and all the prospects are uninterested and unqualified, then there's probably something wrong. You didn't use the right angles in the creatives, because again, there is not enough pain usually. But that's for 10 to 14 days, again, depending on how fast, how quick is your conversion cycle. So the more nurturing systems you have, the more bridges to YouTube you have, and the more optimized your profile is, the shorter your conversion cycle is going to be, and the sooner you're gonna get that data, that cost per acquisition from ad. Once you have the winning ones, just kill and readjust the budget, and then increase the budget from there, and then take the winning angles, formats, types, and topics for value-driven ads, and create one or more super specy ads. That's something I learned from Charlie Morgan. Essentially, you run different ads, and then you take the winning angles, so you take the winning things, and you blend them together, and you create the super specy, the winning specy, the chad. And you don't want to spread yourself too thin. So test one thing at a time. If you're testing 10 different creatives and your budget is limited, test the creatives first, and then you can test, for example, other metrics like the location, the different interests, and all that stuff. And one thing that kind of sucks is don't emotionally attach to creatives. Sometimes you're gonna create a super good ad and you're gonna be so proud of it, but don't be attached, because if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You don't decide, the market decides. So let data speak for yourself. And there you have it. I hope this video was valuable. Again, remember the 5 principles. Remember to do research on all those different places that I mentioned and to blend and everything together, and then test different creatives, different formats, different types, implement hybrid ads, and then find the winning species based on cost per acquisition. These are the most important things, the key takeaways from this video. Again, I hope this was valuable. You heard me a couple of times throughout this video mentioning the importance of a setter. So if you don't have a dialed-in setter, you must watch this video where I explain exactly how to hire, train, onboard, and manage a setter that is going to rip and help you through the content creation process and the ad process. Watch this video. Most people think that to scale a coaching business to 30, 40, 50 grand a month, you need to hire a massive team, you need to spend your entire day managing them, and you need to run at 15% profit margins because you need to pay them all. Well, I'm here to prove you that you only need 2 people to scale your coaching business to 50 grand a month, and they don't need a degree, they don't need huge experience, and they don't need to be super expensive. They just need a functioning brain and to be hungry as hell. In fact, this is how much James made in December, which is supposed to be the slowest month for coaching, with 2 people in his team. And he doesn't have a crazy offer with crazy guarantees. He only spends 30 minutes a week to service his clients and get them results. He didn't have to spend tens of thousands in ads. He only spent 2K. And again, most importantly, he's done it with a team of 2 people, cheap people. The difficulty comes with finding, onboarding, and managing these 2 team members, which is exactly what I'm going to explain you in this video. Alongside, of course, the role that these people need to cover and the skills they need to have. I'm going to show you how to find them quickly, how to filter through them to find A players, how to align so that your business success becomes their success, and how to ensure that they overperform and stay motivated. So yeah, it's not another sexy ad strategy or some viral reel framework, blah, blah, blah. No, this is actually what moves the needle. And I've personally invested tens of thousands in the past 3 years in mentors and wasted time and money hiring the wrong people to come up with a framework that I'm going to share in this video. So take pen and paper and let me blow your business out the water. So the first person you want to hire is of course a video editor, but it's kind of boring. You probably have one already, and that's a topic for a completely different video that I'm going to release in the near future. What I want to focus on today is the second team member, which is more important because yes, you can get views through your organic content, nicely edited, and your ads, but at the end of the day, if you don't convert this attention into clients and calls, then what we're here for. The person that allowed James to book 30 calls and have a cost per call of like £50 is of course the setter. Now, chances are that you have a setter already or you're looking for setters, but it's kind of difficult to manage and they don't perform as well as they should. And as a result, your KPIs are kind of crap and your cost per call is too high for you to sustain it. And I'm sorry to break it down to you, but if the setter is not performing, it's not the setter's fault, it's always the business owner's fault. Because if the setter is not qualified, it's your fault because you hired the wrong setter. If the setter is qualified but is not performing, it's your fault because you're not managing them properly. If the calls are not qualified, it's your fault because you need to strengthen the middle funnel to nurture people more so that when they jump on calls, they are pre-sold. So it's always your fault. But don't worry about it, because in this video I'm going to show you when to hire a setter, because most people don't even need a setter just yet. And hiring a setter too soon might be a burden for your business. Where to find them, how to hire them, the onboarding process to go through, and this is fundamental because if you don't onboard them properly, don't set the expectations right at the beginning, it's gonna be all thrown in the bin, even if you find the best people. And then of course, how to manage them properly so that you don't waste too much of your time on a daily basis to manage them, because you don't wanna micromanage people. But at the same time, you ensure that they perform, they stay motivated, and they bring results and actually overperform. So let's start from when to hire a setter. Now just think about it, right? A setter gets 5 to 7% commission on the cash collected usually. Now, if you're making 5K a month cash collected, how the hell are you gonna pay the setter? Are you gonna pay them peanuts? So they're not gonna work 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 hours a day for $200. You might find super hungry ones that are actually motivated and good,
and they're willing to jump on new offers because they're also at the beginning, but it's going to be really rare to find them and keep them motivated. So if your coaching business or info offer isn't in that place between 10 to 15K a month dollars, then you need to get there before you even hire a setter. And until then, you should do appointment setting yourself. But don't be scared, because if you have a solid content presence, you have a nice nurturing system, it's not going to be that hard and time demanding to convert people. And you can easily get to 10 to 15K a month if you're charging the right price within a month or two. Now, if you're going to do appointment setting yourself, I recommend you watch this video right here somewhere, because I break down exactly how to do appointment setting effectively in 2026. Because as you probably realize, there are so many people doing appointment setting right now that you need to be kind of different to stand out and actually convert people. But the 10 to 15K threshold is not the only requirement that you need to onboard a setter. You also need a good content presence, both on Instagram and YouTube, because again, you need to nurture these prospects to get them to show up and easily convert on the call, because otherwise the setter is going to be thrown off by the fact that he books lots of calls but nobody converts. Or he's going to be thrown off because you get lots of leads, but it's so hard to book them in because they don't trust the person, right? They don't trust you. You need bridges from Instagram to YouTube, from YouTube to Instagram DMs, and from Instagram to Instagram DMs. You want call to action to get people into DMs, because yes, you can book appointments from warm outbound, so reaching out to new followers, but it's kind of nice for the setter to have both warm outbound and also inbound coming in. You need at least 50 to 150 leads per week, so roughly at least 10 followers per day. It doesn't matter if it's from organic, it doesn't matter if it's from paid, you need those people coming in. Otherwise, again, it doesn't make sense to have a setter because there's nothing to work on. If you don't have enough leads because you're relying mainly on cold outbound, then you can still get a setter as long as you're making enough money, and maybe provide a base fee for them to send all the outbounds. Or alternatively, if you're not making enough money and you still want to save some time, you can hire a VA only to send the first lines and the follow-ups. But this is the only scenario where you want to hire a VA as a setter. Never, ever, ever hire an untrained person who's doing lots of different things that is not specifically trained for appointment setting in the DMs and doesn't have any sales background. You need at least 5 to 10 case studies. Otherwise, it's going to be so hard again to build the trust required to book people in and close people on the call. You want to have a price point of at least $2K, because otherwise the commissions are going to be so low that it's going to be hard for the setter to be motivated. Because even if you close a deal, oh yeah, sound, $50, what am I gonna do with that? And you need to sell at least 7-8 units a month, otherwise the math doesn't work. And this is something that most people overlook, but you actually need to be good at setting yourself. That's why you should do appointment setting yourself until you get to 10, 15, maybe even 20 grand a month. Because if you're not good at setting, then you probably need to hire a setter manager as well, because you're not going to be able to manage the setter and understand what the setter needs to do. So again, if you're not that good at setting just yet, I recommend you watch my other videos on this channel and actually work in the trenches yourself until you become good at it. I know it's a lot of requirements, but really this is what you need if you don't want to make your life a nightmare later on. With that out of the way, we can go ahead and hopefully you fall into this category, and we can go ahead and see how to actually find and hire setters. Please, please, please do not go on Upwork or Fiverr to hire setters. You're gonna find at the bottom of the barrel. I've hired people from both platforms in the past, and I've always been disappointed because they're simply usually not trained and experienced enough. They're just probably VAs turned setters by mistake. Instead, you want to go on Instagram, but not just like Instagram and you look for setters. No, you want to go where the setters are concentrated, where the best setters, trained setters, are concentrated. And guess where it is? Where the setter coaches are. There are so many people offering setter coaching to 9-to-5ers or people in uni or in high school. So just find these coaches and just send them your application form and ask them to kindly share it in their communities, and be willing to offer a small compensation when you hire a good setter from their community. Just a little incentive for them to help you find the best people. If you have a solid online presence and a good branding, it's a good idea to also post your application form in your stories. By the way, the application form is going to be in the description of this video. It's a template. You can download it and tweak it for yourself. But sharing in stories is, again, a nice way to get people to sign up and get as many people as possible to fill out the application form. Again, because you want to leverage the community aspect of setting and these setter communities and setter training communities, you want to ask your friends setters. So chances are you have other people in info or
who have coaching businesses and they have setters. So ask them to ask their setters if they know people who are looking for offers and are actually trained and hungry. Usually people hang out with people who are similar to them. So if someone has a good setter, then you're likely to find another good setter around them. That's how I find most of my best setters. I just ask my best setters, hey, do you know anybody? As simple as that. And yeah, if you really cannot find a setter after all this, you can reach out to me on Instagram and I can see if I can help. Like I said, you're not gonna send messages around, you're going to share an application form. Again, it's gonna be in the description of this video, and this is what it looks like and what you should have in it. So you should have a very clear description at the top, explaining exactly the benefits and the commission structure and what the offer is about. And then you wanna ask, of course, a bunch of details. Instagram handle, where are they based? And I'm gonna show you in a second what countries you should exclude and what countries you should prioritize, as well as other metrics and other parameters to use to filter through people who fill out your application form. Generally speaking, you want someone who's been trained, so who's invested into their setting journey. That shows that they are committed, and who's been on another offer before and have on-field experience in your specific niche. However, if you are more towards a 10K a month threshold, then you might wanna accept working with people who are hungry, but at the beginning. So just a bunch of normal questions, goals, driver, why should we hire you? And then, and this is really important and not many people do it, you want to add at the bottom of your application form. And again, if you duplicate this, you're gonna have it by default and you can just see the replies that the applicants respond to these messages. And then, and this is extremely important and many people miss this out, you want to have 3-4 messages, 3-4 scenarios, and you want to see how they respond, how they react to those scenarios. And that's why you need to be good at setting, because if you're not good at setting, you don't even know what they should respond to these messages, right? Now, if you duplicate the application form that is going to be in the description of this video, you're going to have these messages already templated, but ideally, you want to have here some messages that you often get, some objections that you often get, some resistance that your prospects have in the DMs. Again, that's why you should be doing appointment setting yourself before you onboard a setter. You need to know what objections you get, what are the struggles and obstacles that you get in the appointment setting sequence to be able to train a person to overcome those obstacles. So here I have a bunch of questions, a bunch of messages that I ask the setter to respond to. So I'm getting clients through referrals. Instagram have been a bit slow in the last period. So how should they respond to this? The best way to respond is, nice that you're getting referrals. It means that your offer is working, or means that you have a good service, means that you have a good fulfillment. What do you mean by Instagram is a bit slow, right? So most bad setters are going to respond with, oh, okay, I can help you. Right? No, it's not what it is. You need to dig deeper. Also because I specifically say here early in the conversation. The second message is, I want to get into high ticket sales and I'm exploring different options, but maybe trying my own first. You see already the objection, and most bad setters are gonna be like, oh, no, don't start on your own, you're gonna fail, you need someone helping you out. Good setters are going to respond, sure, yeah, okay, fair enough. And how long have you been looking to get into high ticket sales for? Or what have you tried so far? Or what resources have you consumed so far, right? You want to, again, dig deeper into what they've tried to make them understand that if they keep just doing what they're doing, they're never going to actually start, because that's when you build leverage to book the call. The third one is a tricky one, and really few setters get it right. If they do, they are killers and they really have a lot of experience. If they don't, I still get them on a call if they did everything else right, because again, this is pretty high level. But yeah, I'd like to chat, but I'm quite busy for the second half of December with family and stuff. Can we reconnect early next year? This is what the message says. Now, most setters are going to be like, yeah, sure, I'll just send you the calendar and we can book something in for early next year, right? They're going to lose frame and get the prospect choose a time for 2-3 weeks down the line, and then guess what's going to happen? They're not going to show up. Instead, what you want to do, you want to take frame back. So you want to say, yeah, sure, we could book something for early next year, but my calendar is literally packed for the first 2-3 weeks of January. However, I'm free on Friday at X time or Y time. Can you jump on at that time? That's how they should respond. And then the last thing is, of course, a Loom video. Now, I specifically asked for a personalized Loom video. If they send a non-personalized video, they cannot even take 2 minutes of their time recording a video for you. It means that they're not committed enough and they're gonna be lazy throughout the entire process. Once you download, tweak, and send out everywhere the application form, you can start skimming through the applications. Now, you should get at least 50 applicants to really have a nice pool to find people. And the first thing you want to see is where they are from. Simply for logistic perspectives, you want to exclude people from third world countries. Simply because if you're sending 100 outbound messages, 150 outbound messages, which is really above the limit per day from India, you are going to get banned within a couple of days. I can tell you that for sure. Then look at the responses they gave in the messages and exclude people who clearly don't know what they're doing with appointment setting. Exclude people who have like 300 things going on, like, yes, I have a job, I go to uni, and then this and then that, because they're gonna be overwhelmed and they're not gonna be able to put in the work and have speed to lead. Then you watch the loom and you want to exclude people speaking about how consistent they are in the gym because they don't have anything else to show up for. Exclude people who are not good English speakers, unfortunately, because they're gonna make too many typos. Unless they're really good, exclude people who uploaded a generic loom, right? Again, if they cannot even take the time to record a 2-minute video, they're probably not the right fit. Exclude offer hoppers. So I've been in this offer for a month and then on this offer for a month. Chances are that if they jump from one offer to the other and they're mentioning in their job application, then it wasn't the offer problem, it was their problem, and you're just gonna be another offer that's gonna churn. Exclude overconfident people like, like very superficial people, because those people are gonna be very hard to coach. They're probably not gonna show up on calls and they're not gonna be like disciplined enough to do properly appointment setting because again, they just have a too big ego. Exclude immature people. I don't like to set age boundaries, but it's actually pretty hard to find good people below 17 years old. They're usually too immature to take the offer seriously. I never hired a good female setter. I might be wrong, feel free to prove me wrong, but I usually personally prioritize men. And exclude shiny object seeker. I want to become a closer in 2 months. I just started setting, but I want to become a closer in 2 months. And then I want to open my closing agency. And then I want to become a setter manager. And then I tried SMA and then crypto. Like, again, too many things going on. They're just like shiny objects hopper, and they're not going to be a good fit because they're not going to stick to the company in long term. They're just going to try and seek the next shiny objects if they don't make 25 million by tomorrow. After you filter them, you want to reach out to the best ones and book a 15-minute call with each one. You could do group calls, but I'm not a huge fan of them because you want really people to open up and share their goals instead of like being in competition with other people. And these are pretty much the questions that you should go over in the interview. Where are you from? Are you setting full time? What made you start setting? What's your previous experience? Blah, blah, blah. If your offer is B2B, you want them to have experience in B2B because usually B2B is more difficult than B2C. Of course, like I said, you want people who have experience. You want to see their KPIs, and if you don't even have KPIs and they were on an offer, that's a huge red flag because they either lied or the KPIs are so bad that they don't want to show them, or they're not even tracking KPIs, which is probably the worst thing that a setter can do. Of course, you want to understand why they would leave the offer that they're on or why they left to understand if they're going to leave yours as well. Of course, the time zone needs to align, and you also want to see how they see yourself in the next year. Because again, if they're looking to become closers after 4 months, you don't want to look for someone who's only going to be on the offer for 4 months. Ideally, you want someone who's going to be at least on your offer for 6, 10, 12 months. And you want to know their financial goal in the next 3 months to see if it's realistic and if it aligns with your business. Again, you simply break down the KPIs. If you're paying them 5%, how much are you going to have to make to get them to the revenue that they want to achieve? Is it realistic? Yes? No? And we're going to see how to align goals in a minute in the onboarding process. Before that, after you have jumped on calls with the best ones, you want to find the 3 to 4 best ones, again, according to how many applications you got at the beginning in the first place. And you want to do some role plays with them to actually see if they're good, besides, being well-spoken and all the other stuff that we went through. After you do role play, you're going to have to choose the best one. Now, there are people who are onboarding 2 setters, but especially if your offer is quite at the beginning, you are making 10, 15, 20 grand a month, you probably don't have enough leads for them both, and it becomes quite complicated to split leads and everything. So I suggest instead you onboard 1, but you don't burn the bridges with the other ones, or with the other one was good. And you test the one that you onboard for 2 weeks. But enough talk, Perfect. Now you know where to find them and how to hire them. And you're probably in front of the best applicant. Now, how do you onboard him properly? And this is the part that most people get wrong. And this is where, if you mess it up, you set everything else up for disaster. We're going to break it down into 3 parts: alignment, expectations, and logistics. The first thing you need is, of course, a clear set of SOPs for the setter to have clarity on all the processes, KPI tracking, script, follow-ups, labeling chats, pre-call sequence, and all that. Then you need clarity on their goal in the next 6 months and see if it aligns with the company goal. Of course, hopefully at this point it does. So after that, you just break the numbers down and you reverse engineer the process to get to the inputs that they need to put in order for you and them to get to their goals. Okay, so let's say that you want to get to 100K a month in the next 6 months, and the setter wants to get to 5K a month in the next 6 months, and you're paying them 5%. Perfect, there's alignment. Now, let's say that you're charging 6K. To get to 100K a month, you need to onboard 17 clients. If you're closing 1 call out of 3, so 33% closing rate, you need 50, 51, 52 calls to get to 17 clients. Meaning the setter needs to book 1 to 2 calls every day. And then you look at their KPIs and your KPIs, hopefully if you have them, and you see how many messages they need to send per day and how many follow-ups they need to send per day to get to that amount of calls, to book at least 1 to 2 calls per day. And usually it's going to be about 60 to 80 messages per day if you have a 1 to 2% booking rate on new followers, for example. So now they know that if they want to get to 5K a month, they need to get you to 100K a month. And in order for them to get you to 100K a month, they need to send at least 80 messages per day. This is how you align their goals with your goals. And then, of course, after you break down all the KPIs, you need to show them how you're gonna ensure that those KPIs are hit, how you're going to ensure that the closing rate stays 33% or above, how you're going to make sure that they get at least 80 leads per day, how you're going to make sure that people show up on the call, and all that stuff. A little tip for you to get them even more invested and passionate about the position: open up and share why you started this business in the first place and your story, so that they're gonna get emotionally attached to your mission and the company's story. Once there is alignment, you need to set expectations, because if no expectations are set, they're just gonna do whatever they want, and guess what's gonna happen? Everything is going to fall apart. And it's much easier to set expectations clear from the beginning than to try and recover situations where the setter is lacking, because you already lost frame and they already went cool. If no expectations are set, they're not gonna fill out the end of day reports, which I'm gonna show you in a second, and I'm gonna share with you in the description of this video. They're not going to track KPIs, they're not going to jump on calls, they're not gonna be fast with replying to leads, and you're going to lose money and time. So set expectations not only around the KPIs that they need to hit, but also around the core beliefs of the company. So being on time, being ruthless, following up ruthlessly, being hungry, overachieving, overperforming, and you need to make sure that they uphold to those standards. I know we covered a lot already, but before we dive into management, let me share with you a bunch of logistic things that you need to go over when onboarding a setter. Because if you've never onboarded one, everything's gonna be pretty complicated and overwhelming. They need to sign the contract. You need to send them the meeting invites for the group meetings, as we're gonna see in the management part. You wanna give them access to your Slack, Discord, or whatever platform you use to communicate with your team. You need to give them access to your calendar, so Calendly, Go Ahead, or whatever you use to book calls. You want to give them access to a successful conversation library so they can see the flow and how you or your previous setter were booking appointments in the past. I personally like to create a Notion dashboard with all the links and all the resources they need. Of course, the SOPs as covered already, the script or framework, access to the account. You want to maybe set up a workflow for them. For example, okay, you need to send 80 warm outbound messages per day. I'm gonna give you 80 followers at least per day through ads and organic. Now, because there is a limit of messages you can send per hour to keep the account healthy, you're going to send 10 messages per hour. Okay, so essentially just break down the workflow that they should follow. So how they should set up their day to make sure they are efficient and they can hit the KPIs. You wanna show them the KPI sheet and give them access to the KPI sheet, of course, the tagging system to label chats, and all the resources that you have to nurture people in the DMs, and all the canned voice notes, so pre-made voice notes. If you don't have setting resources, so resources to nurture people in the DMs, so personalized resources like lead magnets and case study breakdowns to nurture people in the DMs, and you don't have canned voice notes, you need to create them to make the conversation as personable as possible. Because again, you're gonna have someone doing appointment setting for you. So in order for you to stand out from thousands of other coaches out there offering the same service that you are providing, you need to have to go a bit the extra mile in the DMs to make sure that the prospect understands that you care about them and their results. And you can achieve that through resources and voice notes. We made it to the final part, management. So first thing first, you want to jump on a call with them once a day or once every other day, at least for 30 minutes, just to go over some conversations, just to see where we're at, to see the KPIs and see what you or them need to improve. However, if they're hitting KPIs, they are booking calls, they are overperforming, and review chats, and they're all pretty good, you can lower the cadence as you go on with the collaboration. If they're not hitting KPIs, you want to get in on an urgent call to realign. Do not give third chances. I know it's hard to fire people on the spot like that, but if they mess up once, okay, fine, realign, and if they mess up again on the same thing, don't give them third chances. Otherwise, they're just gonna be, okay, cool, I'm never gonna get fired, so I can do whatever I want. No, keep the frame and don't give third chances. That's why you should always have people in the back end to quickly churn and replace your setter in case they really mess up. Like I said, you want them to fill out a end of day report so that they can kind of be accountable, and you have a report. You can set up automations to get a report so that you don't have to constantly look at the KPIs, you just get a report. And in the end of the report, of course, they need to include their name. I mean, I have name and client name because I'm imagining multiple setters for multiple clients, but you want to know the auto messages sent, follow-ups, new conversations, email messages. So essentially just a recap of the KPIs that they hit that day and approximate time spent. But most importantly, lead flow, lead quality, why bad lead quality, and lead temperature. And if there is a specific ad or post that is bringing a considerable amount of leads. The reason why you want to know these information is because you want to adjust marketing as soon as possible, as quickly as possible. So there are going to be more information in the end of week report, but you want the end of the report to be thorough with lead quality, lead temperature, lead flow, and everything, so that you can adjust ads and content to make sure that you always ensure the maximum quality, flow, and temperature. The end of week report is mainly for content. So you want the setter, who's the person who's spending the most time literally with your prospects, to give you a summary of the common current situation, common desires, common pain points, to find a bunch of angles to use in your content so that you can pre-handle those objections and attract more of those qualified people. As mentioned already, you can create Zapier automations to send automatic notifications to Slack whenever the setter fills out the end of the report. But the most important thing is the KPI tracking sheet, and I'm gonna give you these templates. It's gonna be in the description of this video, and essentially, as you can see, this is the KPI sheet that I use. Seems pretty complicated, but literally they have everything, it's super clear, and you have a summary every 10 days. So again, you can see the KPIs not only at the end of the month, but every 10 days. So again, you can adjust the KPIs as soon as possible. So again, every time you jump on a call with your setter, you're going to see, oh, okay, our conversation to booking rate is pretty low. We need to improve that. It's like below 10%. We need to increase that and get it to 15-20%. The follow to conversation rate is a bit low. So we need to improve our follow-ups or our first liner to make sure that we get more responses and get more people to open a conversation. When you look at KPIs, don't just blame them. See if there is something that you can do to improve and make their life easier. Maybe you can record a voice note. Maybe there is a bottleneck and people always ghost you after a message. Okay, can you change that message, or can you make that message become a voice note so that you increase the chance of people responding? If prospects always have a specific objection, can you record a voice note to handle their objection? Can you record a resource to handle their objection? How can you change your profile or ads or content to make sure that those objections don't even arise? You are still in control of the marketing side. Yes, they are helping you with setting, but it's your responsibility to ensure proper lead flow, temperature, and nurturing. We really covered a lot, but now you know exactly the 2 people you need to scale your business to 50K a month. You don't need a copywriter, you don't need a creative director, you don't need anything. You just really need a really good editor, dialed in editor, and I'm gonna show you in one of my next videos how to hire and train and manage a proper editor, and most importantly, a setter. And now you know where to find them, how to hire them, how to onboard them, and how to manage them properly. I hope this video was valuable. I mentioned multiple times the importance of you being a good setter. So I'm gonna link here a video that I made on appointment setting. You should watch it, and you should get your setter to watch it as well. So click it now.
So I got this question from quite a few of you. because there is a bit of unclarity when it comes to tracking KPIs. Like, I had that at the beginning as well, where yes, you start tracking data, but you don't know what to track. Maybe you're tracking too much, maybe you're not tracking enough. And even if you have all this data, you don't know how to use it, right? Maybe you don't know how to optimize your followers to booking rate, or how to tweak the ads, or when to kill an ad, when to double down on another ad. So what we're gonna go over today is exactly that. So I'm gonna list down, let me just share my screen so you can all see what I'm talking about. First of all, we're gonna just do a refresh on the profile funnel. We're going to talk about the limitations of the profile funnel, when to use the profile funnel, some workarounds to make up for the limitations of the profile funnel, and then I'm going to list down all the metrics to track, all the KPIs to calculate, what are good KPIs, and what to do when a specific KPI is off. So we're going to go over every single KPI and what to do to optimize it and make sure that it's up to the level that it should be at. Okay, and then how to balance everything between tracking too much and tracking not enough. And towards the end of the call, I'm also going to share with you, if you needed, my KPI tracking template, right, where we track followers, all the messages, appointment setting, sales, and also data from ads, so we can calculate cost per acquisition, ROAS, and ROAS on cash collected. All right. So yeah, I'm gonna dive into it because it's quite a lot of stuff to go over. So I'm not gonna waste anyone's time. So like I said, the first thing to do is to just do a refresh of the profile funnel, so that we understand better the limitations of the funnel and how to overcome them. So the profile funnel is the funnel where you get followers through content, organic content, and ads, and you get them in the funnel, they become leads, and then they consume more of your content. For example, on YouTube, you can also, send them lead magnets, and then through call to actions or through warm outbound, your setter starts a conversation with these qualified leads. Then they go through the conversation sequence, and they might even send out assets, to nurture these prospects even further. And then hopefully they book a call, right? And then they either convert on a core offer, or they get downsold if you have a downsell offer. And if they don't convert, they go through a follow-up sequence, and then maybe they convert from there, or even if they don't convert, they still are in the ecosystem, and maybe later they're going to convert, at a later stage, all right? And then once they are sold on the core offer, they go through the fulfillment, and we can leverage then the case studies and the testimonials in our funnel at different stages, in the call, in the pre-call sequence, in the nurturing assets, even in the ads, right? Result-based marketing. And then we can even upsell them after they finish the program or during the program on some other programs, or resell them, or build an MRR off of them, or cross-sell them on other services when they need them. All right? Do you have any questions on the profile funnel so far, or we can move on to something else? I take it as a no, so let's move on. So now you understand probably already that there are a few fundamental problems with the profile funnel. First of all is that it's pretty hard to define where leads are coming from, right? You get all these followers, but maybe some are coming from organic, maybe some are coming from ads, and Instagram unfortunately doesn't allow you to see where followers are exactly coming from. And that's the first limitation. There are some workarounds, I'm going to show you how to do that, but that's the first limitation. Then, still, even if you can figure out where these leads are coming from, the ads, right, the AI algorithm behind your targeting won't optimize based on conversion, right? So if you're running a classic landing page funnel, your ads are always going to optimize because the algorithm is fed with a key information, which is the conversion. The algorithm knows exactly who converts and who doesn't on your calls, and it can push your ads, your creatives, to more of the people who actually closed, right? Which you cannot really do on using the profile funnel unless you use a little workaround, and I'm going to show you how to do that in a second. And the second limitation is that, generally speaking, the profile funnel is slower than the VSL funnel, meaning data on ROAS and cost per acquisition are slower to get, meaning you need to make decisions on softer indicators that sometimes are not as accurate as ROAS and cost per acquisition. And again, I'm going to touch on soft indicators, soft metrics, and hard metrics later in the call. And that's actually the most important part of the call, because that's actually when it comes to making decisions on your ads and appointment setting. All right. Now, so then when the profile funnel then makes sense, right? If it's got so many limitations, when does it make sense? Well, it makes sense when the lifetime value is high. So you, again, get people in the ecosystem and you pay to acquire these people and get them into your ecosystem. And then you have maybe different products, or you don't really care about converting them right now. Maybe you have a long sales cycle. So you get them in the ecosystem and then you just convert them over time, not necessarily right away. You need almost a profile funnel when authority matters, because if you're selling high ticket, you're in a crowded space, the trust is low and you need to build authority, then the profile funnel is going to help you do that, because you simply get to spend more time with your prospects than with a classic landing page funnel. The profile funnel is really good when content does the heavy lifting, right? I got a few clients, right? And they are quite slow with content, and you can immediately see the difference between someone relying on purely profile visit ads and someone blending profile visit ads and organic content. The profile funnel works when you actually have a solid content foundation and are consistent with content creation. If you're not, there's not much point in running the profile funnel, to be honest. All right, don't rely purely on ads if you're in the profile funnel, in my opinion. And it's also like good if you don't have a super high budget, because generally speaking, might be cheaper to acquire clients. And if you want to play the long-term game, this is the best way to do that, because if you really build a solid foundation of organic content on Instagram and YouTube, you're going to get to a point where you don't even have to pay, you don't even have to invest into ads necessarily to scale your company, because your content, your organic, is going to do heavy lifting in terms of getting you followers and nurturing these followers into paid clients. There are people, booking on autopilot just from YouTube. That's how I started, actually, in the foiling niche. But yeah, now there are a few workarounds, as I mentioned. The first workaround is to run one profile visit ad at a time. This way you always know that all the followers that are coming through from that profile visit ad, because you're only running that one. But as you can expect, then the testing period, the testing phase, is really, really slow. So you can do that, not the best. The second way to do that is to use comment plus lead magnets ads, right? So instead of just getting followers, you get people to comment a specific keyword, and then you can have like double call to action. So follow and comment. And they comment the keyword, and then the ManyChat automation runs and sends them the lead magnet. Now, if you do that, you're gonna at least understand where the prospect is coming from. And it's gonna be quite easy for your setter to track down each lead. So you can see, oh, okay, I got 10 inbounds from this ad. Oh, okay, I got 10 calls from this ad. Oh, okay, I got 3 customers from this ad and they paid X. And you are able at least to calculate the cost per acquisition and the ROAS from that specific ad creative. But the setter has to manually track down the lead through each stage of the funnel. Same thing for DME ads, right? If you have a different keyword for each ad that you're running, you can always understand where the prospect is coming from, and the setter can track them down. There is another way. I personally haven't tried it yet, but within Meta, you can manually add people. So like you can almost act as you closed the prospect in person and then you add it through Meta. And then theoretically, Meta can understand more about the interest that this person has online and push your ads towards people that are similar. Again, I've never tried it. I just heard about it, and I'm probably gonna try and let you know. But again, it's just quite complicated and quite hard to do it at scale because you need to manually add in Meta each prospect. So all in all, it's never going to be as sharp and accurate as a VSL funnel, but it still works, especially if you have a solid organic content foundation. Now, before we dive into the metrics to track, why we should track them, and the KPIs to calculate and all that, what questions, guys, do you have on this covered so far specifically? Let's dive into it. Now, these are the metrics to track and why. Of course, you gotta track followers, right? Then you wanna track the amount of outbound we send, the amount of inbounds we get, the amount of follow-ups we send, the engagements, this is optional, and an engagement is the 4th message, right? So you have a conversation, and if it's a warm outbound message, it's gonna be your first line, their response, your response, their response to your response. And this is when the engagement actually starts. All right. If it's a inbound, it's going to be the 3rd message. So inbound, right? So it's going to be on this side, inbound, our reply, and then their reply to our reply. That's an engagement. Now, the reason why we track that is simply to have a more accurate data between like on what's happening between the first line, so the outbound, and the conversation. Now you see me here not tracking responses, and I'm gonna explain why later, because that's pretty important, right? Because you don't want to track too many metrics, because that takes time, but at the same time you want to have enough data. So I'm gonna explain what I do in those cases later in this masterclass. Of course, conversations, that's pretty important. Booking links dropped and calls booked. The reason why we track booking links dropped is because we want to see if there is a big bottleneck between the amount of links we send and the amount of calls we book. Because if there is, then we need to change something probably at the top in the conversation or in the way we pitch. And it's really important. It's a very delicate phase of the appointment setting process, so we need clear data in that phase. Then if you're doing cold outreach, you're going to track everything above plus loom sent, loom viewed, and responses. In this case, you track responses because responses are more important even than engagements. Then when it comes to sales, you're going to track, of course, calls showed, qualified calls, calls closed, cash collected on call, and sale value. Important to differentiate cash collected on call and sale value. Then there are another bunch of things that you can track to help you with ads. For example, you can track where prospects are coming from, so you can see, which country is converting best. And all that. There are so many things you can track, even their employment. For example, if you're B2C, you're servicing consumers, and you want to know what their job is, because eventually, if you have enough data in your appointments sheet, you can see, okay, for some reasons, software engineers are buying more. Like there's a pattern, right? Software engineers from California are always piffing, always paying in full. So let me target with my ads, with my messaging, specifically those people. Now, I'm not going to go too deep into that route because, there are so many things that you can track when it comes to what's happening in the call, that it's a separate call on its own. So we're just going to focus for now on the metrics relevant to, ROAS, cost per acquisition, and those more high level metrics. And when it comes to ads, you're of course going to track followers, just like you do for organic content, and profile visits from an ad, which is actually automatic from Meta, followers from ad, which is again automatic, and the spend, of course, but again, it's automatic and you decide it. Sweet. All right. These are the metrics that you need to track, and these are the KPIs you need to calculate with the data that you are tracking. Okay. Follow to conversation, messages to conversation, right? So outbound plus inbound. I do this because sometimes you don't reach out to every single follower. So there might be a discrepancy between the follow to conversation and the messages to conversation. Then conversation to booking, follow to booking, and messages to booking, okay? These two are, just to have a bird eye view of what's happening in the DMs pretty much. And these three right here are more indicative of what's happening in the single phases of the setting process. So in the first phase and in the conversion phase. You need both to understand where is the bottleneck and where you can improve. And I'm going to show you in a second what is a good KPI, what is a good conversation to booking, what is a good follow to conversation, and whatnot, and how to optimize it if something is broken. When it comes to sales, you know them: shop rates, qualified call rates, closing rate, and maybe you're not tracking this one, you should. Percentage of sale value collected. Okay, so for example, if it's going to be a PIF, it's going to be 100%, right? You collected the entire sale value. And again, it's important to know that, first of all, because if you never get PIFs, and if your cash collected on the call is below 50% of the sale value, then you can probably optimize something in your pre-call sequence or in your content to increase that. And you, like I said at the beginning, you need to understand where your PIFs are coming from, because there is a reason, and you want to track that so that you understand, okay, let me focus on this type of prospect. Okay, let me use this angle in my ads so that I can collect more paid in fulls, because that's when you scale, to be honest, right? Now, when it comes to ads, and this is where a lot of people get wrong, there are three, I would say, levels of metrics. Okay, you have soft metrics, and you're gonna keep an eye on them, but you're gonna try and not take decisions purely on soft metrics, because these are just like almost vanity metrics. You don't wanna only purely base your decisions on these metrics, because you're probably gonna make mistakes. The second thing is medium metrics, right? And the third are hard metrics. So soft metrics include cost per profile visit, cost per follow, cost per mil, so cost per 1,000 impressions, cost per through play, so cost per 15-second play, essentially, click-through rate, and frequency. The medium metrics are pretty much just cost per booked call, and hard metrics, which are the ones that you need to focus on, are return on ad spend and cost per acquisition. Now, mind you, you need to track these metrics for each ad creative, all right? And then, of course, you want to have an average so that you can have, again, a bird eye view of what's happening across the entire account in your campaigns, all right? And this is a sheet that I use, okay? So, like I said, there's going to be a section for marketing where you just simply note down here how much you spend, and you can simply export the spend from the reporting section in the ad manager, and then you can copy and paste it in here, so you don't have to do it manually. The setter, right, tracks the followers, and they can see it from the dashboard in your profile. You know, if you have a professional dashboard in a professional profile on Instagram, you can see the followers coming through per day. And I suggest you add here the actual real number of followers, because every day, especially if you're running ads, especially if you are getting a lot of followers, you're also going to get unfollows. So make sure to include there the number of total followers. So new followers minus unfollows. Cost per follow is going to be automatically calculated by the sheet, and ad consent, like this section right here, pretty much all this section right here is going to be filled out by the setter. And you can see here that I have responses and loom sent, right? And you could also have like loom viewed, but if you're not sending looms, I would say you can remove this and you can remove this, these columns, okay? And if you're sending looms, you should add loom viewed column, okay? And then of course you need to calculate, loom sent to loom viewed and whatnot. Now, response rate, again, if you're doing looms, if you're doing cold outreach, you need it. If not, I don't track it, right? So for my clients, where we're only doing warm outbound and handling email messages, we are not tracking the response rate. Let me explain why. So we are tracking engagements, like I said, right? So if I see that there is a big discrepancy, like there is like the KPI between messages sent and engagements, or messages sent and conversations is off, then I know that there is a problem in the first stage of the conversation, right? So at that point, then I zoom in and I see, oh, okay, let me see if it's the first liner or the beginning of the script, the beginning of the conversation, the questions I ask at the beginning, or maybe even the follow-ups, okay? So the reason why I don't track many KPIs is because I track more KPIs when I need it, right? So when there's a bottleneck, then okay, let me zoom in, let me track more KPIs in that specific phase so I understand where exactly is the bottleneck and what I need to improve, right? This is me finding the balance between tracking and having control over data, and not over tracking and wasting my time, the setter's time, and even having information overload and not being able to take decisions because you have too much data to work with, okay? That's why I don't track responses normally when I'm doing warm outreach and handling inbound. And then you have pretty much the same metrics that I just mentioned. And then in the same sheet, the calls that were supposed to be taken today, or the ones that actually showed, the qualified ones, the closes. And then we calculate here the cost per show and the cost per qualified call, and then cash collected on the call, sale value, and then cost per acquisition, ROAS, and ROAS on cash collected, okay? And then every 10 days, you get a kind of recap, a summary, right? An average. The reason why I do it every 10 days and not every 15 or every 7 or every 30 is because I found personally that 10 days is a sweet spot to have to have quick data and to also have an accurate enough data. Now, if you have a huge volume, then it might make sense to track every 7 days or every 5 days, even if you really have a huge volume. But this gives you a pretty good outline of your numbers. And then, of course, at the bottom, you have monthly total. And that's the first sheet, because then you have a sheet per campaign, right? So here is where the setter is going to add inbounds from a specific ad, because like I said at the beginning, if you have a comment call to action and if you have a DM call to action and you're using different keywords for different ad creatives, then your setter can understand where the inbound is coming from. And if they start a conversation from that inbound, they can track it here. And if they book an appointment from that creative, they can track it here. And then the closer or the client, whoever is taking the calls, can also track it here, right? So what I get my setter to do is I get, for example, oh, we got an inbound from this, we got that person messaging this specific keyword. Okay, let me track it here. And then what I get them to do is I also get them to insert a note here with the name of the prospect. So it's easier to track them down throughout the process, because then if we have an appointment coming from, John XYZ, then we know that John XYZ was coming from that ad, right? And within a week or two, you're going to already have a solid data that is going to help you, understand the cost per acquisition from that specific ad, all right? And even the ROAS from that specific ad. So yeah, that's pretty much how it works. And then you can clearly see, you have one sheet per campaign, and then you have different ad sets, and then you have different creatives inside each ad set, all right? And then you can add the date update. So when you last updated this row, the creative name, the creative link, for the setter to watch it and recognize it eventually, the status, if that creative is on or off, the spend, so you're going to update it over time, so you have a cost per acquisition data here. And then, like I said, this is done by the setter and this is done by the closer. All right, and then the last section is split testing. Like I said, I don't split test all the time, but if the response rate is not within KPIs, and I'm going to show you in a moment how much the response rate should be. If it's not within KPIs, then I split test different openers. So then I get the setter to, first of all, we come up with different openers, and then I get the setter to send ideally the exact amount of messages, right? And then also track the responses. So we have a response rate from each first liner, and we can see, oh, okay, yeah, this works clearly better, or there is no substantial difference, and whatnot. Okay, and you can always test and test and test, and you can use this section of this sheet even for other messages, right? So if you want to track down if you want to split test different pitches, because there is a big discrepancy between the amount of candidate links you send and the amount of calls you book, then again, you can track here pitch 1 is pitch 1, pitch 2, pitch 3, and then you can see how many responses you get or how many calls you book from pitch 1, and so on and so forth. All right, so that is pretty much a breakdown of the sheet that I've built and I use for myself and for my clients. Do you have any questions so far before we move on to what are good KPIs and how to use all these soft metrics and medium metrics and hard metrics? Cool. So let's just dive into it, right? So first thing first, what are good KPIs? Now, when it comes, so first of all, let me just preface it that by saying that everything depends on your niche. So what I'm saying here might not apply and make sense in specific niches. But generally speaking, the follow-to conversation, the follow-to conversation should be 15%. The messages to conversation should be around about 50%. Again, it depends on whether you're reaching out to every single follower or not, right? So if you're not reaching out to every single follower, then you can expect this to be slightly lower. So for example, like 12%, okay? Conversation to booking. So this should be again around 15%. The follow to booking, I think it didn't update, should be around 2%, and this should be around 2.5%. Again, depending on how many messages you send compared to how many followers you get, okay? So if you are hitting these KPIs, you're good. If you're not, I'm gonna show you in a second how to deal with that and how to get to those numbers. When it comes to sales, 90% show up rate, again, depending on how warm is your audience, what type of funnel you're using, a lot of things, okay? Sometimes a 75% show up rate is actually pretty good, but personally on my clients, like mid-ticket offers, usually we expect a 90% show up rate. Same thing, qualified call rate should be around 85-90%. Closing rate should be above 30%. And you can use this data to understand whether you're doing something wrong in your content, whether your price is too high, whether of course you need to sharpen your sales skills, and whether you can increase your price, right? If you have a 50% closing rate and a above 50% cash collected rate, then just run a price increase, right? Now, I didn't add any metrics for the ads KPIs because these are really like extremely variable according to the niche, the ICP. So I would just really throw numbers if I would add numbers here. But what's more important is how to read these KPIs, okay? How to understand what to do according to these KPIs. So let's start from the top, and then we're gonna finally get to how to use these woo-woo fancy metrics that few people actually understand how to use, okay? So if you have a follow to conversation problem, so it's below 15%, below 12%, then you need to see the engagement. That's why I track the engagements, okay? So if the engagements are also quite low, then you need to split test the first lines, because your bottleneck is most probably in the first line. So how many responses you get. And by split testing first lines, you're gonna track responses. By tracking responses, you can see how is your response rate. Now, when your response rate is above 20%, then you need to split test the follow-ups, because then 20% response rate is decent. Again, depending on your niche, how warm is your audience, how big is your account and whatnot, how optimized is your account. But usually a 20% or above response rate is decent. So if you have that, then you need to optimize your follow-ups, okay? And if your follow-ups are tanking and you're sending follow-ups but nothing really changes, then again, you need to probably optimize your profile or change or send more follow-ups. Here, I suggest you send voice notes because they simply work much better and they look more personal. And they usually, have a higher response rate. And again, you can even split test using the same sheet, different follow-ups, okay? So for example, follow-up 1, follow-up 2, follow-up 3, you send them at the same stage in the conversation and you track down which one gets the most responses. And you stick to the one that is performing best, okay? So always base your decisions based on data, not on what you think is gonna work, okay? Because don't be biased, right? So now, if there is a big discrepancy between engagements and conversations, then you need to split test the second message and follow-ups, okay? So you have a let me think about it. So when if there is a big discrepancy between engagements and conversations, so you start conversation, you get engagements, but you don't get conversations. So your problem is not in the first line and in the first follow-up, so your problem is probably in the first part of the conversation, so the first questions you ask, okay? So in that case, you're gonna split test the second message and the follow-ups you send when they don't respond to the second message, okay? So that you can align engagements and conversations as much as possible, right? Like usually, 90% of your engagements should turn into conversations. Then, again, like I said, if you have a problem, you should optimize your profile, you should send more follow-ups and send more messages if you can, okay? There is theoretically there is a limit of like 80 outbound messages you can send per day. If you are below 50, it's even better, but generally speaking, that's pretty much the limit. Now, if you have a problem with messages to conversation, well, it's gonna be the exact same thing. The only thing is that sending more messages is not gonna do anything, right? In this case, because it's follow to conversation, you can send more messages, but in this case, because it's messages to conversations, increasing volume is just gonna give you more problems, right? So fix what I just mentioned without increasing the amount of messages you send. Now, if the problem is in the conversation, so the amount of bookings you get from the conversations, then because it's below 15%, then you need to review your setting process or your setter's setting process. You again need to optimize your profile, create more nurturing assets and sending more nurturing assets. You can also create and send more canned voice notes, more bridges to YouTube, so you increase watch time, more and better organic content, right? These are the things that are gonna help you improve your conversation to booking rate. And of course, once you review the setting process, you can tweak the setting sequence. But generally speaking, I don't even get my setters to follow a script, right? We can, in terms of like, we create canned voice notes, but generally speaking, I always get them to go with the flow and understand the prospect situation. But again, let's not go down that rabbit hole. That's a topic for another call. And then these two metrics, like you need them just to have a bird eye view. But again, if this is off KPIs, you're just gonna again see where is the problem, whether it's conversation to booking or follow to conversation or both. When it comes to sales, show up rate. Now, if you have a below 90% show up rate, again, depending on your niche, if you have a VSL funnel, then 75% is already pretty good as a show up rate, but with a profile funnel, usually should be above 90%. So again, if it's below that, you need to review your setting process, optimize your profile, create nurturing assets. Again, more bridges to YouTube, more better organic content. So they actually are excited to jump on the call, right? More reminders. Sometimes you don't send enough reminders and they forget about it. But generally speaking, it's better pre-call sequence. And I made a call the other week, last Monday, on how to warm prospects up and have the perfect pre-call sequence. So if you need that, I can send that across. Just message me on Slack. Qualified close rate, again, if it's not qualified, then you probably have to tweak something in the ads, or pretty much everything above, right? Closing rate, it goes without saying that the first thing that you need to look at is your closing skills. The second thing you need to look at is pretty much, again, the same thing, to be honest, right? It always comes back to optimizing your profile, more content, and all that. Because if you position yourself as an authority, you position your product or service as unique, they're going to be excited to jump on the call. If you have a dialed in pre-call sequence and dialed in content, you pre-handle every single objection, and as a consequence of that, your closing rate is going to increase even though your skills don't necessarily increase, right? But again, I explained that in the call before this one. Then average percentage of sale value collected, like I mentioned, this should be around 50%. And if it's off, then it means that you, again, probably have to optimize something in your content, or you're charging too much. But if you're charging too much, you can see that from your closing rate. And usually charging too much is never really the case. It's either unqualified prospects, or lack of sales skills, or lack of nurturing mechanisms. Right. Do you guys have any questions so far before we dive into the sauce? I left it for the end, the cake at the end. Right, so let me dive into it then, because I'm excited. So what a lot of people do is they open the ad manager, they run a bunch of ads, they don't have a proper testing framework, and then they see, oh, this ad has a lower cost per profile visit, or a lower cost per follower, or let me just kill every other ad and let me just run those ones, right? Because I get cheaper followers, right? That's the most stupid thing that you can do, right? And if you base your ad decisions on something even more silly, like for example, the cost per view or the cost per 3-second play, you're just killing yourself or your clients, right? You wanna base your decisions on conversion, all right? Now, the problem is that cost per booked call, ROAS, and cost per acquisition take time to create, like to actually appear, because depending on your conversion cycle might take, a week, 2 weeks sometimes to get an accurate ROAS and cost per acquisition and cost per book call. Cost per book call takes a little less. So how do you actually use this data then? Well, you want to use this as green flags or red flags, right? So if you run 4 different creatives and you see that in one of the creatives, the cost per profile visit is completely off, then you might, in that case, want to kill that ad straight away. But generally speaking, you're just gonna keep an eye on them, okay? Whether it's good, whether it's bad, you're just gonna label them, green flag, red flag, okay? Same thing, cost per follow. Because the thing is, you might get more followers from one ad, but those followers are less qualified and they have less buying intent, so they don't actually transform into calls. And even if they do transform into calls, they don't transform into actual clients, which is the goal. Same thing, cost per meal and cost per throughput play and click-through rate. You want to keep an eye on them. Okay, good, I have a good click-through rate in this ad, but let's see if this actually translates into clients. And then the frequency. Frequency is just an indication of where your ad is going. Okay, so if you have a high frequency, then it means that your ad is mainly going to warm audience, right? Which, again, depending on your funnel, how you structured it, might be a good thing or might be a bad thing, okay? So again, you use that data, that soft metric, as an indicator, but you don't base your decisions based on that. Now, you actually base decisions, you can actually take the first, more accurate decisions when you have a cost per booked call, because that's already something a bit more tangible, okay? If an ad has a super low cost per booked call, then you might want to optimize that one. But then you need to see if those calls are actually qualified, if they show up, and if they turn into clients. So again, you can use this metric, but you should always wait to have these two to make decisions, okay? So finally, once you get a cost per acquisition, then you can see, okay, now I can see that this ad, despite having the highest cost per follower, it's got the best cost per acquisition because prospects are more qualified and the closing rate is higher, right? So then once you have a cost per acquisition, and again, you can track that using this sheet, you can get your setter to track it down. Oh, okay, we spent $300 and we got 3 clients. We have a $100 cost per acquisition from this ad. And then we run this other ad, and this ad had a $200 cost per acquisition. right? And of course, the more data you have, the more accurate it is. So you shouldn't just like make one sale from one ad and that's the winning one, or that's the one that loses and you need to kill it. Okay, so you should again wait a bit of time, maybe a couple of weeks, maybe more, depending on your conversion cycle, depending on your volume, and then you can actually see, okay, this cost per acquisition is actually pretty accurate, and I can clearly see that this ad is performing better than this other one, and then you can make decisions, you can readjust your budget and whatnot. So what I do is you can sometimes adjust the budget already based on this, and if something is completely off, you might even want to kill some ads because of this. But when it comes to making real decisions on which angles to double down on, which formats and types to double down on for future ads, and which formats and angles to completely kill, and which ad creatives to run or not run, then in those cases, you wait for hard metrics to come up. So as you can see, if you look at things this way, it's not that complicated running ads. It becomes actually pretty predictable, and you always know what to, what angles and formats and types to use in your new ads because you have data. And this is real data, not vanity metrics that you don't actually care about. Okay. So yeah, and like I said, my suggestion is you don't track everything. You track high-level data, and then if you have a problem, a bottleneck, you zoom in and you track more data within that space where you are struggling with, where your bottleneck is. So yeah, this was the presentation. I hope this was insightful, and now we have like 15 minutes for your questions.
The targeting, like with the profile visit funnel, if the ads don't reach the right people, what do you tend to do?
After the Andromeda update, the targeting is so good, the automatic targeting is so good that I always use automatic Advantage Plus campaign type targeting. And the heavy lifting, it's done by the ad creative, by the messaging in the ad, and not only the messaging, especially after the Andromeda update, you need to understand that the colors, the visual elements, everything does. So, for example, if you are running ads for a fitness coach, and the ad is recorded in a studio, like with a fucking wood planks in the background and the Rode microphone and the plant in the background, like guru type of setup, it's not gonna go anywhere. It's never gonna visually attract the right ICP. The recording in a gym. If you're a running coach, record outside while running with a drone following you. Put in a bit of effort, right? And just look at your angles. Like if it's getting, like what do you mean by getting pushed towards wrong people? Is it like wrong niche? Is it like brokies?
That's crazy. It's literally like, we're going for business people, or we're just getting like general public. It's mad, to be honest. It's so bad.
Do you have, like, are you in a position where you can show the script so we can revise it together and see if there's something in the script that can be improved, or the ad creative itself?
Yeah, that'd be really good. I can't right now, but that'd be really good if I can after the call. Yeah.
Yeah, send it across and I'll give it a look.
And how important would you say, if you could give like a percentage or just of overall business success, would you say like tracking metrics is? Because I know it is pretty important, but there's obviously a few other factors, like you got to dial in your offer and all those different things, but like you got to track it, right? So how important would you say it is?
I would say is the most important thing. If you don't know your numbers, you don't have a business. You're just in the weeds. You don't know what's going on. You don't know why something is working or why it's not working, and you cannot make decisions. So I would say if you don't have data, you don't have a business.